Chapter 1. The Harmful Effects of the Brain-Dead System. In the Jiuzhou region of the Xinjiang continent, there exist 8 major sections. Every decade, these sects hold a grand competition to address matters of resource allocation. Prior to this grand event, each sect conducts its own internal competitions. With merely 10 days remaining until the contest between the peaks, a sense of dread enveloped Su Che. "It's over. I'm done for," he lamented, sitting on a wooden chair, questioning the very essence of his existence. Why is it that others awaken formidable systems, while it takes 8 long years to manifest, only to reveal itself as utterly inept? The Heavenly Path Lottery System. This system possesses the capability to draw treasures from all realms, both those that have existed and those yet to come. However, no matter the treasure, the host remains unable to utilize them. Special buff, immortality. Special buff, useless spiritual root. Collecting 10 disciples, all possessing cultivation, will upgrade to an ordinary spiritual root. Immortality paired with a useless spiritual ruta combination that is not merely unpleasant, but profoundly repugnant. A useless spiritual root renders one inept at gathering spiritual energy, effectively barring any hope of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, being unable to cultivate is akin to a eunuch venturing into a brothel. The distinction is negligible. To recruit 10 disciples with ordinary spiritual roots, one must risk their very life to gather 10 capable apprentices. Who in their right mind would willingly choose to apprentice under someone devoid of potential? As Su Che sat on the rickety chair, the drafty abode was a testament to the meager existence of the soul he had usurped. Indeed, the truth bore witness to this reality. The individual he had become, sharing the same name, was the master of Tianhua Peak within the Xiaoyao sect, one of the 6 peaks. Was the peak master powerful? Generally, yes, but his situation was unique. The former master of Tianhua Peak was his father, who had only one son, Su Che himself, and no disciples. Following his demise in a fierce battle against the demonic path, the mantle of Peak Master fell upon Su Che. But the crux of the matter was that he was a Wisti being without a spiritual root. In the past 5 years, Tianhua Peak had only 3 disciples, all of whom were equally inept. According to sect regulations, if a peak fails to produce a spiritual general-level cultivator within a decade, it faces the risk of being disbanded and absorbed by other peaks. The imminent sect competition in 10 days marked the final deadline. Without the protection of a sect, a commoner like Su Che was akin to an ant in the vast world, easily crushed at the whim of others, perhaps even falling victim to a mere bandit. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to use the 10 consecutive draws now? Yes, why not? It's not like I can use any of it anyway. I'm tired, let it all be destroyed. As Su Chi's words fell, a series of notification chimes echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sword. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a medicinal pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. An unending stream of notifications ensued, which Su Che hardly paid any attention to. Upon the conclusion of the 10 consecutive draws, he was granted a daily opportunity for a draw, resulting in a small mirror. This medicinal pill should be useful. Perhaps it can restore my utterly depleted disciple's cultivation talent. If he can cultivate, with my eloquence, I should be able to negotiate a few years of leniency from the sect leader. With this thought in mind, he set out to find his 3 disciples. He had 3 disciples, 2 males and 1 female. All 3 were individuals he had taken in from the outside world, mere mortals incapable of cultivation. How could anyone with the ability to cultivate possibly choose him as their master? Upon arriving at the grand bell of Tianhua Peak, he exerted all his might and struck it with a wooden stick. Dong! The sound of the bell reverberated throughout Tianhua Peak, prompting his 3 disciples, who had been preoccupied with their own affairs, to hastily hide their money in their rooms before rushing to their master's abode. On the way, the 3 disciples encountered one another, with the eldest disciple, by phone, speaking first. Have you all hidden your money well? The second disciple, Xiao Mingxu, and the youngest disciple, Murong Qian, nodded in agreement, confirming their concealment of funds. Their master always sought them out for money or lamented his own poverty, leaving them feeling quite helpless. The three proceeded towards their master's dwelling, when Bai Feng suddenly recalled something. I heard from others in the sect that if Tianhua Peak does not produce a spiritual general-level cultivator within 10 years, it will be absorbed by other peaks. Do you think Master is calling us because of this? After all, it has been 9 years since Tianhua Peak last had a spiritual general. Doesn't matter. They'll take action. My cultivation has already recovered to the level of a spiritual general. In 10 days, during the 6P competition, it'll showcase my abilities, and Tianhua Peak will surely be preserved. The second disciple, Xiao Mingqiu, dismissed the concern. In truth, while they appear to be mere mortals, the three were anything but ordinary. The eldest disciple, Bai Feng, had once been a prodigy, but was betrayed by a schemer, resulting in the severance of his meridians and the loss of his cultivation. The second disciple, Xiao Mingqiu, had been a spiritual sovereign. After being ambushed during a battle, he narrowly escaped with his life, only to find his cultivation obliterated, along with his storage ring. He had to start anew and had recently regained his status as a spiritual general. The third disciple, Murong Qian, had been an empress a millennium ago, revered as the greatest female cultivator in this realm, her strength unparalleled. Unfortunately, due to possessing a treasured artifact, she was besieged by 5 great spiritual emperors, ultimately perishing. Now, having returned to this life, she sought stability and fortuitously became Su Qi's disciple. Thus, among the entire Tianhua Peak, the only true waste was Su Qi, the peak master himself. The 3 disciples arrived before the dilapidated wooden hut. At that moment, Su Qi, clad in a blue robe, was clutching his waist, having inadvertently strained it while swinging the stick with too much force. Ow! Eldest, come over and help me massage my back of pulled muscle. Seeing his disciples approach, Su Qi hurriedly called out. Bai Feng, bemused, hurried forward to assist him. Oh, that feels good, Su Qi exclaimed, relief washing over him. He then retrieved the Transcendence Pill from his system space and presented it to his eldest disciple. This is a medicinal pill I secured from the sect leader with great effort. Taking this might alleviate your meridian issues. As the pill emerged, its fragrant aroma permeated the air, capable of enhancing the cultivation of even low-tier cultivators merely by inhalation. The once unremarkable 3 were now taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the pill. Murong Qian, well-versed in such matters, recognized the pill immediately. The Transcendence Pill. How could a mere mortal like my master possess such a divine elixir? She was incredulous she had seen this pill in her previous life in an ancient secret realm. When it emerged, all spiritual emperors went mad for it. Even she, at that time, had been tempted, yet she had just recently stepped into the realm of emperors, lacking the strength to contend for the pill. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the strongest spiritual emperor, who, upon consuming it, had his cultivation potential drastically increased and ascended to the celestial realm. The Transcendence Pill was undoubtedly the most powerful pill in this world. Yet how could it possibly be in the hands of her seemingly ordinary master? As the 3 disciples stared at the pill, they fell into a daze. Observing Bai Feng's stunned expression, Su Qi could only shake his head in exasperation. A single ordinary pill could render his eldest disciple so astonished, revealing just how sheltered he truly was. Chapter 2. The master might be an immortal. What are you standing there for? Take it. If you don't want it, they'll sell it for money. Don't. I shall forever remember my master's immense kindness. From this day forth, I will brave fire and water to fulfill any task you set. Bai Feng quickly accepted the pill, then, with a thud, knelt before Su Qi. Though he had no idea of the pill's grade, it was evident to him that it was undoubtedly of royal caliber. How could he dare to refuse such a gift from his master? Upon witnessing the 9 heavens' profound sword, the sword cultivator Xiao Mingqiu immediately fell to his knees. The overwhelming sword intent emanating from this blade made him acutely aware of his own insignificance, rendering his previously cherished sword intent utterly laughable. A broken sword. Compared to this magnificent blade, his own was indeed nothing but a mere scrap. Take good care of your sword, and do not let your master down. Su Che approached his second disciple, and upon seeing this, Xiao Mingqiu trembled as he accepted the Nine Heavens' profound sword, tears welling in his eyes as his voice quivered. I shall certainly live up to master's expectations. Good disciple. Su Che patted his second disciple's shoulder with satisfaction, rubbing his fingers together as he remarked, I spent quite a bit of silver to acquire this sword. Don't you think it's time for you too? I understand. I will fetch the money at once. Xiao Mingqiu dashed out of Su Chi's residence with remarkable speed, leaving only Murong Qian in a state of shock, still reeling from the astonishing revelation. The Nine Heavens' profound sword. The legendary first sword of the primordial era. One of the treasures of the primordial realm, she had once seen its record in ancient texts. But wasn't this sword supposed to have been taken to the immortal realm long ago? How could it now be in her master's possession, casually bestowed upon his second disciple? Wait, could it be that her master was not the ordinary person he appeared to be, but rather an immortal, a celestial being from the upper realm? Murong Qian's heart raced with disbelief, the more she contemplated the possibility. Yet, she soon chastised herself for such fanciful thoughts. Immortals were mere legends, never witnessed by mortal eyes. She had spent years with her master and had never perceived any traits or aura indicative of an immortal. As she dismissed her outrageous notions, Su Che appeared before her, seemingly having approached without her notice. My dear third disciple, I have nothing much to offer you. You seldom take the time to groom yourself, and when I first met you, you were impoverished, surely lacking the means to procure any feminine items. Recently, I chanced upon a mirror. I shall gift it to you. The celestial spirit mirror manifested in his hand, causing Murong Qian's eyes to widen in astonishment as she internally screamed. A celestial artifact. The small mirror, seemingly ordinary, radiated a powerful aura only possessed by celestial treasures, leaving Murong Qian utterly dumbfounded. To possess a celestial artifact and bestow it so freely, her master must indeed be an immortal. Master you. Murong Qian gazed at her master, whom she had known for 3 years, feeling an unfamiliarity she had never experienced before. Could this truly be her once mundane master? Are you not moved? If you are, might I borrow some money? Su Che rubbed his hands together, leaving Murong Qian speechless as she confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, this was her eccentric master. I will go fetch the money. Murong Qian sprang into action, leaving Su Che to nod in satisfaction with his hands behind his back, reveling in his own cleverness. He knew well that his 3 disciples had stashed away some savings, and once they returned with the money, he would head down the mountain to indulge in a lavish outing at the pleasure house today. At the mountainside of Tianhua Peak, as Murong Qian descended, she spotted her 2 senior brothers, who were engaged in conversation. Just as she was about to pass by, they beckoned her to stop. The 3 disciples of Tianhua Peak gathered together, with the eldest disciple, by phone, speaking first. Do you think Master could be one of those formidable beings who hide in plain sight? The other 2 exchanged glances and then nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Although I cannot ascertain the rank of the sword he gave me, it is certainly not an ordinary item. I refuse to believe that a mere mortal could possess such a remarkable object. Xiao Mingqiu, cradling the Juqian Xianjian, found himself increasingly enamored with it, while Bai Feng nodded in agreement, asserting that the elixir he had acquired was undoubtedly extraordinary. Their master must surely be a reclusive powerhouse. I recognize the items you possess. They're the 2 Tai Huan Gudan and the Juqian Xianjian, one akin to a celestial medicine, the other a primordial treasure, the foremost sword of the primordial era. Furthermore, the mirror artifact bestowed upon me by our master is also an immortal tool. That I am convinced that master is indeed an immortal. Murong Qian stated with grave certainty, causing both men to gasp in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that their seemingly eccentric master could possibly be an immortal. Yet, if their master were truly an immortal, why would he act so? Bai Feng struggled to comprehend, while Xiao Mingqiu, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, in the realm of cultivation, the more powerful individuals tend to possess peculiar temperaments. Our master might very well be one of those exceptionally strong yet eccentric beings, deliberately masquerading as a mortal to blend into our world. Such occurrences were not unheard of in the cultivation community. Many powerful beings would, during their idle moments, transform into mortals to experience destiny, a practice they referred to as entering the mundane world. Chapter 3. I bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. Xiao Mingchu's words garnered unanimous agreement among the 3 disciples, who now collectively deemed their master, Su Che, to be a hidden immortal. It was clear that their master, in his pretense of being an ordinary person, wished to avoid exposure, leading the trio to tacitly refrain from questioning whether he was indeed an immortal. Instead, they respectfully offered their private savings to their master without hesitation. Upon receiving the money, Su Che felt an immense sense of elation. After sending his 3 disciples away, he departed from the sect, heading down the mountain to Mo City to indulge in a night of revelry at a brothel. As dusk fell, the brothel was at its liveliest, with the most exciting performances underway as Su Che hurried along the mountain path, muttering to himself, "Damn legs, hurry up. If I delay any longer, there won't be good spots left at the brothel." He pushed his legs to their limits, but ultimately, he was still merely immortal, and no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't reach his destination in time. In his haste, he failed to notice an object on the ground and tripped, falling heavily. "Thick crab," a middle-aged man's voice called out from the nearby brush. "Watch your step. Did you not see someone sleeping here?" The disheveled man, dressed in ordinary attire, sat up, his eyes betraying that he had indeed been asleep, with his leg inadvertently causing Su Che's fall. "Seriously, who on earth would sleep in the grass like this?" Su Che muttered, rising to continue his journey to the brothel, only to be pulled back by the man. "Hold on, young man, don't be so quick to leave. I see you possess extraordinary potential, great emperor's aptitude that we are fated to meet. If you offer me 5 taels of silver, I shall bestow upon you a stroke of fortune," the man declared, extending his hand. Su Che raised his middle finger in response. "What the hell? You're trying to scam me. What? Why wouldn't I believe you? I trust you as far as I can throw you. Any self-respecting cultivator would recognize that I lack the spiritual roots to cultivate. Your claims of great emperor's aptitude and bestowing fortune. Are you not a fraud?" Little did Su Che know, the man before him was indeed sincere in his intentions to grant him a stroke of fortune. In the man's eyes, while Su Che lacked spiritual roots, he possessed the means to grant Su Che the ability to cultivate through unconventional methods, by turning him into a living puppet. Indeed, this man was not merely a cultivator, but a practitioner of the dark arts. Lu Peng, known as the Yin Corp's Old Demon, a rogue practitioner of the demonic path on the Shantian continent, stood at the threshold of becoming a spiritual emperor. His immense power had left him disenchanted with the cultivation world, leading him to engage in dubious schemes under the guise of bestowing fortune upon mortals and cultivators alike, turning them into living puppets for his amusement. As Lu Peng regarded Su Che, he had already anticipated what the latter would say next. However, to his surprise, Su Che found a third option between calling him a fraud and believing him. "You give me 5 taels of silver, and I shall grant you a stroke of fortune. Reversal of heaven and earth." Lu Peng was taken aback. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. When a person reaches the pinnacle of disbelief, laughter often ensues, and so it was with Lu Peng, who couldn't help but smile at Su Che's audacity. "Bestow upon me a stroke of fortune. Is there anyone in the Shantian continent worthy of such a claim?" He was intrigued to see what this individual could possibly offer. 0.5 taels of silver. "Is it? Very well, I can part with that. However, should your fortune prove useless to me, it would be an affront, and I shall kill you." With that, Lu Peng produced 5 taels of silver from his pocket and placed it in Su Che's outstretched hand. Su Che, upon seeing the silver, wore a peculiar smile, then opened his system space to retrieve a seemingly ordinary cultivation manual. He had previously attempted to examine this manual, but the system had deliberately barred him from using it, resulting in a blank page. However, it was reasonable to assume it was not a particularly good manual, yet showing it to the man before him could be considered a stroke of fortune. After all, this fraud was merely a mortal, and even a glance at a cultivation manual would surely be a great opportunity. This is the pinnacle of cultivation manuals, and since we share a bond and you are so sincere, I shall allow you to peruse it for the duration of an incense stick. The pinnacle of cultivation manuals? Lu Peng nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity. What could a rootless waste like you possibly present as a manual? Surely, the highest level would be the spirit level. Yes, spirit energy, spirit user, spirit master, spirit general, spirit king, spirit emperor, spirit sect, spirit sovereign, spirit saint, spirit emperor. These are the rankings that define the world, and a half-step spiritual emperor could easily dominate the Xintian continent. What manuals had Lu Peng not seen? Yet when he took the manual and glanced at the cover, his pupils constricted, and he gasped in astonishment. Immortal technique. This is an immortal technique. Confronted with Lu Peng's shock, Su Che felt no surprise that it was entirely normal for a mortal to react thus upon encountering a cultivator's technique. It appeared that Lu Peng had assumed Su Che to be a fraud, only to discover he genuinely possessed a cultivation manual. Well, this is quite a delightful ruse. While Su Che reveled in his triumph, Lu Peng was trembling with excitement, clutching the manual tightly. Have reached the status of half-step spiritual emperor. He must have encountered opportunities. Years ago, he had unexpectedly obtained the legacy of a primordial predecessor and learned some immortal script. It was precisely his knowledge that enabled him to immediately recognize that the manual was inscribed in immortal script, with the 3 characters on the cover reading, Immortal Demon Decision. Upon opening it, the first page contained only a single line of text, written in a script so obscure that Lu Peng took an entire incense stick's worth of time to decipher its meaning. The Immortal Demon Decision is divided into 2 volumes, Immortal and Demon. Ordinary cultivators can only choose one to cultivate, but mastery allows one to traverse both the immortal and demon realms. This is indeed a top-tier technique of the immortal realm. How is this possible? How could such an immortal technique appear in the Xintian continent? Lu Peng did not believe this was a forgery, for he knew that in the Xintian continent, no one could replicate an object exuding such powerful immortal and demonic essence. Moreover, only an immortal could inscribe a mortal script. Beings from the lower realms were incapable of writing it, and even if they could, it would merely be a hollow imitation devoid of true immortal and demonic intent. Time passed, and how much one could comprehend depended on their own capabilities. Just as Lu Peng remained in shock, Su Che suddenly reached out to reclaim the manual, returning it to his system space. Seeing this, Lu Peng cast aside any semblance of dignity. All notions of a strong man's pride vanished. He knelt before Su Che, hugging his leg and pleading loudly, "Immortal, please allow me to observe the immortal technique for another incense stick's duration. I would offer you everything. Everything." Chapter 4. I require a cleaner. Su Che regarded the man before him, stroking his chin. They already had 4 mortals at the peak of their mountain. Adding another wouldn't be a problem. But, judging by his demeanor, he likely possessed little wealth. Allowing him to join for free would be somewhat disadvantageous. After much contemplation, he arrived at a decision that I require a cleaner. If you are willing, you shall be a named disciple of our peak. Your monthly remuneration will be the opportunity to study this manual for a day. You accept? Upon hearing this, Lu Peng was beside himself with excitement, clinging to Su Che's leg and exclaiming, "I accept. I am willing. I shall serve you for life." "Very well. Follow me. And tomorrow morning, I shall bring you to the peak." Su Che, having finished his words, strode towards Mo City, with Lu Peng hastily following behind. His movements were cautious and humble, for this formidable figure, a half-step spirit emperor and a renowned figure in the Xintian continent, now trailed behind a mere mortal like a servant. If this were to be revealed, it would surely be met with disbelief. The brothel today was particularly lively. It was rumored that a new beauty had arrived, instantly becoming the establishment's top courtesan, hailed as the finest in Mo City's brothel history. Many had come to see her, resulting in a packed house by the time Su Che arrived, forcing him to take a seat in a corner, yet he never expected that an immortal would take pleasure in such a worldly place. Seemingly no different from ordinary mortals in demeanor and conduct, it appeared that this was indeed the legendary return to simplicity. A profound concept, truly profound, Lu Peng mused to himself, pondering the idea of an immortal concealing their identity to experience mortal life. A maneuver that undeniably embodied the essence of an immortal. Particularly striking was the way the Immortals' gaze lingered on the alluring courtesans, his saliva betraying his desire, resembling that of an ordinary man. The more Lu Peng observed Su Che, the more inscrutable he found him, never considering the possibility that Su Che was, in fact, an ordinary mortal. The brothel buzzed with noise as Su Che indulged in pastries while admiring the voluptuous figures of the courtesans. Despite his frequent visits to the brothel to enjoy the music, he had never indulged in the special services offered, not out of virtue, but simply due to his lack of funds, while the brothel appeared deceptively tranquil. It concealed hidden dangers, and no one would suspect that within this establishment in a mortal town, there were currently 2 spirit generals and 1 spirit king concealed among the patrons in a special secret chamber at the back of the brothel. A man and a woman were engaged in conversation. "Miss, exercise caution. Although we have arranged everything, this is, after all, a town governed by the righteous sect, the Xiaoyao sect. Unexpected events may arise," cautioned a middle-aged man with graying hair. His tone grave that he was a spirit king-level steward from the Hahuan sect, present primarily to protect the sect master's daughter, Ouyang Shui. The high-ranking cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect are mostly self-important. They seldom visit places like brothels, let alone mortal towns. "Steward Liu, you're being overly cautious," Ouyang Shui replied in a rather indifferent tone as she applied her makeup. As the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, her beauty was beyond compare, and the cultivation techniques she practiced only heightened her charm, inciting desire in most men who beheld her. Her presence in Mo City was primarily due to recent news received by her sect regarding the Xiaoyao sect acquiring a spirit saint-level treasure, something that had not been seen in the 9 provinces for a millennium. Various sects were restless, and the Hahuan sect was among them. Thus, Ouyang Shui was dispatched to gather intelligence, according to their investigations. A direct disciple of an elder from the Xiaoyao sect would be visiting the brothel, and Ouyang Shui merely needed to use her beauty to attract him to easily extract information. It could be said that today's brothel was a grand chess game, specifically orchestrated for that direct disciple. Unbeknownst to Su Che, the Hahuan sect cultivators were also unaware that, within the brothel today, there is not only that direct disciple of spirit general cultivation, but also a demonic cultivator at the half-emperor level. At this moment, Su Che was munching on sunflower seeds and pastries, his gaze fixated on the stunning courtesans, drooling at the sight that he wished to indulge, but found himself lacking the funds. Just as he contemplated asking Lu Peng for a loan to splurge, someone suddenly sat down beside him. "Every time I come to the brothel, I always see you. Why are there so many people here today?" "I don't recall it ever being this crowded," remarked a youthful figure who appeared to be in his 20s. Though Su Che knew that he was actually older than himself, Yifeng, the eldest disciple of the Tianjian peak of the Xiaoyao sect, was at the late stage of spirit general cultivation, rumored to break through to Spirit King within 5 years, making him one of the prodigies of his generation. Both Yifeng and Su Che enjoyed visiting brothels, which led to their friendship and frequent encounters within such establishments. Su Che, seeing Yifeng, was not surprised to disclose the happenings of the brothel to him. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up with curiosity about the so-called courtesan who had garnered such praise. As the main event approached, the show was about to begin. Scarlet petals fell from above, and a graceful figure slowly emerged before the crowd, her alluring form accentuated by her seductive attire. Her captivating eyes pierced the souls of onlookers. "Wow!" exclaimed 2 seasoned patrons in unison, while Lu Peng merely scoffed at the spectacle. "To employ seductive arts in a mortal brothel. This woman truly lacks boundaries. However, judging by her aura and traits, she must be a disciple of the Hahuan sect from the demonic path." He mused. "They say a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces. If I could spend a night with such a beauty, I would gladly exchange a fortune." Su Che could not help but voice his admiration, to which Yifeng nodded in agreement. The words were spoken without intent, yet were overheard by Lu Peng. "That I understand. This is a hint for me to capture this woman and present her to the immortal master. To be favored by the master, this Hahuan girl is indeed fortunate. Her exquisite beauty is truly enviable." Lu Peng resolved to seize the opportunity to capture the courtesan when his master departed. Unbeknownst to Su Che, his servant harbored such thoughts as he pointed at Ouyang Shui, discussing her beauty with Yifeng. The two engaged in animated conversation, while Ouyang Shue's gaze subtly drifted towards them. Is that Yi Feng? No wonder he is a direct disciple. At such a young age, he possesses such remarkable cultivation, surpassing my own by a small realm. Ouyang Shue, having descended from the stage, swayed her hips and approached the table where Su Che and the others sat. Weaving through the crowd, the surrounding rakes, entranced by her beauty and fragrance, could hardly contain their drool. This young master must be Yi Gongzi, correct? This humble girl pays her respects, Ouyang Shue said, her eyes sparkling seductively as she gazed at Yi Feng. Amplifying her charm to the maximum. Yi Feng, possessing a cultivation technique that enhanced his spirit, was not easily swayed by her allure. However, Su Che was not as fortunate. He found himself captivated. Who would have thought my reputation in the brothel was so illustrious that even a beauty like you would personally toast to me? He exclaimed, rising to take a drink. Tea that moment. Su Che also stood, but Ouyang Shue paid him no mind, continuing her conversation with Yi Feng. Miss, I am Su Che, a frequent visitor here. You are truly beautiful, he declared, raising his cup in a toast. Throughout the exchange, Ouyang Shue never glanced in his direction, leaving him feeling a bit dejected and awkward. Some of the courtesans nearby stifled their laughter at the sight. Isn't this the notorious pauper of the brothel? Does he really think that sitting with Yi Gongzi will elevate his status and earn the courtesan's favor? How shameless. Feeling disheartened by Ouyang Shue's disregard, Su Che shrugged it off. He was accustomed to such treatment, being merely a powerless mortal. Who would pay him any heed? With a sigh, just as he was about to sit down, a sudden loud bang startled him. Bang! I'm speaking with my master. Lu Peng slammed his hand on the table, veins bulging, unleashing his half-emperor level spirit power upon Ouyang Shue. Facing a half-step spirit emperor, Ouyang Shue, merely a mid-stage spirit general, stood no chance of resistance. Her once rosy complexion turned pale, devoid of blood, as the pressure exerted by Lu Peng far surpassed that of her sex ancestors, who were peak spirit venerates. Could it be that the man before her was a spirit saint? Why would such a formidable being be in a mortal town's brothel? Moreover, hadn't the 9 provinces been devoid of spirit saints for a millennium? Was he perhaps a cultivator from another region? Ouyang Shue's mind went blank, the brothel growing eerily silent. Yi Feng turned to Su Che, about to inquire about the man beside him, but he saw Su Che grabbing Lu Peng's arm and fleeing. Damn it, Lu Peng, you really know how to get me into trouble. Yelling out like that in front of everyone at the head courtesan. Are you asking for a beating? If we don't run now, we might just be waiting to get thrashed. It seemed that he would have to avoid this brothel for the time being, waiting until the commotion died down. As Lu Peng was pulled away from the brothel by Su Che. Once they exited Mo City, Su Che, panting heavily, landed a punch on Lu Peng's head. You fool, causing a scene in public like that. You must really be tired of living. Su Che cursed, nearly scaring Lu Peng into submission, who promptly knelt and bowed, frantically begging for forgiveness. I'm sorry, master, it was my blunder. I shall never dare again. A wave of regret washed over him as he pondered why his master had gone to such lengths to conceal his identity as an immortal. Perhaps in a bid to experience the mundane life of mortals, hadn't his earlier actions merely served to proclaim that his master was no ordinary being? What a foolish mind I possess. Cursed be it, truly, cursed. As Su Che observed Lu Peng repeatedly bowing before him, all his anger dissipated, he reached out to help the other rise, saying, All right, I forgive you. Please refrain from such actions in the future. I have no desire to stir trouble. Yes, 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 Lu Peng nodded vigorously, and then followed Su Che to Tianhua Peak of the Xiaoyao sect. Meanwhile, having let Ouyang Shue off the hook, she remained ensnared in shock and despair. Offending a spirit saint was akin to inviting the annihilation of their Huan sect, was it not? Moreover, she had not merely offended a spirit saint, but also the spirit saint's master. Young Master Yi, were those 2 individuals your friends? Ouyang Shue hurriedly inquired of Yi Feng, eager to ascertain the identities of the 2 she had just encountered. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded gently and, with a hint of apology, addressed Ouyang Shue. I apologize. One of those individuals is the peak master of our Xiaoyao sect, and the other is likely his newly acquired servant. I beg your forgiveness for any offense caused. Peak master, Servant. Ouyang Shui was taken aback. When had the Xiaoyao sect acquired such an extraordinary peak master capable of taking a spirit saint as a servant? The more she thought about it, the more astonished and fearful she became. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Yi Feng, she hastily departed the hall, claiming her physical condition was a hindrance. Not long after she returned to the secret chamber, Steward Liu approached her to inquire about the situation. Gulping nervously, Ouyang Shui replied in a tone almost devoid of hope. Steward Liu, I may have offended a spirit saint, and also the spirit saint's master. What? The morning air at Tianhua Peak felt exceptionally refreshing as Murong Qian departed her quarters. Intending to pay respects to her master, as she ascended the steps to the peak, a sinister voice suddenly pierced her ears. Isn't this the Empress Murong Qian? I never expected you to be reincarnated. It is indeed surprising. Did you think that in the 9 regions, no one would recognize you, hence you did not alter your appearance? Who? Murong Qian exclaimed in shock, hastily scanning for the source of the voice, only to discover Liu Peng standing before her on the steps, broom in hand. I am Liu Peng, disciple of the Yinsha Old Demon. A millennium ago, I had just ascended to the spirit saint realm. I doubt you have heard of my name, Empress. Yinsha Old Demon. If you are indeed his disciple, it is not surprising you would recognize me. How is your master faring? Murong Qian's brows relaxed slightly. Although the Yinsha Old Demon was indeed a spirit emperor and a demon cultivator, he had never acted against her, and they bore no grudges. Their meeting was likely mere coincidence, and why master passed away hundreds of years ago due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. What a pity! However, I am more curious as to why you were here a millennium ago. You were already at the spirit saint realm. I presume you have reached the later stages by now. Half-step spirit emperor. Then why come to such a remote region as the 9 regions? And at our Tianhua Peak, no less. Murong Qian regarded Liu Peng with a serious tone, while he casually waved his broom in response. Clearly, I am here to sweep the floor? Huh. Murong Qian's mind momentarily faltered. Why master has assigned me the task of maintaining the cleanliness of Tianhua Peak. If you have no business here, I suggest you depart quickly. I am about to sweep beneath your feet. Liu Peng lowered his gaze to continue sweeping, ignoring Murong Qian, leaving her utterly bewildered. Yet she soon came to a realization, gasping in astonishment. Her master truly was an immortal. In a single outing, he had managed to subdue a half-step emperor demon cultivator as a servant. How astonishingly powerful. Chapter 6. Receiving the sex reward, Murong Qian stood rooted in place, her astonishment unfathomable. She had never anticipated that her seemingly eccentric master possessed such capabilities, even able to recruit a half-step spirit emperor as a servant. Taking a deep breath, she quelled the tumult within her heart and hastened towards the peak. Before Su Che's wooden cottage, Murong Qian respectfully bowed. Master, your disciple Murong Qian has come to pay her respects. Su Che sat leisurely on a wooden chair, toying with a jade slip. Upon hearing Murong Qian's voice, he looked up and smiled. Ah, number 3, your timing is impeccable that I have recently acquired a new technique. Take this and contemplate it. With that, Su Che handed the jade slip to Murong Qian as she received the jade slip and felt the immense information contained within. Her heart leapt. Master, what is this? A celestial technique. Although you may not be able to utilize it at present, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation, Su Che replied casually. Murong Qian felt a surge of excitement. She understood that the value of this jade slip was immeasurable, and she quickly knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Su Che waved his hand dismissively. Rise. There is no need for such formalities between us. By the way, do you know of any significant events occurring in the sect recently? Standing up, Murong Qian respectfully answered. Master, in a few days, the sect will hold a minor competition. Disciples from each peak will participate, and the victors will have the opportunity to receive rewards from the sect. Su Che nodded, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. A minor competition, you say? This presents an opportunity. Please inform your senior brothers by phone and Xiao Mingchu to prepare diligently. This time, Tianhua Peak must make a name for itself. Yes, Master, Murong Qian replied, then withdrew to Su Che watch a retreating figure, A smile curving his lips, he knew that his three disciples were exceptional, as long as they demonstrated their strength. Tianhua Peak's status will be significantly elevated. Days later, the day of the sect's minor competition arrived. The square of Tianhua Peak was filled with disciples from various peaks, the atmosphere vibrant, as Che, accompanied by Baifeng. Xiao Mingchu and Murong Qian stood at the position of Tianhua Peak, attracting numerous curious glances. Look, isn't that the peak master Su Che of Tianhua Peak? How dare he participate in the minor competition? He truly overestimates himself. Indeed, it has been years since Tianhua Peak has seen a spirit general level cultivator. This year, they will surely come in last. Whispers surrounded them, yet Su Che appeared oblivious, his gaze scanning the crowd until it finally settled on Yifeng. The eldest disciple of Tianjin Peak. Yifeng sensed Su Che's gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As the minor competition commenced, disciples from each peak took turns showcasing their abilities. When the disciples of Tianhua Peak took the stage, the atmosphere turned awkward as their strength was woefully inadequate, leading to swift eliminations. Finally, it was Baifeng's turn. He stood on the arena, his gaze resolute, a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from him. Observing this, the murmurs resumed. Isn't that Baifeng, the eldest disciple of Tianhua Peak? Indeed, I never expected him to stand on the arena. However, even if he has regained some cultivation, he cannot possibly contend with the other peak disciples. Facing the skepticism, Baifeng said little. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his being, instantly shocking everyone present. This is the aura of a spirit general. Baifeng has actually restored his cultivation, and he has reached the spirit general realm. The emergence of a spirit general from Tianhua Peak sparked immense interest. Though he bore minor injuries, he ultimately secured the first victory for Tianhua Peak. Following him, Xiao Mingchu and Murong Qian also took the stage in succession, displaying astonishing strength and achieving victories as well. After the minor competition concluded, they returned to the cave dwelling of Tianhua Peak. Baifeng, lie down, I will restore your spirit, as Che stated, opening the system's space to search. Within lay numerous precious herbs and treasures, among which was surely something capable of mending the spirit. This will do. In the astonished gazes of Baifeng and Lu Peng, a spirit herb radiating a ghostly blue light suddenly appeared in Su Che's palm, emanating a mysterious aura. Baifeng, though unfamiliar with the herb, sensed its formidable spiritual energy. Could this be the legendary herb that can consolidate the spirit? Lu Peng, ever knowledgeable, seemed to recognize its significance, albeit uncertainly, as Che gently waved his hand, presenting the herb to Baifeng. This is the 9th grade spiritual herb, soul-settling flower. Take it. It should be able to restore your spirit. Thank you, esteemed elder. No, thank you, Peak Master, Lu Peng exclaimed, rushing forward to kneel before Su Che, that I shall certainly remember the elder's generosity in providing this herb and vow to protect Daoxian Peak with my life. Lu Peng humbly referred to himself as the one below in front of Su Che, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Although Su Che appeared youthful, his cultivation was unfathomably profound. Very well. From now on, you shall be responsible for guiding Baifeng's training, that if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out, Su Che remarked casually, acknowledging that his own cultivation was enhanced through the system, rendering him less experienced in the art of teaching compared to Lu Peng. Yes, Peak Master, replied Baifeng respectfully. Master, I take my leave, he added. Just as the two were about to depart, Su Che called them back. Having suddenly recalled the untapped Tao of heaven function within the system, is there any further instruction, Master? Baifeng inquired. Come here, Su Che beckoned, motioning for Baifeng to approach, with a gentle touch of his index finger upon Baifeng's forehead. He stated, though you are already commendable, your innate talent remains limited. I shall grant you a secret technique. With its aid, your future cultivation will proceed with greater ease. Yes, Su Che withdrew his finger. Baifeng felt a surge of unprecedented power coursing through him. Though he remained perplexed, he had received an incredible secret technique from his master, said to significantly accelerate his training speed. Strangely, he sensed no immediate difference. merely feeling the light touch on his forehead, as if everything were as per the norm that Lu Peng. Master mentioned he bestowed upon me a technique to enhance my cultivation speed. Upon finishing his words, he seated himself to delve into the imperial level technique. Lu Peng stroked his chin in contemplation. Such a technique exists? That seems rather implausible, he added. The Peak Master may be concerned about you being troubled by inner demons. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding boom echoed within the cave, and spiritual energy surged towards by phone like a tidal wave. What on earth is happening? Lu Peng exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Bai Feng was wholly absorbed in his comprehension of Yanju. Oblivious to the commotion around him, Lu Peng marveled internally, recognizing that although this young man possessed extraordinary insight, his physique had already been compromised. Chapter 7. The Burning Heaven Flame Ruler, even with external assistance, he should not have experienced such remarkable progress. As spiritual energy continued to flood in, Bai Feng's meridians and acupoints were successively unlocked. Propelling his cultivation swiftly from Spirit Emperor to the later stages, Lu Peng watched in sheer disbelief, having already consumed the soul-stabilizing flower to steady himself. Otherwise, he feared he might be swept away by the sudden influx of spiritual energy. What in the world is going on with this guy? Lu Peng murmured, I am one who has reached half a step into the Spirit Emperor realm, and my own cultivation journey was fraught with adversity. Yet he, with his foundations obliterated, can cultivate so effortlessly. As Bai Feng broke through to the later stages of Spirit Emperor and began to challenge Spirit Sovereign, Lu Peng's shock only intensified. Half an hour later, Bai Feng successfully ascended to the first layer of Spirit Sovereign, slowly opening his eyes. Feeling the powerful energy within him, he smiled. Is this the power of Spirit Sovereign? Lu Peng, I can truly cultivate now. In that moment, the cave returned to tranquility. Yet Bai Feng's path of cultivation had only just begun, all thanks to the mysterious power bestowed by his master. Lu Peng, why do you appear so fatigued? Bai Feng noted Lu Peng's lackluster demeanor. His eyes filled with concern, he waved a hand in front of Lu Peng. I have finally broken through, Lu Peng. I am aware of your breakthrough, Lu Peng replied. His voice somewhat subdued. I was reflecting on the hardships I faced when I first began my cultivation. He sighed softly. Bai Feng nodded in understanding, saying, I must share this good news with Master. He will surely be delighted. I will strive even harder and will not disappoint Master's expectations. The Peak Master is immensely knowledgeable. He may already be aware of this, Lu Peng remarked, just as Su Che's voice resonated from outside the cave. Now that you have broken through, come to me and choose a suitable weapon, Su Che instructed. Yes, Master, Bai Feng replied excitedly. Upon their arrival at the Grand Hall of the main peak, they discovered the floor strewn with various weapons and treasures. With Su Che continuously bringing more, tossing them aside while muttering, these scrap items take up quite a bit of space. Scrap items? Lu Peng gasped, cold sweat beading on his brow as he gazed at the divine weapons beneath his feet, each exuding a powerful aura. These are all sentient treasures. Moreover, most are high-grade, 9-tier spirit treasures. Just one of them would incite countless cultivators to fight for it. Lu Peng pondered inwardly. Could the Peak Master have swept through all the ancient clans and sacred grounds? Seeing Bai Feng and Lu Peng's arrival, Su Che paused his actions, feeling quite pleased. Due to Bai Feng's breakthrough, his own cultivation had also seen a boost, thanks to the thousand-fold effect of the Tao of Heaven. Choose what you like, my disciple. I have nothing else to offer you, don't just stand there. Hurry and select, Lu Peng urged. Look at that fire attribute 9-tier spirit treasure heavy sword. It suits you perfectly. Hearing Lu Peng's suggestion, Bai Feng's gaze was instantly drawn to the crimson giant sword. As he approached, he could feel the overwhelming pressure it emanated even more intensely. Suddenly, the red giant sword seemed to sense something, rising into the air and hovering before Bai Feng. The weapon spirit has chosen a master, Lu Peng exclaimed excitedly. This is indeed a sentient divine weapon. If that is the case, then Bai Feng's cultivation must be resonating with this giant sword. Su Che remarked that in his hand was not a sword, but a heavy ruler known as the Burning Heaven Flame Ruler, a 9-tier spirit treasure. Su Che briefly explained the background of this heavy ruler before producing a talisman, which he gently tossed, causing it to adhere to the humming Burning Heaven Flame Ruler seal. At his command, the flames gradually retracted, and the once dazzling, burning heaven flame ruler transformed into what appeared to be an ordinary, giant ruler, quietly resting on the ground. With your current cultivation, you cannot fully harness the power of this giant ruler. Suche informed Bai Feng that I have sealed its power. In case of an emergency, you may use your blood to unseal it once. Bai Feng felt immense gratitude. Disciple thanks Master for this bestowal. Now that you have chosen your weapon, return and focus on your cultivation, Suche instructed. Yes, Master, Bai Feng replied, preparing to leave the hall with Lu Peng. However, Lu Peng appeared somewhat hesitant. Peak Master, Lu Peng cleared his throat, as if he had something to say, as Suche saw through his thoughts and generously gestured towards the myriad of spirit treasures. Feel free to choose. It would be wasteful to let them remain. Thank you. Peak Master, Lu Peng quickly bowed, then began to select with joy, although Lu Peng had yet to regain his original form. After consuming the soul-stabilizing flower, his spirit had stabilized sufficiently to wield spirit treasures. Ultimately, he prudently chose a 9-tier spirit treasure giant cauldron, just as they were about to leave with satisfaction. A disciple from another peak shouted from beyond the barrier, Senior Uncle Su, the sect master has ordered me to inform you that 7 days from now, the sect will send new disciples to the Xiaoyao Mountains for training. He added, this training involves disciples from all peaks. What say you, Senior Uncle Su? Suche's gaze sharpened as he looked at his disciple Bai Feng. He understood that this training was a tradition of the Xiaoyao sect, aimed both at enhancing the disciples' practical experience and at regularly clearing the demon beasts from the Xiaoyao Mountains. While Suche was still contemplating, Bai Feng had already stepped forward, respectfully requesting, Master, I wish to participate in the sect's training. Please rest assured, I shall not tarnish the name of Daoxian Peak. Very well. Then go, Suche decided, simultaneously advising, Lu Peng, you must accompany him and only intervene when absolutely necessary. Yes, Peak Master, Lu Peng replied. 7 days later, Bai Feng joined the training team of the Xiaoyao sect, embarking towards the Xiaoyao Mountains. This group was led by the sect master's eldest disciple, Yi Feng, consisting of a total of 46 disciples. Within the team, Bai Feng seemed to be intentionally sidelined by the others, yet he remained unfazed, often whispering with Lu Peng. Lu Peng, can you help me assess the current cultivation level of Yi Feng from Tianjin Peak? Bai Feng inquired, his gaze directed towards Yi Feng, who walked ahead, as the sect master's direct disciple. Yi Feng possessed superior spirit roots and had been in the sect for 16 years. Bai Feng was curious about the extent of his cultivation. To avoid disgrace for Tianhua Peak and his master, Bai Feng had been tirelessly cultivating day and night, ultimately breaking through to the pinnacle of Spirit Sovereign, just a step away from Spirit General. Yi Feng has reached the later stages of Spirit General. He truly is a prodigy, Lu Peng assessed, then added, however, compared to you, his progress is akin to a snail's pace. Chapter 8. The safest choice at that moment. Yi Feng slowed his pace and waved to Bai Feng. Junior brother, why are you lagging behind? Come join us at the front. He was adorned in resplendent sect robes, his demeanor gentle, and a radiant smile graced his face, perfectly embodying the essence of a senior disciple. Little junior brother, as a disciple of Master Su, the sect leader has specifically instructed me to look after you, Yi Feng remarked. Bai Feng felt a twinge of awkwardness and shyly nodded. Thank you, senior brother. I can manage on my own. Yi Feng appraised Bai Feng from head to toe, but could not discern his true cultivation level, mistakenly believing that Bai Feng had yet to attain even the most fundamental level of Spirit Sovereign, causing his interest to wane. Nevertheless, as the sect leader's cherished disciple, he maintained a facade of friendliness, patting Bai Feng on the shoulder and saying, persevere in your training. I believe you will surely break through to the Spirit sect. Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. What he did not realize was that Yi Feng thought of lower-tier spiritual roots as just that, lower tier. Even upon witnessing Master Su's remarkable prowess, he did not anticipate any extraordinary abilities from his disciple. What perplexed Yi Feng even further was why Master Su had bestowed upon this lad but a mundane iron sword instead of the treasured artifacts accumulated over many years at Tianhua Peak. Unaware of this, Bai Feng found Yi Feng's words somewhat peculiar. His heart brimmed with questions. Having clearly reached the pinnacle of Spirit Sect, why did Yi Feng's gaze convey a hint of disappointment? Was it that he had not exerted himself enough? He pondered silently at that moment. Lu Peng's hearty laughter suddenly echoed in Bai Feng's mind, for he had just witnessed the exchange between Yi Feng and Bai Feng. Noting the subtle shifts in Yi Feng's expression, "Young lad, Yi Feng from Tianjin Peak thought your realm had yet to be breached," Lu Peng elucidated. "The burning heaven flame ruler concealed your aura. Unless one possesses cultivation 3 major realms above yours, no one can perceive your true strength." Upon hearing this, Bai Feng experienced a moment of clarity. And oh wonder senior brother bore such an expression. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect had already arrived at the periphery of the Xiaoyao mountain range, their destination for this trial. That why Yi Feng halted the group and began assigning tasks. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, our sect's trial will take place here. The majority of the beasts in this area are of the 1st or 2nd tier. You may disperse, but remain within a 50-mile radius of me. Should you encounter danger, immediately use the sect's distress talisman." With a command, the disciples set off in groups, each seeking their targets. Meanwhile, Bai Feng, bearing the sealed burning heaven flame ruler, ventured alone into the depths of the dense forest. His gaze fixed on prey of a higher caliber, he aimed to challenge beasts of the 2nd tier, or, if the opportunity arose, even those of the 3rd tier, though he had yet to attain the rank of Spirit General. Bai Feng's cultivation of the Imperial-level technique, Flame Decision, instilled him with confidence to combat opponents of higher levels. While the physical prowess of human cultivators and demonic beasts differed, the assistance of weaponry rendered their strengths relatively equivalent in combat of the same tier. Deeper within the mountains, a beautiful female cultivator, Ouyang Shui, wielding a sharp sword, executed a swift strike that severed the head of a 6th-tier demon king. "At last, I've obtained a 6th-tier demon core," she proclaimed with satisfaction. The lesser demons around her, witnessing their king's demise, fled in terror. Ouyang Shui dismissively waved her hand. "This fairy is in a good mood today. I shall spare your lives. Now be gone." As the saintess of the Hahuan sect, Ouyang Shui possessed the cultivation of early spirit sovereign, and with her 7th-grade spiritual treasure, coupled with the revered techniques inherited from the Holy Land, she was nearly invincible when facing opponents of the same level. The lesser demons of 4th tier and below, upon hearing her words, hastily turned to flee, fearing that a moment's delay would render them her next target. In the depths of the Xiaoyao mountain range, a 3rd-tier blue wolf demon rushed chaotically towards the mountain's edge. It was unaware whether the mysterious woman would continue her hunt deeper in the mountains, but instinct urged it that fleeing outward was the safest choice. At the mountain's edge, Bai Feng had just dispatched a late-stage 2nd-tier beast with his bare hands and was preparing to collect its demon core when he heard Lu Peng's urgent warning. "Be cautious. A 3rd-tier creature is approaching." Bai Feng's eyes brightened instantly as he gazed in the direction indicated by Lu Peng. That a burning desire for battle ignited within him, and the burning heaven flame ruler behind him seemed to sense his emotions. Trembling slightly as if anticipating a fierce confrontation, almost simultaneously, Bai Feng received an urgent notification from senior brother Yi Feng via a communication talisman. All disciples of the Xiaoyao sect currently in the field must return immediately due to imminent danger. Though he had reached the late stage of Spirit General, he still felt immense pressure when facing a beast of the same tier. What worried him even more was the responsibility he bore to protect dozens of junior brothers and sisters. Most of them were still at the early to mid stages of Spirit Sovereign, requiring teamwork even to tackle 1st-tier beasts, let alone the formidable presence of a 3rd-tier creature. "Hurry, a 3rd-tier beast is coming. Let's find senior brother. He will protect us." The new disciples, upon hearing this news, became frantic, hastily racing towards Yi Feng's location. They understood that in this life-and-death moment, only by uniting could they hope to survive. Soon, all the disciples gathered tightly around Yi Feng, forming a close-knit group. However, as Yi Feng quickly accounted for the numbers, he discovered one was missing. "What's happening? Shunti, we have 46 members." He swiftly instructed the disciples from each peak to reconfirm a count. "Senior brother, all 7 from Liuli Peak are present. Senior brother, all 6 from Lingyun Peak are accounted for. Senior brother, all 7 from Yunying Peak are here." After a thorough verification, Reports from each peak indicated that everyone had safely arrived. This left Yi Feng perplexed. Could it be that he had misremembered? Was it indeed only 45 disciples for this trial? At that moment, a disciple from Liuli Peak suddenly called out in another direction. Senior brother? Look over there! ISNT that our Xiaoyao sect's attire. Another disciple added. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards that direction. There stood Bai Feng alone, resolutely positioned in the path of the blue wolf, his fists clenched, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle. The fleeing blue wolf, upon catching sight of the human ahead, halted in its tracks, initially stricken with fear, then recognizing that this was not the female cultivator that had previously tormented it in the deep mountains. Its eyes turned vicious. Just when I was getting tired, a human for a snack doesn't sound too bad. The blue wolf emitted a low, menacing chuckle. You wish to eat me? You must first ask my fist for permission. Bai Feng exhaled, steadily advancing. The disciples of Xiaoyao sect erupted into a clamor as some recognized Bai Feng. That is Bai Feng. He just joined Tianhua Peak not long ago. In such a short time, he may not have even mastered the basics, yet he dares challenge a third-tier beast. A disciple from Liuli Peak scoffed, "This fool, if he dies, it will save trouble. Living is merely a waste of resources." With the leader of Liuli Peak having been defeated by Su Che from Tianhua Peak, their current situation was rather bleak. This moment. Witnessing Bai Feng's potential demise, these disciples felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was filled with fury. He wished he could drag Bai Feng back for a stern lecture. The sect leader had specifically instructed him to care for this new disciple from Tianhua Peak. Now, seeing Bai Feng on the brink of death before him, Yi Feng was at a loss as to how to face the sect leader and Master Su. What a useless fellow, Yi Feng muttered under his breath, yet ultimately gripped his sword tightly and charged towards Bai Feng. Bai Feng, I will deal with this beast. You must retreat at once. Just as the blue wolf was about to launch its attack, Yi Feng arrived just in time. What are you doing here? Bai Feng asked in astonishment that if I don't come, you'll be done for. Quickly leave. Yi Feng shouted, no longer paying attention to Bai Feng, as he had to focus entirely on the imminent threat. The blue wolf's form suddenly enlarged, a sharp claw descending like lightning. Yi Feng swung his sword in response, the sword energy surging forth. But it merely managed to momentarily deflect the wolf's claw. He exclaimed, "This is bad. This wolf is not an ordinary beast. Its bloodline is exceptional, and its strength is formidable." The blue wolf's power far exceeded Yi Feng's expectations. Nearing the level of a late-stage third-tier beast, Yi Feng struggled to hold his ground. Bai Feng calmly analyzed the situation from the sidelines. Senior brother's swordsmanship lacks refinement, Bai Feng quietly remarked. It's not his swordsmanship that's the issue. You've grown accustomed to the might of imperial-level techniques, Lu Peng clarified beside him. Moreover, this wolf is an aberration, possessing physical strength far beyond the ordinary. Faced with the blue wolf's relentless assault, Yi Feng's sword had begun to show signs of cracking, and defeat was imminent. The junior brothers and sisters behind him urged him to retreat quickly. But Yi Feng understood that escaping now would be far from easy. In this critical moment, Bai Feng resolved to lend his aid. He activated the flame decision within him, and a wave of heat surged forth. As the formidable claws of the Azure Wolf were about to strike Yi Feng, Bai Feng materialized before it, delivering a powerful punch, opting for a direct confrontation. The two forces collided, causing Bai Feng to be pushed back several steps by the overwhelming recoil. His arm tinged with a dull ache. The Azure Wolf, astonished, gazed at this audacious human who dared to meet it head-on, feeling the searing flames of Bai Feng's punch reverberate through its own being. What perplexed the creature even more was how a mere second-tier cultivator could inflict harm upon Yi Feng. Sitting on the ground, stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Had he truly managed to block the attack of a third-tier beast? He pondered. Yet, Bai Feng did not pause. He charged once more at the Azure Wolf. Liu Peng's voice echoed in Bai Feng's mind. Kid, your cultivation level is insufficient. Engaging in such brute force will only exacerbate your injuries. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Feng drew a massive ruler from his back, preparing to alter his strategy to confront this formidable foe. The sealed fiery ruler, though stripped of its former glory, retained its essence as a ninth-grade spiritual treasure. Remaining incredibly sturdy, this weapon proved to be ideal against the tough-skinned beast. Beast, you cannot escape. Bifone gripped the giant ruler, charging at his adversary, his figure akin to that of a fearless warrior. There were no intricate spells, only the raw collision of force, each strike aimed directly at the vital points. How could a mere disciple of the spirit sect engage in such a fierce battle with a third-tier aberrant beast? Moreover, it appeared he held the upper hand. In the skies above, a woman named Ouyang Shui soared on beams of light. Upon noticing the fierce struggle below, she instinctively halted, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Such a display of strength in overcoming levels was something even the prodigies of our Huan sect would find challenging. Could he be a descendant of some ancient, hidden lineage, or perhaps an elite disciple from another sacred ground? Ouyang Shui gracefully descended in front of a group of disciples from the Xiaoyao sect, her overwhelming presence causing them to tense. Her power far surpassed that of their familiar sect elders. Reporting to the esteemed senior, "We are disciples of the Xiaoyao sect," one of them answered respectfully. "Xiaoyao sect, a minor faction in Qingzhou," Ouyang Shui mused, showing little interest in them as her gaze remained fixated on Bifone, who was locked in combat with the beast. "Is that young man also one of your Xiaoyao sect members?" she inquired. "Yes, he's a disciple from our Tianhua Peak," the disciples replied, upon hearing this. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Ouyang Shui's eyes. Since he did not hail from another sacred ground or ancient family, this exceptionally gifted youth had the potential to become a member of her Huan sect. It has been ages since I reached the spirit sovereign realm and taken a disciple. This lad certainly shows promise. Meanwhile, Bifone was using the indestructible fiery ruler to trouble the third-tier Azure Wolf significantly. Both the beast and Bifone bore numerous wounds. The Azure Wolf had lost a paw, while Bifone gasped for breath, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Suddenly, the Azure Wolf let out a roar and attempted to flee. "Don't even think about running." Just as Bifone was taken aback, a brilliant sword light descended from the heavens. In an instant, the sword light vanished, leaving only a deep gouge in the ground, while the third-tier Azure Wolf had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Could it be that a leader from a nearby mountain has personally intervened? Lu Peng thought in shock, realizing that the force was that of a spirit sovereign cultivator. Before Bifone could collect his thoughts, Ouyang Shui's enchanting figure appeared before him. "Kid, I just saved your life. How do you intend to repay me?" she asked esteemed senior. "I could have handled it," Bifone stammered in response. "You ungrateful brat," Ouyang Shui glared. "If I hadn't intervened, that beast would have retaliated fiercely, and you would either be dead or crippled." But it was just about to escape, Bifone defended. Ouyang Shui felt a surge of irritation. This young man's words were infuriating. "Fine, I saved you. So, I saved you," she insisted. "I now intend to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Without allowing Bifone a chance to retort, Ouyang Shui directly broached the subject. Bifone looked up at her, observing her serious demeanor. After collecting his thoughts, he replied, "I appreciate your kindness, esteemed senior, but I already have a master, and my mentor has shown me immense kindness, and I could never abandon my sect." Regardless of whether Ouyang Shui was merely a spirit sovereign cultivator or a celestial being descended from the heavens, Bifone would not forsake his own sect. Observing Bifeng's youthful yet resolute countenance, Ouyang Shui's anger gradually subsided. "It seems you are a person who respects your elders. Such qualities only make me more inclined to take you as my disciple. Listen well, kid. I am the Holy Maiden of the Huan sect, a formidable spirit sovereign cultivator. Do you know what it means to be a spirit sovereign? The strongest sect master of your Xiaoyao sect would be no match for me. By joining our Huan sect, you can choose from top-tier cultivation techniques, and I can also present you with a 4th-grade spiritual treasure flying sword as a token of apprenticeship. A 4th-grade spiritual treasure. Your entire Xiaoyao sect might not possess even one such weapon. Now, think it over carefully." After speaking, Ouyang Shui gazed at Bifone with anticipation. In her eyes, such enticing conditions would surely sway anyone. Bifone fixated on the 4th-grade spiritual treasure sword in her hand, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. Ouyang Shui's heart leapt with hope. There is a chance. The child from a minor sect has likely never encountered such weapons. Naturally, he would be tempted. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Bai Feng had seen countless ninth-grade spiritual treasures treated as ordinary items by his master, including sacred artifacts and even imperial weapons like a tea that moment. Even the fiery ruler he carried seemed to tremble slightly. As if scoffing at the fourth-grade treasure, esteemed senior, I've already stated that I will not leave my sect, Bai Feng asserted firmly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned and departed without looking back, leaving Ouyang Shui standing there, gripping the spiritual treasure in a daze. After quite some time, he actually turned me down, she murmured in disbelief. How infuriating. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brows. At that moment, she noticed a rather disheveled young cultivator nearby, who seemed to be sizing her up as well. Are you also from the Xiaoyao sect? Ouyang Shui asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Yes, I am the direct disciple of the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect, named Yi Feng, the young man replied, attempting to draw her attention by emphasizing his status. Yi Feng thought to himself. If even Bai Feng, a disciple with inferior spiritual roots, could garner the senior's favor, then as a disciple with superior roots and the sect master's direct apprentice, I should be even more deserving of recognition. However, Ouyang Shui was not particularly interested in Yi Feng's identity. Her focus remained on uncovering Bai Feng's background. Was that young man who just left her junior brother? Who is his master? Feeling the pressure from Ouyang Shui, Yi Feng dared not conceal the truth and softly replied, He is my junior brother Bai Feng from Tianhua Peak, apprenticed under Master Su Che Dado. What level of cultivation does Su Che possess? Ouyang Shui pressed further. Yi Feng pondered. Since Su Che had defeated the head of Liuli Peak, his cultivation must be considerable. So he responded, Master Su's cultivation is likely comparable to the sect master's, both at the spirit saint level. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui chuckled lightly. A spirit saint is nothing remarkable. She had already made up her mind. Since convincing Bai Feng was futile, she would go directly to speak with his master. She planned to personally visit the Xiaoyao sect to have a thorough discussion with Su Che, hoping to persuade Bai Feng to join the Hawan sect, where superior resources could help him progress further. If you truly care for your disciple, you should allow him to cultivate with us in the Hawan sect, she rehearsed in her mind for their future meeting. Otherwise, I will not give up easily. Meanwhile, atop Tianhua Peak, Su Che watched with satisfaction as Bai Feng made progress. It seemed that Bai Feng had indeed gained much from this trial. Thanks to Bai Feng's efforts, the power of the heavenly Tao had allowed Su Che to successfully reach the 6th level of Spirit Saint, indicating that he was not far from the Spirit Sovereign realm. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Heavenly Tao system, sign in successful. Obtain a trial tower. Trial tower. A glimmer of interest flickered in Su Che's eyes. This was a valuable asset that could enhance Bai Feng's practical combat experience. The trial tower consisted of 9 levels, each guarded by a tower keeper whose strength adjusted according to the entrance realm. Starting from the first level at equal strength, each ascent raised the keeper's power by a small realm. Yu Che inquired of the system. How do I activate this trial tower? Ding. The trial tower has been automatically recognized. You need only infuse a trace of your divine consciousness to activate it. The system's response was succinct and clear. Yu Che immediately followed the instructions, sending a wisp of divine consciousness into the trial tower. He surveyed his surroundings and conceived a plan, deciding to position the enigmatic ancient tower before the main hall of Tianhua Peak. Considering the emptiness within the tower, he felt it necessary to enrich it. These spiritual treasures would be wasted if left unused. Rather, they should be placed inside as rewards for challengers. After all, who would be willing to take on challenges without incentives? My disciple, he silently mused, I have invested considerable thought into your cultivation. You must strive diligently and not be complacent. Outside the Xianyao sect, Ouyang Shui intercepted a young disciple who was about to leave the sect. Hey, tell me, how does one get to Tianhua Peak? She inquired directly. The disciple was startled by the sudden appearance of the beautiful woman and was about to call for help. But a glance from Ouyang Shui silenced him. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the spirit master realm, the young disciple fainted on the spot. What a nuisance, Ouyang Shui lamented, nonchalantly tossing the unconscious disciple back to the mountain gate. Preparing to enter the Xianyao sect in search of Su Ch.at that moment, the sect leader, Chu Xiaodao, emerged to greet her. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. I am Chu Xiao, the leader of the Xianyao sect. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. His gaze fell upon Ouyang Shui, and he felt a sense of vigilance, sensing that her strength surpassed his own. Ouyang Shui, noticing the sect leader's personal welcome, reigned in her imposing presence and simply waved her hand, asking, I am here to find Su Che of Tianhua Peak. Su Che? Chu Xiaodao pondered. This woman exuded a fierce aura, but seemed reluctant to engage in immediate combat. Could it be that Su Che owes her a debt of gratitude? It seemed this female cultivator was no ordinary figure. She had likely reached the spirit master realm. He thought to himself that if she had a connection to Su Che, it could present an opportunity. Just as he was contemplating how to have Su Che respond, Ouyang Shui impatiently interjected, Old man, what are you laughing at? Cough, cough, young lady, please head north. That is the way to Tianhua Peak. Chu Xiaodao indicated before turning away with a smile, all the while devising his own schemes. Humph, such a small sect, and their leader's cultivation is so limited. Bai Feng's master is merely the head of a peak. How formidable can he truly be? Chapter 11. Breaking the secret technique, Ouyang Shui scoffed, then soared towards Tianhua Peak in a flash. Upon confronting the barrier of Tianhua Peak, she chuckled lightly and produced a formation-breaking talisman, effortlessly passing through the barrier. Such a defense dares to present itself? She commented as she advanced, You probably haven't even seen what high-level talismans look like, when she arrived outside the main hall of Tianhua Peak. A towering ancient tower caught her attention. This tower appears extraordinary. My divine consciousness cannot penetrate it. Ouyang Shui found herself deeply intrigued by the mysterious ancient tower. Full of questions, she gazed at the structure, speculating, could this be the cultivation ground of Bai Feng's master? Without further thought, she flew towards the entrance of the ancient tower, filled with curiosity and a desire for challenge. I must investigate and uncover the secrets hidden within this seemingly modest Tianhua Peak. The moment she stepped into the trial tower, the scenery around her shifted dramatically, revealing an expansive, boundless space that left Ouyang Shui in disbelief. This tower held hidden realms. Before she could finish her thoughts, a figure clad in a blue robe, resembling a celestial being from a painting, appeared before her. This figure was Su Che, manifested through his divine consciousness, having reached the initial stage of the spirit master realm, nearly on par with Ouyang Shui. Welcome to the first level of the trial tower, the figure in blue said calmly, his voice echoing in the space. If you can defeat me, you may select one item from these treasures as your reward. As his words fell, an array of rare treasures, techniques, and elixirs materialized in the air, dazzling and overwhelming the senses. Ouyang Shui was captivated by the plethora of treasures before her, instinctively swallowing hard. She pointed at the items and asked, Are you truly saying that if I defeat you, I can choose any of these? Indeed, each challenger has one opportunity to choose upon their first victory. The guardian of the tower, in the guise of Su Che, replied, However, should you fail, you will be required to remain here and clean for a month as punishment. Humph, how dare you boast before me? Ouyang Shui scoffed, drawing her sword from her waist, her eyes flashing with surprise. I admit, you have caught me off guard. I did not expect the Xianyao sect to possess a master of the spirit master realm. But today, I shall show you that even among those of the same realm, the difference can be vast. With that declaration, Ouyang Shui attacked Su Che's divine consciousness with her sword, and he deftly summoned a long sword to meet her strike. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of swordplay, evenly matched, recognizing her opponent's formidable strength. Ouyang Shui resolved to employ the secret technique of the Hahuan sect, a powerful move that would deplete her spiritual energy, in order to uphold her dignity as an elder of the sacred land. She was determined to defeat her opponent with this technique, contemplating whether to take him as a disciple afterward. 6 Luminescent Light Prison. Ouyang Shui shouted, and as the technique was unleashed, 6 radiant pillars of light formed an enclosure, tightly binding Su Che's divine consciousness. As the light prison began to constrict, the figure of the initial stage guardian of the tower started to blur. The victorious smile finally graced Ouyang Shui's face. as she seemed to foresee her impending success. "You have witnessed my power. Surrender immediately, or I shall show no mercy." Yet, as her words echoed, the figure that was about to be consumed by Ouyang Shue's technique suddenly flickered and reappeared steadily in the center of the space. "What? How can you escape?" Ouyang Shue exclaimed in disbelief. "This is impossible. The six-luminescent light prison is the pinnacle technique of my Hahuan sect. How could you, of the same realm, break free?" Ouyang Shue was astonished. Her opponent had effortlessly unraveled her secret technique. "You have triumphed, challenger." The voice remained monotonous. "Once you have selected your reward, you may proceed to the second level." Ouyang Shue realized that the figure before her had become stiff, resembling a lifeless puppet. "Are you truly Su Che of Tianhua Peak? I am but a wisp of my master's divine consciousness, not a wisp of consciousness." Ouyang Shue could hardly believe it. "If merely his consciousness can compel me to use a secret technique to achieve victory, how powerful must his true self be? Late stage of the Spirit Master realm? Or perhaps he has already reached the Spirit Emperor realm?" Tentatively, Ouyang Shue inquired of Su Che's consciousness. "Hey, what level of cultivation do you possess?" However, she received no response, as Su Che's consciousness was solely tasked with mechanically enforcing the rules of the trial tower. Contemplating the numerous spiritual treasures and techniques before her, Ouyang Shue deliberated briefly before choosing a resplendently colorful robe. "This is a 6th grade spiritual treasure." Once Ouyang Shue confirmed her choice, Su Che's consciousness promptly transported her to the second level of the trial tower. "Welcome to the second level of the trial tower. Defeat me, and you may select any item as your reward." The same scene unfolded once more, but this time the rewards floating in the air appear to be even more precious. How many treasures does Su Che of Tianhua Peak possess? It seems he has more than our entire sect's treasury combined. Ouyang Shue mused, feeling as though she were a bumpkin emerging from a small sect. Wait, his cultivation has also risen. He is now at the mid-stage of the Spirit Master realm. A sense of unease surged within Ouyang Shue that if he increases in strength with each ascending level, then at the peak, could he not have reached the realm of the Spirit Sage? Could his true self truly be a Spirit Sage? Ouyang Shue's mind was filled with questions, her thoughts swirling like a tide. The existence of such an extraordinary master intensified her curiosity. Could he perhaps be a reclusive elder? She speculated. And simultaneously, Su Che's image in her mind grew more enigmatic and unfathomable. Should I continue to challenge this tower? Learning that the trial tower was established by a spirit sage made Ouyang Shue no longer surprised by the existence of high-level spiritual treasures. Considering the prospect of being left behind to perform a month of cleaning duties if she gave up, she gritted her teeth and resolved to press on. However, when faced with the mid-stage guardian of the tower, after several rounds, Ouyang Shue began to feel overwhelmed and found herself steadily retreating. Her secret technique demands an immense amount of energy, rendering it unusable for a considerable period. The subsequent time became one of the most arduous chapters in her cultivation journey, as she found herself incessantly fleeing and enduring blows under the relentless pursuit of the guardian. Meanwhile, from a distance atop Tianhua Peak, the Taoist Chu observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Chapter 12, Special Abilities After a Prolonged Silence. He ultimately resolved to personally investigate. Upon reaching Tianhua Peak, he discovered that Su Che had just awakened from slumber, having inadvertently succumbed to intoxication after overindulging in the divine nectar of the Yao Qi that morning. "Master, what brings you here?" Su Che inquired softly, rubbing his drowsy eyes. "That I assumed you would be with that lady," Taoist Chu replied, somewhat astonished. "What lady? I don't comprehend what you're referring to. Tianhua Peak. It is merely my apprentice and I. Aside from my third disciple, Murong Qian, hence there are no other women here," Su Che responded, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Taoist Chu recounted the encounter with Ouyang Shue at the entrance of the sect to Su Che. Upon hearing this, Su Che furrowed his brow. "She came to seek me out?" Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of alertness as he probed with his spiritual sense, discovering Ouyang Shue quietly weeping within the trial tower. "Please let me out. I no longer wish to fight. Senior, can you hear me?" Su Che's voice echoed within the grand hall. I found her. As his words resonated, Ouyang Shue's figure emerged from the luminescence of the trial tower. Having just escaped a grueling trial, her body still slightly fatigued. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she was within a magnificent hall, and the peculiar old man she had previously encountered was curiously observing her. When her gaze fell upon the speaker, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. "ITSU," she nearly exclaimed, but quickly recognized his identity and promptly corrected herself. "Senior." Daoist Chu was filled with perplexity. Unable to fathom why this evidently powerful woman suddenly adopted such a respectful demeanor, he mused internally that, logically, given Ouyang Shue's prowess at the Spirit Lord realm, it should be they who referred to her as senior. Upon learning of Su Che's true identity as a spirit saint, Ouyang Shue promptly abandoned any thoughts of competing for his apprentice. Challenging the authority of a spirit saint was tantamount to courting death. She began to understand why exceptionally gifted disciples like Bai Feng appeared in the second-tier sect, Xiaoyao sect. It was because they were mentored by someone as formidable as Su Che. "What brings you to seek me?" Su Che inquired again as Ouyang Shue remained deep in thought. "Senior, I mean to ask if I've come to the wrong place. Do you believe me?" Ouyang Shue said awkwardly at that moment. A voice rang out from outside. "Master, I have returned." Before the words could fully settle, Bai Feng entered the grand hall, his face radiant with the joy of success. He reported to Su Che about the significant progress he had made during his external training, even achieving a breakthrough to the spirit general realm. However, when he caught sight of Ouyang Shue, his smile abruptly froze. "How is it you again?" Bai Feng exclaimed, his thoughts racing as he considered how this woman had managed to track him to Tianhua Peak. To prevent any misunderstandings with Su Che, Bai Feng hastily explained, "Master, during my training in the Xiaoyao mountain range, she sought to take me as her disciple, but I rejected her at that time. I never expected she would follow me here." Upon hearing this, Su Che's brow furrowed. This woman was attempting to snatch his apprentice. He had painstakingly found Bai Feng, who met the system's criteria as a disciple, only to discover she intended to usurp him. "It's a misunderstanding." The woman quickly clarified, "Senior, it truly is a misunderstanding. How could I dare to take your disciple? I merely surmise that your apprentice possesses extraordinary talent, and thus infer that his master must be an exceptional senior." At this point, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she swiftly altered her narrative. "In fact, I have come to seek apprenticeship." The more Ouyang Shue spoke, the more she felt her words were justified, prompting her to kneel before Su Che, sincerely stating, "Please accept me, senior." Internally, she lamented her misguided attempt to recruit someone from Tianhua Peak. Nevertheless, this could be a rare opportunity. The master of Tianhua Peak was indeed a living spirit saint. If she could become his disciple, such a performance. Bai Feng stood by, utterly astonished at the woman's persuasive prowess. Just then, Lu Peng emerged from a corner, pointing at Ouyang Shue and loudly rebuking her. "How shameless can you be? Did you not just claim to be the holy maiden of the Huan sect? Did you not say that the strongest in Xiaoyao sect is not even your match?" With each of Lu Peng's words, Ouyang Shue's face reddened, yet she remained respectfully kneeling, awaiting Su Che's judgment. As Su Che waved his hand, silencing Lu Peng, then discreetly employed his all-knowing eye to assess Ouyang Shue's strength. Although her talent was indeed commendable, a celestial root combined with a unique bloodline enabling her to reach the Spirit Lord realm at such a young age, this did not meet the system's stringent requirements. The system only accepted those who appeared to be underdogs as disciples. "My dear girl, please return. You do not meet the apprentice standards of Tianhua Peak," Su Che said, shaking his head. Upon hearing the rejection, Ouyang Shue let out a gentle sigh. So, in the eyes of a spirit saint like him, her modest talent was but inconsequential. While she felt a twinge of disappointment, she did not entirely relinquish hope. After all, the chance to apprentice under a spirit saint was not a daily occurrence. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ouyang Shue's eyes as she contemplated revealing her greatest secret for a slim chance. After a moment, she slowly raised her head and softly spoke. "Senior, I have only cultivated for 30 years. This statement nearly caused Daoist Chu, who had been quietly observing, to choke on his tea. 30 years to reach the Spirit Lord realm? It was utterly unbelievable. What extraordinary talent must she possess? Lu Peng also regarded Ouyang Shui with newfound respect, his previously stern expression now tinged with contemplation. Bai Feng silently encouraged himself. I must strive to bring honor to my master. Seeing the astonishment on the faces of those around her, Ouyang Shui felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She continued, Senior, the reason for my rapid cultivation is not solely due to my celestial root. Just as she prepared to divulge her secret, Su Che interjected. What you mean to say is that you possess the bloodline of the celestial demon. Specifically the nine-tailed fox, is it not? His tone was calm, as though he had already discerned everything. With his special ability, all-knowing eye, Su Che had uncovered Ouyang Shui's background. The nine-tailed fox, one of the most powerful royal families among the ancient demon clans. Ouyang Shui was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape as she struggled to respond, unable to find fitting words. This secret, unknown even to her sect and master, had been so effortlessly revealed by this enigmatic spirit saint. Even more astonishing was the fact that Su Che did not exhibit any particular interest in her celestial demon bloodline. Chapter 13. A malicious thought originally, Su Che intended to directly inform Ouyang Shui that bloodlines do not alter everything. But upon observing her despondent demeanor, he changed his mind and gently remarked, I reside here in seclusion and do not intend to recruit too many disciples. It seems our paths may not cross. Young lady, please take your leave. Is that our fates are not intertwined. It was not due to my lack of talent that the senior rejected me. Ouyang Shui murmured to herself. Seeking to comprehend the powerful being's decision, she consoled herself. Su Che received a system notification that filled him with excitement. Ding! An individual meeting the host's apprenticeship criteria has been identified. Please proceed immediately. This signified that he could unlock a higher cultivation efficiency, potentially achieving 1,000-fold enhancement of the heavenly path. Follow me, my dear apprentice. You shall soon have a fourth junior sister. Su Che waved at Bai Feng, disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him as he swiftly soared out of the grand hall. Yes, master. During this training, I acquired several excellent demon cores. They will serve perfectly as a welcoming gift for my little junior sister. Bai Feng eagerly responded. What? Ouyang Shui gasped. Senior, did you not just say you did not wish to recruit too many disciples? However, her words went unheard by Su Che. Confusion enveloped Ouyang Shui as she muttered softly. I must discern what makes the senior's newly accepted disciples so special. Could it be that they truly possess greater talent than I? With that, she promptly followed in pursuit of the direction Su Che and Bai Feng had taken. Su Che slowed his flight to allow Bai Feng to keep pace. His intention was not only to accommodate his apprentice, but also to prevent Ouyang Shui from perceiving his true strength. At the pinnacle of the mid-stage Spirit Saint realm, he could not surpass this companion during a full-speed flight. Ouyang Shui, noticing this, understood Su Che's considerate intentions and felt an increasing admiration for the senior. She silently lamented the rarity of such a master. Why had she not been graced with such fortune? The reason Su Che hurriedly made his way was that the system had just warned him that his newly acquired disciple was facing a life-threatening situation. At the same time, he yearned to activate the reward of 10,000 times the heavenly law as soon as possible. He silently vowed to himself, I shall discover who dares to harm my disciple. Lianhua village, now a desolate wasteland, had long been abandoned by its inhabitants, leaving only crumbling houses as remnants of its former prosperity. Beside a grave in this ruin, a small girl hid in the grass. Her face smeared with dirt, trembling all over the shadow, shrouded in black mist, slowly approached her, uttering deceitful words. Little sister, do not be afraid. Come with me, and I will free you from your suffering. The little girl shook her head in terror, wishing to hide herself deeper. The shadow's gaze was filled with greed as it muttered to itself. The old demon's calculations were indeed correct. This is truly a body of heavenly punishment. With her blood, my cursed magic will advance further. The shadow believed it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and intended to monopolize the girl's power before returning to eliminate its own master. I could see that moment. 3 beams of light swiftly approached, interrupting its plans. Who is it? The shadow sensed the arrival of others and immediately grew alert. Ouyang Shui, upon seeing that the newcomer was a demon cultivator with seemingly low cultivation, felt quite puzzled. She originally thought Su Che's objective was this demon cultivator, and thus felt somewhat confused. All of this transpired before the little girl, who was regarded as an ill-fated person from birth, bringing calamity wherever she went, leading others to avoid her. This senior, could they be a master of the demonic path? Ouyang Shui speculated, just as Su Che suddenly spoke up. How dare you covet my disciple? You truly do not know the meaning of life and death. As soon as Su Che's words fell, he immediately struck, but he gently waved his spiritual energy, tenderly bringing the little girl hiding in the grass to his side. Then coldly fixed his gaze upon the demon cultivator, who was merely at the early stage of innate cultivation, as Su Che's eyes brimmed with killing intent. Although the Xiaoyao sect was merely a second-rate sect, as a righteous force, opposing the demonic path was their duty. Not to mention, this demon cultivator had the audacity to harbor ill intentions toward his disciple. Bai Feng, witnessing his master's fury, immediately stepped forward, drawing his burning heaven flame ruler, and shouted, "Bold demon cultivator, you dare to lay your hands on my little junior sister. You are truly courting death." The demon cultivator, initially on alert watching the three, turned pale upon realizing their strength far surpassed his own. "Senior, you may have misunderstood." The demon cultivator attempted to explain. "This little girl has never practiced cultivation. How could she possibly become your disciple?" Bai Feng glanced at his master, seeing Su Che's killing intent unabated, and without hesitation, raised his giant ruler and charged at the demon cultivator. "Still dare to argue? Prepare to die." Bai Feng's fighting style was fierce and direct, and the burning heaven flame ruler complemented it perfectly. With Lu Peng secretly guiding him, Bai Feng quickly defeated his opponent after just a few exchanges, pinning the demon cultivator down with a foot. "Young hero, please spare me." The demon cultivator pleaded that my master is the demon lord Lu Ming. He will not let you off. Bai Feng ignored his pleas and swiftly ended the battle. "What demon lord? Before my master, they are insignificant beings," he smiled to reassure the little girl. "Do not be afraid, little junior sister. The bad guy's already been dealt with by your senior brother. No one will bully you anymore." Su Che nodded with satisfaction, feeling pleased with his eldest disciple's performance. I could see this moment. Ouyang Shui finally understood that the new disciple the senior intended to accept was indeed this inconspicuous little girl. However, her thoughts were soon occupied by the demon cultivator's words before his demise. "Senior, that demon lord Lu Ming is a notorious figure within the Xintian continent." Ouyang Shui reminded, "It is said that he reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sovereign realm 200 years ago and is likely nearing the spiritual emperor realm now." Su Che, however, waved his hand dismissively, having already formally accepted this nameless little girl and named her Murong Qian. A crisp notification sound rang out, echoing in Su Che's ears like the morning bell and evening drum. "Congratulations. Esteemed master, you have successfully accepted a disciple, instantly ascending to the spiritual emperor realm." Following that, another sound chimed. "Congratulations, your 4 disciples are now at full capacity, and you are granted a special ability, instant kill at the same level. This means that against opponents of the same or lower tier, Su Che can decisively strike down his foes without hesitation. This new skill felt tailor-made for him, as Su Che's cultivation had always relied on the system's assistance, and he had never delved deeply into any profound secret arts or techniques. Although his foundation was solid, the outcome was still unpredictable when facing formidable opponents. Now, with the ability to instantly kill at the same level, what need was there for complex moves? Just a simple and direct strike to eliminate. Chapter 14. Thorough understanding, Su Che secretly reveled in his newfound power before turning to head back to his dwelling. Not long after, in a hidden cave far in the sky, an elderly demon lord with white hair was seething with rage. His disciple had been killed, and this had disrupted his plans to ascend to the spiritual emperor realm. The old demon lord vowed to spare no expense in finding the culprit and tearing them apart. He quickly retrieved a divination artifact and began to perform secret arts to search for clues. Back at Tianhua Peak, Su Che was currently assisting Murong Qian in her cultivation in the main hall. "Master, can I really cultivate?" Morong Qian's eyes were filled with tension and anticipation. She had been rescued from a dire situation by Su Che. Su Che gently replied, "Of course, I have prepared for you an exceptionally precious Imperial-level technique, the Reverse Heaven Sword technique. IT utilizes the sword as a medium, pursuing a spirit of fearless advancement. Even when faced with the obstruction of heavenly laws, it can cut through barriers." Yu Che infused the sword technique into Murong Qian's brow as a beam of light and advised her that if she encountered any confusion, she could seek guidance from her senior brother. The little junior sister nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and determination. After Bai Feng took Murong Qian away to settle her in, Su Che turned to inquire with the system regarding his disciple's cultivation needs. "System, I recall you mentioning that in order for a disciple to cultivate smoothly, besides a suitable technique, other conditions are also required. Correct?" Su Che furrowed his brow and asked, "System, do I still need a sword capable of withstanding heavenly punishment? Otherwise, how can we pass through the thunder tribulation?" "Indeed, host. Even the highest grade, 9th grade spiritual treasure would struggle to remain intact against the punishment of heavenly laws. We need weapons forged from special materials." Su Che waved his hand, appearing somewhat impatient. "Just tell me what to do." Recently, he had been quite pleased with his two disciples, particularly the newly accepted little disciple, whose endearing demeanor stirred a sense of affection that helped little disciple Murong Qian grow rapidly. He, as her master, was exerting great effort. The system continued. "The demon Lord Lu Ming possesses a piece of soul-devouring demon crystal, which has been refined for hundreds of years. This would serve as excellent material for crafting the sword's core." Yu Che nodded in understanding, while secretly deciding that the demon Lord Lu Ming might need to be eliminated. 3 days later, the Xiaoyao sect suddenly announced the closure of its gates, and the sect leader, Chu Xiudao, ordered the activation of the protective formation, prohibiting all disciples from going out within the sect leader's hall. Chu Xiudao paced back and forth with a solemn expression, continuously sending out messages with his communication sword. Upon receiving the news, the heads of various peaks hurriedly arrived to inquire about the situation. "What on earth happened?" one head asked urgently. "Why the sudden closure of the gates?" another added. Chu Xiudao sighed and then asked everyone, "Has anyone encountered and killed a demon cultivator named Lin Yun in recent days?" The reactions varied. Some were puzzled, while others nonchalantly remarked on having slain countless demon cultivators, unable to recall specific names. However, when it was revealed that Lin Yun was, in fact, a disciple of the demon Lord Lu Ming, and that this powerful demon, at the pinnacle of the spiritual sovereign realm, had come demanding the Xiaoyao sect deliver the killer of his disciple within 3 days, or face a bloodbath, the entire hall was filled with shocked gasps. The demon Lord Lu Ming, is he not the formidable demon that even the Huan sect struggles to subdue? One head asked, his face pale. "Indeed, it is he," Chu Xiudao replied heavily, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. The gathered heads exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gazes on sect leader Chu Xiudao. "Why are you looking at me?" "I have not left the sect for these past days," Chu Xiudao stated. The new head of Liuli Peak pointed towards Tianhua Peak, his expression grave. This matter should be related to Tianhua Peak. He hesitated to speak further, but the implication was clear. Since the problem originated from Tianhua Peak, perhaps it was their responsibility to bear the consequences. "Nonsense," Chu Xiudao bellowed. "Our sect has never had a precedent of betraying its own, let alone facing a demon regarded as a great enemy by the righteous." His voice grew even more severe. "Should there be any further reckless talk, I will not let it slide." Despite the fact that the Taoist Chu is usually affable and approachable, once provoked, none of the peak leaders dare to challenge his authority lightly. "I have summoned you all to urge you to restrain your disciples from venturing outside and to strictly guard the mountain gate." Taoist Chu proclaimed, "I have already sent out distress signals to the other immortal sects and to the Hahuan sect, and I trust that they will take into account our shared commitment to the righteous path and will not stand idly by." Meanwhile, Su Che was leisurely indulging in rare spiritual fruits atop Tianhua Peak, occasionally savoring the exquisite spiritual tea carefully brewed by his young disciple, Murong Qian, as the sect leader. Although Taoist Chu seldom intervened in day-to-day affairs, he was well aware of the happenings within the sect, that he knew that the only ones capable of leaving the sect and contending with the demon lord Luo Ming were the master and disciple duo from Tianhua Peak. To avoid internal strife, he deliberately chose not to inform Su Che. After calming the other peak leaders, Daoist Chu made his way alone to Tianhua Peak. Su Shitty, your taste for leisure remains undiminished. You have such fine treasures, yet do not think to inform your senior brother. Daoist Chu remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm that Su Che, now the official leader of Tianhua Peak, held a status equal to that of the sect leader. Making such a form of address quite natural. Chinner, please brew a cup of spiritual tea for the sect leader, Su Che instructed, having always held a favorable impression of Daoist Chu. After his disciple complied, he inquired, Sect leader, your visits are indeed rare. Is there an important matter at hand today? Su Shitty, do you still maintain contact with Miss Morome? Daoist Chu asked. Su Che was momentarily taken aback, suspecting that the elder might have ulterior motives regarding Ouyang Shui. However, upon further reflection, he considered how unlikely it was for a venerable elder from the Holy Land to deign to visit the humble Xiaoyao sect. Unless, sect leader, please speak candidly, Su Che urged. Ahem, Daoist Chu set down his teacup and continued. Miss Murong's last visit was rather hasty, and I failed to fulfill my host duties. I wonder if Su Shitty could invite Miss Murong to grace us with her presence again. He thought to himself that if Ouyang Shui could represent the Hehuan sect in person, perhaps it would instill some caution in that old demon lord, preventing him from acting recklessly against the Xiaoyao sect. At this juncture, Su Che remained unaware of Daoist Chu's true intentions, merely perceiving that the elder wished to establish amicable relations with the Holy Land, and thus did not dwell on it further. This is her communication jade slip. The sect leader may contact her directly. On the Xintian continent, where the Hehuan sect was located, Ouyang Shui received astonishing news the day after her return to the Holy Land. The long-absent demon Lord Luo Ming had suddenly reappeared and had already targeted the Xiaoyao sect. The old demon is moving against the Xiaoyao sect so swiftly. She pondered. Have the elders been made aware of this matter? Chapter 15. The reclusive spirit Saint Ouyang Shui smiled slightly, thinking that the old demon was truly courting disaster this time. He dares to provoke us. I believe that after tomorrow, the Xintian continent will no longer have the presence of the demon Lord Luo Ming. She was resolute, believing that the old demon's days of tyranny were numbered, and felt no fear of his threats. A mere peak spirit venerable daring to challenge a spirit saint is simply a fool's errand. At that moment, Ouyang Shui received a summons from the Holy Master and hurried to the Holy Hall. Within the hall, besides the Holy Master, several elders who had not entered seclusion were present. Now that Holy Maiden Ouyang has arrived, we shall commence, the Holy Master declared. I trust you have all heard about the old demon and the Xiaoyao sect. The entire Xintian continent is watching the situation. As the foremost sect, we must declare our stance. The Holy Master scanned the elders, awaiting their opinions. The Grand Elder spoke first. Holy Master, the demon Lord Luo Ming was already at the peak of the spirit venerable realm hundreds of years ago. Now that he has resurfaced, he is likely at the spirit emperor level. The second elder expressed his concerns. Indeed, Holy Master, apart from the reclusive ancestor, you are the only one who has attained the spirit emperor realm. The implication was clear. Unless the Holy Master intervened personally, it would be challenging for anyone else to contend with the old demon. The Holy Master fixed a stern gaze upon the two elders and inquired, do you truly believe we should remain passive, or do you think that those of higher cultivation fear death more? Faced with the Holy Master's severe glare, the Grand Elder hastily clarified, not at all. Holy Master, my point is that we must act with caution. The old demon's target is not the entire Xiaoyao sect, but rather the killer of his disciple, that we can protect the Xiaoyao sect, yet allow them to handle the surrender of the culprit themselves. This way, we maintain the dignity of the Holy Land without directly confronting the old demon. The second elder quickly concurred. Exactly, Holy Master. The Grand Elder's reasoning holds merit. Our actions would also showcase our stance to the Xintian continent. As long as the old demon is not foolish, he will understand his options. That is unacceptable. Just as the Holy Master was contemplating whether to compromise, Ouyang Shui abruptly stood, breaking the silence. The Holy Master was slightly startled. Junior sister, do you have a different perspective? The Grand Elder inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. However, Ouyang Shui did not respond to the Grand Elder's question. Instead, she strode confidently to the center of the hall and said resolutely to the Holy Master, "Holy Master, our Hahuan sect must not yield on this matter. On the contrary, we should fully support the Xiaoyao sect, demonstrating to all the immortal sects of the Xiantian continent that we will never coexist with the demonic path." Her voice resonated with determination. The Grand Elder sighed softly, seemingly resigned to the audacity of youth. Before the Holy Master could voice his thoughts, Ouyang Shui dropped a bombshell. "Holy Master, the leader of Tianhua Peak, Su Che, is actually a reclusive spirit saint." The hall erupted in astonishment. What? A spirit saint? The assembly found it hard to believe. How could that be possible? The Holy Master himself appeared quite taken aback that he knew well that Ouyang Shui was not one to jest. Yet her words seemed implausible. How could a second-rate sect harbor such a formidable figure? "Everyone, please trust me. I would stake my life on the truth of my words," Ouyang Shui emphasized, adding, "and I witnessed it with my own eyes." To substantiate her claim, Ouyang Shui presented a fourth-grade spiritual treasure obtained from the Trial Tower. "Behold, this treasure is one I acquired there." The senior from Su Che's side possesses countless high-grade spiritual treasures. As the reality of the fourth-grade spiritual treasure sank in, the doubts among the gathered began to dissipate. T.O. acquires such a treasure through a mere trial. Just how affluent could that senior be? The Holy Master finally nodded. "I believe you, Junior Sister Morone. Given this, we must leave a good impression on Senior Su Che that I cannot depart the Holy Domain. Which of you is willing to represent the Holy Land and visit the Xiaoyao sect?" The Grand Elder immediately responded, "I shall go. My cultivation is the highest. I am most suited for this task." The same Grand Elder who had just opposed confronting the demonic path now eagerly sought to undertake this mission. "Allow me to accompany you. I have just received news that the senior particularly enjoys tea, and I happen to have the latest harvest of Millennium Maojian." Junior Sister Murong eagerly chimed in. "I wish to go as well. I wish to go." The crowd of elders clamored in response. Observing the scene of the elders jostling to volunteer, the Holy Master could not help but feel a headache coming on. Just moments ago, they were all keeping their distance, and now, upon hearing there is a spirit saint backing us, they suddenly act as if they are meeting their long-lost father. Enough, no need to quarrel. With me here, that is sufficient. You all may go together. The following day marked the final day of the 3-day ultimatum set by the demon lord Luoming. The gates of the Xiaoyao sect were tightly sealed, as if an invisible pressure enveloped the entire sect, and the expressions of the disciples were fraught with unease. The deadline has arrived. "I have come." Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the sky as the demon lord Luoming descended, cloaked in an aura of malevolence. "Immediately surrender the one who killed my disciple, or today, not a single soul in the Xiaoyao sect shall escape." Without further ado, the demon lord unleashed a powerful palm strike from the air, summoning a massive blood-red hand that lunged towards the Xiaoyao sect. With a resounding crash, the recently repaired protective formation of the Xiaoyao sect was obliterated in an instant, and the shockwave sent low-ranking disciples hiding in their caves sprawling to the ground. Coughing up blood, Luoming the old demon, "Do not be so arrogant." At that moment, beams of escape light surged forth as the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect took the lead, declaring, "As long as we are here today, you shall not have free reign, you vile demon. This is it. The old demon has truly come knocking. There is no escaping this time. What shall we do?" Within the Xiaoyao sect, the elders gathered, the atmosphere chaotic. The strongest among them, Taoist Chu, had merely reached the spirit saint level, while the old demon had already attained the peak of the spirit venerable realm centuries ago. How could they withstand such a disparity in strength? Wait a moment, it seems there is hope. The Hahuan sect had actually dispatched several elders to provide support. Amidst the ethereal heights of Tianhua Peak, Su Che was diligently assessing the progress of his disciples' cultivation when a sudden resounding crash echoed through the air. The protective formation of the Xiaoyao sect had collapsed. Just as he prepared to venture outside to ascertain the situation, the Taoist Chu materialized before him, obstructing his path. "Junior Brother Su, please remain on Tianhua Peak. The situation outside is merely a trifling issue." The Hahuan sect has dispatched elders to handle it, so there is no need for concern. The Taoist Chu, apprehensive of Su Che, who had been accused of murdering an opponent's disciple, feared that his presence could incite the old demon lord. Chapter 16. The path to cultivation was fraught with peril, as the possibility that the elders of the Hahuan sect might be unable to restrain him loomed ominously. What has transpired? Who is causing a ruckus outside? Su Che furrowed his brow, observing the grave expression on Taoist Chu's face, instinctively sensing that the matter at hand was far more complex than it appeared, outside the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. The dark figure of Luo Ming, the demon sovereign, wore a sinister smile as he faced the formidable elders of the Holy Lands. Without hesitation, he unleashed his long-cultivated innate treasure, the Tongming demon crystal, instantly enveloping the entire Xiaoyao sect in an invisible barrier. Since you refuse to yield, let us today offer the blood of every member of the Xiaoyao sect as a tribute to my disciple's soul. With a single command, the Zhutian meteor array was activated, plunging the sky into an oppressive darkness as if engulfed by eternal night, the wind carrying a chilling wail. This is dire. That old demon is truly insane. He intends to sacrifice the entire Xiaoyao sect. The elder of the Hahuan sect was filled with dread and hurriedly sought to intervene. Let us combine our strength. We must stop him. If he commits such a heinous act here, we will all be deemed sinners of this land. As the leading sect of the Xintian continent, the Hahuan sect could not afford to stand idly by while Luo Ming wreaked havoc. However, as several elders joined forces to cast their spells, they suddenly found their power uncontrollably siphon away towards the array's core. Elder, what is happening? My spiritual energy is dissipating. A cruel smile spread across Luo Ming's face as he declared. When I ascended to the Spirit Emperor realm, my foundation was unstable, and I nearly fell into madness. I had planned to use the blood of the Xiaoyao sect to stabilize myself, but I never anticipated such unexpected gains. Ha! Ouyang Shui felt a tightening in her chest. Faced with impending doom, she swiftly regained her composure. I must inform the elder. Only he can counterbalance this madman. She immediately sent a distress signal to Su Che via a communication jade slip. Everyone, hold on. I have contacted the elder. Once he arrives, that old demon will surely meet his end. Indeed, we must summon the elder for assistance. Meanwhile, within Tianhua Peak, upon receiving Ouyang Shui's message, Su Che's doubts were dispelled, and he swiftly made his way to the gates. The audacity of the old demon seeking him out was shocking. Just as the situation appeared dire, an unexpected opportunity had arisen. Formidable Spirit Emperor. Su Che moved with remarkable speed, arriving at the gates in the blink of an eye. What he encountered made him frown. Several elders of the Holy Lands were struggling against the overwhelming assault of Luo Ming. You are Luo Ming, the demon sovereign? Su Che inquired calmly, gazing up at the devilish visage that wore a mocking grin. Elder, you have finally appeared. The Grand Elder and the other elders, seeing Su Che for the first time, were filled with a glimmer of hope. They sensed an unfathomable power emanating from him, affirming Ouyang Shui's assessment that this reclusive figure was indeed their savior. Taoist Chu hurriedly arrived, witnessing the scene with rising anxiety. Everyone remain calm. The old demon's strength surpasses our expectations. Do not act rashly. Yet, Su Che merely waved his hand reassuringly and stepped unhesitatingly into the treacherous array laid by Luo Ming. Oh, you have the Tongming demon crystal? He suddenly asked, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What? You seek my Tongming demon crystal? You truly do not know the meaning of death? Luo Ming roared, incensed by Su Che's audacity. That it is you. Su Che continued to advance. Seemingly impervious to the effects of Luo Ming's array, I have no taste for senseless conflict. If you willingly surrender the Tongming demon crystal, I might spare your life. His voice remained steady and resolute. Luo Ming, hearing this, laughed even more maniacally, convinced that this individual before him was utterly mad to speak thus in his presence. I could see that moment. The various peak masters of the Xiaoyao sect, led by Taoist Chu, arrived at the scene. They beheld Su Che boldly entering the enemy's ranks, their hearts filled with trepidation. Master, has Su Che lost his mind? How can he act so recklessly? This is tantamount to courting death. Even the elders of the Hahuan sect found it difficult to extricate themselves from their predicament. Was this to be the end of the Xiaoyao sect? Yet, unbeknownst to them, every action Su Che took radiated confidence. As if he had long since prepared for this moment, Daoist Chu's gaze drifted over the bewildered faces of the sect's disciples, weighed down by a heavy heart. He understood that the Xiaoyao sect might struggle to evade calamity today. Given this, we might as well fight with all our might. Even if it costs us our lives, we must make that evil old demon pay a price. Daoist Chu silently resolved, preparing to lead the Peak Masters into a decisive battle against their foe. However, at that instant, Su Che had already appeared before Luo Ming. You had the chance to choose the light, yet you deliberately walked into darkness. Su Che's tone was calm and unwavering. Luo Ming, sensing Su Che's proximity, grew wary, unable to perceive the true extent of his cultivation, which filled him with unease. He had intended to use the power of the array to deliver a fatal blow to Su Che. But as he exerted himself to activate the array, he discovered that the spiritual energy of the Holy Land elders was being drained at an alarming rate. You charlatan, perish! Luo Ming bellowed, shadows of countless ghosts swirling within the array. Shaking the very heavens and earth, that a vast, blood-red net, suffused with a sense of annihilation, descended upon Su Che. Yet, Su Che merely watched with calm detachment, devoid of fear or inclination to flee. Is this truly your limit? He inquired with a hint of curiosity. As the blood net was about to engulf Su Che, the elders of the Hahuan sect and the members of the Xiaoyao sect held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Su Che extended 2 fingers and effortlessly snapped his fingers. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the world fell silent, save for the sound of their own heartbeats, with the echo of the snap dissipating. The sea of blood vanished without a trace. The sky regained its clarity, and sunlight once more bathed everyone in its warmth. Luo Ming, suspended in midair, stood frozen, witnessing his own body gradually becoming transparent. His life force swiftly ebbing away. I am a spirit emperor. How can this be? Luo Ming murmured in disbelief, ultimately leaving behind a cry of resentment. Any who dare challenge the Xiaoyao sect shall face the severest of consequences. Su Che coldly declared, retrieving the Tongming demon crystal from the ground before turning back toward Tianhua Peak. Now, this demon crystal would pave the way for his disciple Murong Qian's journey into cultivation. Old demon, you are facing a spirit saint. Ouyang Shui exclaimed excitedly. Knowing her instincts had been correct, Su Che was indeed a master of the highest caliber. Chapter 17. Precious Resources Spirit Saint. In his final moments, a flicker of regret crossed Luo Ming's eyes. This is my fate. I have wrought countless slaughters in my life. Could there truly be a cycle of karmic retribution? If there's a next life, I shall never tread the path of demonic cultivation again. His words faded. The once mighty overlord of the demon realm dissolved into nothingness, vanishing from the fabric of existence, marking the end of a formidable era. The Grand Elder and his companions were invigorated as they witnessed the effortless defeat of Luo Ming by the Spirit Saint. Who could have imagined that a being of such strength would fall so easily? It was as if they had awoken from a dream. Perhaps it is best to venture out less. The world beyond is perilously treacherous. In contrast to the older elders, Ouyang Shui felt little sorrow at Luo Ming's demise. She turned and raced towards Tianhua Peak, her mind singularly focused on one thought. I must closely follow this elder. Ouyang Saintess, please wait for us. We wish to pay our respects to the elder as well. Several young disciples hurriedly trailed after her. The Grand Elder and the others, witnessing Ouyang Shui's actions, quickly regained their composure and unhesitatingly followed, their excitement palpable, to the mountain gates. Only Daoist Chu and a few peak masters remained. Exchanging perplexed glances, Master, was that Su Che who just acted? Is he not a spirit saint? How? Daoist Chu's gaze revealed his confusion, having gleaned key information from the elders of the Hahuan sect. Elder, spirit saint. What a surprise. Our Tianhua Peak's foremost figure has hidden his capabilities so deeply. Let us go to Tianhua Peak. When the crowd arrived at Tianhua Peak, Su Che had already completed the task of erasing the mark of the Demon Lord from the Tongming magic crystal and assisted Murong Qian in refining it into her life sword embryo, integrating it within her body in the future. As Murong Qian practices the heavenly sword technique and continually makes breakthroughs, her life sword embryo will grow alongside her, capable of withstanding the majority of heavenly punishments during tribulations. Thank you, Master. Murong Qian gazed up at Su Che with her bright eyes, tightly hugging his leg in gratitude. During her time at Tianhua Peak, she felt indescribably happy, not only having a master who treated her like a father, but also a caring senior brother. Bai Feng in order to help his little junior sister regain her strength. Bai Feng always prepared a variety of delicious food with great care, which further deepened their bond. Yu Che affectionately patted his little disciple's head and then retrieved an abundance of spiritual treasures from the system warehouse, laying them out on the ground. There are many items here that I no longer need. Choose what you like. Faced with the array of rare treasures scattered across the ground, Murong Qian's mouth slightly dropped open in astonishment. However, after a moment's thought, she said, "Let senior brother choose first." "I've already made my choice. Look, this burning sky flame ruler is a gift from Master." Bai Feng skillfully lifted the enormous ruler from his back and carefully presented it to Murong Qian. As the masters and disciples discussed their selections of treasures, a group of elders from the sacred land and high-ranking members of the Xianyao sect suddenly surged onto Tianhua Peak, upon seeing the various spiritual treasures displayed on the ground. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. "Good heavens, that sword must be a 9th-grade spiritual treasure," exclaimed one. "In that orb, it appears to be the inner core of an 8th-tier demon saint." For Ouyang Shui, these treasures were nothing new. She had long grown accustomed to the opulence of her predecessor's treasures. Observing the greedy expressions on the faces of the elders, she could not help but frown and say, "Oh, look at yourselves. You're all grown adults, yet you're drooling like children. Don't you feel embarrassed? You're bringing shame to our Hahuan sect, and our friends from the Xianyao sect are watching." Hearing her words, the elders quickly wiped the corners of their mouths, awkwardly glancing at the representatives from the Xianyao sect. However, they soon realized that the reaction from the Xianyao sect was hardly any better. Some were even trembling with excitement. With such a rich foundation, did this elder plunder some hidden ancient clan? The elders speculated in their hearts, sympathizing with the potential misfortune of that unfortunate faction. Not daring to interrupt Su Che, who was conversing with his two disciples, the elders turned to approach the representatives from the Xianyao sect. "Now that we have confirmed the presence of a spiritual sage among the Xianyao sect, we must be more cautious in our approach." The Grand Elder communicated silently to the other elders that I suggest we proactively offer several high-grade spiritual veins as a gesture of goodwill. What do you all think? The second elder immediately nodded in agreement. "I concur. A few spiritual veins are trivial to our Hahuan sect, but establishing a connection with a spiritual sage is of utmost importance. Indeed, this elder is worth our utmost effort to befriend." After reaching unanimous consent, the Grand Elder swiftly produced a communication jade slip to contact the Holy Master. "Oh, this cannot be. The Grand Elder is being too polite." Upon learning that the Hahuan sect was willing to generously gift 6 high-grade spiritual veins to the Xianyao sect, the high-ranking members of the latter were nearly ecstatic. 0.6 high-grade spiritual veins. Although the Xianyao sect was nominally the foremost sect in Mo City, in reality, many large spiritual veins were held by first-rate forces or sacred lands outside their territory. The Xianyao sect only truly possessed 1 high-grade spiritual vein, while the rest were merely mediocre. Now, with the addition of the Hahuan sect's generous offering, the leaders were grinning from ear to ear, already planning how to allocate these precious resources. The Grand Elder beamed to the members of the Xianyao sect, satisfied as he declared, "Of course, with such a powerful elder among us, the Xianyao sect is not far from becoming a sacred land. It is essential to maintain appearances." On one hand, people sought to curry favor with Su Che, the so-called spiritual sage. On the other, they wished to establish friendly relations with the Xianyao sect, which was on the brink of elevation to a sacred land. In this atmosphere, both sides engaged in pleasant discourse. After finally bidding farewell to the Grand Elder and his entourage, Daoist Chu could hardly wait to bring the leaders from other peaks to Tianhua Peak. Junior Brother Su, you've certainly given us quite a bit of concern. Indeed, we've been worried for a long time. With you here, the Xianyao sect truly has a chance to become a sacred land. Facing the enthusiasm of his fellow disciples, Su Che felt a flicker of emotion within him. Through the recent incident involving the Demon Lord, he sensed the acceptance from the entire Xianyao sect, especially the assistance from Daoist Chu at a critical moment, which gave him a genuine sense of belonging. Don't say that. I merely concealed a bit of my strength. Just a bit. Daoist Chu questioned incredulously. Junior Brother Su, are you implying it was merely a trivial amount? Su Che chuckled wryly and shook his head. All right, I confess it was more than just a trivial amount. Chapter 18. A rare master when it came to this. Daoist Chu's tone suddenly turned formal. The 6 high-grade spiritual veins offered by the Hahuan sect are actually in consideration of you. We plan to allocate 3 to Tianhua Peak, with the remainder shared among the other 6 peaks. Su Che pondered for a moment before declining the proposal. There's no need. 0.1 spiritual vein per peak is just right. Besides, we have 4 disciples at Tianhua Peak, and I do not intend to take more apprentices in the future. 1 high-grade spiritual vein is sufficient. Upon hearing Su Che voluntarily relinquish 2 spiritual veins, everyone could not help but feel ecstatic, for the benefits of exclusively possessing a single spiritual vein were self-evident. With the matter of the spiritual veins settled, Su Che then produced several advanced cultivation techniques from his sleeve and handed them to Daoist Chu and the others. These are all esteemed level techniques. Each of you may select one that, if the Xianyao sect wishes to become a sacred land, practicing these techniques is an essential step. Upon witnessing the esteemed level techniques before their eyes, Daoist Chu and the others cast aside their usual restraint and eagerly began to peruse them. Selecting techniques suitable for their respective branches, Junior Brother Su, these techniques, Daoist Chu's concern lingered. He worried about the origins of these techniques, for each esteemed level technique was a closely guarded secret of a sacred land. Rest assured, these techniques are all treasures I found in a secret realm, unclaimed by any master, Su Che softly explained, alleviating everyone's worries as Su Che spun a tale, claiming he had inadvertently stumbled upon a mysterious place years ago, which explained how he had acquired such profound cultivation. In truth, Su Che was not unwilling to share sacred or imperial level cultivation methods. However, the current strength of the Xianyao sect, even with the newly discovered 6 high-grade spiritual veins, could only support the cultivation of esteemed level techniques. After all, the resource disparity between disciples from other peaks and his own disciples was quite pronounced. His 4 disciples not only possessed top-tier techniques and spiritual treasures, but they were also abundantly supplied with all necessary resources and elixirs for cultivation. All of this was thanks to their generous master. The rewards from daily sign-ins were overwhelming in the days that followed. The entire Xianyao sect was enveloped in jubilation. After obtaining the new esteemed level techniques, Daoist Chu and others immediately began to study them personally and arranged for the exceptionally talented disciples within the sect to switch their cultivation paths. Originally, the inner disciples received a monthly allocation of 300 inferior spirit stones, equivalent to 3 superior spirit stones. Now, with the addition of the 6 new high-grade spiritual veins, that number tripled. Each inner disciple's monthly allocation reached a staggering 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Although this investment still fell short of what a true sacred land could provide, it was already comparable to many first-rate forces. One day, on Tianhua Peak, Bai Feng, bearing the massive ruler and holding a family letter, gazed into the distance with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Lu Xiao, I hope you still remember our agreement from 3 years ago. Just as Bai Feng was lost in thought, he was interrupted by the cheerful laughter of Murong Qian from behind. Senior brother, why are you standing here in a daze? Murong Qian skipped over, waving her jade-like little hand in front of Bai Feng. Bai Feng snapped back to reality, gently ruffling her hair as he softly said, Little junior sister, I plan to descend the mountain soon. Descend the mountain? Murong Qian immediately perked up. I want to go too. Senior brother, take me with you. During her time at Tianhua Peak, Murong Qian had been especially cherished by Master Su Che and senior brother Bai Feng, and she had long since regained her former lively and cheerful demeanor. Hearing about the impending descent, her curiosity about the world below made her eager to join. "All right, senior brother will take you down the mountain. Let us go tell Master now." When Bai Feng brought Murong Qian to find Su Che to express their desire to descend the mountain, Su Che not only nodded in agreement, but also offered to accompany the two disciples on their journey. "I know you must be going down to settle matters from the past. Go ahead and do what you wish, and with me here, no one can bring you harm." Master Bai Feng was deeply moved to find his master accompanying him in person, his voice choked with emotion. Disciple is immensely grateful. Reflecting on the past, Bai Feng and Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Xiao, were once heralded as the twin jewels of Yin City, having pledged their engagement since childhood, their bond profound. However, 3 years prior, during an outing, Bai Feng was ambushed by unknown assailants, suffering severe injuries that rendered him incapable of cultivation, thus being regarded as a waste. Lu Xiao, instead of aiding the Bai family in pursuing the culprits, sent a letter of annulment the very next day. Soon after, she was chosen by the prestigious Ling Mountain Island in northern state, becoming its true disciple. Consequently, the Lu family rapidly ascended to prominence, establishing itself as the most illustrious family in Yin City, while the once equally renowned Bai family gradually declined to a second-rate status. That on this day, Bai Feng received a letter from home, urging him not to rush back, as a mysterious secret realm had been discovered outside Yin City, where it was said that Lu Xiao would return from her sect to lead family members in exploring the site. Bai Feng's father remained oblivious to his son's true cultivation level, only knowing that he seemed to have joined a minor sect in Mo City. His father speculated that, given Bai Feng's previously deemed unsuitable physique for cultivation, he would likely not receive much attention within the Xiaoyao sect. Nonetheless, Bai Feng's master, Su Che, despite lacking the specifics of the situation, was determined to seek justice for his disciple. The purpose of this journey down the mountain was to support Bai Feng. While he believed Bai Feng's prowess to be exceptional among his peers, Su Che harbored concerns regarding the possibility of underhanded tactics from others. In reality, Bai Feng had already reached the late stage of Spirit General, standing just a step away for the Transcendent Realm, demonstrating astonishing progress. Even Murong Qian, a latecomer to the sect, had refined her innate sword embryo and, with the aid of the imperial-level Defiant sword technique and the hundredfold cultivation effect provided by Su Che, had attained the late stage of Spirit Sect. 3 days later, the trio of master and disciples packed their belongings and set forth on the journey to Yin City. Yin City, situated at the border of Mo City and Northern State, was a relatively small town where the strongest individuals barely reached the early stage of Spirit General. In such a place, Spirit Sect cultivators were already considered rare experts, at that moment, near a low-grade spiritual vein outside Yin City. Two teams were locked in a standoff, their youthful leaders refusing to yield. One of them was Bai Shuang, the second son of the Bai family, whose elder brother was Bai Feng. Today was supposed to be the routine day for the Bai family to collect offerings from various spiritual veins. But they unexpectedly encountered members of the Lu family to make matters worse. Lu Tianyong, the Lu family's second son, claimed that this spiritual vein also belonged to the Lu family, intending to divide it in half. "You've gone too far, Lu Tianyong," Bai Shuang exclaimed angrily. "This spiritual vein has always belonged to the Bai family. When did it become your right to exploit it?" Chapter 19. The opportunity of the secret realm Bai Shuang was at the late stage of Spirit Emperor, while Lu Tianyong, bolstered by Lu Xiao's support, had already reached the pinnacle of Spirit Emperor, on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm. In response to Bai Shuang's accusations, Lu Tianyong scoffed. "You truly are a fool. If it weren't for the fact that we are both citizens of Yin City, the Lu family would have long since swallowed the Bai family whole. What right do you have to this spiritual vein? Just because of your useless brother?" Upon hearing the insult directed at his brother, Bai Shuang's fury ignited, and he raised his sword to strike at Lu Tianyong. Both had comparable talents, each possessing medium-grade spiritual roots. Yet with Lu Xiao's assistance, Lu Tianyong evidently held the upper hand. Lu Tianyong sneered, disregarding Bai Shuang's assault. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Not only were their cultivation realms different, but their weapons were also vastly unequal. Bai Feng wielded a low-grade artifact suitable for beginners, while Lu Tianyong brandished a high-grade 6th-tier artifact that once belonged to his sister, Lu Xiao. Everyone, take note, he struck first. Do not accuse my Lu family of bullying the weak. Lu Tianyong proclaimed loudly, before immediately engaging Bai Shuang in combat. The skirmish lasted merely a few rounds, as Lu Tianyong, leveraging his superior spiritual power, sent Bai Shuang's flying sword spiraling away, halting his blade mere inches from Bai Shuang's chest. You are too weak, Lu Tianyong taunted, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Bai Shuang. To further demoralize his opponent, he suddenly twisted his sword, striking Bai Shuang sharply across the cheek, with a resounding crack. Bai Shuang fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, leaving a deep gash on his face. This is merely a lesson for you. Next time, I shall not hold back, Lu Tianyong threatened. You have 3 days to surrender the spiritual vein, or prepare for the demise of the Bai family. With that, Lu Tianyong and his followers departed, leaving Bai Shuang bloodied on the ground. His uncle hurried over, assisting the injured nephew, Wu Shuang. His uncle called urgently. Cough. Uncle, it is my inadequacy, Bai Shuang weakly replied. If I cannot even deal with Lu Tianyong, how can I protect the family's interests? Enough. We must return home immediately to tend to your wounds. His uncle interjected hastily. The family head has decided to lead us away from Yin City. As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear the firewood. Sigh, to abandon the legacy of hundreds of years. Bai Shuang lamented. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Tianyong eagerly reported to his father and elder sister. Father, sister, today I taught my family's second son a lesson. He is likely too frightened to resist now, and will soon voluntarily surrender the spiritual vein. By then, the Lu family will reign supreme in Yin City. Lu Tianyong boasted proudly. Sitting beside the family head in the main hall was Lu Xiao, who resembled a celestial being, accompanied by a similarly garbed young man, the two appearing quite intimate. The family head waved for his son to sit down, calmly stating, "These are mere trifles," that he then emphasized. The most important matter now is to ensure that Xiao can smoothly enter the secret realm. According to her master, the secret realm that has emerged is likely the cave of a spirit emperor. Such an opportunity must be fully supported by our Lu family for Xiao to seize. The future of the Lu family, whether it can attain a millennium of glory, rests solely on Lu Xiao. Filled with confidence for the impending exploration of the secret realm, Lu Xiao was well prepared, having been informed in advance of certain secrets regarding the realm by her master, who excelled in divination. Additionally, having reached the perfected stage of spirit general and with the full support of her senior brother, Shang Wanhong, she was resolute in her intentions. Shang Wanhong's gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiao, the sect's holy son having fallen for her at first sight. Lu Xiao was not only graceful and enchanting, but every smile she offered was imbued with captivating charm. Junior sister, rest assured. With me here, no one can take away this opportunity from the secret realm, he declared, before casually mentioning, I heard that you once had a fiancé. I wonder if fate will allow you to meet again this time. His words stirred ripples within Lu Xiao's heart, reminding her of the youth from Yin City who once stood alongside her in renown. Up ahead lies Yin City. Master, Lu Xiao reminded, sensing the impending opening of the secret realm. Her master decided to investigate first, leaving the two disciples to return home. This secret realm seems somewhat unusual, her master murmured softly, then soared towards the location of the realm. Understood, Master, Shang Wanhong responded promptly. When Bai Feng returned home with the junior sister, he found the family members wearing grim expressions. News had spread quickly, and the entire Bai family was aware of the return of the eldest son, which also reached the Lu family. In the Bai family's hall, Bai Feng, seething with anger, pointed at his younger brother Bai Shuang's injured face, demanding, Who did this? Bai Shuang, adhering to his father's instructions, refrained from revealing the truth. Bai Yinxing scrutinized his son closely, realizing he could not sense any fluctuations of spiritual power, indicating either Bai Feng's cultivation level far surpassed his own, or that he had lost the ability to cultivate. Contemplating the latter, Bai Yinxing couldn't help but sigh. Feng, didn't I instruct you not to return? Bai Yinxing inquired. Bai Feng handed his brother a vial of high-grade healing medicine, replying with mild discontent, Father, if I hadn't returned, How would I have known the family was in such dire straits? You need not hide the truth from me any longer. I know it must be the Liu family scheming behind the scenes. I have returned this time to settle accounts with them. Feng calm down. Bai Yunqing attempted to soothe his agitated son. Bai Yunqing's expression shifted abruptly, and he quickly waved his hand to close the door, fearing Bai Feng's voice might reach the Liu family. Now that the Liu family has the support of Ling Mountain Island, we, the small Bai family, are powerless to contend with them, he sighed softly. Let them take a few assets. As long as we survive, we need not fear the loss. Bai Shuang, equally troubled, urged, brother, I heard that the Liu family's woman has reached the perfected stage of spirit general in just 3 years. Even that formerly useless Liu Tianyong has now attained the pinnacle of spirit emperor. I fell to him last time. Bai Shuang's tone was tinged with helplessness at the tea that moment. Murong Qian, who had been snacking quietly behind Bai Feng, suddenly pouted. What is so impressive about reaching the perfected stage of spirit general in 3 years? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Bai Feng, who had achieved the late stage of the spirit general realm in less than 3 months. This little girl, who had been trailing behind Bai Feng, was not a member of the Bai family. She is my junior sister, Murong Qian. This is my father. You may address him as uncle, Bai Feng introduced. Murong Qian obediently performed a bow, her sweet voice ringing out. Hello, Uncle Yi, Chapter 20. Assessing each other's strength. Hello. Hello. Please take a seat. Bai Yunqing was astonished by Murong Qian's late-stage spirit master prowess, his mind reeling at the revelation that this girl possessed such extraordinary talent. Wait, did she just say that Bai Feng reached the late stage of spirit general in less than 3 months? Bai Yunqing suddenly snapped back to attention, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Bai Feng. Feng, is what your sister said true? You have truly embarked on your cultivation journey. What is your current realm? Bai Yunqing's hand gripped Bai Feng's with excitement, his voice trembling. Father, since I became my master's disciple, I have indeed reached the late stage of spirit general, Bai Feng replied with conviction. Really? Bai Yunqing found it hard to believe. Absolutely. Just then, hurried footsteps and shouts could be heard from outside. Head of the family. The Liu family has come knocking. What? Bai Yunqing was filled with a mix of shock and anger. Father, you stay here. I will deal with them, Bai Feng declared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Wait a moment, Feng, we should face this together. Bai Yunqing decided to confront the challenge alongside him. As the group stepped outside, they beheld Liu Tianyong and several attendants storming in with an imposing demeanor. A haughty smile plastered across his face. Bai Feng, you have indeed returned. His gaze swept over Bai Feng, seemingly assessing his strength. Wasn't it said that this fellow had struck it rich and joined the celestial sect? Why does he seem utterly devoid of prowess? Someone muttered quietly, My sister has sent me to ascertain Bai Feng's capabilities. It seems I need to find a reason to provoke him into revealing his skills. Liu Tianyong pondered, a sudden scheme forming in his mind as he decided to confront Bai Feng directly before the Bai family. Hey Bai Feng, what audacity do you have to return to Yin City? Liu Tianyong taunted that I also heard that you made a 3-year agreement with my sister. What do you think you can use to contend with her? His tone dripped with contempt at a waste like you. I could deal with a dozen with just one hand. Liu Tianyong continued his mockery. Impudent. Boy, do you think there's no one in the Bai family? Bai Yunqing roared, his aura erupting as a cultivator in the early stage of spirit general, forcing Liu Tianyong to retreat step by step. Yet Liu Tianyong remained unfazed, knowing that Bai Yunqing would not truly attack him. Is the head of the Bai family trying to bully the weak? TSK, if the youth cannot manage, must we rely on the elders? Bai Feng observed coldly. But inside, he had already sensed Lu Xiao's presence nearby. He had no regard for this minor challenger. With his perfected spirit emperor cultivation, he was merely an opponent easily defeated in the presence of Murong Qian. The true confrontation he anticipated was with Lu Xiao. This fellow's mouth is quite filthy. Junior sister, could you assist me in teaching him a lesson? Bai Feng inquired of the little girl beside him. Of course. I found him quite displeasing as well. The little girl readily agreed. What did you say? This little girl wants to teach me a lesson. Liu Tianyong laughed, looking at the much shorter child as if he had heard the most ludicrous thing. Little girl, go back home and play with your toys, lest others accuse me of bullying children. He jeered. You are the one acting like a child. With your abilities, you dare challenge my senior brother? With a single move, I can silence you, the little girl retorted, unyielding. Your senior brother? Has another person from the celestial sect arrived? Lu Tianyong curiously glanced around, beginning to worry that if celestial sect members were indeed present, the situation could become complicated. Although Ling Mountain Island respected his sister's status, that did not mean they would offend the celestial sect for the Lu family. Who are you calling a little girl? Looking for a fight? Murong Qian finally lost her patience and extended her small hand, delivering a palm strike. Lu Tianyong initially dismissed this, believing that no matter how gifted the child, she could not possibly possess much cultivation at such a young age. However, the next second left him utterly dumbfounded. Ah! A scream pierced the air as Lu Tianyong's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness, struck down by what seemed to be a delicate palm from Murong Qian. What? The second young master had been easily defeated by that little girl. The guards of the Lu family quickly surrounded the fallen Lu Tianyong, their eyes warily fixed on Murong Qian. Humph! Now you understand my strength, do you? Murong Qian declared with pride. Senior brother, this person is far too easy to deal with. I hardly exerted any effort, Murong Qian remarked as she turned to Bai Feng. Bai Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. That is because you are simply too strong. How could he possibly compare? Lu Xiao, are you not going to come out and take this foolish brother of yours back? Bai Feng called out into the night. His voice echoed. The air seemed to ripple. Soon after, a woman resembling a celestial maiden materialized from the void. Bai Feng, I never imagined you would truly embark on your cultivation journey once more, and so swiftly reach the late stage of spirit general. But do you believe this is enough to surpass me? Lu Xiao's voice was cold and composed as she cast a dismissive glance into the void, her tone indifferent. Bai Feng, you should not have returned. A wave of unease surged within Bai Feng. It felt as though unseen eyes were watching him from all directions. He sensed his perception struggling to capture the source of that power, signifying that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Aside from Lu Xiao, there was likely another expert above the extraordinary realm observing them in secrecy. Come out, you cowardly mouse, if you have the courage. Show yourself and fight, Bai Feng challenged loudly. For you to detect my existence is somewhat interesting. Sheng Wanhong's voice drifted from the air, and he subsequently appeared beside Lu Xiao, looking down upon Bai Feng and the others. You are Bai Feng? I had expected someone of greater caliber. Now it seems you are merely a waste who lucked into the celestial sect. Sheng Wanhong's gaze held a glint of coldness as he contemplated whether to eliminate Bai Feng immediately. To him, Bai Feng, once Lu Xiao's fiancé, had long been sentenced to death. Lu Xiao had already sensed her senior brother's intentions, which was why she had deliberately warned him with her earlier words. Have you finished speaking? Bai Feng impatiently unsheathed a massive ruler, slamming on the ground. Are the disciples of Ling Mountain Island merely a bunch of talkers? I am Bai Feng, a disciple of the Tianhua Peak of the Celestial Sect. Are you cowards willing to accept my challenge? Seeking death, Sheng Wanhong bellowed, brandishing his long sword and instantaneously appearing before Bai Feng. Junior sister, you are set to enter the secret realm tomorrow. Allow me to handle this battle today. Senior brother Sheng Wanhong stated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Xiao's stern visage. She worried that Sheng Wanhong might inflict serious harm upon Bai Feng. Chapter 21. The true genius, though she no longer harbored the affections of Bai Feng. Their shared origins made her reluctant to witness his utter destruction. However, Sheng Wanhong did not grant Lu Xiao the opportunity to refuse. During her moment of silence, he had already made his move. It seems my junior sister does not wish to concern herself with this useless individual. Then I shall assist you in eliminating these bothersome pests. Bai Feng thrust aside Sheng Wanhong's sword with one move, and then soared into the air. Flying towards the outskirts of the city, he did not wish to engage in a full-scale battle at his doorstep. The outside space was far more spacious. After awakening the unconscious Lu Tianyong, Lu Xiao swiftly followed, with Bai Feng's family and Murong Qian trailing behind. Upon reaching the outskirts of Yin City, Bai Feng and Sheng Wanhong faced each other in mid-air. Sheng Wanhong held his long sword. Resembling an immortal, Bai Feng wielded the enormous ruler, exuding an aura of power. Bai Feng, do you know why I have personally come to this little Yin city? Shangwan Hong inquired. Ha, I have come specifically to find you. Shangwan Hong replied, his voice laced with murderous intent. Today marks your death? No one can save you. He reiterated. Bai Feng had long sensed the hostility from his opponent. Despite Shangwan Hong's superior cultivation, he had practiced the imperial-level technique, Yin Ju, and possessed the 9th grade spirit treasure, burning heaven ruler, stealing his resolve to confront him. Be cautious. That man is not to be underestimated. Lu Peng warned within Bai Feng's mind. Bai Feng nodded in response. His vigilance heightened as his massive ruler clashed with Shangwan Hong's sword. He realized that Shangwan Hong had already broken through to the extraordinary realm, a full tier above him, having deliberately concealed his true strength until now. Haha, only now do you perceive my genuine prowess? It is too late. Prepare to meet your demise. With a tremendous display of strength, Shangwan Hong unleashed a devastating blow that shattered Bai Feng's protective barrier, sending him hurtling into a pile of jagged stones like a cannonball. Senior brother, you scoundrel, do not harm my senior brother. Murong Qian's voice rang out suddenly, her speed astonishingly surpassing that of Lu Xiao as she arrived first. You little brat, do you truly believe you can stop me? How naive. Shangwan Hong, showing no mercy, raised his longsword, intent on eliminating both Murong Qian and Bai Feng. Clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed as an inky black giant ruler intercepted Shangwan Hong's strike, aimed at Murong Qian. Covered in blood, Bai Feng swayed as he positioned himself protectively in front of her cough. He gasped, little junior sister, do not be afraid. Your senior brother is here, and no one can harm you. His eyes glowed with a frightening intensity, fixed on Shangwan Hong, as if he were already a corpse. Shangwan Hong, your gravest error was to lay a hand on my little junior sister. You worthless fool. Even at death's door, you dare to be defiant. Shangwan Hong roared. Do you think I was raised in fear? However, just as Shangwan Hong prepared to extinguish the lives of the sibling duo, an ancient and formidable power surged forth, binding him tightly. What is this? Before Shangwan Hong could finish his thought, the seemingly inconspicuous black ruler in Bai Feng's grasp ignited in a blazing inferno, transforming into a formidable artifact, a 9th grade imperial weapon. Shangwan Hong's countenance turned pale with terror, the arrogance in his eyes replaced by an abyss of fear. The might of the burning heaven flame ruler exceeded his wildest imaginings, rendering him utterly powerless as a cultivator beyond the mortal realm. Just as Bai Feng readied the burning heaven flame ruler to end Shangwan Hong's life, Lu Xiao arrived at the scene. Bai Feng, stop. You cannot kill him. He is the saint's son of Lingshan Island. If you take his life, Lingshan Island will not let this go lightly. Even the Xianyao sect will be powerless to protect you. Lu Xiao's complexion was ashen, her disbelief palpable as she witnessed the unfolding events. Who would have imagined that the lofty saint's son of Lingshan Island would be defeated by the lesser Bai Feng? Is that so? But today, Shangwan Hong's fate is sealed. Bai Feng's voice was cold and unyielding. And with a mere command, the searing flames engulfed Shangwan Hong, leaving behind only silence, not even a trace of ash. After Shangwan Hong's soul departed from this world, far away on Lingshan Island, the token representing the saint's son shattered, and an aura of fury enveloped the entire island. Why has the saint's son's token shattered? The elders on the island questioned fervently, vowing to uncover the culprit and avenge the saint's son. We must ascertain who dared to harm the saint's son of Lingshan Island. Those associated with this matter will pay the price. Lu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Bai Feng. Moments ago, he had decisively dealt with Shangwan Hong, leaving her feeling utterly disoriented. You truly killed him? Her voice trembled, an unsettling premonition swelling within her. She understood that this act would stir a tremendous uproar within the sect. Not only Bai Feng, but also his family and all those close to him would face the wrathful retribution of Lingshan Island, a devastating blow indeed. Yet, Bai Feng harbored no such concerns. All he knew was that Shangwan Hong had harmed his little junior sister, an unforgivable transgression. You are finished, Bai Feng. Your family is doomed. Lu Xiao's voice was laden with despair. Even the Xianyao sect cannot protect you. She added, attempting to warn Bai Feng of the impending storm. However, a light-hearted voice echoed down from above. Little girl, You should be more concerned about Lingshan Island. Su Che's figure appeared before them, exuding an air of audacity. Master, Bai Feng and Murong Qian exclaimed in unison, as Su Che first offered a gentle smile to Murong Qian, playfully pinching her cheek, before turning to Bai Feng and patting his shoulder. Well done, the mere saint son of Lingshan Island dares to bully my disciple. If he must die, then let it be. As Yu Che's words conveyed an unwavering resolve. Should anyone have an issue with it, I shall deal with them all. Murong Qian embraced Su Che tightly. To her, he was not merely a mentor, but her only kin in this world. Master is truly formidable, she whispered, her eyes filled with admiration and longing to end that tender moment. However, Lu Xiao stood to the side, lost and uncertain. She had just received an urgent message from her master, revealing that the secret realm in Yinqing was a trap set by the demon clan, instructing her to return to the sect immediately. Yet, she dared not leave hastily, fearing that she might become a threat in Bai Feng and his master's eyes. In a moment of inspiration, Lu Xiao resolved to take action. Bai Feng, there are but 3 days left until the 3-year agreement we made, she declared loudly, seeking to divert attention. Did you not wish to defeat me in the arena and prove yourself a true genius? Today, before this esteemed elder, I, Lu Xiao, am willing to establish a gentleman's agreement. 3 days hence, we shall settle this on the martial platform of Lingshan Island. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 22, A Prime Opportunity. Lu Xiao cast a determined gaze at Bai Feng, her heart racing like a drum. This scene did not escape Su Che's notice, yet he chose to remain silent, pondering internally. This girl represents a hurdle in Bai Feng's cultivation journey, one that only he can overcome. Bai Feng, filled with fighting spirit, responded loudly, "What is there to fear? 3 days from now, I shall honor our agreement and face you on Lingshan Island." Realizing that Su Che showed no intent to retain her, Lu Xiao cautiously withdrew, making her way toward Lingshan Island. Only after her figure had completely vanished did Bai Feng scratch his head in confusion. Strange, why did she leave? Is she not preparing to enter the secret realm? Su Che chuckled lightly. She fears that I might kill her, but he added, moreover, she likely already knows that the secret realm in Yinqing is a ruse. Soon after, Su Che took his 2 disciples and soared toward Yinqing. Revealing his findings regarding the secret realm along the way, it turned out that the news surrounding the entire secret realm was a trap set by the demon clan, intended to lure the elite of various sects and subsequently annihilate them. Millions of years ago, following the war between humans and demons, the demon clan had retreated into the demon realm, vanishing from sight. Yet now, they had suddenly re-emerged in Yinqing, led by a true demon lord, fabricating the illusion that the secret realm was about to open, seeking to weaken the strength of the various sects, as Yu Che had originally planned to directly eliminate these demons, but soon discovered that his ability to annihilate opponents of the same tier was ineffective in this peculiar little world. The system explained that this was due to the world being created by a powerful entity from the demon realm, with rules differing from the outside, unless the host surpasses the current world's heavenly Tao and ascends to a higher level. Such abilities would not take effect. After understanding the situation, Su Che decided to return to Yinqing to lure the demon clan into attacking. In this way, he could effortlessly utilize his abilities to deal with the enemies. Upon their return to Yinqing, low-tier demons had already begun to gather, preparing to assault the city. "Master, the demons are on the move," Bai Feng exclaimed anxiously. "Oh, not worry. They are merely low-tier demons, and for now, they cannot breach the defenses of Yinqing's formation," Su Che replied calmly. "Greater challenges await us. Let us enter the city." Within the city lord's mansion of Yinqing, City Lord Luo Jin was in a state of unrest. Surrounded by a group of anxious family heads, standing in the conference hall, City Lord Luo Jin gravely announced to the assembled family leaders, "The demon army is on the verge of descending upon the city. We must urgently discuss countermeasures." He particularly noted Lu Yi, the head of the Lu family, whose expression revealed clear anticipation and urgency. Luo Jin inquired, "Lu family head, what suggestions do you have?" His words were laden with implication, as he recalled Lu Yi boasting a few days prior about his eldest daughter being a talented disciple of Lingshan Island. asserting that the Liu family would be the pillar of Yinqing's future. Now, as Yinqing faced an unprecedented crisis, it was the perfect time for the Liu family to showcase their strength. Luo Jin added, hoping that Liu Yi would take action. Liu Yi felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, making him exceedingly uncomfortable, as though he were cornered. In truth, not long ago, he had received a letter from his daughter instructing him to lead the entire family to migrate to a safe location on Lingshan Island. Abandoning everything in Yinqing, Liu Yi firmly believed in his daughter's judgment and was preparing to convene a family meeting to discuss this matter when, unexpectedly, City Lord Luo Jin arrived and brought him here. Bai Yinqing of the Bai family appeared relatively composed, asking, City Lord, do you have any information on where these demons are coming from? How powerful are they? Luo Jin sighed, responding, intelligence indicates that this batch of demons emerged from a rift in time and space. Near our city, there are numerous low-tier demonic creatures, and their leader possesses at least the strength of a spirit sovereign. Upon hearing this news, the hall erupted with gasps of shock. The leader of the demon clan in the spirit sovereign realm signifies an immense threat, one that is nearly insurmountable for the modest Salt City. Anxiety mounted within Liu Yi's heart. He resolved not to sacrifice everything for this city, while other families might find it challenging to retreat. The Liu family, with the support of their daughter Liu Xiao, could seek refuge on Ling Mountain Island. This presented an opportune moment for the Liu family to extricate themselves from peril and align with a formidable force. Thus, Liu Yi boldly declared, esteemed guests, given the might of the demon clan, we are unlikely to withstand their onslaught. It would be prudent for each of us to return to our respective homes and swiftly organize our kin to evacuate Salt City. With a sudden force, Luo Jin slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it in rage as he demanded, do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives, Liu Yi? Yet, Liu Yi merely smiled in contempt, unperturbed as he retorted, and if you are aware, what then? I have no time to squander here in idle chatter. As the threat of the demon clan loomed closer, Liu Yi's resolve grew ever more steadfast. Should you insist on obstructing me, consider whether you can withstand the wrath of Ling Mountain Island, as well as my daughter's discontent. With that, Liu Yi snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and strode out the door. Luo Jin's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, yet he could only watch as Liu Yi departed, ultimately suppressing his fury. Liu Yi's exit undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Luo Jin, not only undermining his authority, but also causing the confidence of those present in defending Salt City to plummet. Perhaps we should contemplate our own escape routes, a voice suggested softly. Indeed, it appears Salt City cannot be held. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Luo Jin, causing several clan leaders to cough up blood on the spot. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, his voice icy and resolute. Whoever dares to speak of abandoning the city, this city lord shall personally take their life. Follow me to the city wall. Gather the clan members and defend Salt City together. If we flee, what will become of the hundreds of thousands of citizens within? For centuries, you have enjoyed the protection of Salt City. Now is the time to repay that debt. How can you falter? Faced with Luo Jin's imposing demeanor, the clan leaders fell silent, intimidated by his strength, daring not to resist, and swiftly followed him to the city wall. After all, they lacked the Liu family's fortune of having the support of a first-rate force like Ling Mountain Island. Nor did they possess a prodigious offspring like Liu Xiao. Master, look! The city wall is teeming with people. My father is up there. As Luo Jin led the crowd to the city wall, Su Che and his disciples returned to Salt City. Fenger, why have you come back? Bai Yinqing inquired, his brow furrowing. He had repeatedly advised Bai Feng to distance himself from this place to avoid being swept up in the turmoil to protect Bai Feng's safety. Bai Yinqing was prepared for sacrifice. Even if it meant the entire Bai family perished in the city, as long as Bai Feng survived, there would be hope for the family's revival. Chapter 23. Blood escape technique, however. To his astonishment, this obstinate child had returned to the city against all odds. Father, the demon clan is about to besiege the city. I have come to assist in repelling the invaders. Bai Feng replied resolutely. Well done. This is the courage a son of Salt City ought to possess. Luo Jin praised, his gaze then falling upon the figure in green behind Bai Feng. Might I inquire if this esteemed elder hails from the Xianyao sect? Luo Jin deduced from the expressions of Baifeng and Murong Qian that this green-clad cultivator must be a senior from their sect. Having recently heard that Baifeng had joined the prestigious Xianyao sect in Mo City, it was clear that this green-clad figure was an important individual from that sect, though his specific identity required confirmation. City Lord Luo Jin's channels of information were more reliable than those of the heads of other clans, and he was well aware that, aside from the sect master, the highest-ranking cultivators in the Xianyao sect were the heads of the 6 peaks. It was said that each peak leader had at least reached the late stage of the extraordinary realm. With his assistance, alongside my unwavering commitment to activate the city's defensive array, we may be able to endure a while longer. I only hope that the powerful cultivators from various sects arrive in time to render aid. Just as Su Che prepared to reveal his identity, a notification sound echoed in his ear. Congratulations, host! You have activated a new mission. Exterminate the invading demon clan in Salt City and seize the hidden small world of the demons. Mission completion reward. 1 creation dimension stone. This stone can be used to construct the foundation of a small world, freeing it from the chaos of time and space, rendering it an independent and complete realm. Su Che's heart surged with excitement. This mission was perfectly timed, but he had intended to deal with the demon clan anyway, and the system had thoughtfully provided him with a task, the reward of which was exceedingly practical. The thought of possessing an independent small world in the future was exhilarating. Yet at this moment, the most pressing task was to first resolve the surging tide of demons. I am Su Che, the head of Tianhua Peak from the Xianyao sect. Rest assured, I shall not stand idly by while the fiends ravage Salt City. Yu Che succinctly introduced himself, but did not disclose his precise cultivation level. Nevertheless, upon hearing the name of the Xianyao sect, the anxious clan leaders atop the city wall immediately surrounded him. Although the Xianyao sect did not boast the same illustrious reputation as Ling Mountain Island, it was, after all, the foremost sect of Mo City for millennia. Su Che's participation undoubtedly enhanced their chances of survival. Esteemed elder, you must lend us your assistance. The fiends are rampant. Please unleash your celestial arts upon them. The Xianyao sect truly embodies the righteous path, unlike some sects that flee at the first sign of trouble. Indeed, that so-called Lazito always holds itself in high regard, showing no regard for the lives of ordinary citizens. While they internally doubted whether Su Che alone could withstand the entire demon horde, it did not deter them from grasping this final glimmer of hope. After all, Su Che was a peak leader of the Xianyao sect, possessing the ability to escape even in dire circumstances. That if they could establish a good rapport with this elder, they might receive assistance during a retreat. However, these individuals did not fully trust that Su Che could genuinely repel the demon onslaught. After all, the leaders of those demons were at least beings of the spirit sovereign realm. Even if the Xianyao sect was powerful, it seemed that the entire sect did not possess cultivators above the spirit sovereign realm. Bai Yinqing gently tugged at his son's sleeve and quietly asked, "Fenger, just how formidable is your master?" "Father, please be patient. You'll find out shortly," the son replied. "With master here, Salt City is as solid as a fortress. No demon shall breach our walls," the son added confidently. At this moment, the area outside Salt City was already swarming with the demon horde. City Lord Luo Jin stood atop the city wall, loudly reassuring the crowd. "Do not panic, everyone. I have activated the strongest defensive formation. These lowly demons shall never breach it. Now, with the addition of Elder Su from the Xianyao sect, Salt City is even more secure. As long as we hold firm, the experts from various sects will soon arrive to support us." As waves of demon attacks surged forth, the cultivators within the city continuously infused spiritual energy into the city's defensive array. Time passed, and the demon onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, with even 4th and 5th tier powerful demons appearing. City Lord Luo Jin could sense that the strength of the array was gradually waning, and no need to worry. I am awaiting the appearance of a key figure. Su Che's gaze was fixed intently on the depths of the demon army, planning to deliver a fatal blow aimed directly at the life of the demon clan leader of the Spirit Emperor realm. As this was the sole method to resolve the crisis, suddenly, a brilliant sword light erupted from the area where the demons were congregated. "Look over there! Someone has breached the fiend's lair. People looked up to see two intertwining beams of red and blue sword light illuminating the sky, which then crashed down with a tremendous roar. In an instant, the wails of demons filled the air, and the scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. Wherever those two sword lights struck, the demon ranks were cleaved in two, and the surrounding Imperial-level demons, caught unawares, were reduced to mist by the residual shockwaves. What terrifying sword energy! Murong Qian gazed at the two figures standing upon their swords in the distance, her eyes filled with admiration. Master swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. Su Che grasped Murong Qian's small hand, gently encouraging her, in the future, you too shall grow to be as powerful, perhaps even surpassing them. The clan leaders atop the city wall witnessed this spectacle, their morale soaring as if they glimpsed the dawn of hope. Wonderful! Is it reinforcements that have arrived? So powerful! We are saved! The crowd cheered jubilantly, their confidence rekindled as they continued to defend Salt City. Amidst the fierce battle, some recognized the sharp sword techniques and speculated that these might belong to an esteemed elder from Lingjian Mountain. However, Su Che was not as optimistic as the others, for he knew that the most powerful leader among the demons had yet to reveal itself. Just as the defenders of Salt City basked in the victory of their cheers, the situation in the distant battlefield suddenly shifted. Unbeknownst to them, within the ranks of the demon horde, a colossal, beast-headed humanoid creature emerged, towering at several dozen zhang high. Two sword-wielding warriors relentlessly launched their attacks against the monstrous creature, yet their blades appeared utterly ineffective against it. Ultimately, the colossal beast struck them down with a single swipe of its palm, as formidable as a mountain. Clearly, the prowess of the two was vastly overshadowed by that of the monster, rendering them nearly incapable of resistance. This creature belonged to the demon race at the level of the Spirit Emperor, and the two of us, mere early-stage spirit venerates, stood no chance against it, a man clad in white robes exclaimed. Junior sister, quickly employ the blood escape technique. No sooner had he spoken than he spat out a mouthful of blood and invoked a secret method, prompting his junior sister to follow suit. In an instant, the two transformed into beams of light, swiftly soaring towards Yen City. Chapter 24. Merely Antaha, human cultivators, after slaying so many of my subordinates, do you still think you can escape? Prepare to die. The gigantic monster casually picked up a bone club and hurled it in the direction of their escape, its speed surpassing that of their blood escape technique. Senior brother, this beast seeks to eradicate us completely. Facing a Spirit Emperor-level monster, even our escape has become a luxury. Just as the two believed their demise was inevitable, Su Che intervened. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before them, and with a casual gesture, the powerful bone club disintegrated into dust. Leave the rest to me. You two return to the city and tend to your injuries. Before they could recover from their astonishment, they found themselves standing atop the walls of Yen City, where crowds soon gathered, eagerly inquiring about the monster. Are you two esteemed seniors from Spirit Sword Mountain? Senior, just how powerful is that creature? You two combined could not even contend with it. The one who came to your aid is Senior Su Che from the Carefree Sect. Oh, where is Senior Su? He charged in alone. With an exclamation, all eyes were drawn to Su Che, who was soaring through the air, unleashing his ability to annihilate enemies of the same level in an instant. Wherever he went, countless demons, regardless of rank, were obliterated under the weight of an unseen force. Goodness, this senior's strength surpasses all of ours. That beast was a Spirit Emperor-level demon. Is Senior Su being too reckless? Upon hearing this, the people of Yen City turned pale. That a Spirit Emperor. It is indeed a Spirit Emperor. This is dire, though Senior Su is powerful. His chances against a Spirit Emperor-level creature are slim. Indeed, no one within the Carefree Sect had ever reached the Spirit Emperor realm. Even Bai Yunqing, the head of the Bai family, who felt slightly reassured by his son Bai Feng's trust in Su Che, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Fenger. What about Senior Su? Before Bai Feng could respond, his sister Murong Qian suddenly interjected with curiosity. Uncle, is a Spirit Emperor-level demon stronger than our human Spirit Emperor? Observing Murong Qian's serious demeanor, Bai Yunqing patiently explained, to my knowledge, their strengths should be relatively comparable at the same level. Murong Qian nodded, a sweet smile gracing her face. That's good, then. There's no problem. My master is incredibly powerful. Last time, a spirit emperor named Luo Ming came to cause trouble, but my master dealt with him in a single move. Bai Yinqing wore a puzzled expression, clearly skeptical. Seeing this, Bai Feng quickly added, "Indeed, spirit emperors are formidable, but before my master, they are merely ants." As if to validate their claims, Su Che swiftly delved into the ranks of the demon horde, confronting the gigantic beast head-on. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yu Che's unique ability allows him to instantly eliminate enemies of the same level within a 200-meter radius to ensure a decisive strike without giving his opponent a chance to flee. He had been awaiting the monster's appearance. As the mountain-like beast charged at him, Su Che showed no signs of retreat, simply extending his hand to deliver a light, yet powerful palm strike. Boom! The force of that strike rendered the creature, which had previously injured even spirit venerate sword cultivators, utterly defenseless, driving it straight into the ground. This time, Su Che did not immediately employ his special ability to obliterate the creature. Instead, he chose to confine it first, intending to interrogate it. As its power was suppressed, the creature could no longer maintain its massive form, shrinking rapidly into a 2-meter-tall, bull-headed monster. "Spare me. I beg you. Senior, spare me. I promise I will never set foot here again." "Spare you? You are a bull-headed monster, are you not?" Su Che inquired, somewhat surprised. "No, Senior has misunderstood. I am actually a bull horse." The monster hastily clarified, its voice tinged with desperation and pleading. Su Che paused for a moment before asking, "Tell me, how did you come to this place?" He was well aware that the gateway to the demon realm had long been sealed, guarded by the 10 ancient clans of humanity. There had been no reports of any unusual circumstances in recent years. Faced with Su Che's intimidating strength, the demon was paralyzed with fear to save its own skin. It divulged all the information it possessed without hesitation. "Senior, it is the demon Emperor Mingshang who has discovered an ancient passage. However, this passage is highly unstable, and the demon Emperor is gathering strong individuals to stabilize it. Prepare for an advance force. The demon Emperor created a small world, allowing us to disguise ourselves as a secret realm and infiltrate the human world. I am but a trivial character. I beg you, Senior, show mercy and let me go." After pondering for a moment, Su Che inquired, "Do you know the exact location of this ancient passage? Such secrets. How could a mere minion like me know? I swear I am not concealing anything." "Please see for yourself, Senior." Su Che nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer, and began communicating with the system. "System, how can I obtain that small world?" The host need only eliminate the target, and the system will handle the remaining matters automatically. "I have completed my inquiries." Su Che's words led the demon to believe it had received clemency, and it prepared to flee when Su Che added, "However, you are moving too slowly. Allow me to assist you." As soon as the words left his lips, Su Che activated his ability to annihilate enemies of the same level, and the Spirit Emperor-level demon was instantly reduced to ashes. The system promptly congratulated Su Che, informing him that he had completed the task of eliminating demons and was rewarded with a Creation Dimension Stone and a fragment of a small world. Su Che decided to immediately use the Creation Dimension Stone to restore the small world. With several prompts from the system, the small world successfully evolved into a complete form. Not only that, but Su Che unexpectedly acquired a hidden ability, Absolute Domain. Within this domain, he possesses absolute dominion over all beings 3 realms below himself, rendering him immune to any attack. The size of this domain is linked to that of his small world. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Che felt immensely satisfied and even somewhat exhilarated by his newfound ability. "This is truly an invincible power," he marveled as Yu Che's palm struck down the powerful demon leader, a move even stronger than his previous annihilation skill. His new ability, Absolute Domain, connected to a miniature world, meant it had boundless potential for growth. As the leader fell, the horde of demons besieging Yin City fell into disarray. The residents atop the walls witnessed how effortlessly Su Che penetrated the enemy ranks. As if taking a leisurely stroll, he then dispatched the Spirit Emperor-level foe with a single hand. Chapter 25. Retrieving Justice with the Death of the Demon Leader. the lower-tier demons began to retreat like a receding tide. And the people finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The demon leader has been slain. Senior Su has truly accomplished it, and with a single strike, everything transpired so swiftly that hardly anyone could react. Whether it was City Lord Luo Jin or other clan leaders, they stood in stunned silence, gazing at the figure in the distance, reminiscent of an immortal. Even the two sword cultivators from Spirit Sword Mountain, who had long been aware of Su Che's exceptional strength, were now utterly astounded. Could this senior from the Carefree sect be a legendary saint-level expert? Even if not a saint, he is at least a master of the Spirit Emperor realm. Bai Yinxing tightly grasped his son Bai Feng's hand, exhilarated as he exclaimed, "This is your master. Our Bai family is indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Fenger has the honor of being under such a remarkable individual." The future prosperity of the Bai family appeared promising. At this moment, Su Che had activated his absolute domain, beginning to eliminate the low-tier demons that scattered in flight. Indeed, the coverage of this skill was far broader than his previous abilities. Although the small world he had seized was currently only 10 miles in radius, it sufficed to address the present situation. Within the absolute domain, Su Che resembled a relentless reaper, no matter whether the demons were flying in the air, running on the ground, or hiding underground. None could escape his pursuit. In a matter of moments, he had eradicated every demon fleeing in all directions, their numbers beyond count. Upon his return to Yinqing, Luo Jin had meticulously prepared a grand banquet and led all the prominent figures of the city to welcome him at the city gate. "Welcome back, esteemed senior. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Yinqing, we express our gratitude for your benevolence." As Su Che descended upon the city, Luo Jin immediately led the crowd in kneeling to show their respect. "Please rise that it is the duty of us practitioners to eliminate evil and uphold righteousness. There is no need for such formalities." As Su Che noticed his two disciples being surrounded by the crowd, their eyes brimming with pride, he addressed the assembly. "There is no need for a feast. The crisis of the demonic creatures has been resolved, and I must take my disciples to Lingshan Island to engage in battle." "Fenger, have you made arrangements with your family?" Bai Feng, pulling Mu Rongqian along, squeezed through the throng and approached their master. "I have already spoken with my father, and he has agreed to let me follow you in my cultivation." The master nodded slightly. "Then let us set forth." After the trio departed, Luo Jin and the others began to murmur amongst themselves. "Are the esteemed seniors heading to Lingshan Island?" Someone inquired. "I recall that Bai Feng had an engagement with Lu Xiao, but it was unilaterally annulled by the Lu family," another added. "Indeed, isn't Lu Xiao a disciple of Lingshan Island? I've heard she's quite esteemed there." Someone else chimed in that it appears that Senior Su intends to seek justice for his disciple. People whispered, laced with anticipation and curiosity. Lingshan Island is one of the 3 most formidable powers in Beizhou, rapidly advancing in recent years, especially with the legendary elder, Hongyu Daoist, on the verge of breaking through to the realm of Spirit Emperor. Lingshan Island seems poised to become the first holy land of Beizhou. The simultaneous arrival of the twin swords of Ao Han truly illuminates Lingshan Island. The island's master warmly welcomed the 2 guests from Lingjian Mountain. "You flatter us, and why Junior Sister and I encountered siege by the demonic clan and were unfortunately injured by the demon lord. We have come to request the island master for healing medicine." Bai Feng explained. As the island master led the 2 into the hall, he inquired, "Are you referring to the events in Yinqing?" So, the island master had also heard about it. The 2 were taken aback. "One of my disciples is there. I just learned of the news and was preparing to send someone to investigate, only to hear that the demonic clan has been completely annihilated. Surely, the heroic figure who vanquished them is the esteemed individual you speak of. You truly are role models for us. We are undeserving of such praise. Were it not for that senior's rescue, we might no longer be here." Their faces filled with admiration at the mention of the hero. The island master became intensely curious about this mysterious powerhouse, but upon sensing their reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from further probing. "We have come to seek the floating jade pill. I hope the island master will grant us this request. We have practiced for many years and have some savings. You may name your price." The island master scrutinized the 2, pondering, Their swordsmanship is extraordinary. If they could impart their skills to my disciple Xiao, I would gladly offer not just 2 floating jade pills, but 20. How about this? I have a disciple who is passionate about swordsmanship, yet I am unable to provide her with adequate guidance. If you two are willing to teach her, I shall surely present the floating jade pills to you, the island master tentatively proposed, thinking that once they witnessed Xiao's talent, they would be eager to mentor her. Especially since he possessed the coveted floating jade pills they desperately sought. Upon mentioning his disciple, the 2 siblings from Lingjian Mountain suddenly frowned, as if recalling some unpleasant memories that the disciple you speak of Lu Xiao from Yanqing. The senior brother asked curiously. The island master was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his disciple's reputation had spread as far as Lingjian Mountain. Indeed, it is Xiao. I did not expect that you two had heard of her. The island master replied with a hint of pride, calling out, Xiao, come forth and greet these 2 esteemed seniors. However, the 2 from Lingjian Mountain abruptly stood up, their expressions resolute. There is no need. The senior brother exclaimed urgently, we will not teach this disciple. Just as Lu Xiao was about to step into the hall with joy, this statement halted her in her tracks, confusion filling her eyes. Why not? You should meet Xiao first. Her talent in swordsmanship is exceptional and will not tarnish your sect's reputation. The island master attempted to persuade them, hoping to change their minds, even if she were the reincarnation of a sword immortal. We have no interest in mentoring her, the junior sister responded coldly. Moreover, we have our own judgments regarding her character. With that, they turned to leave, leaving behind a warning. Island master, please consider carefully the matter of your successor. If possible, it would be best to expel this person from the sect to prevent Lingshan Island from suffering losses. Before the echoes of their words faded, they departed Lingshan Island without a backward glance, leaving a heavy silence and the island master's labored breaths in their wake. This is outrageous, the island master exclaimed. I have treated them with such hospitality, and they dare to act so rudely. They even threatened to have me expel my beloved disciple. It is utterly absurd. Lu Xiao, witnessing this, gently offered a cup of tea. Master, please do not be angry. Have a sip of tea to calm your mind. The island master accepted the cup, letting out a deep sigh. Did you truly suggest setting a trap to compel the murderer of our sect's holy son to confess? Chapter 26. The power of absolute domain. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Lu Xiao's eyes as she nodded. Yes, master. The murderer and I have a 3-year pact, and I utilized this agreement to draw him out. After hearing her account, the island master praised Lu Xiao's ingenuity, believing this was her moment to prove herself. Xiao, you have performed exceptionally well. This opportunity indeed belongs to you, the island master said with satisfaction. I have never held a favorable impression of Shangwan Hong. He is the direct descendant of the Grand Elder. While he publicly respects me as the island master, he often acts contrary to my wishes behind my back. Now that he is dead, Lingshan Island has lost face, which is a significant matter. Therefore, you must defeat that murderer with absolute strength on the arena. Only then can I rightfully promote you as the Holy Maiden. Ensure everything was foolproof. He planned to attend the event personally and to hand over the token of the Holy Sun in advance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao felt a surge of joy in her heart. Her long-held dream seemed to be within reach. For many years, due to Shangwan Hong's presence, she had always been slightly inferior among her peers. Her greatest wish was merely to stand on equal footing with Shangwan Hong with her master's assistance. But now, she had the opportunity to become the unparalleled new Holy Maiden of Lingshan Island. All she needed to do was defeat Baifeng. Such an opportunity was rare, a most advantageous transaction. Baifeng, thanks to your actions, I now have this chance. Were it not for you killing Shangwan Hong, how could I have such an opportunity? Since that is the case, please assist me once more and serve as the stepping stone to my ascension as Holy Maiden. 2 days later, Su Che, accompanied by his 2 disciples, while exploring and studying the newly acquired small world, finally arrived at Lingshan Island. Su Che discovered that his small world had completely merged with him as his cultivation level increased. The small world would grow stronger and larger, its rules becoming more complete. He could also set 2 teleportation coordinates anywhere, allowing instant access to the small world as long as he wore the corresponding token. Su Che immediately forged 2 coordinate tokens for Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian, instructing them never to remove them under any circumstances. This was their last line of defense in case of danger. They could return to the small world immediately. Simultaneously, he could appear beside his disciples at any moment through the coordinates. When the trio arrived at the gates of Lingshan Island, the guards immediately recognized them. "Are you here to challenge Sister Lu?" Bai Feng stepped forward and stated firmly, "Indeed, I have come to duel." "Please follow me," the guard replied, his expression impassive, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Along the way, the disciples of Lingshan Island cast glances at them, those in the know harboring hostility. Had it not been for the island master's prior orders, they might have already attacked Su Che and his disciples. "Look, that's the one. It is said he killed our holy son Xian Yuan." The person behind him was presumably his master, young and seemingly lacking in power. Today, they surely would not leave Lingshan Island. Su Che overheard the whispers of the younger disciples, but paid them no mind. What he pondered was that as long as Lingshan Island did not interfere with the fair duel between Bai Feng and Lu Xiao, everything could remain peaceful. However, should they wish to employ underhanded tactics, Su Che would ensure they reap the consequences of their actions. Upon Su Che's arrival at the training arena with his disciples, Lu Xiao was already present, awaiting them, while the elevated platform was filled with the prominent figures of Ling Mountain Island, led by the island's master. An elder, astonished, discovered that Su Che's strength was unfathomable, leaving even the island master perplexed and uneasy, speculating that Su Che might have attained the mid-stage of spirit sovereign cultivation. This revelation complicated their originally planned actions, for although Ling Mountain Island was a first-rate force boasting powerful spirit sovereign practitioners, they remained uncertain of Su Che's true capabilities. "Now that everyone is gathered, we may commence," Su Che declared from the base of the arena. However, the island master abruptly rose to interject. "Wait, the duel bears risks. We must sign a life-and-death contract, and neither party shall interfere until a victor is determined. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, the use of spiritual treasures and other external aids is prohibited." Su Che frowned, understanding that the conditions were evidently aimed at Bai Feng. Clearly, the incident where Bai Feng unleashed the fiery heavenly flame to slay Shangguan Hong had left a profound impression on Lu Xiao. Just as Su Che was prepared to respond, Bai Feng grasped his hand. "Master, I have faith in my abilities. Even without the spiritual treasures you bestowed upon me, I could defeat Lu Xiao honorably." Bai Feng was not merely speaking empty words. He had spent 2 days cultivating within his master's small world, where the spiritual energy far surpassed that of the outside realm, allowing his cultivation to advance to the pinnacle of innate perfection that very morning. Witnessing his disciples' unwavering confidence, Su Che nodded in agreement with the terms. Confident in his ability to handle any unforeseen developments, Su Che now possessed the power of an absolute domain, capable of suppressing anyone 3 realms below him, unless faced with a formidable being from the upper realm or a true imperial figure. No one could act with impunity before him. Before Bai Feng stepped onto the stage, Su Che whispered, "Feng, remember, do not hold back during the duel. They clearly come to take your life. Focus solely on the match. I will handle the rest. With me here, they cannot harm you." Filled with gratitude, Bai Feng deeply bowed to his master before resolutely striding towards the platform. His master's words illuminated the reality that the conditions imposed by the opponents were all aimed at placing him in peril. Thus, why should he show mercy to that woman? Women, on the path of cultivation, only serve as obstacles. He silently resolved that he would not hesitate if the need arose. The moment Bai Feng and Lu Xiao stepped onto the platform, a transparent barrier swiftly rose, sealing the entire arena. The island master clearly intended to maintain this protection until Lu Xiao overcame Bai Feng. "Humph, young man, prepare to pave the way for my disciple Xiao. With the Linglong heart I bestowed upon her, her magical power will never run dry. Any tricks you possess will be in vain." Once the two entered the formation, they ceased their words and immediately unleashed their respective ultimate techniques. Engaging in fierce combat, Lu Xiao initiated the battle with the most potent falling dust swordsmanship of Ling Mountain Island, wielding a top-tier flying sword that danced through the air, its sword aura chilling and resolute. Bai Feng, unable to utilize spiritual treasures, had not brought his fiery heavenly flame, but instead employed the flame decision, wielding blazing otherworldly fire with both hands, a massive crimson dragon swirling around him. Exhaling flames, Bai Feng countered with the ferocity of the flame decision, eschewing defense. Despite Lu Xiao's exquisite swordsmanship and sharp techniques, she was compelled to respond with all her might against his relentless onslaught. A splendid display of brute force overcoming finesse, Su Che cheered for his disciple from below, gently patting the head of his small disciple. Murong Qian perched on his shoulder while offering a few instructive words. "Did you see that, Qianer? If you encounter an opponent like your senior brother who triumphs through strength in the future, do you know what to do?" Murong Qian pondered for a moment, her round face reflecting deep thought, and replied, "Then I shall retaliate with even greater strength. I possess a sword that can shatter myriad techniques, vanquishing foes beneath my blade." "Well said," Su Che beamed with satisfaction, giving her cheek a gentle squeeze. "Indeed, your defiant sword technique also follows a bold path. No matter how unpredictable your adversary may be, you need only to strike with your sword. If one strike fails, then deliver another." Just as Su Che conversed with his small disciple, he suddenly noticed something amiss on the stage. How could that woman, merely at the pinnacle of innate perfection, endure Bai Feng's relentless barrage for so long without faltering? He found himself bewildered on the elevated platform. The island master of Ling Mountain observed Lu Xiao, who was at a disadvantage, with equal tension. Strange, that young man is clearly on par with Xiao, even having broken through in shorter time and lacking her stability. Why is his combat prowess so formidable? Could his technique surpass our royal grade techniques of Ling Mountain Island? How is that possible? His master is from the Xiaoyao sect. How could the techniques of the Xiaoyao sect surpass those of Ling Mountain Island? The island master was filled with questions in the audience. The young disciples of Ling Mountain Island were frantic yet powerless. They had high hopes for Lu Xiao, who was on the verge of becoming the new generation saintess, only to see her being dominated by Bai Feng, a peer from a lesser sect, on their home turf. Humph, that young man will not revel in success for long. Once his strength is depleted, he will understand who the true victor is. On the platform, Bai Feng sensed the precariousness of the situation. How could this woman possess such profound strength? Continuing like this would yield no results. It seemed the time had come to employ that technique. The flame decision he practiced was among the most elite imperial-level martial arts, divided into 9 stages, each accompanied by a powerful ultimate technique. He had now cultivated to the 3rd stage and fully mastered its ultimate skill, 8 Extremes Burst, a formidable technique capable of amplifying his strength 8-fold in a brief span before unleashing it all at once, perfectly suited to Bai Feng's direct and fierce combat style. However, this technique placed a tremendous burden on his body, which was why he seldom used it. Determined to conclude the battle swiftly, Bai Feng no longer hesitated. He suddenly slowed his attacks on the platform, beginning to silently gather his strength. Lu Xiao finally found a moment to breathe. Seeing her opponent's offense diminish, she coldly smirked, believing the opportunity had arrived. Is he out of energy? Then it's my turn to counterattack. However, before she could prepare herself, she noticed Bai Feng's aura surge dramatically, transforming from a tranquil lake into a raging volcano. What is happening? Wasn't he on the verge of collapse? The island master and several elders atop the platform were taken aback. Not good. Xiao is in danger. This young man is scheming. Master, quickly stop him. As Bai Feng completed his energy accumulation, he appeared like a blazing human-shaped flame. The violent energy even caused the protective barrier around the arena to tremble. He boldly declared, "Prepare to receive my 8 Extremes Burst." Lu Xiao's complexion turned pale, and faced with the nearly despairing force, she could only cry out, "Master, save me." At that moment, the island master of Ling Mountain, disregarding the rules of the duel, was poised to intervene. "Stop, you rascal!" A furious roar pierced the air. Seeing his beloved disciple on the brink of harm from the opponent's attack, Lu Xiao's master wasted no time in casting his life-bound spiritual treasure, aimed directly at Bai Feng on the platform. Simultaneously, a passage for escape appeared within the barrier behind Lu Xiao, allowing her to swiftly flee the arena and rush towards her master for refuge. Master, they are not abiding by the rules. Quickly save senior brother. Murong Qian anxiously pointed at the spiritual treasure hurtling towards Bai Feng, calling out to her master, as Yu Che had long since perceived the opponent's foul play. Seeking your own demise, he lightly raised his hand and pressed in midair, causing the barrier surrounding the arena to disintegrate instantaneously, and the spiritual treasure attempting to harm Bai Feng dissipated into nothingness. Fenger, come here. Upon hearing his master's voice, Bai Feng immediately leaped down from the platform, his gaze filled with reluctance as he looked at Lu Xiao, who had retreated to the side of the island master. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of winning this match. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed island master of Ling Mountain would act so shamelessly, directly intervening in the contest between juniors and even attempting to take his life? Thankfully, with his master present, Bai Feng felt a profound sense of security. Ling Mountain Island was truly disappointing. Yu Che strode forward, ascending the elevated platform with his two disciples. If Ling Mountain cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, then I believe the existence of Ling Mountain Island becomes meaningless. Su Che spoke these threatening words in a calm tone. The faces of all present from Ling Mountain Island flushed with indignation. Impudent, why should Ling Mountain Island account to you? Who do you think you are? The Xiaoyao sect is merely a second-rate sect, daring to boast before Ling Mountain Island. Moreover, Lu Xiao has not been defeated. It was your disciple who first violated the rules. The techniques he employed exceeded the limits appropriate for his level. Indeed, it was you who broke the rules first. We have merely adhered to the regulations in terminating this unjust confrontation. Faced with the illogical arguments of the members of Lingshan Island, Su Che could not help but chuckle. How amusing! You not only deny my disciple the use of advanced spiritual treasures, but now you even prohibit the use of martial arts techniques? Do you not find such rules absurd? In response to Su Che's inquiries, the high-ranking officials of Lingshan Island were rendered speechless, particularly the island master, whose face turned ashen, unable to find suitable words for rebuttal. Island master, why waste your breath on him? In the cultivation world, strength has always been paramount. Let him experience the consequences of challenging Lingshan Island. Nevertheless, Su Che's gaze remained tranquil, as if everything were within his grasp. What use is mere verbal sparring? True prowess is the essence of power. The island master understood that they were indeed in the wrong this time. What troubled him further was the inability to witness his beloved disciple being harmed by the opponent. Thus, he resolved to take extreme measures to eliminate this trio of master and disciples, a course of action that would both vent his frustration and uphold the dignity of Lingshan Island. The elders are right. Let us act together and subdue this cultivator from the Xiaoyao sect, the island master commanded. Yes, the elders responded in unison. The master Bai Feng felt a surge of anxiety as the opposing side prepared to attack his master without a hint of restraint. Chapter 28. Each to their own skill, do not fear, my disciple. Watch how I deal with these petty scoundrels. Yu Che waved his sleeve, releasing a radiant glow that formed a protective barrier around Murong Qian and Bai Feng, and then resolutely advanced towards the elders of Lingshan Island. Su Che activated his ultimate skill, the absolute domain. The surrounding 10 miles seemed to transform into his private domain. The members of Lingshan Island immediately sensed something amiss. The power within them began to spiral out of control, as if an invisible force was suppressing them. This the power of the laws. Someone exclaimed. Has he reached the legendary sacred realm? In this world, only cultivators who attain the sacred realm can touch the essence of the laws and command the forces of nature. Yu Che's absolute domain not only stemmed from his profound understanding of the laws, but also transcended the conventional limits of this world. This is bad. He is at the sacred realm. Run! Someone shouted. Disperse! The crowd attempted to flee, but it was far too late. Want to escape? It is too late. Su Che lightly clapped his hands, and those elders who sought to flee, along with the island master, found themselves suspended in midair, unable to move. Su Che did not strip them of their consciousness, allowing them to witness their own defeat. Did you not say that strength is of utmost importance? Today, I shall show you what true strength looks like. Standing firm like a mountain, Su Che instilled fear in the hearts of all. Who on earth is this person? One elder pondered in confusion. How could such cultivation possibly originate from a small sect like the Xiaoyao sect? Another elder questioned, incredulous. Island Master, what kind of adversary has your disciple brought us? Someone despaired. Perhaps we should surrender and plead for this senior to spare our lives. One proposed, a splendid idea, the others echoed. Just as Su Che was about to take action against those from Lingshan Island who had just been so arrogant, they suddenly transformed as if they were entirely different individuals. Senior, please wait. We acknowledge our mistakes. We beseech you to show us mercy. Indeed, Senior, we were blinded and offended you. We are willing to offer our apologies. Senior, you are magnanimous, and being fellow members of the Immortal sect. Could you not forgive us this once? Su Che was not one to revel in bloodshed. Seeing their sincere attitude of contrition, he proposed a condition. If you sincerely apologize to my disciple and earn his forgiveness, I shall no longer pursue the matter. He pointed to his eldest disciple by phone, indicating that as long as by phone was willing to forgive them, the matter would be considered resolved. However, this request left the members of Lingshan Island in a dilemma. They could bow to Su Che, as his cultivation far surpassed theirs, yet to apologize to a mere junior, who was only at the spirit general level, would ruin their reputation in the cultivation world if word got out. Noticing their hesitation, Su Che's gaze turned cold, and his tone carried a hint of impatience. What? Are you unwilling to admit your faults? The elders involuntarily looked towards their leader, the island master of Lingshan. The island master's expression was a tumult of emotions. Anger, fear, and regret. He knew there was no turning back at this point, and just as he was preparing to endure humiliation for the sake of his life, a resounding voice interrupted the proceedings. Who dares to act so brazenly on my Lingshan Island? The entire island trembled at this commanding shout. The long-secluded ancestor of Lingshan Island had unexpectedly emerged from seclusion. It is the ancestor. The ancestor has finally emerged. How wonderful! The ancestor has been in seclusion for hundreds of years. He must have broken through to an even higher realm. With the ancestor here, we need not fear him any longer. However, before the members of Lingshan Island could fully comprehend the situation, the ancestor they had placed their hopes upon was effortlessly drawn to Su Che's side with a mere wave of his hand. Su Che seized the collar of the Lingshan ancestor. Are you trying to be the scapegoat, old man? The wrinkled ancestor was filled with terror at that moment. He had never imagined that after hundreds of years of seclusion, he would finally break through to the Spirit Emperor realm, only to be easily captured by a young cultivator upon his emergence. Su Che's patience had reached its limit, facing the ancestor's futile struggles. He no longer offered any leniency. The ancestral power within the old man's body seemed to freeze, unresponsive to his summoning, making him realize that resisting was futile. Moments later, the ancestor ceased his struggle. His complexion as pale as paper, Su Che said nothing more, merely waving his hand, causing several elders who had been shouting defiantly a moment ago to vanish in an instant, leaving not even ashes behind. The air was thick with a stifling silence. An opportunity lay before you, yet you failed to cherish it. Su Che's voice was cold and calm. The ancestor's heart ached with sorrow. Those elders were the pillars of Lingshan Island. But this was not the time for mourning. He must devise a way to survive. As long as he remained alive, there was hope to rebuild Lingshan Island. Senior, please show mercy and grant Lingshan Island a path to survival. The ancestor pleaded. Su Che indeed felt a sense of relief at the death of these individuals. If I can gain my disciples' forgiveness, I will consider sparing you. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in the ancestor's eyes. Wu Ji, quickly do as this senior says. Do you wish to witness the demise of Lingshan Island? Wu Ji, the current island master of Lingshan, felt his face flush from the scolding of the ancestor, but dared not retort. He anxiously sought a strategy to salvage the situation. Master, it is not so simple. That boy's disciple intends to harm my disciple. Wu Ji argued. How can I stand idly by and watch my disciple perish? Baifeng stepped forward, countering, You violated the agreement first. Life and death on the arena are determined by fate. Each relies on their own skill. Why must you interfere? Now, let Lu Xiao come out. We shall start anew, and I can request my master to refrain from pursuing the matter. Baifeng proposed a condition. The ancestor deemed this a feasible approach. even if they lost a talented disciple. It was far better than the annihilation of the entire sect. After all, as long as he was present, Lingshan Island held infinite possibilities. Agree to him, Wu Ji, the ancestor commanded. Master, I do not wish to die. Lu Xiao's voice trembled as she began to panic. She realized that the sect she had once taken pride in could no longer provide her protection, and even the ancestor she respected most was prepared to abandon her. Xiao, come to my side. The ancestor's voice was resolute. As long as you are by my side, I will not allow you to come harm. Tears welled in Lu Xiao's eyes as she excitedly called out to her master and rushed into his embrace. Chapter 29. An unexpected delight. The island master of Lingshan Island clearly cherished this disciple and was unwilling to abandon Lu Xiao. Thus, he mustered the courage to ask Su Che, Senior, if it were your disciple in danger on the arena just now, would you intervene to save them? Of course I would, Su Che replied without hesitation. Bai Feng also softly called out, Master. Huh. The island master of Lingshan Island sneered. Looking at Su Che and his disciples with a hint of mockery, I thought you were such a rule-abiding person. It seems we are all quite similar. How ironic, he continued. Yet Su Che merely stated a fact. However, I'm stronger than all of you here. Therefore, the rules are set by me, not by you. Do you understand now? I understand. The master of Lingshan Island gently caressed his disciple's hair, as if he had aged significantly in that fleeting moment. When he lifted his gaze once more, his eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. To the victor belongs the spoils, and to the vanquished, disgraced if that is the case. He gritted his teeth and declared, if you insist on taking my disciple's life, then I shall drag your disciple down with me, even if it means my own demise. As soon as the words left his lips, the master of Lingshan Island appeared to invoke a secret technique. His life force rapidly dissipating, yet simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically. I will kill your two disciples. He bellowed in madness. He understood that with his current strength, he could not protect Lu Xiao, nor even safeguard his own life. Therefore, in the final moments of his existence, he chose to burn his remaining life force to forcibly elevate his realm, hoping to catch Su Che's disciples off guard. Haha, Xiao, go in peace after I finish them. I shall accompany you to the underworld. He laughed maniacally. No, Master, Lu Xiao cried out in terror, and then she shot forth the talisman from her hand, affixing it to the back of the master of Lingshan Island. Just as Su Che prepared to intervene, he noticed that the master of Lingshan Island had suddenly lost his previous might, as if struck down by some unseen force. It's dispelling talisman. Someone nearby gasped in astonishment. What a resolute woman! Su Che mused inwardly. It turned out that at the critical moment, when the master of Lingshan Island was about to strike, Lu Xiao had utilized her treasured dispelling talisman, a charm capable of instantly weakening the caster's power, causing the master's strength to plummet in the realm of cultivation. Dispelling talismans are emergency tools specifically designed to neutralize uncontrollable spiritual energy within practitioners. However, the master of Lingshan Island, in pursuit of a fleeting surge in power, had recklessly burned away the vestiges of his lifespan at that pivotal moment. His disciple Lu Xiao suddenly acted, using the dispelling talisman to deplete all of his internal spiritual energy, rendering the once mighty cultivator weak and insubstantial, as though devoid of soul. I'm sorry, Master, I truly do not wish to die. Lu Xiao trembled as she spoke, her eyes filled with dread. She lacked the courage to meet the gaze of the now lifeless master, instead casting a hopeful glance towards Bai Feng and Su Che, seeking their compassion. If I had not stopped the master just now, you would already be dead, she pleaded, her voice laced with a desire for survival. A life for a life. Can you allow me to leave this place? Faced with this heart-wrenching scene, Bai Feng felt an intense anger swell within him. While he harbored no fondness for the master of Lingshan Island, he had witnessed the master's affection for Lu Xiao, that a mentor who cherished their disciples so dearly should not have their life ended by those closest to them, regardless of their mistakes. Lu Xiao's actions not only betrayed the master's grace, but also sent a chilling wave through Bai Feng. You treacherous traitor! Bai Feng's voice trembled with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Xiao. How could you commit such an act? He turned to Su Che and bowed, saying, "Master, please permit me to deal with this sinner." After a moment of contemplation, Su Che nodded in agreement and handed the fiery ruler to Bai Feng. A formidable artifact symbolizing the judgment of justice, as Bai Feng approached with the blazing ruler in hand, Lu Xiao cried out in despair, attempting to evoke Bai Feng's memories and promises. "You cannot kill me. I remember you said you would protect me." Yet her pleas only deepened Bai Feng's disdain. With a resounding crash, the fiery ruler descended, ending Lu Xiao's life. In the distance, the ancestral figure of Lingshan Island silently observed, his expression devoid of emotion. The other members of the island stood quietly, none attempting to halt the unfolding tragedy. Some even felt a sense of relief within. Following this upheaval, a system prompt resonated. "Congratulations. Host, disciple Bai Feng has successfully overcome his inner demons, and his mindset has reached new heights." Simultaneously, a new ability was unlocked, Disciple Reputation, which signifies that Bai Feng's growth will reciprocally enhance the host's strength. The reputation of the disciple can bestow cultivation benefits upon the master. Whenever the disciple earns renown through competitions, rankings, or explorations of secret realms, the master will also receive rewards in cultivation. What an unexpected delight! I never imagined such fortune awaited, Su Che murmured to himself, waving farewell to Bai Feng as he prepared to depart. With the elevation of his realm, despite his two disciples enjoying 100-fold cultivation efficiency, their progress began to decelerate. Of course, this was merely in relation to their previous advancements. Compared to other ordinary cultivators, Bai Feng and Murong Qian's pace remained astonishingly swift, as Su Che had now attained the Spirit Emperor realm, and the time required for each subsequent level would lengthen considerably. The newly introduced Disciple Reputation feedback feature from the system would precisely expedite his ascension. The quickest way to acquire reputation should be to participate in the grand competition. Let me think, he suddenly recalled. Wasn't there a grand competition among the sects every 30 years? It had been 29 years since the last one. The next would be held next year. Just then, the ancestral figure of Lingshan Island, having pacified the other elders and disciples, hurried after him, evidently wishing to mend ties with this enigmatic cultivator. "May I inquire about your esteemed name, Senior? I shall personally arrive with great gifts to express my gratitude." The elder said respectfully, "I am Su Che, the first seat of Tianhua Peak in the Xiaoyao sect." Su Che replied, indifferent to the elder's demeanor. However, upon hearing this name, the ancestral figure of Lingshan Island appeared somewhat puzzled. "Xiaoyao sect?" At this moment, an elder nearby quietly reminded him, "Elder, that is the Xiaoyao sect from Mo City. Oh, I see." The elder exclaimed in realization, "But I recall that hundreds of years ago, before your retreat, the Xiaoyao sect in Mo City was merely a second-rate sect." Correct? Chapter 30. Securing victory. Su Che gazed at him calmly and replied, "Indeed, that second-rate sect is precisely the Xiaoyao sect. However, from this day forth, it shall no longer be so." Yes, my apologies. Please forgive my indiscretion. Senior, with such a formidable figure as you to oversee, the Xiaoyao sect is more than worthy of being called a sacred ground. After departing from Lingshan Island, Su Che intended to return with his two disciples to the Xiaoyao sect to discuss the grand competition with the sect leader, Chu Xiaodao, and ascertain the number of available slots for participation, planning for both Bai Feng and Murong Qian to compete. Just then, the system's prompt echoed. "Ding! A female candidate has been detected who meets the requirements for apprenticeship. It is suggested that the host take her as a disciple." Ding! Upon successfully recruiting 5 disciples, a new system function will be unlocked. The notification concluded, and a map appeared in Su Che's mind, revealing a red dot rapidly approaching him, trailed closely by several black dots. Su Che quickly calculated the speed of the pursuers, unable to suppress his astonishment. This speed is extraordinary. She must have undergone cultivation, and her prowess is not insignificant. How could she possibly meet the criteria of that waste? Ding! The system has detected that she is about to fall into waste, thus perfectly satisfying the host requirements for recruitment. Such a thing exists? Su Che's eyes widened. Deep within the mountains below, a graceful young woman was fleeing rapidly through the dense forest, her back continuously assaulted by her pursuers. new wounds accumulating atop old ones. Pushing her to the brink, as a princess of the spirit clan, how have I fallen to such a state? Am I to perish in a foreign land today? Her internal energy was nearly depleted, yet her enemies showed no signs of relenting. Father, your daughter is unable to avenge your death. She silently lamented in despair, just as the woman prepared to expend her last ounce of strength to end her own life. Su Che's figure suddenly appeared before her. Disciple, Master has come to rescue you. As Yu Che stood there composed, unafraid of the approaching foes, as the enemies surged forward. Su Che merely pressed lightly, and a dozen pursuers were instantly turned to blood mist. The woman's eyes widened in shock. This person possesses such strength, effortlessly dispatching a dozen experts. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. If I survive, I shall repay you. The woman bowed to Su Che, ready to make her escape. Su Che immediately stopped her. After all, he was specifically seeking a disciple and could not let her leave alone, especially in her severely injured state, where she might be hunted again at any moment. Come with me. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. The woman frowned slightly. Senior, you must have mistaken me for someone else. This is our first meeting. I am not your disciple. Su Che replied nonchalantly. Not previously, but you are now. The woman remained silent for a moment, then said, I appreciate your kindness, Senior, but my identity is special. My enemies will not spare me if I stay with you. It could endanger you. Despite the impressive display of power exhibited by Su Che moments ago, she surmised that his true cultivation level was merely at the spirit sovereign realm, a staggering disparity when compared to the foe she faced. As the princess of the spirit clan in Yunyan, her father had once been a formidable holy sovereign, yet he had recently fallen in battle against the Tiger Saint, who claimed his life. Following his ascension to the position of emperor, the Tiger Saint resolved to unify Yunyan, initiating a relentless purge against the spirit clan. She had narrowly escaped that catastrophe by burning her life as divine feathers. Presently, in a Yunyan governed by the Tiger Saint, there was no sanctuary for her. The Tiger Saint commanded countless spirit emperor-level demon lords, including 2 holy-level demon saints. For a cultivator at the spirit sovereign realm to attempt to protect her would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, Su Che, with his penetrating gaze, had already discerned her identity and background, forming some conjectures about her adversaries. Yet, none of this posed a threat to him, whether it was demon lords or demon saints. Even if the demon emperor himself came to challenge, within his absolute domain, victory was assured. Once his disciple's cultivation advanced, he would break through once more, and even in the face of powerful spirit saints, he would remain unperturbed. If I cannot protect you, then surely there is no one else in this world who can, Su Che remarked with a light laugh. Meng Ying was taken aback by the confidence and warmth in his eyes. Pondering to herself, are the humans from the outside world truly so naive? Nonetheless, she felt grateful for his kindness and solemnly cautioned, Senior, please believe me, it is not that I am unwilling to become your disciple, but my enemies far exceed your imagination. You are the princess of the spirit clan. Your father must have been a powerful demon from the holy realm, correct? Su Che seemed to see through it all. Now that you wander outside, hunted by the demon clan, your enemies must surely be beings more powerful than your father, perhaps even the demon emperor. However, he added firmly, as long as you are willing to become my disciple, not even the demon emperor will be able to harm you in the slightest. Upon hearing Su Che articulate her identity, Meng Ying was so astonished she could scarcely speak. How did you know? She thought, believing she had concealed it well, having sealed her bloodline with secret techniques, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Yet here she was, easily unmasked. Do not worry. I am here to save you. Su Che reassured her, we are fated. You may return with me for now, and you can consider the matter of apprenticeship later. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Ying decided to accept the proposal. On one hand, she truly did not know where to flee or whom to trust. On the other, she was gravely injured, her bloodline sealed, utterly defenseless, and venturing out alone could lead to unforeseen peril. Seeing Meng Ying agree, Su Che smiled faintly, waving his hand to draw her into his small world. Once you are here, I need not fear you will not stay. He mused, being my disciple is surely more carefree than being any princess. With the small world at his disposal, Suche no longer needed to travel with others. He could soar at full speed, racing toward the carefree sect like a shooting star. Within this small world, transformed by the creation dimensional stone, a landscape resembling a complete miniature universe had begun to take shape at that moment. Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian were diligently cultivating in the central dojo of the small world. The sudden appearance of Meng Ying caught their attention, and they gazed at her with curiosity that, oh, who is this sister? Meng Ying was so captivated by the wonders of the small world that she did not notice Mu Rongqian's soft inquiry. This is actually a nascent world governed by laws. Coming from an extraordinary background, Meng Ying instantly recognized the distinction between this small world and an ordinary secret realm. Ordinary secret realms are merely fragments of space in the void, lacking their own governing power. Yet this place is an exception. Has the senior reached the late stage of spirit saint cultivation to possess an independent small world? Bai Feng observed Meng Ying with a curious gaze as she appeared lost in thought. She should be my new junior sister. Bai Feng cleared his throat, bringing Meng Ying back from her reverie. I am Bai Feng, the eldest disciple of our master. What is your name, junior sister? Meng Ying was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself that she had not formally become a disciple yet. However, she did not refute him and simply nodded slightly, replying, My name is Meng Ying, by the way. I still do not know which sect you come from. Bai Feng was momentarily stunned. Are you referring to our master? He is the head of Tianhua Peak of the Carefree sect. We are all his disciples. He then introduced, This is Mu Rongqian, your second senior sister. Second senior sister? Meng Ying felt a bit astonished as she looked at the small girl who barely reached Bai Feng's waist, as a member of the spirit clan. Her actual age was nearing 100 years, yet by human reckoning, she was akin to an 18-year-old girl. Upon returning to Tianhua Peak, Suche immediately established a fixed passageway to the small world and moved all his belongings into this realm. He instructed Bai Feng to take good care of Meng Ying before heading to the main peak to discuss matters with the sect leader, Chu Xiudao. You wish for your disciple to participate in the Immortal Gate Grand Competition. Chu Xiudao appeared quite surprised upon hearing Suche's words. I it that we lack spots in the Carefree sect? Suche inquired. Chu Xiudao shook his head and explained, It's not that. While we only have 10 spots for the competition. The Immortal Gate Grand Competition is an arena for the talented disciples of sects across various states. With exceedingly high requirements, in the past, we have struggled to gather even 10 qualified participants. He continued, I am astonished that your disciple, having joined for less than a year, is already set to compete in such a grand event. Her growth rate is remarkable. However, considering she is such a powerful and generous master, it is no surprise she is progressing so swiftly. 2 spots. No need to consult others. I will arrange them for you directly. Chu Xiudao generously waved his hand, acquiescing to Suche's request. He understood that even combined, the other 6 peaks would struggle to find a few disciples meeting the competition's requirements. The Immortal Gate Grand Competition stipulates that participants must be under 25 years of age and at least at the Spirit General level. This is merely a basic condition. To make a mark in the competition, one must possess extraordinary strength. No, it will be 3, as I am about to take on another disciple, Suche stated, holding up 3 fingers. 3, no problem. Chu Xiudao readily agreed, mentioning that this Immortal Gate Grand Competition was a rare opportunity for the Carefree sect, that if our disciples can achieve good results, not only will it enhance the sect's reputation and attract more talents to join, but we will also receive rewards from the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Alliance is an organization established by the major sacred places and ancient families of the cultivation world, nominally governing all sects and forces. The Immortal Alliance also sets the classification standards for sects, ranging from sacred places to those of lesser status, each with its place. Just as Suche was about to leave, Chu Xiudao suddenly called out to him. Su Shidi, he said somewhat shyly. We recently discovered a disciple with a talent for artifact forging. Upon hearing this, Suche exclaimed joyfully, That is excellent news. To elevate the status of the Carefree sect, we must make strides in artifact forging, alchemy, and formations. Chu Xiaodao elucidated, such talents should be nurtured well. Su Che concurred. Chu Xiaodao nodded in agreement, but soon displayed a troubled expression. However, our sect's resources are limited, and we cannot provide very good forging inheritance. Su Che immediately grasped the sect leader's intent, recognizing that the inheritance of techniques was not an issue for him. Thus, he casually replied, "That is simple. I will look for something." Subsequently, Su Che selected a high-level artifact forging inheritance, the Book of Creation from his small world, along with a replica of a Hongmeng furnace of the 9th grade. Take this furnace as well. I hope it will assist the gifted disciple, Su Che generously offered. Chu Xiaodao accepted these precious items with satisfaction, no longer being polite. As a fellow member of the Carefree sect, I shall not say more. We will work together to elevate our sect. In a tranquil corner of Tianhua Peak, Meng Ying was keenly observing Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian as they took turns challenging the trial tower. Though they were invariably defeated after each attempt, emerging with disheveled appearances, they never wavered, resting only briefly before resolutely plunging back into the tower. Is this the training ground prepared by that senior for the disciples? She pondered to herself. Soon, Bai Feng was once again ejected from the tower, this time with a pair of boots shimmering with mysterious light in his hands, a rare 6th grade spirit treasure. Wow, senior brother. Have you cleared the 3rd level? Mu Rongqian exclaimed, her eyes brimming with envy. For cultivators, each level of the trial tower represents a greater challenge. Bai Feng's success signifies his ability to transcend 3 minor realms in combat and emerge victorious. At this moment, although Bai Feng was at the pinnacle of the spirit general realm, his combat prowess could rival that of a late-stage innate expert. Observing Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian animatedly discussing their experiences within the trial tower, Meng Ying felt a surge of excitement. She learned that with each layer conquered, the challenger would receive a unique treasure as a reward. The esteemed elder who established the trial tower was notably generous, allowing any successful conqueror to take home their rightful spoils. It was rumored that a female cultivator from another sect had obtained a 4th grade spiritual treasure sword after overcoming the 1st layer. For Meng Ying, who once bore the title of princess among the spirit clan, high-grade magical artifacts were exceedingly rare, let alone precious spiritual treasures. Perhaps I should truly consider taking that elder as my master. Meng Ying pondered, for as the elder suggested, there might indeed be a fated connection between us and this moment. Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian concluded their brief respite, the table laden with food and drinks exuding rich spiritual energy. Mu Rongqian playfully reminded Bai Feng, "Senior brother, Master specifically instructed you not to sneak a drink of his spiritual wine, that he mentioned that its potency is quite formidable, and you might not withstand it." Embarrassed, Bai Feng set down the wine bottle, and instead poured fruit-flavored spiritual liquid for himself and Mu Rongqian, taking note of Meng Ying, who was quietly observing them from the side. "Junior sister, please invite Miss Meng Ying to join us," Bai Feng suggested. "She may soon become our junior sister, and we ought to get along well." Mu Rongqian obediently nodded and dashed towards Meng Ying, holding a spiritual fruit in her hand. Chapter 32. Simply incredible, big sister Meng Ying. Come and eat with us. This spiritual fruit is for you. Meng Ying accepted the spiritual fruit, and before she could savor it, its delightful aroma had already captivated her senses. She immediately recognized that this was no ordinary fruit, but rather a high-quality spiritual fruit. Meng Ying swallowed hard and gently inquired, "Do you truly eat such spiritual fruits regularly? This must be an exceptionally high-grade one, right?" "Indeed. These delectable fruits and refreshing drinks are all bestowed upon us by our master. He has cultivated an abundance of spiritual plants in the small world, ensuring we will enjoy a continual supply of fresh spiritual fruits in the future." Meng Ying swallowed again, sensing that her connection with this elder had taken on an even more mysterious dimension. Bai Feng noticed the change in Meng Ying's expression and casually remarked, "Ah, junior sister, your innate sword embryo is truly an extraordinary artifact. It will grow alongside your cultivation. In contrast, my heavy ruler, though classified as a 9th grade spiritual treasure, cannot unleash its full power given my current realm. After each use, I have to trouble Master to reseal it for me. I should have had Master select a sword that would evolve with my progress." Meng Ying, who was savoring a spiritual fruit, widened her eyes at this revelation. Ninth-grade spiritual treasure. She marveled inwardly, astonished that he found the use of a ninth-grade spiritual treasure cumbersome. Good heavens, how affluent are they? At this moment, Meng Ying felt increasingly convinced that her bond with this elder was indeed unique and extraordinary. I wonder when the elder will return. Meanwhile, Su Che, whom Meng Ying had been musing about, was currently visiting other peaks. Since he effortlessly defeated the invading Luo Ming old demon last time, the He Huan sect had proactively established a friendly relationship with the Xian Yao sect, indirectly elevating the latter's status and benefiting all the peaks. The peak masters understood that this was all due to Su Che, so upon learning of his return to the sect, they eagerly extended invitations for him to visit. This was not only a gesture of goodwill from the peaks, but also the will of the sect leader, Chu Xiu Daorun, for the long-term development of the Xian Yao sect. Internal unity was paramount at this moment. Su Che was leisurely enjoying tea and conversation atop Yunin Peak when a disciple hurriedly reported that the sect leader was summoning him. The peak master of Yunin asked, "Did the sect leader mention the reason?" Reporting to the peak master, "A distinguished guest has arrived at Lingshan Island, and the sect leader has commanded all peak masters to welcome them." The Yunin peak master was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Surely, even a guest from Lingshan Island should not warrant the entire upper echelon of the Xian Yao sect to greet them. It was evident that the mindset of the Xian Yao sect's upper echelons had subtly shifted. They no longer approached first-rate sects like Lingshan Island with trepidation, as their own strength was rapidly advancing toward the first tier. The disciple added, "It is said that the venerable ancestor who has not emerged from seclusion for several centuries has personally come to visit, and he has now attained the realm of Spirit Emperor." The Spirit Emperor realm. Everyone inhaled sharply, realizing that this meant Lingshan Island would become a new holy ground. This news undoubtedly stunned everyone present. The first seed of Yunin Peak exclaimed and immediately pulled Su Che, urging him to head to the mountain gate. "Hurry, junior brother Su, we cannot keep the sect leader waiting." Lingshan Island? Su Che was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. The ancestor there must be coming to apologize. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they found sect leader Chu Xiu Daorun already waiting. "You've arrived. Come quickly. The people from Lingshan Island are soon to arrive," he said, a hint of unease in his voice. With the venerable ancestor from Lingshan Island having successfully broken through, the establishment of the holy ground was a foregone conclusion. They were left wondering what the sudden visit could entail. "If they merely require us to prepare some gifts for a visit, that would be manageable," Chu Xiu Daorun continued, "but I hope they do not make excessive demands." At this moment, the first seed of Ling Yun Peak broke the silence. "Could it be that they have set their sights on our newly acquired 6 high-grade spiritual veins, wishing to seize them? After all, Mo City is adjacent to Beizhou, quite close." This notion sent a chill through those present. The first seed of Yushan Peak even speculated they might not only want the spiritual veins, but may harbor greater ambitions, such as annexing the entire Xian Yao sect, or even Mo City. This was indeed a distinct possibility. Others concurred, noting that Lingshan Island's ascension to a holy ground would undoubtedly necessitate territorial expansion, and their proximity made them an easily attainable target. "We absolutely cannot agree." Everyone unanimously agreed that the Xian Yao sect would never compromise. Even if they had a Spirit Emperor realm ancestor, they would not be intimidated. Remember, the Luo Ming old demon was also at the Spirit Emperor realm. Yet he was effortlessly dealt with by junior brother Su, was he not? The crowd turned their gaze to Su Che, eagerly anticipating his display of strength once more as Su Che stood in the back. Awkwardly scratching his head, he had long wished to clarify the situation, but the escalating speculations of the peak masters left him unable to interject. Perhaps they are here to present gifts and apologize?" he suggested cautiously. Chu Xiu Daorun regarded Su Che with skepticism. "Do you know something, junior brother Su?" Su Che pointed to the north. "They have arrived. We will soon find out." With the arrival of the Lingshan Island delegation, all questions would be resolved. Su Che silently prayed that the situation would be as simple as he hoped. An earnest apology accompanied by gifts. Yes, Su Che's words faded. A magnificent flying vessel swiftly approached from the northern horizon. Coming to a halt before the gathered assembly in the blink of an eye dot, I am the 16th generation sect master of Lingshan Island. Taoist, name you dinged, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. The venerable ancestor Yuding immediately extended polite greetings to Chuxiu Dao Run and the others. Noticing Su Che among the crowd, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Senior Su, I have brought gifts to express my apologies. Thanks to your magnanimity during the previous incident, I am truly grateful. Su Che casually waved his hand. Let bygones be bygones. I'm not one to dwell on the past. Thank you for your generosity. Senior, should there be any future needs, Lingshan Island will certainly do its utmost to assist. Upon hearing these words, Chuxiu Dao Run and the other elders were left speechless in astonishment. They had indeed come to apologize. The leader of Lingshan Island, having broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm, had personally come to the Xian Yao sect to offer his apologies. It sounded utterly unbelievable. However, the scene before them left no room for doubt, and each person felt a wave of disorientation. Meanwhile, the first seed of Yin Yin Peak noticed the array of treasures and spiritual stones displayed on the flying vessel, and his eyes immediately lit up, already contemplating how to utilize these resources to enhance his own strength. Chapter 33. Powerful soul force. At this moment, Meng Ying was anxiously gazing at the mountain gate on Tianhua Peak, eagerly anticipating Su Che's return. Since arriving at Tianhua Peak, she had felt an unprecedented warmth. There were no ulterior motives or schemes here. The disciples coexisted harmoniously, and the abundance of cultivation resources made it a veritable paradise for cultivators. Meng Ying had resolved that once Su Che returned, she would earnestly request to become his disciple. She firmly believed that with her innate talent and the assistance of the mysterious orb, given a little time, she would swiftly evolve and avenge her father. Just as Meng Ying was lost in contemplation, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from the orb in her hand, transforming into the silhouette of an elderly figure. Oh, you not yearn for revenge for your father? Meng Ying gazed in astonishment at the elder before her, taken aback by the revelation that the orb harbored an old man within it. Who are you, venerable elder? She inquired. Of course, I wish to avenge my father. It is a desire that occupies my thoughts day and night. Meng Ying replied resolutely, her eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. At that moment, Meng Ying felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Not only was her body weak, but she also bore grievous injuries. Just then, the aged figure smiled and asked her, "Do you crave power? The kind of power that is unparalleled. Do you wish to take vengeance upon those who have wronged you?" Upon hearing these words, Meng Ying's eyes instantly sparkled with fervor as she eagerly asked, "Elder, can you teach me to become powerful? Can you impart to me your wondrous skills?" She was filled with excitement, for she had never imagined such an opportunity would present itself to her. "Certainly," the elder assured. "As long as you follow my training, I promise you will reach the realm of Spirit Emperor within 10 years and break through to the Holy Realm within 20. Even the legendary Spirit Sage will not be beyond your grasp. When you become sufficiently strong, your enemies will be as powerless as ants." However, the elder then spoke with gravity, "But the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. You must endure countless trials and challenges to become a true powerhouse. Are you capable of withstanding this?" Meng Ying's gaze was unwavering, and a surge of determination welled up within her as she gritted her teeth and declared, "I can persevere." A flicker of satisfaction crossed the elder's eyes as he said, "Excellent. Then from now on, follow me. We shall journey to a hidden place where I will teach you the highest secrets of divine arts." Meng Ying hesitated for a moment, for the spiritual energy at Tianhua Peak was exceptionally abundant, making it an ideal location for cultivation. Given the richness of the spiritual energy here, why can't we begin our training right now? She queried. The elder's expression shifted slightly as he patiently explained, "It is precisely because this place is too comfortable that it is unsuitable for you. Rapidly elevate your strength. You must exert efforts 1,000-fold greater than the average person." After pondering for a moment, Meng Ying nodded in understanding. Soon after, she resolved to depart. "Though I hold great fondness for Senior Su's abode, I have my own path to tread, and this will also protect Senior Su from entanglements." Having bid farewell to by phone and requested him to convey her regards to Senior Su, Meng Ying left Tianhua Peak. Her retreating figure left Murong Qian and Bai Feng perplexed, unable to comprehend why she had suddenly changed her mind. Bai Feng cautiously followed Meng Ying, his mind brimming with questions. She was still recuperating from her injuries. Why had she suddenly ventured alone into these perilous mountains? Meng Ying entered a secluded valley and, following the elder's instructions, quietly sat down and raised the mysterious orb. "Elder, shall we commence our study of the new spells now?" she inquired with curiosity. The elder emerged from the orb, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, this place is sufficiently secure. No one shall disturb you. O cultivate my techniques. You will require the assistance of this blue spirit, ORB.I, in a moment. You must concentrate wholly on the orb, harnessing its power to stabilize your body while I inscribe the secrets of the divine arts into your consciousness." Trustingly, Meng Ying complied, and the elder's satisfaction was palpable. "Very well. I shall now impart to you the divine arts." As soon as the words left his lips, the remnant soul transformed into a beam of light and surged into Meng Ying's mind. Caught off guard, Meng Ying soon felt excruciating pain. "Elder, it hurts so much." Her voice grew faint. "Why do I feel my consciousness fading?" The elder, sensing the opportune moment, coldly chuckled. "Just endure a little longer. Soon you will feel no more pain, for you will completely vanish. No, please." Meng Ying cried out in terror. At that critical juncture, Bai Feng detected the anomaly and sprang into action. "This is bad." He dashed towards Meng Ying, unleashing his powers to expel the intruding entity from her body. "You dare disrupt my grand design, little ghost," the elder roared in fury. But Bai Feng's intervention had already derailed his plans. Upon recognizing the young man before him, the elder's expression morphed into one of surprise and greed. "So it's you, a mere insect from the spirit general realm, dares to meddle. It seems you have come alone. How fortuitous. You shall remain and become my offering." A chilling wind suddenly whipped through the air, enveloping the two in a powerful soul force. What a delightful surprise. "Boy, you shall soon see. Once I seize control, I will deal with you accordingly," the elder threatened, his malevolence on full display as he bellowed at Bai Feng. "I will tear you to shreds." As Bai Feng found himself unable to resist, Lu Peng timely intervened, blocking the overwhelming soul force. "This old monster is no simple foe. Hurry and inform the Peak Master." As Bai Feng prepared to retrieve a communication jade slip to seek assistance from Su Che, a familiar voice rang out. "Who dares lay hands on my disciple?" Su Che descended like a divine warrior, immediately diffusing the crisis. Seizing the blue spirit orb with one hand, he gently pressed down with the other, extracting the hidden remnant soul from Meng Ying. "A mere little ghost dares to harm my disciple." Su Che thundered, swiftly casting a spell that caused the elder's spirit to gradually dissipate, unable to escape despite its struggles. "Master, your timing is impeccable." Bai Feng exhaled in relief. "This time, I was careless. Had you not arrived in time, both Meng Ying and I would have likely perished. Fear not. Fortunately, you were prepared. Otherwise, I might have truly lost a worthy disciple." Su Che lamented, having been preoccupied with visiting other peaks and neglecting the potential dangers surrounding Meng Ying. Soon after, Meng Ying awakened, her first sight being Su Che's steadfast back. Predecessor, she expressed gratefully. "Once again, you have saved me. We are indeed fated." Su Che's words dispelled Meng Ying's hesitations, and she promptly knelt to beseech apprenticeship. "Meng Ying wishes to become your disciple. Please accept me." "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the 5th disciple of Tianhua Peak." Su Che nodded in acquiescence and led them back to the peak. Upon their return, Su Che gathered his disciples, instructing them to focus on their cultivation in preparation for the upcoming celestial competition. He then generously presented a set of imperial-level cultivation techniques for Meng Ying to choose from. Faced with these invaluable methods, Meng Ying felt as though she had stepped into a dream. Master is truly benevolent. She marveled inwardly, recalling that even as a spirit clan princess during her time in Yunyan, she had never encountered such advanced techniques. Swiftly, she identified her destined path among the numerous tomes, the heart of transformation, and resolved to make it the cornerstone of her cultivation. Once her selection was complete, Su Che showcased a collection of radiant spiritual treasures. Your senior brothers and sisters have each acquired their respective innate treasures. Now it is your turn to select one. Su stated, confronted with the dazzling array of spiritual treasures. Meng Ying was once again left speechless. These artifacts not only boasted high ranks, but the majority were of the 9th grade, with none falling below the 7th. Ultimately, she chose a Wind and Thunder Seal, an artifact that harmoniously fused offense and defense as her innate spiritual treasure. A member of the Spirit Clan, her natural affinity for the wind element, combined with the thunderous power bestowed by the Wind and Thunder Seal, was nothing short of a celestial match. After selecting her techniques and treasure, Su Che personally treated Meng Ying's injuries. Escape pursuit. She had previously used secret arts to burn her own life essence, leaving her to almost start anew in her cultivation. Su Che's techniques were employed, a warm current coursed through Meng Ying, aiding her gradual recovery. The system prompt chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully accepting a disciple. Shortly thereafter, another delightful notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new ability, Forbidden Body. This meant that Su Che could now disregard any restrictions, formations, or barriers, as if all obstacles in the world had opened their doors to him. Meanwhile, in a distant location, the Hahuan sect was shrouded in a pall of gloom. This sanctified place, which had endured for millennia, had witnessed countless changes over the ages, now found itself deeply troubled due to matters concerning the abyssal secret realm. Within the main hall, the supreme leader and the elders furrowed their brows, deliberating on the fate of their ancestor. This 16th-generation supreme leader and nearly 10,000-year-old spirit emperor had lost contact while exploring the abyssal secret realm, leaving behind an increasingly dim soul lamp. The Hahuan sect had become the only sacred ground in the Xiantian continent precisely because it boasted 2 spirit emperor-level powerhouses. Among them was the legendary ancestor, whose true prowess had long transcended the boundaries of time. He had reached the Spirit Emperor realm a millennium ago, since entering the abyssal secret realm 60 years ago, apart from a brief initial message. There had been no further word. Though the ancestral soul lamp remains aglow, its radiance diminishes gradually, hinting that the ancestor may have encountered a formidable restriction and become trapped within the Grand Hall. The eldest elder, most versed in formations, first shattered the silence. Holy Master, my perspective aligns with yours. After considerable research during this period, I am convinced that the ancestor is ensnared by an ancient forbidden great formation. It is a lethal trap. Once one steps into it, unless the entire formation can be annihilated instantly, one will be met with its full counteraction. Upon hearing this, the other elders could not help but gasp in dismay. If that is the case, our numerical superiority is of no avail. How could we possibly dismantle such a powerful formation in an instant? Indeed, even a mighty figure like the ancestor has been ensnared. The power of this formation is beyond comprehension. None of us can achieve that. The atmosphere grew heavy, and a sense of despair enveloped the assembly. Ouyang Jin felt a profound helplessness. He had previously attempted to forcibly break the formation, but when he sought to weaken its foundation, the ancestral soul lamp began to flicker precariously. This indicated that his actions endangered the ancestor's life. Realizing this, he had no choice but to halt immediately. Just as despair settled among the crowd, Ouyang Shui, standing at the back, proposed a suggestion. Holy Master, I believe we should seek external aid. As soon as these words were uttered, all eyes turned to her. External aid? But Huan sect is already the strongest force in Xiantian continent. Who could possibly assist us? Indeed, in terms of cultivation and comprehension of formations, we are the pinnacle of Xiantian continent. Could there be an existence stronger than us? Ouyang Jin, filled with skepticism, turned to Ouyang Shui, inquiring, are you suggesting we seek powerful individuals from other realms to rescue the ancestor? However, Ouyang Jin furrowed his brow. Even if such talents could be found, would they be willing to aid Huan sect? After all, competition exists between realms, and they might prefer to see the ancestor of Huan sect meet misfortune. The eldest elder immediately countered, this course of action is ill-advised. The fact that the ancestor is trapped must not be leaked. Powerful beings from other realms would likely revel in the ancestor's demise in the secret realm. why would they lend a hand? If other holy places become aware of our predicament, they might unite to attack us. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui gently tapped her forehead and remarked, "Why must we seek help from external realms? Have you all forgotten the senior from Xiaoyao sect?" As her words fell, the entire grand hall seemed to tremble with this reminder. The eldest elder and the others suddenly awoke to realization, their faces reflecting enlightenment. Indeed, how could I not have thought of that? Did we not present 6 top-tier spirit veins to Xiaoyao sect? Senior Su holds a favorable impression of us. If we present him with a generous gift this time, he should be willing to assist. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding his proficiency in formations. Saving the ancestor would not be an easy task. They recalled witnessing Senior Su Che suppressing the Luo Ming demon lord in a fierce battle at Xiaoyao sect. Fully convinced of his strength, however, as members of Huanhuan's sect, long positioned at the pinnacle of Xintian continent, they momentarily overlooked the presence of such a formidable individual within Mo City. Ouyang Jin also recalled the mysterious expert residing in Xiaoyao sect. Though he had never witnessed the individual in action, he had gleaned much from the stories recounted by several elders and speculated that this senior, even if not at the level of a spirit saint, was at least a saint-level powerhouse. If a saint-level expert were willing to extend a helping hand, there might be hope for the ancestors' escape. Ouyang Shimi, you must take a generous gift to Xiaoyao sect immediately. Ensure you secure the assistance of that senior. Utilize my token to select the most precious gifts from the hidden vault. Do not be stingy. Meanwhile, at Tianhua Peak of Xiaoyao sect, due to the tenfold cultivation enhancement brought by the new disciple Meng Ying, Su Che's cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. His small world and absolute domain expanded 1,000-fold, encompassing a radius of 100 miles. Tianhua Peak lay entirely within his control. When Ouyang Shui arrived with her meticulously prepared gifts, Su Che immediately sensed her presence. With a mere thought, she materialized before him. Despite her inner astonishment, Ouyang Shui maintained her composure, respectfully bowing. "Master, I did not expect your cultivation to surpass previous heights. I seek your assistance in a matter. Would you be willing? Speak. What brings you to me?" Su Che inquired nonchalantly. "Master, I come to implore you to rescue my family's ancestor. The ancestor has inadvertently fallen into a forbidden realm. I earnestly request your aid." Ouyang Shui then presented the gift she had brought, all rare spirit materials of grade 5 or above, clearly indicating Huanhuan sect's willingness to spare no expense to ensure Su Che accepted her request. She added, "Senior, before departing, the Holy Master promised that should you agree to assist, Huanhuan sect is willing to share the secrets of the abyssal secret realm with you. It is an ancient battlefield relic we stumbled upon, brimming with countless unknown treasures and opportunities. The ancestor mentioned that the abyssal secret realm may conceal secrets leading to the immortal realm." Upon hearing this, Su Che's heart stirred slightly, igniting his curiosity. However, his interest did not stem from a desire to become an immortal. With the assistance of the system, achieving immortality was merely a matter of time for him. What truly captivated him was the process of ascension. For countless years, many had ascended from this continent, yet none returned, nor was there a whisper from the upper realms. This enigma was perplexing. Logically, ascenders should possess legacies and connections in the lower realm, and there should be no complete severance of ties. Yet, this appeared to be a common occurrence among all ascenders. Realizing this, Su Che unhesitatingly agreed to explore the abyssal secret realm. "That I accept your request," he stated. Ouyang Shui rejoiced upon hearing this. "Wonderful. Master, can we depart now? My family's ancestor's situation is becoming increasingly dire," she said anxiously, no longer concealing the ancestor's true condition. Su Che held confidence in his abilities. He believed that with him present, the rise of Xiaoyao sect was destined, and there was no need to resort to underhanded means against the ancestors of other holy places. After briefly instructing his disciples, he accompanied Ouyang Shui to Huanhuan sect. The sect leader, Ouyang Jin, personally welcomed them, leading the elders to usher Su Che into the holy place, preparing to journey together to the abyssal secret realm. After traversing a concealed teleportation array, they arrived at a fractured mountain range, beneath which lay an endless abyss of darkness. "Senior, The abyssal secret realm lies just below. Let us descend. Ouyang Jin indicated towards the abyss. Then let us proceed, Su Che replied, activating his absolute domain as protection. Under Ouyang Jin's guidance, the group leapt into the abyss. The spiritual energy here was chaotic and complex. They descended for about half an hour before finally reaching the ground. Senior, ahead lies the forbidden great formation we discovered, Ouyang Jin explained. This ancient absolute formation possesses astonishing might. It must be swiftly dismantled to avoid triggering its counteraction mechanism, or else my family's ancestor will be in peril. Su Che stepped forward, quietly inquiring of the system. System, with my current capabilities, can I forcibly dismantle this formation? The system responded. If the host is willing to expend 10 years, the power of the formation can be gradually eroded. Upon hearing this, Su Che couldn't help but smile wryly. 10 years. By then, the ancestor of Huan's sect, trapped within the formation, would likely have long since perished. Clearly, brute force dismantling was not a viable option. Yet fortunately, he possessed the body of breaking restrictions, allowing him to disregard all limitations imposed by the formation. Senior, do you think this formation can be broken? The anxious members of Huan's sect behind him inquired. Su Che shook his head gently, candidly stating, even I require some time to dismantle this formation. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the members of Huan's sect. It's over. Even the senior cannot dismantle this formation instantaneously. Someone sighed softly. What shall we do about the ancestor now? In the face of their pessimism, Su Che said nothing further and strode directly towards the restriction, his figure swiftly vanishing into the grand formation. The people of Huan's sect watched in astonishment. The senior has entered as well? Why is he so impatient? Now, not only can he not rescue the ancestor, but he may also lose a powerful ally. Several elders who had never witnessed Su Che's strength could not help but begin to question. This senior does not seem dependable. If he directly enters, should he trigger the formation as counteraction, the ancestor will be in even greater peril. However, Su Che, endowed with a body of breaking restrictions, moved effortlessly within the formation, as if wandering through a world devoid of any presence. The stillness here is eerily unsettling. Yet Su Che is acutely aware that the immediate priority is to locate Ouyang Jin and extricate him from his place. As he delves deeper, an ancient and oppressive aura envelopes him, one that even his absolute domain struggles to fully withstand. He cautiously extends his consciousness, searching for the trace of his ancestor, in this forsaken realm. The landscape is a tapestry of desolation, with remnants of ancient battlefields scattered throughout. Bones and debris litter the ground, and shattered weapons seem to whisper tales of past glories and brutalities, the occasional echoes of history. Mingled with the clamor of clashing steel, reveal that, despite the passage of time, the air is still thick with the scent of bloodshed. This place resembles a ruin more than a land of celestial fortune. Su Che muses that the legendary treasures may have long since vanished, reduced to mere dust. Nevertheless, he does not relinquish hope, resolutely pressing forward, determined to find Ouyang Jin and unravel the enigmas that shroud this place. Before long, Su Che spots Ouyang Jin in a shadowy cavern. The Taoist sage, adorned in the traditional garb of the Huan sect, with hair as white as snow and a beard that dances in the breeze, sits cross-legged, striving to fend off the chaotic energies of this secret realm. Seeing that Ouyang Jin's condition appears stable brings a sense of relief to Su Che's heart. He refrains from approaching too hastily, instead communicating through his consciousness, cautiously inquiring, "You must be Ouyang Jin, am I correct?" Ouyang Jin slowly opens his eyes, revealing a depth that speaks of the passage of time. "Young man, how did you come to know my identity?" He questions, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Have you also stumbled into this place by mistake?" With a sigh, the elder seems to perceive Su Che as another unfortunate traveler ensnared by the forbidden formation. "Even though my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm, I find myself powerless against this formation that is truly lamentable." Ouyang Jin's words leave Su Che astounded. He stands before the most formidable being he has encountered thus far. Yet even such strength seems impotent against the confines of the formation. I have come at Ouyang Jin's behest to rescue you, Su Che asserts firmly. Ouyang Jin scrutinizes Su Che, his gaze filled with skepticism. I cannot discern your cultivation level, so you must possess a treasure that conceals your true strength. Yet at your age, even if you are a prodigious talent, you cannot surpass me, as Su Che offers a faint smile. Choosing not to counter the assertion. While his cultivation may indeed be inferior, he possesses a unique ability to break through the formation without forceful confrontation. Observing Su Che's silence, Ouyang Jin assumes he is conceding to his judgment and presses further. Are you well versed in the art of formations? Su Che shakes his head decisively. I am utterly ignorant of formations. This response plunges Ouyang Jin into contemplation, and soon he is fuming, berating, You insolent lad! How dare you mock me? Do not be angry. Esteemed elder, Su Che comforts, simultaneously opening a passage to a miniature world. Since I claim I can save you, I assure you I am capable. Ouyang Jin is momentarily taken aback, the peculiar scene before him gradually calming his ire. What? This is an independent world. You have created a realm of your own. Having lived for millennia, Ouyang Jin recognizes the significance of the miniature world Su Che possesses. Few factions across the continent can lay claim to such a space. Only those that have birth spirit saint-level beings enjoy such privileges, as the ability to forge independent realms is a hallmark of the spirit saints. Now, the young man he previously deemed to be boasting carries within him such an extraordinary miracle. Ouyang Jin is overwhelmed, his throat constricting, yearning to inquire further but hesitating to speak, with a gentle wave of his sleeve. Su Che gestures, Please, venerable elder, step inside and rest for a moment. I will swiftly ensure your departure. Without further hesitation, Ouyang Jin enters the miniature world in this instant. His trust in Su Che reaches its zenith. Devoid of any doubt. After 60 years of confinement, struggling against the chaotic energies, both his cultivation and lifespan have dwindled. Now, a chance for escape has finally presented itself. This young man is undoubtedly his savior. I shall forever remember your profound kindness, young friend. Once liberated, I will repay you in full. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the members of the Hawan sect are in a state of anxious anticipation, frequently glancing toward the confines of the forbidden formation. It has been nearly an hour since the elder entered without any news. Could it be that he has encountered misfortune? Master, we must devise alternative means to rescue our ancestor. Ouyang Jin furrows his brow, perturbed by the elder's anxiety, and prepares to soothe their worries. One day, a disciple from the sacred grounds rushes in with urgent tidings. The cultivator, tending to the ancestor's soul lamp, has noticed that the flame, symbolizing the ancestor's life, has suddenly stabilized and blazed brightly. Ouyang Jin's heart skips a beat, pondering, could it be? At that moment, the previously motionless forbidden formation begins to ripple with subtle fluctuations. Someone is emerging from within. The crowd exclaims in astonishment, but a figure clad in a flowing white robe, Su Che, strides forth from the formidable formation with an air of calm, seemingly unaffected by its power. This spectacle leaves all present utterly speechless. Soon, they observe that no other figures accompany Su Che, igniting their trepidation. Why is the elder alone? Where is our ancestor? Voices of concern arise, with some fearing the worst for Ouyang Jin. Just as the atmosphere grows heavy with dread, a furious shout shatters the silence. You wretch! How dare you curse me to death? With that, Ouyang Jin's silhouette appears behind Su Che, evidently having just emerged from the young man's miniature world. Upon hearing the words of his junior, the elder is nearly moved to reprimand the weeping elder. Please, ancestor, quell your anger. Ouyang Jin hastily interjects, stepping forward to intervene. The elder is present. Let us discuss matters later. With this, Ouyang Jin's fury subsides, and he approaches Su Che along with the other elders. It is entirely thanks to the elder's assistance that we have escaped this perilous situation. He expresses gratefully that on behalf of the Hawan sect, I extend a sincere invitation to you, esteemed elder, to visit us as a token of our appreciation. Furthermore, I wish to share my experiences and discoveries from the abyssal secret realm with you, understanding that a figure of Su Che's caliber may be interested in the secrets of the abyssal secret realm. Ouyang Jin proactively offers to share his insights as a gesture of gratitude for Su Che's life-saving deed. Intrigued by the abyssal secret realm, Su Che readily agrees to the proposal for exploration. Within the Grand Hall of the Hahuan sect, Su Che occupies the seat of honor, with Ouyang Jin seated beside him, followed by the elders taking their places at the rear. Esteemed elder, our earlier conjectures were indeed correct. The abyssal secret realm is a remnant of an ancient battlefield, Ouyang Jin states, his eyes gleaming with excitement. There, I have discovered numerous fragmented techniques, including some that are of saintly and even imperial caliber. Upon hearing this, the members of the Hahuan sect are instantly captivated, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. For them, the most powerful techniques they possess are merely of the respect level, which is sufficient to establish the Hahuan sect as a dominant force on the Xintian continent. The prospect of acquiring even higher-tier techniques is simply unimaginable. However, Su Che remains indifferent to these techniques, as his own collection exceeds what he could ever utilize. With a flourish, Ouyang Jin produces several jade slips, showcasing the fragments he has gathered over the years from the abyssal secret realm. Esteemed elder, behold! Here are remnants of imperial-level techniques I unearthed from various ruins, though I regret I could not fully restore them. Ouyang Jin explains. Yet, even in fragmentary form, their profundity could elevate our existing techniques. Su Che glances over them and recognizes one as the imperial-level technique known as the Devouring Sky Decision. With a thought, he produces a similar tome that is this the one? I also possess the Devouring Sky Decision, and I wonder if it is the same. Casually, Su Che extends the technique to Ouyang Jin upon receiving the jade slip. Ouyang Jin's gaze is immediately ensnared. His hands tremble slightly, and astonishment washes over his face. The complete Devouring Sky Decision. This is a long-lost imperial-level technique. He can scarcely believe his eyes, fully aware of the value of this technique. Ouyang Jin, despite his longing, is unwilling to accept it without reciprocation. Thus, he proposes a trade. Esteemed elder, I am willing to exchange a secret for this Devouring Sky Decision. What say you? Su Che, appearing intrigued, asks, what secret? If your secret holds value for me, then this Devouring Sky Decision shall be yours. Chapter 37. Devastating blow. Su Che was indifferent to the acquisition of a top-tier cultivation technique. His true interest lay in the secrets behind the exchange. Upon seeing Su Che agree to the transaction, Ouyang Jin immediately cast a spell to establish a soundproof barrier, ensuring that only he, Su Che, and Ouyang Jin could hear the ensuing conversation. This was not due to a lack of trust in the other elders, but rather Ouyang Jin's instinct that this secret was of great significance. And the fewer who knew, the better. Senior, this secret pertains to ascension to immortality. Ouyang Jin began. Surely you are curious as to why, after all these years, none of those who ascended to the higher realms have returned. Nor have we received any news from them. Su Che nodded in agreement. This question had indeed troubled him for some time. The abyssal secret realm was immensely alluring to him, and he yearned to understand what the world was like after ascension. With Su Che's interest piqued, Ouyang Jin revealed a startling discovery. Deep within the abyssal secret realm, I found a mysterious stone tablet. It appears to be protected by a formidable force, and I dared not probe it lightly with my spiritual sense. In order to comprehend the inscriptions on the tablet, I took the perilous risk of approaching it, even at the cost of 100 years of my lifespan. Ouyang Jin explained, as he spoke. An ominous aura suddenly enveloped him. That moment. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder roared, and the power of heavenly retribution began to coalesce. Su Che also sensed this impending threat. It seemed this secret indeed bore significant weight. Having provoked the wrath of heaven, that he calmly reassured, do not worry. With me here, this heavenly retribution is inconsequential. With that, Su Che unleashed his absolute domain, enveloping the entire room in a protective barrier that warded off the descending lightning tribulation. This bold move left everyone from the Hahuan sect utterly astonished. This senior had dared to confront the will of heaven directly. With Su Che's protection, Ouyang Jin was freed from the pressure of heavenly retribution. Exhaling in relief as he gazed at the tempestuous skies, still shaken. Senior, I could barely decipher the ancient text on the stone tablet, uncovering only 8 words. Ouyang Jin slowly articulated the weighty phrase, "The Tao of heaven is flawed." Ascenders perish. Su Che silently pondered these 8 words, falling into deep contemplation. Did ascenders perish imply that all who had ascended were no longer alive? He opened his eyes and murmured to himself. If that is the case, then the long silence of the upper realm makes sense. For the Tao of heaven is flawed. Perhaps this is the reason no one has successfully ascended in nearly 10,000 years. The ancestor of Hahuan sect interjected, "Your insights are indeed profound. Over the past millennia, countless prodigies have failed to breach that final step. I have heard that the 3rd prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan possesses extraordinary talent, a rare genius of the ages. Yet despite achieving the spirit sage realm thousands of years ago, he has never crossed that chasm to ascend. Moreover, if we trace back further, the former clan leader of the Shangwan family was also a celebrated genius. However, for tens of thousands of years, there have been no reports of anyone from the Shangwan family succeeding in their ascension." He sighed. Su Che nodded in understanding. As his cultivation progressed, he gradually unraveled these hidden truths. At this moment, new questions arose within him. Were they trapped by some boundary, unable to ascend, or were they simply too fearful of the unknown to take that step? Su Che mused quietly. He knew unraveling these enigmas would require time. Fortunately, he still had a long journey ahead before reaching that realm, and he need not worry for the time being. "This information is invaluable to me," Su Che stated to the ancestor of Hahuan sect, handing over the swallowing heaven technique. "This technique now belongs to you." The ancestor of Hahuan sect graciously accepted the technique, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift." With the swallowing heaven technique, the ancestor saw hope in breaking through to the sacred realm before the end of his lifespan. He personally escorted Su Che to the entrance of Hahuan sect before returning to the Great Hall this moment. The soundproof barrier had been lifted, and the elders were fervently discussing the recent events. "Saint Lord, is it true what you said? Did we truly receive an imperial-level technique from that senior?" One elder inquired. "What secrets did the ancestor reveal that provoked heavenly retribution?" Another elder asked, astonished. "You all were so focused on conversing with the senior that you did not notice the astonishing lightning in the sky. That bolt was nearly as thick as our mountain gate." Another elder added, "Had it not been for that senior's timely protection, our Hahuan sect would have suffered severe losses." The crowd murmured in concern. The ancestor of Hahuan sect returned to the Great Hall, silencing the chattering elders. "Everyone, quiet down. I have important news to announce." Once everyone was seated, he spoke. That senior honored his word and delivered the complete swallowing heaven technique to me. "This is a tremendous blessing for all of Hahuan's sect. Next, I shall enter seclusion to study this technique. Once I gain insight, I will refine it and impart it to you all," he declared solemnly. "Afterward, we will select the most exceptional disciples to learn this technique. They will be the pillars of Hahuan sect's future, and we will devote ourselves to nurturing them." At that moment, the anxieties that had weighed heavy on everyone's hearts finally lifted. From this day forth, Hahuan sect would possess the legendary imperial-level technique. The ancestor of Hahuan sect turned to the Saint Lord Wujia, inquiring, "Wujia, how did you manage to invite such a remarkable figure? Who exactly is this senior?" The ancestor had previously refrained from inquiring about Su Che's origins, but his curiosity could no longer be contained. This senior had not only effortlessly deciphered ancient formations and rescued those trapped within, but had also withstood the heavenly retribution with ease, treating the imperial-level technique as if it were trifling, giving it away without a second thought. More importantly, he was a genuine spirit sage capable of opening an independent small world. The ancestor of Hahuan sect, a master at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm, had deduced Su Che's status simply from the abilities he had inadvertently displayed. "Ancestor, that senior was not invited by me," Wujia Daoist replied honestly. "Not you. Then who?" the ancestor inquired, perplexed. Wujia pointed to Ouyang Shui, who sat at the back with the lowest cultivation level, saying, "It was junior sister Ouyang. To be honest, I was initially skeptical of junior sister Ouyang's repeated mentions of that senior's prowess." Wujia continued, "But it seems I was gravely mistaken. That senior surpasses our wildest imaginations. Chapter 38. The true strong, the curiosity of the ancestor of Huan's sect was piqued, and he beckoned Ouyang Shui forward. Ouyang Shui, come here and tell the ancestor how you came to know this senior. Ouyang Shui approached the ancestor, feeling somewhat nervous. In her previous descriptions to her peers, she had merely stated that she had inadvertently stumbled into the senior's domain. However, under the ancestor's keen scrutiny, this explanation seemed insufficient, prompting her to decide to confess the whole truth. Ahem, ancestor, you mustn't laugh at me, she began. Actually, at first, I encountered one of that senior's disciples. I thought the young man, named by Feng, was exceptionally talented and wanted to take him as my disciple. Later, I learned he had already joined a second-rate sect, and I even entertained the thought of snatching him away. As she recounted this, Ouyang Shui discreetly observed the expressions of the ancestor and her fellow disciples. The ancestor of Huan's sect displayed a look of incredulity, while some of her peers wore expressions of disbelief, breaking into a cold sweat. I can't believe you survived, junior sister Ouyang. That senior is truly magnanimous. What kind of courage did you summon to set your sights on the disciple of that senior? Everyone marveled, astonished and impressed by Ouyang Shui's audacity. The fact that the senior did not flatten you with a single blow is astonishing. Your luck is truly remarkable, several elder disciples jested, causing Ouyang Shui to blush as she recalled that encounter, still feeling quite embarrassed. Enough of this, the ancestor of Huan's sect coughed, a hint of displeasure in his tone. And the crowd immediately quieted down. Ouyang Shui, please continue. Yes, ancestor, Ouyang Shui replied. The subsequent events are likely known to everyone that I recklessly intruded into that senior's territory and faced various trials within the trial tower. However, the senior was magnanimous and did not excessively punish me. Instead, he bestowed upon me a 6th-grade spiritual treasure sword. As she spoke, Ouyang Shui showcased the precious sword she had obtained from the trial tower for everyone to admire. Thus, the full picture of the events became clear. The ancestor of Huan's sect nodded in admiration. This senior is indeed a person of great virtue and esteem. To forge a friendship with such an individual is not only your honor, but also a glory for our Huan sect. Remember, no matter what difficulties arise in the future, we of Huan sect shall extend our utmost support. Regardless of the actions taken by our esteemed predecessors, we shall offer our unwavering support. I have a foreboding sense that this world will soon be engulfed in turmoil once more. Closely following in the footsteps of our seniors, we possess a formidable backing to safeguard us, no matter how the external circumstances may shift. On the celestial peak of Tianhua at the Xianyao sect. 1 month later, Su Che's cultivation reached the late stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. With the assistance of a few disciples, my pace of cultivation has indeed accelerated considerably. Su Che mused, noting that since he had taken Meng Ying as his disciple, his progress had markedly quickened. Meng Ying did not disappoint him. Driven by a desire for vengeance for her father, she practiced day and night, scarcely resting. This indomitable spirit also inspired elder brother Bai Feng and third sister Mu Rongqian, compelling them to remain diligent. One day, the Xianyao sect received an invitation from the Huan sect regarding the abyssal secret realm. Daoist Chu hesitated, promptly seeking Su Che's counsel. Junior brother Su, what are your thoughts on the abyssal secret realm that Huan sect has opened? Should we send disciples to partake? After perusing the letter, Su Che replied, of course we should go. Isolating ourselves is not a viable approach. This presents an excellent opportunity for experience. The abyssal secret realm is rife with chances, and allowing our disciples to partake will be beneficial. Daoist Chu expressed concern. However, I have heard that the young generation participating this time is not limited to just our Tsang domain sects, but also includes disciples from other domains, including those from sacred places and ancient families. Will it be too perilous for our disciples to compete with such elite talents? Su Che remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, danger and opportunity are always intertwined. For cultivators, if one does not endure the trials of life and death, how can they hope to become true powerhouses? He turned to the sect leader, stating, all the disciples at Tianhua Peak wish to participate. If the slots are insufficient, I will negotiate further with the Huan sect. In truth, there were ample slots available. The requirements for this experience in the Abyssal Secret Realm stipulated that participants must at least be at the late stage of the Spirit Sect realm. And it would be commendable if even one disciple from each peak could meet this standard. Of course, aside from those prodigies from Tianhua Peak, it would be quite challenging to find such promising candidates elsewhere. Among Su Che's 3 disciples, his eldest disciple, Bai Feng, had already reached the initial stage of the Transcendent Realm. The second disciple was at the Spirit Sovereign stage, and the third disciple, Mu Rongqian, was at the initial stage of the Spirit General Realm. Even Meng Ying, who had joined the sect last, had reached the late stage of the Spirit Sect Realm Point 3 days later. Su Che personally led 10 disciples from Tianhua Peak to the Hahuan sect, preparing to embark on the adventure within the Abyssal Secret Realm. Aside from Bai Feng and the others, the remaining 7 came from 6 other peaks. These disciples were quite curious about their esteemed Uncle Su Che. A legend circulated within the Xianyao sect, claiming that this Uncle Su might be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Hahuan sect, they observed countless young disciples queuing for registration under the guidance of their elders. The sect leader of Hahuan had long arranged for disciples to welcome Su Che and his group, ushering them into the sacred grounds as soon as they arrived. Why do they get to cut in line? Indeed, are there no rules? We waited for 2 hours, and they stroll in as though they own the place. Who are these people? Dressed so simply, they don't even possess decent spiritual treasures to eye in the face of these complaints and dissatisfaction. Su Che merely cast a fleeting glance. The leading protesting disciple appeared to be no more than 20 years old, yet his cultivation had already reached the initial stage of the Transcendent Realm, indicating a formidable background. Su Che did not wish to indulge the arrogance of these youths. Bai Feng, let them witness why we are permitted to proceed first. Upon hearing his master's words, Bai Feng was eager to comply. Stepping forth from the line, "You dare to disrespect my master. Do you have the courage to spar with me?" The leading disciple immediately retorted, exuding an air of arrogance. "I am a true disciple of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land. Why would I fear you?" The 2, of comparable cultivation, were in their youthful exuberance, and as they met, a fierce battle ensued. Su Che observed quietly from the side, keen to gauge the strength of the talents from various domains. During the clash, both Bai Feng and his opponent employed fire-based techniques. However, Bai Feng practiced an imperial-level technique, granting him a slight advantage in power. His opponent countered with exquisite spiritual skills. Soon, Su Che called out, "All right, come back, Bai Feng. Let us proceed inside." He beckoned Bai Feng to return to the ranks, disregarding the uproar of the sect disciples behind them, and strode directly into the Hahuan sect. Bai Feng furrowed his brow, questioning his master. "Master, that fellow is no match for me. Why did you suddenly call me back?" Chapter 39. Not a difficult matter. Meng Ying, noticing her master's contemplative silence, addressed the elder brother. "Elder brother, the spiritual techniques employed by that disciple from the 9 Heavens Sacred Land were formidable. Master may have foreseen him launching a powerful move, hence asking you to retreat." Su Che nodded gently, explaining, "Indeed, I have overlooked a crucial point. I have not prepared suitable spiritual techniques for you. Although spiritual techniques do not directly affect your cultivation, lacking them in battle places you at a disadvantage." When Su Che intervened, he typically did so with overwhelming force, rarely relying on spiritual techniques. However, his disciples were different. They required these skills as support. The current sign-in system either neglected or intentionally withheld spiritual techniques as rewards. Having not provided a single one, thus it seems I must seek alternative solutions to this problem. As Su Che pondered, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! A new task has been activated. The Abyssal Secret Realm Contest. Each time a disciple levels up within the Abyssal Secret Realm, the host will receive an opportunity to draw for a spiritual technique. If all disciples manage to clear the Abyssal Secret Realm, the host will also receive a chance to draw for a special ability. Upon hearing this news, Su Che's spirits lifted instantly. This system is indeed somewhat useful, knowing precisely what we require. I must diligently guide Feng Er and the others to ensure we all succeed together. With the system even assigning tasks, it seems this expedition into the secret realm will be extraordinary. Subsequently, Su Che was invited to the Grand Hall of the Hahuan sect, where a high-level meeting was underway. Senior Su has arrived. Everyone bowed in unison. Once the formalities concluded, the ancestral elder of the Hahuan sect spoke. Half a month ago, the abyssal secret realm exhibited anomalous phenomena. The area that had long been shrouded in black mist has suddenly cleared. Even more astonishing, the formation that once ensnared me has vanished. We speculate that this may signify the emergence of treasures within the abyssal secret realm. Therefore, we have specially invited you, Senior, to oversee matters and prevent any unforeseen incidents within the secret realm. After hearing the ancestral elder's words, Su Che felt reassured. The changes in the abyssal secret realm not only unveiled many previously inaccessible areas, but also formed a new barrier. This barrier exerts a strong suppressive effect on cultivators above the spirit saint realm. According to the Hahuan sect's tests, the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it is to approach, resulting in greater backlash. In other words, presently, only cultivators below the spirit saint realm can enter the abyssal secret realm freely, while those above are barred from entry. The ancestral elder of the Hahuan sect nodded, affirming, indeed, that is why we decided to make the news of the abyssal secret realm public. As the first sect to discover this mysterious locale, we believe it reasonable to charge each disciple an entrance fee of 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones that are representative from the Hahuan sect, added with a smile. Su Che responded with a light chuckle. For a treasure like the abyssal secret realm, this price is indeed fair. The sect leader of Hahuan hurriedly interjected, Esteemed Senior, you have greatly aided the Hahuan sect. Thus you need not pay any fees. Moreover, as a token of our gratitude for your steadfast support, we have prepared a special gift for you. The words of the Hahuan sect leader were laden with sincerity. Clearly, the Hahuan sect had skillfully seized this opportunity. Unable to monopolize all the benefits of the abyssal secret realm, they chose to make it public while instituting a hefty admission fee. Consequently, regardless of whether the disciples entering the secret realm manage to reap significant benefits, the Hahuan sect can ensure its own gain. Additionally, inviting a powerhouse like Su Che to preside further guarantees the event's safety and prevents disruptions from other sects experts. Su Che nodded slightly. He had planned to supervise personally, as all three of his disciples were set to participate, and he hoped to protect them from the sidelines, but at the same time, safeguarding the venue and averting unnecessary conflicts would not pose a challenge for him. 7 days later, all members of the sect participating in the exploration of the abyssal secret realm had gathered, and the ancestral elder of the Hahuan sect officially announced the commencement of the opening ceremony. Please listen carefully. I have 3 matters to convey. First, all of you are elites from various domains. Once inside the secret realm, all opportunities and challenges will rely solely on your abilities. Life and death are left to fate. And Hahuan sect bears no responsibility for anyone's safety. Second, every disciple entering the secret realm will receive a teleportation talisman, which can be used for a safe retreat in emergencies. Thirdly, upon utilizing the teleportation talisman to exit the abyssal realm, one shall forfeit the right to continue exploration. Furthermore, no other individuals may initiate an attack against them, with violators facing severe penalties. No sooner had the words been spoken than the gates of the abyssal realm swung open with a resounding crash, allowing thousands of young prodigies to stream inside. Led by the esteemed leader of the Hahuan sect, Su Che and other disciples from various sects made their way to a specially constructed observation platform, where they would remotely observe their respective disciples through a unique projection array. As the final disciple stepped into the realm, the entrance slowly sealed shut. That moment, a vast panoramic image materialized above the observation platform, vividly displaying the interior of the realm, revealing all that lay within sight, save for areas obscured by the black mist. Within the realm, Bifong and his 2 junior sisters embarked on their adventurous journey, soon receiving a mysterious ancient token akin to those given to all participants. Senior brother, what is this? Mu Rong Qian inquired with curiosity, her fingers delicately examining the token. It appears to contain ancient script. Meng Ying observed, studying the symbols intently beside her. Not far off, several disciples from other sects recognized the script on the token. Battle, I've seen this character in the ancient texts of our sect. They murmured excitedly, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. What does this solitary character Battle signify? One of them asked, intrigued. Moreover, what purpose does this token serve? Is it meant to unlock a certain location? His voice resonated through the air. A beautiful female disciple nearby overheard and approached with a smile. Wow, senior brother, which sect do you hail from? To recognize ancient script is truly remarkable. Her tone was filled with admiration. The young male disciple beamed with pride, yet humbly waved his hand, responding, Junior sister, you flatter me. I have merely perused a few books. It is nothing of note. By the way, I am a true disciple of the ancient Glaze sect. May I inquire to which sect you belong? Upon hearing this, the female disciple's smile gradually faded, her tone turning indifferent. The Glaze sect? I recall it to be merely one of the first-rate powers. Senior brother, I have matters to attend to with my fellow disciples. Let us converse another day. With that, she waved lightly and departed swiftly. The male disciple stood there, visibly taken aback by the unexpected response. Chapter 40. The elite is our Glaze sect truly so inconspicuous? He muttered to himself at that moment. A passerby quietly remarked, that female disciple was from the Holy Land of Illusions. You were too busy admiring her beauty to notice her attire. Senior brother. You are truly amusing. Mu Rong Qian leaned against Bai Feng, laughing until she could scarcely breathe. Do not laugh. Little girl, you have only just reached the initial stage of spirit general. How dare you mock me? The male disciple retorted, angered and embarrassed that you believe I could bring you down with a single move? Faced with his threat, Mu Rongqian halted her laughter in fear, retreating behind Bai Feng. Bai Feng let out a cold snort, releasing a powerful aura that forced the other back several steps. Leave, he commanded. All right, you outnumber me. I shall seek out my senior brothers and return to settle the score. The male disciple, seeing the situation, dared not say more and hastily departed after throwing down a harsh remark. Soon after, everyone within the realm felt their tokens begin to change. The ancient tokens revealed several lines of clear text on their backs. Written in the universally accepted language of the modern cultivation world, in half an hour, the spirit tide of illusory beasts shall commence. Duration of the beast tide. 1 complete night. The illusory beasts shall vie for the battle tokens. After the tide concludes, those holding battle tokens shall advance, while those who lose theirs shall be obliterated. The greater the strength, the more bounteous the blessings from a spirit tide. Upon this revelation, the realm erupted in excitement. Heavens, the beast tide will last a full 2 days. Someone exclaimed, to be obliterated without a battle token? We have only just entered, and we are already faced with life and death, another cultivator said. His face etched with worried, we must find our fellow disciples immediately. The crowd hastened their pace. Senior brother, what should we do? Meng Ying asked Bai Feng, gazing at the anxious and excited faces around them. Bai Feng pondered briefly before deciding to regroup with their scattered companions. There were too many people earlier. We must locate them first. The disciples sent by the Xiaoyao sect were all elite individuals. Their cultivation at least at the late stage of spirit sect. However, aside from Bai Feng and his companions, who practiced the spirit sage technique and possessed 9th-grade spirit treasures, the others lacked such advantages. Our master instructed us to look after our fellow disciples as much as possible. It is said that there will be multiple rounds of trials in this abyssal realm, Bai Feng explained. The spirit tide of illusory beasts is merely the beginning. The beasts should not be too difficult to handle, but we must remain cautious of individuals from other sections. The rules state that the more battle tokens one possesses in the end, the greater the rewards, Bai Feng continued. Surely, some will attempt to seize battle tokens amidst the chaos. His intuition proved correct. After grasping the rules, several top-tier experts began plotting how to snatch others' tokens. Opportunities within the realm have always favored the strong. In a stone cavern, several elegantly dressed young cultivators occupied the space. This cavern has been claimed by our Holy Land of Illusions. You may seek refuge elsewhere. They declared arrogantly that a group of young disciples from various sects protested in dissatisfaction. This place is vast. There are only a few of you. Is it necessary to occupy such a large area? The beast tide is approaching. Why not allow us to enter and take shelter? Indeed, do you think that just because you are from the Holy Land of Illusions, you can do as you please? We could easily drive you out. The leading disciple from the Holy Land of Illusion smirked, drawing his sword and swiftly swinging it at the loudest of the challengers. Silence, with a flash of sword light. The opponent fell instantly, his body cleaved in two. They have killed someone. Such ruthless methods. The individual had already reached the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. He must be the son of illusions. Seeing that fierce strike, several disciples unwilling to concede began to retreat in terror. Their eyes filled with awe as they looked at the composed figures within the cavern, that we should quickly find another place to evade the beast tide. It is unnecessary to confront them head-on. Point one disciple, feeling the oppressive aura of the adversaries, recognized their own inferiority and hesitated before ultimately deciding to leave. The sun is formidable. Humph. Merely a band of clowns. Junior brothers and sisters need not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall claim our territory. The son of illusions sheathed his sword and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cavern, guarding the area. Among the disciples that had just departed in disappointment were two from the Xiaoyao sect. Point one, named Wang Feng, was a direct disciple of the sect leader, possessing cultivation at the early stage of innate. The other, named Luo Yi, was the favored student of the head of Lingyun Peak, boasting full cultivation of the spirit sect. Senior brother Wang, what should we do now? Wang Feng sighed. Every possible refuge along the way has been claimed by various sections. I once thought that with my early innate cultivation, I would stand out among the younger generation. Ever since the Xiaoyao sect discovered 6 superior spirit veins, cultivation resources have become abundant. Coupled with the supreme techniques imparted by Su Che, our cultivation has rapidly advanced, nearly rivaling that of disciples from first-rate sections. Hence, we entered the realm with great confidence. Yet, reality has delivered a heavy lesson. Who would have thought that upon entering the realm, I would find so many stronger than myself? Wang Feng lamented. Luo, junior brother, it seems we must adapt to the circumstances that I noticed disciples from the Hahuan sect heading that way. Let us follow them. I've heard that the Hahuan sect has a good relationship with our Uncle Su. Perhaps they will allow us to take shelter from the beast tide out of respect for him. Luo Yi nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. After concluding their discussion, the two set off in the direction of the Hahuan sect disciples as they passed through a valley. Several concealed gazes were cast down from the summit of the valley, landing upon them. Senior brother, there are only 2 of them. Should we make a move? First, let us check the information we collected earlier about the realm to ascertain their sect affiliation. It is prudent to proceed with caution to avoid encountering formidable opponents. Upon hearing his senior brother's words, the younger disciple promptly retrieved a tome to search. Before long, he responded, Senior brother, I found it. They are wearing the robes of the Xiaoyao sect, but it is merely a rather inconspicuous second-rate sect from Sangyu Mo City. Seeing this, the senior brother felt a surge of delight and whispered with a chuckle. Soft persimmons have come, commanded abruptly. Cover your face and prepare for action. He swiftly obscured his visage with a piece of black cloth that had long been prepared. This cloth was no ordinary fabric. It was an artifact capable of shielding one's consciousness from detection. Chapter 41. No mercy shall be shown. Stop. Surrender your battle tokens, and I shall spare your lives. Brother Sure bellowed, and immediately 5 accomplices lying in ambush within the valley sprang forth. Weapons aimed directly at Wang Feng and Luo Yi. Wang Shixiang, this is bad. There's an ambush. Luo Yi instantly drew his weapon, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Wang Feng reacted swiftly, coordinating with Luo Yi to form a defensive formation. Who dares to obstruct our path? He inquired loudly. The leader atop the valley laughed heartily. Do you think we are foolish enough to reveal our names? Spare me your prattle. Just hand over the battle tokens. Otherwise, his voice dripped with menace. Seizing the opportunity presented by their dialogue, Wang Feng discreetly released his consciousness. Despite the obstructive black cloth, he assessed their strength. 1 at the early stage of innate mastery, while the remaining 5 were at the spiritual realm. This revelation offered Wang Feng a semblance of reassurance. Cunning and stealthy. Wang Feng chastised, then quietly advised Luo Yi, it appears they hail from a certain major sect. Brother Luo, try to hold them off. Do not engage directly. That I shall deal with their leader first, then assist you. Luo Yi nodded in agreement, gripping his long knife, ready to face the challenge. Stubborn fool. Let us engage. The leader roared as he charged at Wang Feng, taunting. A disciple of a second-rate sect believes himself invincible just because he has reached the spiritual general stage. The two clashed in an instant, their powers colliding, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, the leader was astonished to find that despite his initial strike, Wang Feng stood firm as a mountain, causing his arm to feel numb. How is this possible? He gasped. His magical power is even purer than mine. Is that all you've got? Wang Feng scoffed, delivering a palm strike that sent his opponent staggering back. The elusive one turned out to be rather ordinary. With his first move, Wang Feng quickly discerned the capabilities of his adversary, realizing his opponent paled in comparison to himself. His confidence surged, and he unleashed a relentless assault, forcing the masked leader to barely defend himself. Quickly dispatch that little brat, then come to my aid, the masked man urged, his voice tinged with impatience. This lad is far too troublesome for me to handle alone. Seeing this, Luo wisely chose not to confront the enemy head-on, but instead maneuvered around the valley with the others, evading direct conflict. Seizing the moment when a masked leader was distracted, Wang Feng executed a secret technique of the carefree sect, the falling cloud palm. Knocking his opponent to the ground, he swiftly pressed his sword against the leader's throat. Unless you wish to meet your demise, command your companions to cease, Wang Feng commanded. Upon hearing the commotion, the others engaged in combat turned their heads in astonishment. How could Brother Sun have lost so quickly? Are they not disciples of the carefree sect? When did a second-rate sect produce such formidable individuals? Release Brother Sun. Wang Feng lightly flicked the sword's blade, and several drops of blood splattered to the ground. It seems your junior brothers have yet to grasp the reality of the situation, he said coldly. Brother Sun was engulfed in fear, terrified that Wang Feng might end his life at any moment. Surrender the battle tokens, and I may spare your lives. Wang Feng insisted to save his own life. Brother Sun reluctantly retrieved the battle token from his bosom and handed it to Wang Feng. Junior brothers, quickly present your tokens to him. Brother Sun's voice was laced with resignation. We have lost utterly this time. The remaining members, though unwilling, recognized their failure in this operation. Their sect had invested heavily to enable their entry into the abyssal secret realm. And now, on the verge of elimination without even passing the first trial, they felt a profound sense of discontent. Yet, faced with the tip of Wang Feng's sword, they ultimately chose to acquiesce, handing over their battle tokens. Consider yourselves fortunate today. I hope to not encounter you again. Wang Feng sheathed his sword, casting several fierce glares before departing with Luo outside the secret realm. Two elders from the Lingyun sect were observing the scene through a projection, their expressions reflecting deep dissatisfaction. Utterly incompetent, 6 individuals defeated by just 2. One elder chastised. Upon our return, we must thoroughly discipline these inept disciples. The other elder concurred, upon learning of the secret realm's opening. The senior figures of the carefree sect hastily arrived at the scene. Witnessing Wang Feng and Luo Yi's performance on screen, they wore expressions of satisfaction. Master, your disciple is truly exceptional, one elder praised. Wang Feng, that nephew of mine, has brought great honor to our carefree sect, another echoed. However, the 2 elders of the Lingyun sect seethed in frustration, unable to contain their biting remarks upon hearing the carefree sect's praises. It is far too early to rejoice. They have merely been fortunate. They have yet to encounter the true experts of our Lingyun sect. I shall notify my direct disciple to ensure that those from the carefree sect return the stolen tokens in double. Hearing this, Chu Xiaodao secretly scorned such brazen behavior, but knew he could not appear weak at this moment. Do you think this is our most outstanding disciple? He retorted, just wait and see. Immediately, Chu Xiaodao discreetly transmitted a message to the head of Lingyun Peak. Quickly informed Brother Su to contact the 3 disciples from Tianhua Peak, should they encounter anyone from the Lingyun sect. They must show no mercy. Indeed, how dare they underestimate our carefree sect? They must witness our strength. When Su Che received the message from the head of Lingyun Peak, he was leisurely sipping tea, occasionally engaging in conversation with the elder of the Huan sect. Upon hearing the directive, he sprang into action. The first round of challenges within the secret realm was akin to a preliminary screening. Designed to eliminate those lacking in strength, The true contest would commence in the second round. This time, the Carefree sect had 10 disciples enter the secret realm, yet 2 had been forced to withdraw due to robbery. Just as Su Che was preparing to remind Bai Feng and the others to conserve their strength in the first round, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ear. System notification, ding. The higher your disciples rank within the secret realm, the higher the level of spiritual technique lottery you can draw. Ding. The higher your disciples ranking upon clearing the secret realm, the more substantial the rewards you will receive. Upon hearing this, Su Che altered his strategy and transmitted a new instruction to Bai Feng through special coordinates. Fenger, strive to collect as many battle tokens as possible, the higher your rank. The greater your gains. Though the secret realm had barriers preventing ordinary means of communication, each sect possessed its own secret methods of correspondence. For instance, Su Che could relay messages remotely through the small world coordinates he set on his disciples. Within the secret realm, Bai Feng and his 2 junior sisters had been wandering for quite some time without encountering any fellow disciples of the Carefree sect. Just as they were about to seek refuge from the beast tide, they received their master's instructions. Junior sisters, our master instructs us to collect as many battle tokens as possible, Bai Feng relayed. Chapter 42. A bountiful harvest. Our master says the more tokens we gather, the greater the benefits. Meng Ying smiled slightly, speculating, could it be that our master has foreseen something? Is he guiding us from the shadows? Murong Qin gently nodded, affirming, indeed. Suddenly, Su Che's voice echoed once more. Remember, if you encounter anyone from the Lingyun sect, show no mercy. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 exquisite masks materialized before Bai Feng and his companions. Wow, our master is truly considerate. He even prepared masks for us, Bai Feng remarked with a light laugh. It seems our master has engaged in such endeavors before. Otherwise, do you think our master's wealth comes from nowhere? At that moment, an unseen hand appeared from the air, delivering a gentle tap atop each of their heads. Don't slander the master. One must be punished. Work hard. If you can claim victory, the master will grant each of you a grand surprise. Upon hearing the word surprise, Bai Feng and his companions immediately forgot the pain on their heads and straightened their postures. Understood. Master, my junior sisters and I will strive for first place. We shall surpass them all. Outside the secret realm, Chu Xiaodao quietly approached Su Che. Hey, Su Shidi, can you relay messages to the disciples through the secret realm's barriers? Su Che nodded calmly. Indeed. Then could you inform that lad Wang Feng to exercise caution and refrain from being overly ostentatious? He has only defeated a core disciple of the Lingyun sect. He is yet to encounter the true experts. Master, I can only communicate with my own disciples as they carry the tokens I bestowed upon them. For other junior disciples, I am powerless. Meanwhile, various sacred lands and sects began to mobilize, issuing directives to their disciples entering the secret realm. The high-ranking members of various sects are not foolish. They have long recognized that this expedition into the secret realm is anything but ordinary. At this moment, the spirit tide of illusory beasts has also arrived as anticipated. Within the secret realm, those who failed to find a safe refuge in time or were driven away by other formidable beings begin to flee in all directions, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Oh heavens! The beast tide has come upon us so suddenly. Each of these illusory beasts possesses the strength of a late-phase spirit sect practitioner, making them formidable adversaries. Quickly retreat. Do not allow the beast tide to encircle us, or we will be in a perilous situation. On the fringes of the crowd, 3 masked figures move stealthily, occasionally seizing a solitary disciple and dragging them to a concealed spot for a rather unfriendly exchange. Halt! Hand over your battle command. Do you even know who I am? The robbed disciple attempts to struggle. Bai Feng, lacking patience for his futile protests, brandishes the burning heaven flame staff, swiftly positioning it at the opponent's throat, and promptly seizes the battle command. Next target. Let us proceed. Senior brother, we are becoming increasingly proficient. The junior sister whispers. Suddenly, Meng Ying interjects. Is this not merely the continuation of our master's tradition? A light laughter ensues. With each encounter, Bai Feng and his companions have amassed over 30 battle commands. Just as they prepare to shift locations for further endeavors, another group of masked individuals appears. Hey, interested in pulling off a big score together? A few remarkable individuals, seemingly experts from sacred land. Bai Feng scans them with his spiritual sense, noting that they do not conceal their cultivation levels, all being early-stage, extraordinary practitioners. After some consideration, he concludes that collaboration would be a prudent choice. Joining forces, their combined strength of 6 would enable them to accomplish their tasks more efficiently. Very well, let us collaborate. The two parties swiftly reach a consensus and begin to devise a new plan. My surname is Xiao. May I ask how you are addressed? Bai Feng. The response is succinct and forceful that Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying remain silent regarding their new companion. Bai Feng introduces them. These two are my junior sisters, Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian. Soon after, the 6 of them pinpoint their next target. Judging by their attire, they must belong to the illusory sound sacred land. I have long harbored a grievance against them. Those from the illusory sound sacred land have always been arrogant. It is time to show them a lesson. If it weren't for their prior theft of the stone cave, senior brother's son, and I would not have encountered those 2 scoundrels from the minor sects. What is even more infuriating is that they ultimately turn the tables on us. Upon mentioning this experience, senior brother's son's expression darkens immediately. Those 2 from the second-rate sect dare to touch my belongings. Now they have joined forces with senior brother Lin. Should we encounter them again, we will certainly make them pay. The leading senior brother Lin ignores the grievances of his junior brothers and instead discusses strategies with Bai Feng. Junior brother Bai, what do you think? There are 4 of them. 2 are early-stage extraordinary, while the other 2 are spirit generals. Each of us can handle one, while the remaining 2 can be dealt with by our junior brothers and sisters. Bai Feng swiftly assesses the power dynamics and feels confident of victory, nodding in agreement. Good. Let us act. Bai Feng and his companions coordinate seamlessly, quickly surrounding their opponents. The 3 adversaries are evidently caught off guard. What do you intend to do? We are disciples of the illusory, sound, sacred land. Senior brother Lin sneers, stating that they are precisely looking to cause trouble for the illusory, sound, sacred land. You are Lin Xian of Lingyun's sect? Recognized me, have you? Last time in the desert secret realm, you were quite arrogant. Little did you expect today would be your turn. Bai Feng, impatient, brandishes his colossal staff, urging, enough with the prattle. Let us begin. Lin Xian, fearing that more disciples from the illusory sound sacred land might arrive for support, refrains from further discussion and directly attacks an early-stage, extraordinary disciple of the illusory sound sacred land. Bai Feng confronts another early-stage, extraordinary disciple, while the remaining 2 are besieged by Mu Rongqian, Meng Ying, and the others. The battle quickly tips in their favor, faced with Bai Feng's overwhelming assault. The disciple from the illusory sound sacred land gradually yields, contemplating retreat. Meanwhile, the other 2 disciples from the illusory sound sacred land find themselves utterly unable to counter, almost defenseless. Wait, you only desire the battle commands, right? I concede. Junior brother, hand over the command to them. Lingyun sect, I never expected you to hide your talents so deeply, having 2 early-stage, extraordinary disciples. Realizing victory is unattainable, the illusory sound sacred land wisely opts to surrender their battle commands to preserve their strength. Without battle commands, they still have a chance to contend for power. However, should they continue to attack recklessly, the risk of injury or elimination would be exceedingly high. They mistakenly believe Bai Feng and his companions belong to Lingyun sect, thus attributing all their grievances to that sect. After the illusory sound sacred land members retreat, Lin Xian wishes to discuss the distribution of the spoils with Bai Feng. Junior brother Bai, I did not anticipate you and your junior sisters to be so formidable. Our cooperation has been quite pleasant. The illusory sound sacred land has indeed suffered a significant loss, having collected 40 battle commands. Shall we divide them evenly? 20 each. Bai Feng's display of power earlier inspires both respect and trepidation in Lin Xian, prompting him to propose an equitable division and attempt to foster a friendly relationship. Chapter 43. Composed and unruffled junior brother Bai. From whence do you hail? You must be a prodigy from some sacred land, for only such top-tier forces can cultivate talents like you. However, Bai Feng does not exhibit the expected enthusiasm. Instead, he regards Lin Xian with a hint of amusement. Divide evenly? That will not suffice. My master has taught me that only children make choices. Lin Xian finds himself momentarily perplexed, Unsure of the meaning behind this statement, Bai Feng smiles and replies, I want it all. Hand over your battle commands. In an instant, Mu Rong Qian and Meng Ying, who are well prepared, swiftly draw their weapons and press them against Lin Xian's throat. Junior Brother Bai, no, Brother Bai, what are you doing? Are you intending to resort to force? Bai Feng effortlessly snatches the battle command from Lin Xian's grasp. The remaining two disciples of Ling Yun's sect, witnessing their senior brother being subdued, dare not act recklessly and obediently hand over their battle commands that I almost forgot to introduce ourselves. We are actually disciple from the Celestial Harmony Peak of the Carefree sect. Yes, the very carefree sect that you look down upon. Upon hearing Bai Feng reveal their true identities, the disciples of Ling Yun's sect suddenly awaken to the reality. So, they are adversaries. The CA today, an explanation must be provided to us regarding the situation concerning my Ling Yun sect. A voice of anger questioned. All the disciples of Ling Yun's sect who entered the secret realm have gone missing. This must be the handiwork of your Xiaoyao sect. More accusations followed, as those disciples from sects previously robbed by Bai Feng and his companions directed their grievances towards Xiaoyao sect. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, Daoist Chu swiftly brought several sect leaders to Su Che's side. Junior Brother Su, our Xiaoyao sect has become the target of public outrage, Daoist Chu expressed anxiously. These shameless individuals, instead of reflecting on their own disciples' incompetence, they choose to blame us, he added indignantly. However, Su Che remained calm and composed, gently gesturing for Daoist Chu to regain his composure. They are merely a bunch of petty clowns. He replied nonchalantly, in the competition for the secret realm, strength prevails. Our Xiaoyao sect owes no explanations to anyone. In the past, the presence of the ancestor of the Hahuan sect maintained a semblance of peace among the sections. Yet this time, with Xiaoyao sect shining brilliantly in the secret realm, many sects grew resentful and sought to use this opportunity to teach Xiaoyao sect a lesson. An elder from Ling Yun's sect stood at the forefront of the crowd. Snorting coldly, unabashedly exerting the pressure of his perfected spirit venerable realm, directly intimidating the members of Xiaoyao sect. If Xiaoyao sect does not provide a satisfactory explanation, no one shall leave here today. He threatened, the ancestor of Hahuan's sect, witnessing the escalating tension, inwardly exclaimed in alarm, realizing that this elder dared to act so arrogantly in front of Senior Su. Was he seeking death? Stop! The voice of the Hahuan sect ancestor boomed, instantly suppressing the elder's imposing aura. Her gaze swept over the provocateurs, instilling fear in their hearts. Although the elder of the Illusion Sound Sacred Land initially hesitated to lose face for a minor sect, upon witnessing the Hahuan sect's staunch support for Xiaoyao sect, he no longer held back and stepped forward at Huan Yun. Fear no old ghost from Hahuan sect. He declared arrogantly, as the grand elder of Hahuan sect and a formidable spirit emperor. His involvement greatly bolstered the confidence of the challengers. Xiaoyao sect, hand over the tokens in your possession. Otherwise, today marks the end of your sect. The elder of Illusion Sound Sacred Land issued his demand. And the crowd began to stir, clamoring for Xiaoyao sect to surrender their tokens. The ancestor of Hahuan's sect shot a cold glance at Daoist Huan Yun before shutting her eyes, seemingly unable to bear the sight of this farce any longer. What a group of ungrateful wretches! She sighed inwardly, lamenting that her good intentions to extricate them from trouble had led to such a predicament. Since you insist on this course of action, so be it. Senior, please show mercy. The ancestor of Hahuan sect shook her head helplessly, hoping that Su Che would exercise restraint to avoid inciting a greater uproar. Su Che took a calm sip of tea and inquired, which of you wishes to reason with my Xiaoyao sect? Step forward. What a pretense! Daoist Huan Yun, filled with rage, resolved to teach this young man a lesson, intending to demonstrate how to respect one's elders. Chapter 44. The skill of puppet manipulation. He leaped forth, instantly conjuring a blood-red longsword in his hand. The sword radiated an aura of dread, instilling a sense of pressure among the elders present. Yet in the next moment, Su Che set down his teacup and unleashed his domain. With a mere wave of his hand, Daoist Huan Yun was involuntarily drawn towards him. With a resounding thud, Su Che's palm struck down, scattering blood mist in all directions. When the blood mist dissipated, Taoist Huan Yun's figure had vanished, leaving only the long sword lying quietly on the ground, as if recounting the tragic event that had just transpired. All of this unfolded so swiftly, nearly in the blink of an eye, as the spirit emperor Taoist Huan Yun had fallen at the hands of this young cultivator. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against Xiaoyao sect? Su Chei's voice remained composed. The elder of Ling Yun's sect, feeling the weight of Su Chei's gaze, felt his legs weaken and collapsed his knees as senior. This is a misunderstanding. We mean no harm. Misunderstanding. Were you not here to provoke us? Su Chei's words carried a hint of mockery. The elder of Ling Yun's sect broke into a cold sweat, unable to fathom how such an ostensibly ordinary second-rate sect could harbor such a powerful expert. To effortlessly annihilate a spirit emperor like Taoist Huan Yun, this individual must have reached the saint realm. And no, it is merely my Ling Yun sect disciples' lack of skill, and has nothing to do with Xiaoyao sect. The elder hastily defended, fearful of enraging this formidable figure before him. Su Chei merely cast him a dispassionate glance before returning to his seat. After the storm subsided, the representatives of the various sects grew cautious, refraining from further speech as they returned to their positions, focusing intently on their disciples' actions within the secret realm. 12 hours later, the tide of the Lingxi beasts within the secret realm gradually calmed. During this time, Bai Feng, Morong Qian, and Meng Ying constantly shifted positions, evading encirclement by disciples from other sects while seizing opportunities to easily dispatch several weaker opponents, amassing 450 battle tokens as the beast tide receded. It seems the first trial is coming to an end, Bai Feng remarked, retrieving the spoils from his storage ring and distributing 150 tokens each to his two junior sisters. With the complete retreat of the beast tide, tranquility returned to the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, an unusual rain began to fall from the sky. People were astonished to discover that the raindrops, upon contact with their skin, penetrated directly into their dantians, promoting the growth of their cultivation. Moreover, this effect was correlated with the number of tokens held. The more tokens one possessed, the quicker the absorption, as everyone realized this. All eyes focused on the three brightest light points on the star map, Bai Feng and his two junior sisters. The trio quickly sensed the miraculous nature of the raindrops and promptly sat down to absorb them with all their might. Senior brother, I've broken through to the spirit general realm. Me too, senior brother. With the assistance of the raindrops, Morong Qian and Meng Ying swiftly advanced to the spirit general realm, having consumed only a few tokens. Yet the pure spiritual energy continued to purify their dantians, confirming that his junior sisters were safe. Bai Feng continued to absorb the raindrops, although his own advancement was slower, only reaching the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm after consuming over 40 tokens. Ultimately, when the three of them had exhausted all their tokens, Morong Qian and Meng Ying successfully reached the late stage of the innate realm, while Bai Feng ascended to the late stage of the extraordinary realm. Though it was merely a two-tier elevation, it equated to months of his cultivation efforts. This achievement was realized under the condition of enjoying 100-fold cultivation speed, whereas ordinary cultivators would require countless efforts to attain similar progress. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Su Chei watched with satisfaction as the system presented him with a task completion prompt. The system rewarded him with 3 opportunities to draw for Imperial-level spiritual techniques and 1 opportunity for ability enhancement. Just as he prepared to conduct the draws, a sudden change unfolded within the secret realm, as black mist enveloped the area, swiftly spreading outward. The higher-ups of the various sects attempted to contact their disciples within the secret realm, only to find that the projection barrier had failed, rendering their communication tokens inoperative. This is bad. It's the lost domain. The terrified cries shattered the silence of the abyssal secret realm. Someone incredulously added, "But the lost domain hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. Why has it resurfaced now?" Filled with confusion, Su Chei observed the scene, while the ancestor of Huan's sect, who had lived for over 1,000 years, solemnly gazed at the secret realm shrouded in black mist, slowly uttering, "These young ones, I wonder if they are fortunate or unfortunate." He continued, "The last occurrence of the lost domain was 100,000 years ago, lasting for 3 whole years, during which dozens of spirit emperors perished, with rumors suggesting that even saints were not spared. Yet, despite this, countless cultivators still rushed in recklessly, all in pursuit of the opportunity for immortality. There was once a spirit venerable wandering cultivator who attained immense fortune in the lost domain. Reaching the spirit saint realm in a mere 100 years, Suche inquired, is it truly possible to cultivate to the emperor realm or even achieve immortality in such a short time within? Indeed, but the lost domain is fraught with peril. Even spirit saint experts cannot guarantee a safe return. The response from the ancestor of Huan sect deepened Suche's concerns, attempting to contact by phone. Suche discovered that the coordinates had been obscured by a mysterious power, rendering communication impossible. He anxiously questioned the system, and the reply he received left him astounded. A force of laws beyond this world had emerged within the secret realm, and his current realm was insufficient to cope, resulting in the communication failure. Did this imply a connection between the lost domain and the higher realms? Suche speculated inwardly. However, the system, due to insufficient levels, could not provide further information. Determined to forcibly enter the secret realm, he found that even his forbidden body could not breach the barriers. Witnessing this, the ancestor of Huan sect advised, "Senior, please remain calm. The lost domain has a brief opening of its restrictions once a month, at which point you will be able to enter to Suche, feeling helpless, retreated, praying in his heart for the safety of his disciples." The news spread swiftly, prompting cultivators from various locales to converge, preparing to breach the lost land a month hence. An ever-growing assembly of formidable entities gathered, among them the Spirit Emperor and potentially a great emperor. Suche felt an unprecedented sense of unease. In a bid to safeguard his disciples, he resolved to enhance his own powers expeditiously. Thus, he petitioned the system for a chance to utilize his ability lottery, yearning for newfound assistance. Fortuitously, he drew the skill of puppet manipulation. Bai Feng fell the disorienting whirl as he regained his senses, only to find himself enveloped in pitch darkness. Attempting to extend his spiritual awareness to probe his surroundings, he discovered that its range was severely constrained, only reaching 10 meters beyond. Chapter 45. A hot potato. As he fumbled in the darkness, Bai Feng discerned that he was encircled by hard rock walls. Realizing he was within a cave, he endeavored to employ the methods imparted by his master to seek refuge in a miniature world, yet he met with failure, with his thoughts consumed by the safety of his junior sisters. He hoped that his master would swiftly perceive the changes within the secret realm and locate them. Suddenly, a cacophony of fierce combat shattered the silence, followed by a flare of fire that cleaved through the darkness. The brief illumination revealed a cluster of indistinct shadows rushing toward the light. The ensuing screams and the subsequent chilling silence instilled dread. Evidently, an unknown entity had swiftly terminated the life of a cultivator in this vicinity. Treading cautiously, Bai Feng utilized his limited spiritual awareness to explore ahead. Before long, he caught the sound of hushed whispers. He stealthily approached and overheard a suggestion to breach the cave's ceiling for escape. However, another voice cautioned against it, recounting how someone had met with misfortune merely for igniting a torch, and that breaking through the cave might attract greater peril. The debate escalated, culminating in tragedy as the impatient individual fell victim to a treacherous act by a companion, meeting a swift demise. This merciless scene unveiled the grim reality that even among comrades, desperation could lead to ruthless measures for survival. Bai Feng understood that in this treacherous environment, every decision bore the weight of life and death. He needed to remain vigilant, seeking a safe exit while being wary of pot. Do not be overly optimistic. Perhaps the individual in question has already reached the late stage of the extraordinary realm, or even possesses greater might. A cold splash of reality was thrown over them. Even if they're a master at the late stage of the extraordinary realm, with our numbers combined, we can certainly handle them. A confident member at the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm proclaimed. These individuals were strangers to one another and did not inquire about each other's backgrounds. They had merely formed a temporary alliance driven by their thirst for the elixir of creation. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted their scheming. You would be wise to depart swiftly. This drop of the elixir of creation has already caught my eye, and there is no portion for you. Upon hearing the formidable aura of the masked woman, those who had been eager to engage fell silent immediately. Esteemed elder, your strength is unparalleled. "We dare not contest with you," one person replied respectfully. "I no longer desire this drop of elixir." Another member at the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm quickly echoed under the woman's piercing gaze. "How astute of you!" The masked woman scoffed coldly. "Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you insignificant nuisances before pursuing that fortunate soul." As her words faded, her figure vanished like a phantom into the dark river, leaving a group of individuals shaken. "That was utterly terrifying," someone sighed in relief. "She is at least at the initial stage of the spirit saint. We stand no chance against her. How could a spirit saint appear in this place? Is she perhaps from an ancient clan?" The crowd speculated. Despite their overwhelming reluctance, none were foolish enough to challenge a spirit saint against a master at the late stage of the extraordinary realm. They might have had a fighting chance, but facing a spirit saint was tantamount to courting death. The woman glided through the dark river toward the blood pool below, sensing the aura of the elixir of creation growing increasingly potent. It was just ahead. "Oh, this fellow has been waiting for me all along," she thought, a glimmer of excitement flashing through her eyes. The individual poised to acquire the elixir of creation evidently had great confidence in their abilities. Unlike the opponent who had met a swift demise at the hands of Byphone, this woman chose not to launch a surprise attack. Instead, she leapt from the crimson pool, directly confronting Byphone. "Do you also wish to seize the elixir of creation?" Byphone inquired calmly, fixing his gaze on the woman before him. Despite his outward composure, his heart began to race. The spirit of the burning heaven flame had just informed him that this woman possessed the strength of an initial spirit saint. The woman's hesitation was palpable as she scrutinized Byphone, attempting to discern his true level of power. However, due to the protective aura of the burning heaven flame, she was unable to accurately gauge his strength. After a moment, the woman spoke softly. "Surrender the elixir of creation, and I can spare your life." With the treasure so tantalizingly close, how could she relinquish it so easily? She had resolved that should Byphone refuse to cooperate, he would face certain death. The elixir of creation is right here. If you possess the ability, come and take it yourself. Byphone retorted curtly, drawing forth the burning heaven flame in preparation for battle. Although his opponent was more powerful, he practiced an imperial-level flame technique and wielded an extraordinary imperial weapon. This was not his first time challenging someone beyond his level. Byphone brandished the burning heaven flame to confront the woman. Her spirit's sword shattered in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Byphone delivered a sweeping strike that struck her shoulder, causing her to spit blood and be sent reeling backward. The beautiful face beneath the woman's mask was filled with shock. "An imperial weapon? Who exactly are you?" Fear coursed through her as she realized that the young man before her wielded such a formidable weapon. Byphone regarded the injured woman coldly, slowly advancing with a massive in hand. A dying person has no need for such knowledge. "Void shuttle." The woman spat out a mouthful of essence blood, activating a space-type spirit treasure, vanishing from sight just before Byphone's attack could land. "Kid, you've gotten yourself into deep trouble. That woman hails from the void forbidden land." The spirit of the burning heaven flame warned. What she just used was indeed a space spirit treasure from the void forbidden land. The Forbidden Land? Is that another sect? Byphone queried, perplexed. The Forbidden Land is a more terrifying organization than the Sacred Lands. Unlike typical sects, it generally continues through bloodline inheritance, the burning heaven flame elucidated. "And so what?" "Young man, do you comprehend what the Forbidden Land signifies? It earns its title because it is where emperors cultivate. Every Forbidden Land bears the legacy of emperors. The Void Emperor, who grasped the laws of space, ascended to emperor status 100,000 years ago and established the Void Sacred Land. That woman is likely a member of the Void clan." Upon learning of the significance of the Forbidden Land, Byphone couldn't help but feel astonished. "But I cannot simply abandon the elixir of creation, can I? Regardless, I trust my master will protect me." Meanwhile, on the other side of the Blood River, did you hear the sounds of battle just now? It seems the conflict was resolved quickly. That precious elixir of creation has likely found a new owner. A mid-stage extraordinary practitioner remarked with glee. Although they had also failed to acquire the elixir, they felt an inexplicable satisfaction at the misfortune of others. Chapter 47. Strength enhanced surely, now no one would dare to seize it. "Right?" Having quickly consumed some provisions from a storage ring, Bai Feng prepared to depart when suddenly, the figure of the woman who had previously escaped reappeared in his senses, this time accompanied by a man adorned in lavish attire and exuding an even more formidable aura. She has actually sought out help. She is relentless, Bai Feng thought, his expression shifting as he promptly brandished the burning heaven flame and fled in the opposite direction. However, it was clear that his pursuers had no intention of letting him go. With every move he made, they followed closely behind, the initial spirit saint and the mid-spirit saint. This situation is dire. Despite Bai Feng's repeated attempts to shake them off, their range of perception surpassed his own. No matter how he maneuvered through the terrain or altered his course, they remained steadfastly on his trail. Realizing escape was futile, Bai Feng resolved to confront them from the Tianyin sacred land of the central region. I will let you take what you desire, or you may compel me to relinquish it. The man before him shed his disguise, appearing to be in his 30s, clad in a sky-blue robe, emanating an air of mystery. This is peculiar. Your cultivation in the secret realm should not exceed mine, that I acquired the most tokens during the first trial. It is impossible for you to have absorbed more resources than I. I am curious how you, as a spirit saint, managed to bypass the rules of the secret realm to enter here. Fu Chan exuded confidence, showing no concern that Bai Feng might attempt to flee. He even explained earnestly, because I hail from the Tianyin sacred land, concealing heavenly secrets is my forte. Young brother, since I have revealed my identity, should you not be forthcoming as well? After all, reaching the late stage of the extraordinary realm at your age, while wielding an imperial weapon, suggests you possess an extraordinary background. Does it not? Fu Chen's gaze was deep and intense, fixated upon Bai Feng. He had just attempted to use Tianyin techniques to probe Bai Feng's secrets, but discovered a mysterious force surrounding Bai Feng, forming a barrier that obstructed his inquiry. This stirred his curiosity and intrigue regarding Bai Feng's identity. I am merely an ordinary disciple from a small sect in the Tsang domain, Senior Fu Chan. With your profound cultivation, acquiring the elixir of creation should be as effortless as reaching into your pocket. Why must you contend with me so fiercely? Bai Feng said softly, while simultaneously channeling his thoughts to completely unseal the burning heaven flame, unleashing a powerful aura. Though his cultivation was not yet sufficient to fully wield this artifact and could even lead to backlash, he was willing to risk his life and unleash his full strength to confront Fu Chan, knowing that even a mid-stage spirit saint would find it difficult to escape unscathed. With your late-stage extraordinary cultivation, imperial-level techniques, and such an extraordinary imperial weapon, you indeed have ample capital to refuse my request. Fu Chen's voice remained steady, yet his demeanor grew increasingly serious. He no longer maintained his earlier nonchalance, but instead prepared earnestly for the impending battle. Then allow me to witness your true strength. The woman beside him cautioned anxiously, Senior Fu Chan, please be careful. The power of that imperial weapon is formidable. As she spoke, she began to set up array flags to prevent Bai Feng from escaping. Do not forget our agreement. Once we succeed, the imperial weapon will be yours, and the elixir of creation will belong to me. As Bai Feng clashed with Fu Chan, he immediately felt the overwhelming pressure from his opponent, whose cultivation was far superior to his own. However, Bai Feng clutched the burning heaven flame ruler tightly, exerting every ounce of his strength to withstand each wave of assault. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Su Che suddenly received a notification from the system. His disciple's cultivation had advanced, and his own cultivation had concurrently reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm. Astonishingly, in just 3 days, his disciple Mu Rongqian had leaped directly from the early innate stage to the initial extraordinary stage, evidently having experienced an unbelievable fortuity. As Su Che's cultivation surged, his small world expanded continuously, and the power of the laws within it was also enhanced. That moment, a surge of excitement coursed through his heart. It seemed he could sense the coordinates of a certain small world within the secret realm. It appeared that the only coordinate he could perceive was likely the location where Fenger resided. Su Che mused, attempting to teleport to Bai Feng's position through the small world coordinates, but the laws of the secret realm still thwarted his efforts. Fenger, can you hear my voice? Su Che called out in his heart. Just as Bai Feng was engaged in a fierce battle with Fu Chun, he suddenly heard his master's voice, and his heart leaped with joy. "Master, I can't hear you." Bai Feng responded, "Master, my situation is dire. I implore you to lend your assistance." Upon hearing his disciple's plea, Su Che's face broke into a subtle smile, finally establishing a successful connection. Bai Feng's predicament seemed exceedingly perilous, while his master Su Che, constrained by the laws of the secret realm, was unable to come to his aid in person. However, Su Che discovered a method to transmit some essential items to Bai Feng through the small world. "Fenger, I cannot traverse the barriers of the secret realm, but I can send you some items to aid your escape." Su Che's voice resonated in Bai Feng's ears, and shortly thereafter, a storage ring appeared in Bai Feng's hand. Bai Feng swiftly rummaged through the storage ring, dodging enemy attacks as he did so. When he unearthed a ninth-grade blood-exploding pill, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This pill could enhance the user's combat prowess significantly in a short time based on their physique. And it bore no side effects. Observing the usage instructions left by his master affixed to each item filled Bai Feng with warmth, and without hesitation, he swallowed the blood-exploding pill, as the power of the pill coursed through his body. Bai Feng's vitality surged, and his cultivation instantly ascended 2 minor realms, reaching the mid-stage of Spirit Saint. Had he not expended too much energy during battle earlier, he might have achieved an even greater enhancement. Nonetheless, such an increase was already sufficient to pose a threat to his adversaries. Fu Chun, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Bai Feng had enhanced his strength in the blink of an eye. Before he could process the situation, Bai Feng charged towards him wielding the colossal ruler, flames roaring as if they sought to consume the world. Fu Chun attempted to evade, only to find his movements restricted by the imperial weapon in Bai Feng's grasp, leaving him with no avenue for escape. In a life-and-death moment, he called out for help to Jiziwa. "Hurry and save me." Jiziwa had just finished setting up the heavenly extermination array. Originally intended to prevent unforeseen occurrences, her intention was not to protect Bai Feng, but rather to ensure Fu Chun would uphold his promises after achieving victory. Now, she decided to activate the array to assist Fu Chun. "Senior brother, do not panic. I will activate the array immediately," Jiziwa commanded, and suddenly, countless sharp blade shadows surged in the void, aimed directly at Bai Feng. These blade shadows contained the power of the void laws, and any entity below the Saint realm that came into contact would meet instant demise. Chapter 48. Absolute Sovereignty. Suddenly, the voice of the spirit of the burning heaven flame ruler echoed in Bai Feng's mind, startling him into halting his pursuit of Fu Chun. Turning around, he saw several void blades hurtling toward him, prompting a hurried evasion. "This won't do. That woman controls the formation, and these void blades will relentlessly assault me. I cannot keep dodging," Bai Feng thought anxiously. His first instinct was to retreat into his master's small world, but he recalled his master's warning that in the secret realm, the laws prohibited his physical body from traversing space into the small world. "Wait, doesn't my master's storage ring contain numerous talismans?" Bai Feng pondered as he evaded the void blades, searching with a spiritual sense within the storage ring that a 7th-grade escape talisman. "It can triple my speed. I'll use it." An 8th-grade golden light talisman. "It can enhance my defense 5-fold. Although its efficacy against such attacks may be limited, it is worth a try." Jiziwe and Fu Chun watched in astonishment as Bai Feng adeptly dodged the attacks within the heavenly extermination array, occasionally retrieving and utilizing high-grade talismans from his storage ring. How many treasures did this guy bring with him? It seems his storage ring is more abundant than our sacred grounds treasury. It's infuriating. This kid is like an unkillable cockroach. The heavenly extermination array is utterly ineffective against him. Jiziwe and Fu Chun could hardly believe their eyes, as Bai Feng faced numerous life-threatening situations, yet consistently managed to escape unscathed. "Master, I am trapped within the array. This formation possesses the power of the void laws, and it is exceedingly formidable." Bai Feng resisted the attacks with talismans while seeking help from his master through their connection with the small world. In the small world, upon hearing Bai Feng's words, Su Che contemplated briefly and inquired of the system. "Can I control puppets through the laws of the secret realm's barrier?" The system replied, "Yes, but it will require more spiritual energy." "That will suffice." After receiving a positive response, Suche immediately transmitted to Bai Feng. Fenger, try to approach the one controlling the array. I will assist you in dealing with the enemies. Understood, Master, you are truly remarkable, being able to lend assistance across the secret realm. Bai Feng's admiration for his master grew even deeper. Utilizing the speed enhancement from the 7th grade escape talisman, Bai Feng swiftly approached Ji Ziyue and Fu Chun. Ziyue, that guy is coming. Stop him quickly. Fu Chun urged anxiously. Does he dare to approach? Does he not realize that the closer he gets to the heart of the formation, the stronger its power becomes? Truly seeking death, Ji Ziyue coldly scoffed, preparing to amplify the formation's might. However, Bai Feng had already closed the distance to within 100 meters in the small world. Suche sensed the opportune moment had arrived and activated the puppet control technique. 2 beams of light flashed from the small world, striking directly at Ji Ziyue and Fu Chen's foreheads. Both were taken aback by this sudden force, and the heavenly extermination array surrounding Bai Feng abruptly ceased its operation, causing the void blades attacking him to dissipate. Upon witnessing this, Bai Feng felt a surge of joy, realizing that his master's plan had succeeded, and they could finally escape the perilous situation. Suche employed a mysterious control technique within the small world, enabling him not only to sense Ji Ziyue and Fu Chen's presence, but also to directly manipulate their thoughts. The initial and mid-stage spirit saints had consumed 20% of his spiritual energy. Using this ability across the barrier of the secret realm was exceedingly draining. Suche mused internally, but he soon felt a sense of reassurance. Given the dangers of the Lost Land, controlling these 2 as vanguards would aid Bai Feng in scouting the path ahead. Subsequently, Bai Feng, through the control bestowed by Suche, commanded Ji Ziyue and Fu Chun to obey his instructions. Now, a peculiar red light flickered in their eyes as they mechanically responded. Yes, Master. Bai Feng, I have compelled them both to submit to you. Suche's voice conveyed. The Lost Land is fraught with unknown risks. For now, I cannot come in person, so you must exercise utmost caution. Take any treasures you can obtain, and be sure to locate your 2 junior sisters and ensure their safety. Bai Feng resolutely nodded, pledging to do his utmost to protect his junior sisters. He turned to Ji Ziyue and issued a simple command. Please deactivate the formation. Ji Ziyue immediately complied. He then inquired Fu Chun about the range of her spiritual detection, learning that it could cover a distance of 500 meters, which Bai Feng recognized would greatly assist them in exploring the Lost Land. Let us depart. You 2 lead the way and report any occurrences to me immediately. Bai Feng instructed. Returning to the small world, Suche gazed at a droplet of creation spiritual liquid hovering before him. He summoned the system, requesting an analysis of the droplet. System, examine this droplet of creation spiritual liquid to determine if it is safe for consumption. This droplet had originally been acquired by Bai Feng, and due to the 3-day time limit, it could not be consumed immediately, hence it was stored within the small world. The system promptly provided feedback. This droplet of spiritual liquid originates from the Yao Qi of the celestial realm, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's physique without side effects. But each individual may only benefit once. Furthermore, the system noted that absorbing this object imbued with the power of laws could facilitate the comprehension of those laws and improve the law system within the small world. Suche was taken aback by this revelation, yet he chose to decline the system's proposal, deciding to postpone any actions. This spiritual object belongs to Feng. If we encounter it again in the future, we shall consider absorption. Then Suche certainly would not seize his disciples' possessions, that he understood that treasures infused with the power of laws could only be absorbed once by each individual. Should Bai Feng and the others find similar spiritual objects again in the future, they would naturally be able to absorb them. The power of laws was something one would only begin to glimpse after reaching the saint realm. To truly master a law and ascend to the status of its sovereign, one must progress further to attain enlightenment and become an emperor. Every great emperor wields a particular law, reigning supreme within their domain. With the advent of the system, I may have the opportunity to engage with the power of the laws ahead of time. As the impending event loomed in his mind, Suche felt a sense of urgency. The restrictions of the Lost Land would briefly lift in just over 20 days, during which countless powerful beings would flood in, possibly including saints or emperors. His own strength needed enhancement, and time was of the essence. Resolute, Su Che conveyed instructions to Bai Feng through the small world, urging him to gather as many treasures imbued with the power of the laws as possible while in the Lost Land. His master had indicated that these treasures would be beneficial for his cultivation, advising vigilance in their pursuit. Jizue and Fu Chun promptly agreed. Yes, young master. Ever since Bai Feng placed the creation spirit liquid into Su Che's small world, its aura ceased to leak, alleviating Su Che's concerns about being tracked. Chapter 49. Crucial treasures. The trio continued on their path when suddenly, a familiar aura caught their attention. It was the creation spirit liquid. Someone had obtained it. Located to the north, the essence of the liquid shone like a beacon in the darkness, detectable even from hundreds of miles away. Let us go and investigate if the opportunity arises. We shall seize it, commanded by Feng. Fu Chun and Jizue immediately took flight, following closely behind Bai Feng. After flying for a while, Bai Feng suddenly halted. Young master, what is it? Jizue inquired, perplexed. Instead of answering directly, Bai Feng veered left for several miles and then turned again. His expression grew increasingly grave. This is not good. It appears we have wandered into a colossal maze. Fu Chun released his consciousness to probe the surroundings but found no anomalies. Young master, there is no maze here. Bai Feng pointed in the direction of the liquid's essence and spoke solemnly. Look, the aura of the liquid remains directly ahead. Yet, regardless of how I alter our course, that essence consistently points to the same location, unaffected by my movements. Upon hearing this, Fu Chun promptly attempted to fly in a different direction for a distance before returning. Indeed, young master, it appears we have truly entered an unknown realm. Bai Feng issued a new directive to Fu Chun. Fu Chun, scout ahead swiftly. Should you discover anything unusual, inform me immediately. Fu Chun's countenance shifted, a wave of uncontrollable fear and resistance swelling within him. Nevertheless, the mark left by Su Che upon his soul acted as an unassailable command, compelling him to comply. Yes, young master. Following Bai Feng's command, Fu Chun accelerated towards the liquid's direction, while Bai Feng and Jin maintained a measured pace, neither too close nor too far behind. The three flew for approximately 2 hours. Suddenly, Bai Feng received a message from Fu Chun. Young master, I feel we are growing closer to the liquid. Bai Feng cautioned softly. Exercise caution. Although Fu Chun and Jia attempted to betray me not long ago, my warning is not born of genuine concern, but rather a desire to prevent the protector arranged by my master from meeting an untimely demise. He understood that his master's interference with the rules of the secret realm must have come at a cost. As they closed in on the source, Fu Chen's perception of the liquid became increasingly vivid. Soon, he excitedly reported to Bai Feng. Young master, I have located the creation spirit liquid. Following this, Fu Chun made a request. Young master, you already possess a drop of the liquid. Each person can consume it only once. Could you grant me this drop? However, Bai Feng, observing through his vision, realized that what Fu Chun held was not the liquid, but rather a black corpse beetle. Sensing the situation was amiss, Bai Feng immediately transmitted a warning. Throw it away. What? This is the creation spirit liquid. How could I discard it? Fu Chun replied, bewildered. Before he could finish speaking, the black corpse beetle surprisingly burrowed directly into Fu Chun's mouth. Fu Chun, astonished, communicated to Bai Feng. Young master, the liquid has entered my mouth on its own. Young master, I feel a surge of power coursing through me. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Fu Chun's voice was filled with joy. Bai Feng's heart sank. He sensed impending doom. Breakthrough. You are about to perish, Bai Feng lamented, as the black corpse beetle entered Fu Chun's body. A dark mist erupted from his head, and he collapsed to the ground. Just then, his master's voice resonated in Bai Feng's mind. Feng, have you encountered trouble? Why did I suddenly lose a puppet? Master, I am fine. That puppet refused to heed my advice and brought this upon itself. Bai Feng explained before hastily departing the scene with Jizue. After their departure, an incredible sight unfolded. Fu Chun's body slowly rose from the ground, as if resurrected from the dead. Initially, his movements appeared stiff. But as his body acclimated, his motions became increasingly fluid. A series of creaking sounds emanated from Fu Chen's mouth, reminiscent of ancient machinery, but a dark aura manifested at his brow, and his eyes abruptly widened, his head twisting unnaturally. This body is passable. The other young master's vessel should be superior. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Baifeng was flying the opposite direction with Jizue. Xiaohei, what is that black creature? Moreover, where exactly are we? Why can we not find an exit? Baifeng inquired. The spirit of the burning heaven flame replied, Your luck is abysmal. You have inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the heart-confusing worms. These repulsive creatures can devour human souls and occupy their bodies. Worse still, they are social beings. Baifeng's complexion paled. They're not a shred of good news. The spirit chuckled. Well, not entirely. The lost land is fraught with peril. Yet it also harbors opportunities. Should you defeat the leader of this swarm of heart-confusing worms, you could obtain the treasures of their kind. Baifeng's expression froze. Given their social nature, does that not make them exceedingly difficult to handle? Indeed, it is no easy feat. Thus, you must exercise utmost caution. With no other recourse, Baifeng resolved to explore alternative escape routes. Jizue, you hail from the void forbidden land. Can the artifact you previously used to escape from me still be employed? It seemed to possess the ability to traverse space. Younger master, my current cultivation is insufficient. Using the void shuttle would result in backlash, rendering it unusable for the time being. Moreover, employing the void shuttle requires a precise target coordinate. And it seems we cannot ascertain our exact location here. Do you possess any other means to exit this place or to unravel this maze? Your Void clan should have a profound understanding of spatial laws. Correct? Younger master, I lack the strength to dismantle this maze. However, I can attempt to locate the crucial treasure that constructs this maze. Upon hearing Jizue's words, a flicker of hope ignited within Baifeng's heart. Then hasten your search. I shall wait here. Yes, younger master. Following her orders, Jizue swiftly produced some banners used for breaking formations and began her search for the maze's core. Baifeng chose a spot to sit down and commenced his cultivation. The day quietly slipped by. Someone is approaching. On this day, while Baifeng was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly heard a commotion. He looked up to see three individuals not far off. A man in white whose cultivation had reached the initial stage of spirit sage, accompanied by two companions at the late stage of transcendence. They seemed to have also noticed Baifeng and Jizue, halting their advance without approaching. What are you two doing here? One of them inquired curiously. Chapter 50. Within reach, Baifeng replied, We are resting. Why have you not continued on your way? One of the transcendence individuals scoffed. It is evident that something is amiss here. Do you think we are fools? The man in white gestured for his companions to be silent, and then asked, You have noticed the anomalies here as well, correct? I see she is fiddling with the small flags in her hand. Is she attempting to decipher the formation? Given that the other party had already sensed the peculiarities, Baifeng resolved to be forthright. We are trapped in this maze. My companion is searching for the formation's core. To escape, we must eliminate the creature controlling the core. The man in white nodded in understanding. Indeed, it is a maze. I possess some knowledge of formations myself. To break it, we likely need to advance in the direction of the spirit liquid. Upon mentioning the spirit liquid, the man in white deliberately paused, evidently recognizing that the aura was unusual. It likely was not the genuine spirit liquid, but rather a bait designed to lure individuals into a trap. Baifeng elucidated, We previously had a companion who, tragically, was penetrated by a black corpse beetle, resulting in his demise. Baifeng recounted the harrowing scene. A flicker of terror crossed the face of the man in white. That was the heart-bewildering worm. His voice turned hoarse. Are you familiar with the heart-bewildering worm? Baifeng inquired, astonished, for he had learned of this creature's existence only through the spirit within the burning heaven flame. The man in white regained his composure and said urgently, We must swiftly locate its lair, the very eye of the maze. The nest of heart-bewildering worms should still be in its larval stage. If we do not eradicate them soon, once they consume more cultivators and evolve, none of us will escape. At that moment, Jizue, who had been intently focused on the array flags, spoke up, Young master. I have pinpointed the location of the arrays. Young master. The man in white looked at Jizue and Bai Feng with confusion, pondering to himself that this young man seemed to have an extraordinary background. Jizue, having attained the spirit saint realm at such a young age, was indeed a prodigious talent, a figure of prominence in any sect, and now she was under Bai Feng's command? Realizing this, the man in white retracted his previous dismissive attitude and said solemnly, "Since we have found the eye of the array, let us act together and form a battle formation to confront the leader of the heart-bewildering worms." Bai Feng succinctly replied, "Agreed." With the addition of 3 new allies, particularly the man in white, whose profound mastery of the spirit saint realm significantly bolstered Bai Feng's forces, the 6 formed a small team, led by Bai Feng and the man in white, steadily advancing towards the aura emanating from the spiritual liquid. As time passed, when they sensed the aura intensifying, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Fu Chun. Jizue exclaimed, "Young master, it is Fu Chun." The group instinctively halted, and the man in white looked at Bai Feng with confusion, asking, "Do you know this person? Why does he appear so oddly?" A trace of concern flickered in Bai Feng's eyes as he softly explained, "This is the deceased companion I mentioned earlier." "What do you mean he has been resurrected?" Someone gasped in astonishment. "Resurrected? That is impossible. He must be under the control of the heart-bewildering worm," the man in white countered. Just then, Fu Chun let out a series of piercing laughs, followed by a rustling sound. Soon, countless black insects swarmed towards the 6 like a tide. "Young master, the eye of the array is within Fu Chun," Jizue said anxiously. Bai Feng's heart stirred as he realized that the worm that had consumed Fu Chun was indeed the core of the maze. They must eliminate the heart-bewildering worm that occupied Fu Chun's body to unravel this trap. Bai Feng commanded, and the 6 swiftly adjusted their battle formation, fending off the approaching insects while closing in on Fu Chun. Each swing of the burning heaven flame released flames that incinerated the surrounding swarm of insects to ashes. "Hee, young master, your flesh looks so delectable," Fu Chun said with a sinister smile, "and your white-clad friend beside you is equally enticing. Ascending to the spirit's sovereign realm requires but to devour you." "Dream on," the man in white shouted angrily, swinging his sword, sending a blade of energy straight at Fu Chun, only to be thwarted by a swarm of small insects. "Young master, watching you be torn apart by my children and then savoring your flesh is truly something to look forward to." Under Fu Chun's command, ever more small insects surged towards the 6 that if they wished to survive, now was the time to demonstrate their ultimate skills. The man in white shouted as he slashed through the swarm. "We must act decisively and eliminate the Worm King." Bai Feng promptly ordered Jizue, "Assist me with the insects behind." "Yes, young master." Jizue immediately responded, throwing herself into the fray. Bai Feng and his companions hastened their extermination of the insects. Fu Chun appeared unfazed in the distance, watching them with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Kill to your heart's content. Soon, you shall witness my true power," he murmured softly, as the number of slain insects increased. Bai Feng and the others gradually approached Fu Chun. Victory seemed within reach, but Bai Feng suddenly noticed that the movements of 2 late-stage transcendents in their group had grown sluggish, their gazes beginning to wander. "Not good. The heart-bewildering worm is interfering with their consciousness," the man in white exclaimed. "With every insect we slay, the surrounding power of bewilderment grows stronger." At the man in white's warning, Bai Feng also felt his thoughts being disturbed, and illusions began to cloud his vision. Were it not for the burning heaven flame continuously stabilizing his spirit, Bai Feng would have likely succumbed. "Everyone, focus your minds. Do not look at the Worm King," Bai Feng warned loudly, preparing to press forward. However, the 2 late-stage transcendents in their midst could no longer control themselves, charging towards Fu Chun, shouting, "Creation liquid! That is the creation liquid! It's mine. No one else can take it." In an instant, the 2 were engulfed by the swarm of insects, dragged towards Fu Chun. Let us see how long you can hold out. I am about to relish the flesh of your companions." Fu Chun cackled ominously. Chapter 51. Helplessness as Bai Feng ponders strategy. Jizue suddenly charged uncontrollably forward. "Jizue, come back," Bai Feng shouted, but she halted momentarily due to the deep-seated loyalty imprinted in her heart. only to be consumed by the sea of insects moments later. "Now it is just the two of us," Bai Feng said, but before he could finish, the man in white beside him was also affected by the heart-bewildering worm, ceasing his attacks, and ultimately succumbed to the swarm. Although the burning heaven flame had helped Bai Feng resist the power of the heart-bewildering worm, he understood that time was of the essence, and he could not afford any further delay. Taking a deep breath, Bai Feng decisively stowed away the burning heaven flame, mimicking the stances of those who had been bewitched, swaying his body as he approached Fuchun. "Hee, have you finally reached your limit?" A chilling voice echoed in the air. "Ha! Bring him here, I want to savor this body," another voice commanded with maniacal laughter. Bai Feng allowed the swarm of small insects to lift him towards Fuchun. As he neared his target, his eyes suddenly widened with determination. "Now!" He swiftly swallowed a prepared blood-burst pill, instantly elevating his realm to the mid-spirit saint stage as spiritual energy surged within him. The burning heaven flame reappeared in his hand. Accompanied by a torrent of flames, he struck down. Screech! Fuchun let out a sharp, agonized cry as his form was engulfed in flames, a black, hand-sized insect attempting to escape from within him. Not so fast. Bai Feng had anticipated this move. He knew these insects feared fire. Thus he had set this trap. Utilizing the enemy's underestimation, he launched a decisive strike at the most unexpected moment. As the massive descended, the searing flames enveloped the Worm King, and soon, the air was filled with the acrid scent of charred remains. With the death of the Worm King, the smaller insects scattered in all directions, and the maze dissipated accordingly. What a harrowing experience! Bai Feng exhaled deeply, retracting the burning heaven flame and approaching the spot where the Worm King had fallen, discovering a colorful crystal stone. "What is this?" he muttered to himself. "Kid, that is the illusory spirit stone," a voice informed him. "Illusory spirit stone? It appears to be a treasure imbued with the power of laws. It should be beneficial to my master. I must present it to him for examination." Bai Feng stored the illusory spirit stone in his small world, and then Suche handed him a vial of creation liquid, which had surpassed the 3-day safety period. Bai Feng found a quiet place to begin consuming and cultivating. Meanwhile, in the small world, Suche summoned the system, eager to understand the function of the illusory spirit stone. System. Host, the illusory spirit stone contains the power of laws. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Not so fast. Tell me its specific effects first. The system explained, upon absorbing the illusory spirit stone, your spiritual awareness will be greatly enhanced, and you will gain insights into the laws of the soul. Enhancing spiritual awareness will greatly benefit my control over puppets, while the laws of the soul can directly attack an opponent's spirit, ignoring physical defenses. This is indeed a formidable ability. Then let S absorb it right away. With the confirmation from the system, Suche felt a sudden new understanding of the laws of the soul awakening within his spirit. His comprehension of the laws of the soul was still in its infancy, and he had a long journey ahead to fully master it. However, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in his spiritual consciousness, amplified by 5 times compared to the past, with such formidable mental prowess. Should he employ the puppet manipulation technique, he might very well exert control over beings that have attained the sage realm. Just as Suche was deep in contemplation, his communication jade slip shimmered with brilliant light, signaling a message from the sect leader, Chu Xiu Daorun. The content of the message left Suche astounded. The ancestor of the illusory, sound Holy Land had unexpectedly broken through to the sage realm. Upon emerging from seclusion, he learned that the esteemed elder of his own Holy Land had met an untimely demise under mysterious circumstances in the Tsang domain. This newly ascended sage ancestor immediately tore through the void, heading straight for the Hehuan sect to demand answers from its elder regarding the identity of the perpetrator responsible for their elder's death. Just recently became a sage. In times past, I might have been truly helpless against you, Suche murmured, but now, your timing could not be more fortuitous. With a hint of a smile, Suche stepped out from his small world and swiftly soared toward the grand hall of the Hehuan sect. At this moment, a palpable tension enveloped the grand hall of the Hehuan sect, with its higher-ups walking on eggshells. Even the sect elder appeared exceedingly anxious. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu Daorun and several prominent figures concealed themselves in a less noticeable corner. The ancestor of the illusory, sound Holy Land sat arrogantly in the position that rightfully belonged to the sect leader of Yihuan, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized every individual present. As a fellow member of the sacred lands, I grant you 3 days to unearth the murderer. Otherwise, the Yihuan sect shall face dire consequences. His voice resonated with threats, faced with such pressure. Although the members of the Yihuan sect harbored grievances, they dared not voice them. After all, in the eyes of a sage, ordinary power was as inconsequential as that of an ant. Only upon reaching the sage realm could one truly grasp the might of the loss. The elder of the Yihuan sect understood that the elder of the illusory sound Holy Land had sought his own demise by challenging an individual beyond his means, namely Su Qianbei, and thus lost his life. However, this secret would never be divulged, for not only had Su Qianbei saved him, but he also stood as a benefactor to the Yihuan sect. It was precisely due to Su Che's existence that the members of the Yihuan sect remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge his name. Now, Su Che resolved to confront this crisis personally, to safeguard the Yihuan sect and its allies. The news of the illusory sound ancestor's ascension to the sage realm spread like wildfire through the Yihuan sect. Accompanied by his unwavering determination to hunt down the murderer of the elder from the illusory sound Holy Land. As the news broke, someone stepped forward. Within the grand hall of the Yihuan sect, the atmosphere grew taut as a finely drawn bowstring, when suddenly an unfamiliar voice shattered the silence. An elder from the Lingyun sect requests an audience. I have urgent matters to report. The illusory sound ancestor, seated upon the Holy Lord's throne, smirked coldly upon hearing this. Finally, someone is willing to speak. With a flick of his sleeve, the air around him was torn asunder, instantly bringing the elder from the Lingyun sect into the grand hall. You claim to know who killed our elder from the illusory sound Holy Land. Dare not conceal the truth. It was the people from the Xiaoyao sect, the elder, under the oppressive aura of the illusory sound ancestor, immediately knelt, trembling as he replied with utmost trepidation. The Xiaoyao sect. This name was entirely foreign to the illusory sound ancestor, yet his keen eyes had already locked on his several figures lurking in the shadows. They were members of the Xiaoyao sect, their faces pale with evident guilt. Are you members of the Xiaoyao sect? The illusory sound ancestor interrogated, his gaze sharp enough to make Chu Xiu Dao Ren nearly falter. Chapter 52. A heart-stopping confrontation. I am the sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Chu Xiu Dao Ren stammered, striving to maintain his composure. The illusory sound ancestor regarded this self-proclaimed leader with disdain. His cultivation was utterly insignificant in comparison. With your meager strength, how could you possibly slay my elder? Where is the murderer? With a roar from the illusory sound ancestor, the entire grand hall seemed to tremble, prompting many to cover their ears in agony. The illusory sound ancestor's patience had worn thin. If the murderer was not surrendered, I shall slay one person for every passing hour, just as all believed that the situation had reached an impasse. A resolute voice rang out. No need to search. I am here. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Su Che's figure materialized within the grand hall, his arrival akin to dawn breaking through the darkness. The illusory sound ancestor squinted slightly, astonished at how Su Che had entered so stealthily. Su Qianbei has arrived. This is splendid. A glimmer of hope flickered in Ouyang Shue's eyes, while other elders who had previously witnessed Su Che's prowess sighed in relief. Gazing at his confident silhouette as if it heralded the resolution of this crisis, the illusory sound ancestor's eyes surged with intense murderous intent, and he coldly scoffed. You dare to stand before me. Truly audacious. Before he could finish his sentence, he unleashed an attack imbued with the laws against Su Che. Such an assault could penetrate any physical barrier. Unless one was a sage-level powerhouse, resistance was futile. However, Su Che merely focused slightly, a flicker of red light passing through his eyes, before activating his puppet control technique. The illusory sound ancestor instantly felt a force invade his mental realm, contorting his face in resistance. Yet, the power was overwhelming, and he soon succumbed, writhing in agony upon his throne. The elder of the Yihuan sect and the others present held their breath, transfixed by the clash between these two unparalleled powerhouses. The elder of the Yihuan sect murmured, Su Qianbei appears effortlessly dominant, while the illusory sound ancestor struggles so. Ouyang Shui quietly remarked, Su Qianbei is a formidable spiritual sage. Naturally, he finds it easy to deal with an illusory sound ancestor who has just stepped into the sage realm. The sect leader of the Hehuan sect and several other elders nodded in agreement. Having witnessed the unfolding spectacle within mere moments, the IT seemed as if Su Che had not even raised a hand. And the illusory sound ancestor had already lost the ability to resist, as Su Che mused to himself, grateful for the heart-bewildering stone that Feng Er had gifted him, which had quintupled his spiritual strength. Otherwise, dealing with the illusory sound ancestor would indeed have proven challenging. He realized that even though his opponent commanded the power of laws, it was ultimately futile against him. Moments later, the illusory sound ancestor ceased his struggle, his expression calming as he approached Su Che, kneeling respectfully and murmuring, "Master," a collective gasp resonated through the grand hall. The once haughty, illusory sound ancestor had now become so subservient. The elder of the Hehuan sect was not surprised. After all, the higher one's cultivation, the longer one lived, and thus the more one cherished their life, that in the face of life and death, what was it to submit to a master for survival? The sect leader of the Hehuan sect inwardly cursed. What a spineless old man, a dignified sage yielding so easily. Why did you not fight to the bitter end against the elder? Your actions put us in a difficult position. Should we also kneel? The sect leader silently grumbled. Ouyang Shui, on the other hand, remarked lightly, "I don't mind. I've already expressed my respect to Su Qianbei." At this moment, countless powerful figures had gathered outside the Hehuan sect, eager to witness this heart-stopping confrontation firsthand. Do you think that the Xiaoyao sect member is still alive? Why is there not a shred of news? Did they not engage in battle? Someone scoffed nearby. The illusory sound ancestor has attained the sage realm. Do you know what that signifies? It means he can wield the laws. Do you believe such a powerhouse needs to make a grand display to eliminate a single individual? That person is likely no longer among the living. Serve him right for his previous arrogance. Indeed, I see no reason for the Xiaoyao sect to exist any longer. What do you all think? Those harboring old grudges against the Xiaoyao sect now bore malicious smiles as they anticipated revenge. Yet at that very moment, the figure they deemed deceased, Su Che, emerged unperturbed from the Hehuan sect. Further shocking them was the fact that the illusory sound ancestor followed closely behind. "Stay outside the secret realm and await my return. Shortly, I will require your assistance in handling certain matters within the realm." "Understood? Oh, I almost forgot. Please also take care of the Lingyun sect members." Upon hearing Su Che's command, the illusory sound ancestor solemnly replied, "Yes, master." With that, Su Che vanished, retreating to his small world. The onlookers gasped. He actually made the sage-level illusory sound ancestor submit. The Lingyun sect is utterly doomed. Within his small world, Su Che sent a plethora of treasures to his disciple Bai Feng before delving into the study of the newly acquired soul laws. Meanwhile, Bai Feng, having rested for 2 days within the secret realm to regain his strength, resumed his explorations. Ever since consuming the creation spirit liquid, he felt his cultivation speed had increased manifold. Although his master had stated that each person could only consume a single drop, Bai Feng still contemplated how to secure additional drops for his 2 junior sisters, if possible. He also hoped that other sect members could partake in this boon. Lately, his master had appeared increasingly troubled. What could be weighing so heavily on his mind? Bai Feng was deep in thought. The spirit of the burning sky flame ruler coldly remarked, "Young man, matters of your master's caliber are not for you to concern yourself with at this moment. Your current task is simply to avoid causing any trouble for your master. That I suspect that your master's worries are undoubtedly related to the celestial realm, as the fabled lost land is said to be intricately connected to it. With the reappearance of the lost land, the previously tranquil lower realms, which have enjoyed peace for 100,000 years, are likely to be thrown into turmoil once again." Bai Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, the only thing that could trouble my master so deeply must be the legendary celestial realm. However, who says I cannot assist my master? He requires treasures imbued with the power of laws, and such treasures can only be found within the lost land. Since my master is currently barred from entering due to the law-imbued barrier of the Lost Land, it is now my duty as his disciple to alleviate his burdens. Baifeng contemplated the necessity of enlisting 2 more helpers, aiming to ensure that his master could manage the situation. For if he were to encounter perilous places harboring treasures again, he would need assistance to navigate through. After 3 days of arduous flight, traversing thousands of miles, Baifeng finally discerned a new aura of creation fluid. This aura not only signified the presence of the fluid, but also hinted at the potential existence of more treasures waiting to be uncovered. Chapter 53. The potent power within compared to the solitary drop of creation fluid he had previously acquired, this aura was exponentially more intense, perceptible even from a great distance, that I must investigate this. Baifeng resolved inwardly. 2 days later, following the trail of the treasure's aura, Baifeng arrived before a grand and ancient palace. Many cultivators had already gathered there, yet, despite the open gates, none dared to step inside. Curious, Baifeng approached the crowd and inquired of a meditating cultivator regarding the situation. The cultivator, recognizing Baifeng as a late-stage extraordinary master, respectfully explained that they were awaiting the opening of the restrictions of the Lost Land. As their sect's elders would lead them inside, he pointed out an inscription of ancient characters at the entrance, indicating that within the palace lay numerous law-filled chambers, and to obtain the treasures within, one must pass corresponding trials of law. For those below the sage realm, this was nearly a fatal challenge. Upon hearing this, Baifeng felt a chill of despair. If he was to confront the power of law, then the treasures within this palace were all but unattainable for him at that moment. The spirit within his burning sky flame ruler offered a suggestion. Why not consult your master? Perhaps he has a solution. Baifeng promptly contacted his master, Su Che, to relay the circumstances. Su Che pondered for a moment, brow furrowed as he contemplated the challenges posed by the power of law. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to the system to inquire about possible solutions. The system responded, stating that it could temporarily bestow the power of law from the small world onto the disciple, aiding him in resisting the encroachment of the law's power. However, this would deplete the small world's power of law, and excessive consumption might lead to its degradation or even collapse. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Che deemed this a worthwhile approach, even at a cost. If it could aid Baifeng in successfully acquiring the treasures, it would all be worth it as long as he could secure the treasures of the Lost Land. All losses could be redeemed. Upon learning this, Su Che immediately sought out Baifeng, assuring him, "Do not worry, my disciple. I will use the power of law from the small world to protect you from any harm." "Thank you, Master." Baifeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Baifeng boldly stepped into the Palace of Laws. The spectators whispered amongst themselves, "He just walked right in. What a foolhardy move. Doesn't he realize the power of law can penetrate all defenses? I thought someone his age reaching the late extraordinary stage was already a genius, but it turns out he's just a reckless individual. Let him be. There are always those willing to risk everything for treasures." Amidst the external doubts and jeers, Baifeng paid no heed, his thoughts solely focused on how to swiftly acquire the treasures. Upon entering the hall, he was confronted by dozens of stone doors. As he prepared to release his divine sense to explore, he discovered that it was utterly ineffective here. Unlike the outside, the restrictions within were far more stringent, forcing him to rely solely on his own sight. It seemed he would have to rely on intuition to make his choice, Baifeng mused. With no other options, he steeled himself and pushed open one of the stone doors. Behind it lay a dark and profound passage. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely stepped forward. Just as he entered the passage, the stone door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. Despite having anticipated this, Baifeng's heart involuntarily tightened. He attempted to push against the stone door, but remained immovable. There was no turning back now. He could only forge ahead. "Onward it is," Baifeng murmured to himself. Continuing down the corridor, as he delved deeper, the aroma of creation fluid grew increasingly potent. After an indeterminate length of time, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead, revealing a mysterious chamber. As Baifeng reached the end of the passage and gazed into the chamber's center, he beheld a drop of creation fluid radiating a mysterious glow. suspended in midair and enveloped by a translucent light shield, with a long staircase leading up to it. The height was approximately 100 meters. But that light shield appeared formidable. I must proceed with caution. Baifeng contemplated carefully regarding his next steps. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that in each corner of the chamber floated a ball of uniquely colored strange fire. At that moment, the spirit of the burning sky flame ruler vibrated as if sensing something. These strange fires are not to be underestimated. Baifeng felt a surge of alertness. He needed to devise a way to acquire the strange fire, as it was crucial for his flame decision cultivation. That I can feel the immense power contained within those 4 strange fires, Baifeng remarked. Yet obtaining them will not be a simple task. How I yearn to possess them. However, with my current abilities, a mere touch could lead to my incineration. While contemplating the staircase leading to the mysterious creation fluid, he noticed it was composed of over 20 steps, each a different hue. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed within the chamber. Flying within the chamber is prohibited. Violators will face simultaneous attacks from the 4 strange fires. Each step corresponds to a different trial of law. With increasing difficulty as one ascends, retreating will double the challenge. Only by acquiring the creation fluid can this ordeal be terminated. Heavens! If this rule had appeared even a second later, I would have charged up. Baifeng cursed, relieved he had not acted rashly. Had he truly flown up earlier, he would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. Within the small world, Suche had been closely monitoring Baifeng since his entry into the chamber. Upon witnessing these rules being announced, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. The Lost Lands seemed to be a death game meticulously designed by the upper realms. These rules were clearly intentionally set. But what was their purpose? Why place such an abundance of treasures here while establishing numerous traps and dangers? Understanding the rules, Baifeng cautiously ascended the first step. That it was a blue stone slab. And as soon as his foot touched it, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped him. Just as he feared he would be frozen solid, a mysterious force shielded him from the outside, gradually dissipating the cold. My master has intervened, Baifeng realized. The spirit of the flame ruler also cautioned him. What you just experienced was an attack from the water law. However, it poses little threat to a sage. With your extraordinary cultivation, had it not been for your master's timely protection, you might have been reduced to an ice sculpture by now. Having survived this brush with death, Baifeng felt a wave of apprehension. But knowing he had his master's support rekindled his courage. This feeling is incredible, completely unbothered by the laws. He took another step, this time onto a black step representing the law of death. However, due to Suche's prior warning and enhanced protective measures, the attack from the law of death was swiftly suppressed. Confirming that his master could protect him, Baifeng quickened his pace. Several steps later, he found himself standing on the 9th step. Why is the 10th step transparent? Baifeng inquired, intrigued. Chapter 54. The master of the spirit saint, whatever the case, with my master's protection, they cannot harm me. Baifeng confidently pressed on. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the seemingly ordinary stone slab. But in an instant, he felt a mysterious force yank his consciousness sharply, pulling him into a bizarre world in another realm. Suche was focused on a small world that I clearly used the power of law to block the attack. What is happening? He pondered in confusion. That moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Master, you indeed successfully repelled the attack of the law. However, that transparent stone slab represents the illusion law, which did not launch an attack on Baifeng. Thus your power did not obstruct it. The illusion law? So, Baifeng has entered a realm of illusion. Suche contemplated for a moment before asserting. However, Baifeng possesses a resolute will. He should be able to handle this trial in the depths of the mysterious underground palace. Baifeng found himself confronted by a figure that mirrored his own likeness perfectly. The doppelganger spoke. I am your shadow. Defeat me, and you shall be free to leave this place. Baifeng was momentarily taken aback. But then a sudden laughter escaped him. This brought to mind the trial tower set by his master. Yet he understood that this instance was unlike any other, for the shadow possessed all his skills and strengths. Overcoming oneself was indeed a formidable challenge. Baifeng murmured to himself, but perhaps there lay a solution within this illusion. Then, under the astonished gaze of a shadow, Baifeng resolutely struck at his own heart pulse. Believing this to be the swiftest method to vanquish his counterpart, S's heart pulse shattered. Life ebbed away rapidly, and the shadow began to dissipate. When the last flicker of vitality extinguished, the shadow vanished into thin air. In an instant, Baifeng found himself back atop the 10th step, having passed the trial of the Phantom Law. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he sighed, how fortunate that this was merely an illusion. The sensation was terrifyingly vivid. Having completed the trial, Baifeng did not linger, pressing onward into the depths of the palace. Upon reaching the final step, two unfamiliar figures invaded his line of sight. Brother Luo, this fellow actually discovered a method to resist the Law's attacks. One exclaimed in astonishment, I had my suspicions. He must possess a treasure that allows him to evade the law's strikes. The other responded that if he were not merely a late-stage transcendent, he would not dare to recklessly intrude into this palace brimming with the power of laws. Ha! What a stroke of fortune! Once that lad obtains the divine liquid of creation, the palace's rules will cease to apply to that point. We can strike with ease, take his life, and seize the liquid. Let us not forget Brother Luo to also claim that treasure on him that can withstand the law's attacks. The one referred to as Brother Luo chuckled coldly, his gaze sharp as an eagle, looking down at Baifeng atop the steps, as if he were already a prize within grasp point. Two spirit saints against a late-stage transcendent. His fate is already sealed. Upon overhearing their conversation, Baifeng's fury ignited. How audacious they would openly conspire to divide his possessions. Just the two of you think you can reap the rewards? In the past, facing two spirit saints might have posed a challenge for Baifeng, but at this moment, they resembled mere targets presented to him. Without uttering a word, Baifeng took a step onto the final tier, ascending to the high platform. With his stride, the radiance enveloping the divine liquid of creation faded, revealing the precious substance within. Baifeng swiftly secured the liquid, cautiously storing it within his master's miniature world. All under the greedy gazes of the two below. Strange, why has the aura of the divine liquid vanished? Is it not said that once the liquid is seized, its aura lingers for 3 days? I understand now. This lad must possess a treasure that conceals the aura of the liquid. Brother Luo exclaimed with delight. The spoils this time exceed expectations. This lad is a veritable treasure trove. With this artifact in hand, we shall have no fear of pursuit once we obtain the divine liquid. As Baifeng secured the divine liquid, the power of laws within the underground palace began to gradually recede. It seems the legends hold true. Once the liquid is taken, the laws are undone. Below in the palace, the two who had been waiting for long drew their weapons, advancing towards Baifeng. You brought this upon yourself for being so naive. Carrying such treasures, yet being so brazen. Aren't you courting death? Your pleas for mercy will be of no use. Today, you shall certainly perish. Someone like you, laden with wealth yet devoid of experience, must surely hail from some ancient clan or forbidden ground. We cannot leave any survivors. Baifeng observed with disdain, his heart unperturbed. Let us cease this senseless chatter. My master always said that villains tend to stumble due to their excessive loquacity. It appears he was entirely correct. A mysterious smile crept across Baifeng's face as he silently called upon his master within the miniature world. Master, these two are adept spirit saints in their initial stage. They are perfect candidates for puppetry. Su Che responded with a smile. Since they have presented themselves, let us not be courteous. No sooner had he spoken than he activated the puppet control technique through the law's barrier of the secret realm. Two beams of red light swiftly penetrated the foreheads of the two, leaving no room for struggle. Their souls were instantly marked. Controlling two adept spirit saints required only 3% of my divine consciousness. It seems my power has grown once more. After gauging his strength, Su Che decisively commanded, "Protect my disciple. Obey his every word." "Yes, Master," they responded in unison, their voices laced with compliance. This time, the expenditure of the miniature world's law power was merely a fraction. I wonder if absorbing a drop of divine liquid will replenish it. A system prompt indicated the discovery of a treasure containing the power of laws, inquiring whether to absorb it immediately. Without hesitation, Su Che chose to absorb it. The system promptly announced the absorption was complete. Upon assimilating the newly acquired drop of divine liquid, Suche immediately assessed the law power within the miniature world. The previously diminished portion had actually increased by 1% due to this single drop. Wow, the power of laws contained within a drop of divine liquid is astonishingly potent. It surpasses what was consumed by tenfold. What an incredible profit! In a valley within the Lost Land, numerous cultivators congregated in the skies, unwilling to depart. They sensed the rich aura of divine liquid emanating from the beast den below. We must devise a plan to lure out the ferocious beasts. Otherwise, we shall have no opportunity to obtain the divine liquid. Indeed, we have been here for several days without even a trace of the liquid. Chapter 55. The immutable laws of time, such a potent aura. There must be at least a dozen drops of divine liquid within that den, if not more. At this moment, a mid-stage spirit saint stepped forward, proposing a plan. Those who have entered the abyssal secret realm are the elite disciples of various sects. Only those of transcendent realm or above have made it through the first trial to reach the Lost Land. Among these hundreds of cultivators, the majority are in the early to late stages of the transcendent realm, with only a handful reaching the spirit saint stage or higher. Among these young cultivators stood a man whose prowess was particularly remarkable. Thus his words carried undeniable weight. When he spoke, all eyes turned toward him, eager for his clever strategy that I have counted. There are 12 spirit saints present here. Why not let these friends descend first to draw the attention of the ferocious beasts? Once they leave the cave, we shall all enter together to procure that precious liquid. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of uproar surged through the crowd. What? He wants us to serve as bait. Someone shouted in anger. Let him go take the risk himself? Others joined in, the atmosphere becoming tense. However, the proposing man remained undeterred. Coldly, he swung his sword, severing the head of an opponent, blood splattering onto the ground. In this world, the strong survive while the weak are eliminated. This is the unchanging law of time. He raised the bloodied sword, surveying the crowd. What do you all think of this plan? The remaining spirit saint cultivators exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. With their tacit approval, the atmosphere gradually calmed. Some timid transcendent cultivators, seeing this, quietly prepared to leave, yet most chose to remain, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity. What is there to fear? We have over 200 people. They only have 12. One transcendent cultivator attempted to incite rebellion, but before he could finish, he was swiftly dealt with by the United Spirit Saints. This scene extinguished the last flicker of resistance within the hearts of the crowd, making them realize that compliance was their only path to survival. Have you made up your minds? Going down to lure the ferocious beasts may afford you a chance at survival, but should you refuse to comply, death awaits. Just as the atmosphere in the valley reached a boiling point, none noticed that deep within the lair of the ferocious beasts, a rosy-cheeked little girl was enjoying a lavish feast. Her name was Murong Chien, and she held a half-eaten spirit fruit, curiously observing her surroundings. This is delicious. I've never tasted such a fruit before. Are there more? Surrounding her were a dozen ferocious beasts of varying sizes, seemingly her guardians, while she appeared carefree, entirely oblivious to the tempest brewing outside. Due to her presence, in that dim cave, the largest of the ferocious beasts roared at Murong Chien as if protesting. This is the food we have stored for the harsh winter. Behind her, several cubs gazed at the human girl devouring their food, with eyes filled with trepidation. Murong Chien had unexpectedly found herself in this place since her arrival in the Lost Land. Blissfully unaware of her impropriety as an uninvited guest, that a few days prior, she had stumbled upon a rich and fragrant creation, liquid emanating from a cave, and being parched, she had unhesitatingly consumed a drop. Just as she was about to swallow the remaining liquid, a surge of potent spiritual energy within her compelled her to halt and commence her cultivation. Astonishingly, in merely a few days, that single drop had propelled her to the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. Although this was the territory of more than a dozen ferocious beasts, they found themselves powerless against the unwelcome interloper, Murong Chien, as the overwhelming aura of divine retribution emanating from her rendered them hesitant to approach. Despite the beast's longevity and robust physiques granting them an edge in combat against human cultivators of the same level, Each advancement was accompanied by the trial of heavenly tribulations, making them particularly sensitive and fearful of the aura of divine punishment. Upon hearing Murong Qian murmur that the creation liquid seemed to be an exceedingly precious treasure, and that further consumption might burst her belly, the largest beast's eyes glimmered with a spark of interest, even revealing a near-human smile. Fortunately, this lady seemed disinclined to continue indulging in their hoard. Murong Qian contemplated bringing some of such treasures to her senior brothers and sisters, inquiring whether the beast she had dubbed the Great Water Buffalo would mind her taking the remaining creation liquid. The response was a furious roar. Unperturbed, Murong Qian mused aloud, "If you don't speak, I shall assume you consent." Ultimately, she nearly emptied the entire cave, collecting all the spiritual fruits and the remnants of more than 10 drops of creation liquid from the stone platform into her storage ring. "I must go find my senior brothers and sisters. I shall visit you again next time." With that, she departed, laden with her spoils. Behind her, the beast could only watch helplessly as this girl, whom they both loathed and feared, made her effortless escape, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Burp. Murong Qian gently patted her round little belly as she slowly exited the cave. Before her loomed a massive rock obstructing her path in the valley. Having just experienced several breakthroughs, she felt a surge of inspiration and wished to test the new sword techniques gleaned from her heavenly reversal sword art. With a fleeting thought, a sword embryo materialized in her hand. This sword had evolved alongside her breakthroughs, transforming from a crude, long shape into a genuine sword. Above the valley, those who had been in an impasse suddenly beheld a diminutive figure emerging from the beast's lair. What a rich aroma of creation liquid! That little girl possesses at least 10 drops of it. Why is she alone? Where are the beasts? How did she evade them to acquire the liquid? A myriad of questions surged in their minds that moment. Someone suggested, regardless of how she obtained it, what matters is that the creation liquid is in her possession. Snatching it from her would be far easier than confronting the ferocious beasts. Indeed, she appears to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Her cultivation should not be too formidable. However, the mid-level spirit saint who had previously proposed sending a spirit saint cultivator to distract the beasts remarked, "This little girl is a spirit saint at the initial stage, and her talent at such a young age is truly astonishing." Chapter 56. Seizing the creation liquid amidst chaos. Nevertheless, she is merely a spirit saint at the initial stage, thus not to be feared. Upon hearing this, the other 11 spirit saint cultivators nodded in agreement. Although they lacked confidence in confronting the beasts, they felt emboldened when faced with a young girl. For a moment, the 12 spirit saint masters exchanged glances, none willing to strike first, aware that the first to act would incite the wrath of all and become the target of their collective ire. Each individual awaited the others to make a move, preparing to seize the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos to snatch the creation liquid that a group of cowards. Since you wish to wait, then wait you shall. When I seize the liquid, I shall see who dares to challenge my sword's edge. One burly man, wielding a large hammer, scoffed disdainfully before leaping down toward Murong Qian in the valley below. He was a mid-level spirit saint, adept in body refinement, and possessed remarkable combat prowess, regarding the others with contempt. Meanwhile, Murong Qian, holding her treasured sword, gathered her sword intent below in the valley. A jet-black sword aura slashed toward the massive rock above with unparalleled sharpness. As if capable of rending the heavens, the boulder was effortlessly sliced apart beneath this strike, and the sword light continued soaring into the sky. That moment, the descending figure collided head-on with Murong Qian's sword light. The man attempted to block the terrifying sword light with his 4th-grade spiritual treasure hammer, only to find his treasured weapon cleaved in two. In his panic, he had no time to evade and was directly sent flying by the residual sword light. He traced a graceful arc before crashing heavily into the crowd in the valley, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he lost all signs of life. Murong Qian, situated in the valley below, remained oblivious to the tragedy her unintentional strike had wrought as she ascended with her escape light to the valley above. Upon her appearance, all eyes immediately turned toward her, then shifted to the fallen figure on the ground. With a hint of curiosity, Murong Qian inquired, Is he asleep? At these words, the crowd instinctively recoiled a step, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at this unexpectedly audacious little girl. Heavens, he was clearly killed by you. What do you mean asleep? He is already dead. Your earlier strike killed him. Murong Qian swiftly retracted her sword embryo in her dantian, hurriedly waving her hands to clarify. It wasn't me. Don't speak nonsense. I was merely passing by. With that, she expressed her intent to seek her senior brothers and sisters, making her way toward the valley's exit. Wherever she went, the crowd parted automatically, none daring to obstruct her path. The memory of that awe-inspiring sword strike lingered in their minds. That moment of a mid-level spirit saint man seemed to recognize the pattern on Murong Qian's dress, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wait, little sister, I believe I've seen your senior brother. Really? You've seen my senior brother? Murong Qian halted, eyeing him with a mix of skepticism and hope, having been frequently cautioned by her master and senior brothers not to easily trust strangers. She displayed remarkable caution. The man reminisced for a moment before conjuring a simple portrait in the air with his spiritual power, depicting none other than Bifone. Wow, it truly is senior brother Bifone. Where is he? Please tell me quickly. I must find him. Murong Qian exclaimed excitedly, running toward the man. The man, seeing Murong Qian take the bait, felt a surge of delight within. This little girl appeared naive and easily deceived. Maintaining a facade of warmth and courtesy, he displayed a friendly smile. He is over there. I saw him at a palace of laws. Little sister, I can take you there. All right, let us hurry. Thus, the two proceeded side by side. Although the man's cultivation slightly surpassed Murong Qian's, after witnessing her formidable swordsmanship, he dared not act rashly. Throughout their journey, the man engaged in light conversation with Murong Qian, yet from the little girl's persistent distance, he sensed that she had not entirely lowered her guard. Consequently, he refrained from producing the cup of fruit juice laced with sealing powder, opting instead to divert her attention. Little sister, you must have collected quite a bit of creation liquid from the beast's lair. Haven to you? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Murong Qian instinctively touched her storage ring. Actually, not much. I plan to save it for my senior brothers and sisters. The man chuckled. Do not worry, little sister. I have no intention of robbing you. He continued, I am merely curious if you have any surplus creation liquid. I would be willing to exchange treasures for it. The mention of treasures. Murong Qian's eyes brightened with curiosity. What kind of treasures? Are they delicious? Subsequently, the man waved his hand, retrieving dozens of spiritual fruits and juices from his storage ring, presenting them before Murong Qian. These are top-grade spiritual fruits I brought from my sect. Take whichever you like. However, Murong Qian merely cast a fleeting glance, losing interest as she muttered, alas, they're all low-tier spiritual fruits. When I was at Tianhua Peak, the spiritual fruits my master gave us were far superior to these. I've grown weary of them. The man's expression stiffened instantly. How could a mere little girl look down upon him, the scion of a sacred land? This girl's background must be extraordinary if she disregarded even fourth-grade spiritual fruits. After a moment's contemplation, the man retrieved an exquisite spiritual treasure vial from his storage ring. Little sister, do not be disheartened. Take a look at this, he explained. This jar of spirit wine is something I painstakingly acquired from a hidden realm. While it may not be as precious as the creation essence, it is nonetheless a top-notch liquor. Murong Qian took a whiff, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, and exclaimed in delight, Wow, it really looks delicious. However, after a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, saying, But exchanging this amount of wine for the essence seems a bit unfair. The man quickly added, Of course, I am aware that the value of this wine pales in comparison to the creation essence. But it is merely a complimentary gift. I also possess a talisman personally crafted by a sage, which can assist you in locating your senior sister. He displayed the mysterious talisman, which indeed originated from a sage of their sect, and possessed remarkable abilities for tracking individuals. This time, Murong Qian was genuinely intrigued. With over a dozen drops of creation essence in her possession, trading one drop seemed like a reasonable option. Noticing her interest, the man immediately handed the small vial of spirit treasure to her. Little girl, give it a try first. If you are satisfied, we can proceed with the transaction. Just as Murong Qian was about to pour some out for a taste, the innate sword embryo she had been nurturing in her dantian suddenly trembled violently. And a vague consciousness surged in her mind. It's poisonous. Murong Qian's complexion turned pale in an instant, and in her panic, she flung the vial away. Chapter 57. The Consequences of Overreaching Scoundrel. How dare you poison me? She shouted in fury, summoning her innate sword embryo, ready to retaliate. Realizing his plot had been uncovered, the man dared not linger and transformed into a streak of light. Rapidly fleeing, Murong Qian, initially disinclined to pursue, suddenly remembered he held the crucial talisman that could help her locate her senior brother and sister, and shouted, "Stop! Don't run! Leave the talisman behind!" Thus, a chase ensued between the two. Racing towards the Palace of Laws, the man, at the mid-stage of Spirit Saint, could not defeat Murong Qian in a direct confrontation. However, with his profound magical power and superior speed, he could easily shake her off. Nonetheless, he intentionally slowed his pace, allowing Murong Qian to follow closely. "Humph, little girl, keep chasing. Once we reach the Palace of Laws, you will know the taste of regret." Meanwhile, within the Palace of Laws, Baifeng led two newly recruited subordinates deeper into the underground palace. After leaving the underground chamber, they arrived at a courtyard. In the center stood a flourishing tree, obstructing their path. "Young master, this tree seems unusual. I can sense a dangerous aura." Facing the seemingly lifeless giant tree, Baifeng decided to circumvent Tigdi or not provoke it. "Let us go around." However, as the three of them were halfway around, the giant tree suddenly came to life, with countless branches cascading down, enveloping the entire courtyard in a massive net woven from its limbs. "Cut those branches," Baifeng commanded. Upon receiving the order, the two immediately drew their weapons and began to frantically attack the branches, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Yet, such actions thoroughly enraged the giant tree. The previously obstructive branches became more violent. 2 branches, as thick as water barrels, emerged from the ground like pythons, tightly coiling around the two assailants. "Young master, help us! Save us!" they cried, desperately attempting to free themselves from the constricting branches. However, those thick limbs were too sturdy for them to sever. "Young friend, your flame decision is a fire-based technique, precisely the tool to counter this monstrous tree," the spirit of the Burning Sky Flame ruler reminded. Just as the two were on the verge of being strangled by the branches, Baifeng finally resolved to intervene. That he drew the Burning Sky Flame ruler, activated the flame decision, and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the roots of the tree. As a scorching blaze descended, a charred scent permeated the courtyard. The branches of the giant tree trembled violently, seemingly enduring immense agony. Simultaneously, the limbs ensnaring the two retreated swiftly into the ground, and the branches sealing off the courtyard also withdrew, restoring tranquility to the giant tree. "Humph, so this giant tree is merely a bully against the weak," Baifeng sneered, sheathing the Burning Sky Flame ruler. "Thank you, young master, for saving our lives," the two said gratefully, still trembling as they gazed at the tree that had nearly claimed their lives. "Let us move on. Since the giant tree guards this place, it must conceal great treasures." Baifeng confidently gestured for them to proceed. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. It turned out that after Baifeng had passed a trial, the entrance had reopened and the crowd waiting outside surged in. "You there, stop!" someone shouted. "Where's the creation essence? How can the aura dissipate in just one day?" Upon hearing the call, Baifeng halted. "Are you speaking to me? Cut the nonsense," the first speaker growled. "You entered first. The essence must be with you. Hand it over. Want the creation essence? Then let us see if you have the ability to take it." Baifeng raised his middle finger at them and turned to delve deeper into the courtyard. "Everyone, let us go. That kid only has 2 companions. Kill them. He must possess something that can conceal the essence's aura. Seize it all." Baifeng regarded these opportunists with disdain, thinking that with the giant tree around, it was more than enough to ensure they would come to regret their actions. He would deal with them after acquiring the treasures inside. However, just as Baifeng was about to enter, Su Che's voice suddenly echoed from the small world. "Fenger, I sensed Qian'er's presence. She is nearby. She should have reached the Palace of Laws by now. Go and meet your junior sister." Upon receiving this news, Bai Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ever since he and his two junior sisters had parted ways, he had been constantly worried for their safety. Now that he finally had news of Murong Qian, he could no longer concern himself with treasure hunting and promptly turned back to hasten along the path they had come. "Follow me." In the courtyard, the scene was gruesome, with branches hanging a dozen drained corpses. Suddenly, someone recognized Bai Feng. "You dare to come back? You vile scoundrel, you endangered our lives. I will take yours." Meanwhile, Murong Qian had pursued the mid-stage spirit saint enemy to the entrance of the Palace of Laws. Outside the palace, a large number of cultivators had gathered, and upon seeing a young girl wielding a long sword chasing after a spirit saint cultivator, they erupted in laughter. "This guy is utterly useless." Being chased by a little girl, their mirth was laced with mockery and derision. However, when they learned that the little girl possessed over a dozen drops of creation essence, their attitudes shifted in an instant. Greedy gazes fixating on Murong Qian. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a figure engulfed in crimson flames burst forth from the Palace of Laws. "Junior, Sister Murong Qian." Bai Feng called out excitedly. "I'm so glad to find you. My master informed me of your whereabouts, so I rushed here immediately." He embraced Murong Qian tightly and jested. "It seems you've been doing well. Your face looks much rounder." Upon seeing her senior brother, Murong Qian's eyes sparkled with joy. Just as she was about to tell Bai Feng about the sage's talisman, she suddenly recalled that the enemy still possessed crucial items. "Brother, that person has a talisman crafted by Sage, which can help us find senior sister Meng Ying." She pointed to the figure in the crowd attempting to incite others to seize her creation essence. "Oh, so he's a mid-stage Spirit Saint opponent." Bai Feng was taken aback. He had just entered the early stage of Spirit Saint, and hadn't he expected his junior sister to be challenging a mid-stage Spirit Saint. "All right, junior sister, you rest for a moment. I will retrieve the talisman for you." He commanded the two cultivators under his master Su Che's control. "Go, retrieve the talisman from that man." "Yes, young master," the two replied in unison. One was at the early stage of Spirit Saint, and the other at the mid-stage. Together, they were more than capable of dealing with that individual. Thus, Bai Feng did not rush to intervene himself, but stood beside Murong Qian to protect her. Chapter 58. Provoking Heavenly Tribulation. Murong Qian. "Once we obtain the talisman, we will dash into the Palace of Laws. They won't dare to follow us." The covetous gazes of the surrounding cultivators were unabashedly fixed on the two, seemingly ready to act at any moment. "These individuals are merely lazy opportunists, eyeing the treasures on my brother," Murong Qian said, slightly bashful as she poked Bai Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Actually, brother, it seems they are targeting me." With that, she took out 11 drops of creation essence from her storage ring and handed them to Bai Feng, saying, "Here you go, brother." "What?" Bai Feng could hardly believe his eyes. In the Lost Land. He had managed to acquire only 2 drops of creation essence, each hard one, with one even obtained through the assistance of his master. Yet now his junior sister had astonishingly gifted him 11 drops all at once. "Little girl, where did you procure such essence?" Bai Feng inquired with curiosity. Murong Qian explained effortlessly, "I found them in a cave, where a large water buffalo was very friendly. Not only did it invite me to feast on spirit fruits, but it also bestowed upon me these drops of essence." "Is that true?" Bai Feng looked at his junior sister skeptically. Although she was indeed charming and adorable, they were in a perilous realm rife with dangers. How could a ferocious beast bestow spirit fruits and essence? However, this was not the time for such discussions. Bai Feng swiftly transferred the 11 drops of essence to his master through the small world, and then joined the fray over the talismans. "Junior sister, wait here for me, that I will retrieve the talismans, and we shall depart within the small world after absorbing the 11 drops of creation essence." The power of the laws within it strengthened by 1%, and the absolute domain expanded significantly. This breakthrough to Spirit Saint may invoke a heavenly tribulation, Su Che expressed with concern, as he was unable to exit the small world at present. Murong Qian, possessing the body of heavenly punishment, would face a tribulation far more formidable than that of an ordinary cultivator, and could not rely on external objects for assistance. She could only depend on her own strength. If she attempted to use treasures for resistance, it would only intensify the tribulation. Master, I can feel it too. My innate sword embryo has already informed me. Murong Qian stated, "Oh my, your innate sword spirit has developed consciousness so quickly." Indeed, the innate sword spirit is akin to a union of body and mind with you. Now that it has awareness, it can assist you in withstanding the tribulation's trials. Qianer, face the tribulation with composure. If danger arises, I will undoubtedly intervene to aid you. Suche had already resolved that, should Murong Qian be unable to endure the weight of the lightning tribulation, he would use the power of laws within the small world to protect her soul. Just as the master and disciple were conversing across the void, the cultivators outside the Temple of Laws could no longer contain themselves. Her senior brother was besieging the enemy, leaving her all alone. Attack, capture her, and use her to coerce her brother into surrendering all the essence. Little girl, do not resist, or the blades will show no mercy. Dozens of cultivators above the Spirit Saint realm advanced towards Murong Qian, blocking all escape routes and leaving her with no avenue for retreat. However, Murong Qian had no thoughts of fleeing, for she sensed the impending arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Knowing her master was guarding her from afar filled her with confidence. At this moment, she was adjusting her internal energy, preparing to meet the lightning tribulation in her optimal state. Murong Qian warned those with malicious intent. "Hey, I advise you not to approach. I will not be responsible for any casualties that may occur." "Ha, this little girl is adorably foolish. Little sister, I admit you are a rare talent to reach Spirit Saint at such a young age, but you are rather arrogant. Do you truly believe you can contend against us with your solitary strength? Do not waste time with this little girl. Everyone, together, seize her." Witnessing this scene, Bai Feng felt a surge of urgency and, without hesitation, ordered the two to attack at all costs. With their combined efforts, the opponent at the mid-stage of divine powers soon fell beneath Bai Feng's massive ruler. Bai Feng seized the opponent's storage ring and sent it into the small world, requesting his master to help remove the soul imprint. "Junior sister, I'm coming. Brother, I am about to face the heavenly tribulation. Do not come over." Upon hearing Murong Qian's cry, Bai Feng halted, his expression suddenly altering. He understood how fearsome his junior sister's body of heavenly punishment was. Had it not been for his master finding special materials to forge her innate sword embryo to suppress the aura of heavenly punishment, even he, as her brother, would struggle to approach her like this moment. The sky above them suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and an oppressive aura of heavenly Tao locked onto Murong Qian below. This is bad. It's the lightning tribulation. How could this happen? Do human cultivators not only invoke tribulations after comprehending the laws? Beneath this shocking sky, everyone was puzzled. How could this young girl, merely having entered the Spirit Saint stage, possibly attract a lightning tribulation? Quickly, retreat. Stay far away from that little girl. Any life within the range of the tribulation will be viewed as part of the resistance against the will of the heavenly Tao and be utterly obliterated. Just as everyone hurriedly retreated, they were horrified to discover that the range of the tribulation invoked by this little girl was extraordinarily vast. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly annihilating one of the forward-charging Spirit Saint cultivators. Following that, more bolts of lightning fell like a torrential downpour, mercilessly launching indiscriminate attacks on everyone surrounding Murong Qian. Among them, the most powerful bolt seemed to target Murong Qian, continuously amplifying its strength. Murong Qian seemed to sense something. She opened her eyes, witnessing this cataclysmic scene, and a flash of insight crossed her mind. Endless death, her innate sword embryo seemed to sense her moment of enlightenment, flying out from her dantian and circling protectively before her. This is the essence of the laws. Suche marveled from within the small world. This girl has just stepped into the Spirit Saint realm and has comprehended the power of laws. Such understanding is truly astonishing. The lightning snake, crystallized to its ultimate form in the sky, locked onto Murong Qian. She had already awakened from her moment of enlightenment. At this moment, she resembled a brilliant star. "Perhaps death is your best destination," Murong Qian murmured softly, as the innate sword embryo flew into her hand. She gazed at those enemies who had survived the lightning tribulation through sheer strength. Now, only those at mid-spirit saint and above remained. Slowly, Murong Qian raised the long sword in her hand, without performing any extravagant sword techniques, merely waving it gently as a pure white sword light traversed the sky. Seeking death. How dare you, little girl, strike against us? Chapter 59. Rare in the world, a mere early-stage spirit saint dares to show off. Let me teach you true swordsmanship. However, in the next moment, all sounds ceased abruptly. That seemingly ordinary sword light swept across, and all those it touched instantly had their souls extinguished and their bodies decayed rapidly. This sword, although devoid of dazzling techniques, contained the formidable power of the death law, instantly severing their lifelines, leading to their soul's annihilation and their bodies' decay, not even allowing them time to trigger their life-saving treasures. Hiss, my junior sister has actually mastered the death law. This implied that she would be nearly invincible among those beneath the sage level. Even against formidable foes at the transformation stage or even the Spirit Emperor stage, as long as they lacked treasures capable of resisting the power of laws, they would likely be unable to withstand her sword. With my junior sister here, the Lost Land is but a playground for me. Bai Feng, witnessing all of this, could not help but marvel inwardly. Following Murong Qian's reminder, he had already taken refuge at the entrance of the Temple of Laws, where the power of laws could shield him from the tribulation's assault. Even the spirit of the Burning Sky ruler could not help but exclaim, "This girl's talent and comprehension are truly rare in this world." Within a millennium, she is destined to attain enlightenment. Simultaneously, Murong Qian cleared away the remaining enemies with a single sword strike, and her understanding of the death law deepened further, blossoming like a flower in the dawn amidst the slaughter. A heavenly tribulation? Then let it come. Murong Qian lightly waved her hand, the long sword pointing towards the devouring thunder snake, then soared into the air, actively welcoming the lightning tribulation. My master once said that cultivation is inherently rebellious against the heavens, and I am born bound by the body of heavenly punishment, while the heavenly Tao eagerly seeks to eliminate me. However, my destiny lies in my hands, not in the heavens. The essence of the rebellious sword technique is to act against the heavens. If the heavenly Tao obstructs me, then I shall sever it all. Murong Qian hovered in the air, her aura swelling to its peak, and her innate sword embryo danced at will. Before her, a sword light, merging the rebellious sword intent with the death law, gradually took shape. Slash, with a soft cry, as the long sword ascended, the sword light erupted instantaneously. The heavenly Tao, feeling its authority challenged, unleashed a deafening roar through the lightning snake formed by the heavenly tribulation. Charging furiously towards the diminutive figure, it sought to obliterate the mortal who dared to defy the heavenly Tao's authority. However, just as the lightning snake was about to strike Murong Qian, it collided mid-air with the sword light she had unleashed. Empowered by the death law, the rebellious sword intent was invulnerable, directly cleaving the lightning snake in two and continuing onward, shredding the fragmented lightning snake into pieces. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as the torrential heavenly tribulation was severed by Murong Qian's sword. Mastering the death law, Murong Qian was unmatched beneath the sage level. Is that all? It seems that the heavenly tribulation is not as terrifying as Master claimed. Observing the fading sword strike of the heavenly tribulation, Murong Qian pouted, wrinkled her nose, retracted her innate sword embryo, and turned to approach her senior brother, Bai Feng, at the entrance of the Palace of Laws. "Senior brother, I have successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation." A cheerful voice rang out. "How dull. I had anticipated a grand showdown. Yet that fellow simply backed down." The speaker appeared somewhat disappointed. A hint of helplessness flashed across Bai Feng's handsome face as he gently tapped Murong Qian on the head. "Do not be too complacent. This is merely the heavenly tribulation of a spirit saint. Since you have mastered the power of the laws, it cannot harm you. However, do exercise caution. The heavenly Tao bears grudges when you ascend to sanctity. All past grievances will be settled." Covering her head where he tapped, Murong Qian mischievously blinked, and her gaze fell upon Bai Feng's storage ring. "Senior brother, are there any delectable treats in the land of lost souls?" I'm quite tired of the spirit fruits Master provided. Bai Feng was at a loss for words and could only offer a wry smile. Meanwhile, in a small world, the system's voice suddenly echoed, ding. The host disciple has comprehended the law of death, activating shared abilities, law sharing. All disciples of the host can share the comprehension of the power of laws. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the law of death. Current comprehension progress. 1. When the host comprehension reaches 100, complete mastery of this law will be attained. Absorbing items infused with the power of laws can enhance the hostess comprehension. What a delightful surprise! Su Che exclaimed joyfully as his understanding of the law of death deepened. He sensed that the laws of the small world were gradually becoming more complete. Oh, after absorbing the 11 drops of creation spirit liquid sent by Chiener. It seems I can vaguely sense the coordinates of a second space. This second spatial coordinate is connected to my disciple Meng Ying. Feeling that faint aura, Su Che began to search diligently. After sharing the law of death with Murong Qian, the laws within the small world grew even more complete, and that vague spatial coordinate became clearer. Meanwhile, along a long river in the land of lost souls, Meng Ying trudged wearily along the shallow stream. Does this mysterious river have an end? Will I be trapped here forever? She silently called out in her heart, yearning for her master, senior brother, and junior sister. At that moment, her master, Su Che, was observing everything about her through the small world. Meng Ying, can you hear my voice? Yet, after a long while, Meng Ying remained unresponsive, as if she had not heard Su Che's call at all. This is strange. I clearly verified the spatial coordinates, so why can't Meng Ying hear me? Hey system, what on earth is going on? Is she trapped in some sort of illusion? But that seemed incorrect. He felt no presence of an illusion, merely an odd aura lingering in that place, along with the murky river. The system interjected. Host, there is good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Su Che was taken aback, thinking that the system had become quite playful. Quit beating around the bush and tell me. Also, why can't my voice get through? The system replied. Your disciple accidentally stepped into the river of time. The good news is that this indicates she possesses an extremely rare talent for the law of time. The bad news is that due to her insufficient cultivation and weak soul power, if she remains in the river of time for too long, she will gradually lose herself and ultimately become a part of the river. Su Che gasped in horror. The river of time. Even without the system's prompt, he understood well the terrifying power of the river of time. That's one of the most formidable laws. Comprehending the law of time is extraordinarily challenging. Even those born with a talent for the law of time, such as saints or emperors, take decades to cultivate within the river of time. However, for Meng Ying, given her current realm, her soul simply could not endure for that long within the river. Chapter 60. The mysterious river. Is there any way to awaken her and help her escape the river of time? The system replied. The only way is for someone to personally enter the river of time, find her, and bring her out. Su Che paused slightly, seemingly catching a hint from the system's words, and cautiously asked, Are you saying that I can go to the river of time to find her? The system confirmed. Indeed. In fact, your talent for the law of time is exceptionally strong, giving you a significant chance of successfully rescuing her. Su Che was further puzzled. I have a talent for the law of time. How come I had no idea? The system explained. The key to practicing the law of time is maintaining inner tranquility. One must not lose oneself in the river of time. Your rare lazy fish trait is precisely what is needed, as your calmness allows you to remain undisturbed even in the same place for thousands of years. Su Che was momentarily speechless. Oh, so your mention of my talent for the law of time refers to this? But now the most important thing is to save Meng Ying. I do not have the luxury to argue this point with the system for now. Cut the nonsense and tell me how to enter the river of time. The system responded. You can utilize the spatial coordinates of your disciple to directly enter the river of time by consuming the law power of the small world. Quickly, send me in. In an instant, Su Che found himself in a dim and mysterious river. Unlike the section of the river where Meng Ying was located, the water here flowed with great turbulence. The sensation of the spatial coordinates weakened increasingly, indicating that the river of time indeed diminishes spatial perception. Su Che thought to himself, the flow rate here is evidently much faster. I must head downstream. After walking along the river of time for a short while, Suche felt that this method of walking was too slow. This is too slow. How wonderful it would be if I could speed up, he muttered softly. Just then, something miraculous occurred. With each step he took, the surrounding scenery rushed past, as if he leaped 1,000 miles. Is this acceleration? Suche reflected on that marvelous sensation. In the moment he thought of wanting to go faster, his speed genuinely increased. Is this the power of the law of time? Truly astonishing. As his pace quickened, each step Suche took covered greater distances. Slow down. After becoming accustomed to this sensation, he attempted to issue a command to decelerate. This time, his steps seemed to come to a halt. That's how it works. The key to the law of time lies in controlling the flow rate. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending the law of time. Comprehension of the law of time. 5. With a preliminary grasp of the law of time, Suche's movements within the river of time became more fluid. With the effects of time acceleration, each step allowed him to traverse vast expanses of water, swiftly heading downstream. Soon after, Suche spotted Meng Ying's soul. Meng Ying. In her dazed state, Meng Ying seemed to hear her master's voice. Could it be my imagination? Why do I feel as though Master is calling me? Master! Is it really you? Meng Ying raised her head just in time to see Suche approaching from upstream, her eyes shimmering with delight. I have come to take you away, Suche said gently, as Suche tenderly placed his hand on Meng Ying's forehead, and a stream of pure soul power flowed into her consciousness, instantly clarifying her previously muddled awareness. Let us go. Master will lead you away from here. Through his cultivation of the law of the soul, Suche's spirit had become extraordinarily powerful, capable of traversing freely within the river of time. Using the spatial coordinates of the small world as a starting point, he returned with Meng Ying to the land of lost souls in the form of his spirit. Master, you can really enter the land of lost souls? Meng Ying exclaimed, filled with joy. Wonderful. With Master by my side, I am no longer afraid. She tightly clasped Suche's arm, her heart brimming with beautiful visions of future adventures. However, reality was not as she wished. Suche could currently only briefly enter this forbidden land in his spiritual form. The power of the land of lost souls repelled his presence. Thus he could only stay for a short while before needing to depart. Suche gently caressed Meng Ying's hair and said, Soon, I will send you to reunite with your senior brothers. You three can look out for one another, and I will feel more at ease. Just as he was about to explain the law of time to Meng Ying, an unprecedented sense of overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. Suche's expression hardened. The magnitude of this power exceeded his imagination. This was no force that should exist in this realm. Even a being of emperor-level status had never instilled such a strong sense of threat in him. In an instant, he realized that this might be an envoy from the higher realms. Who dares to disrupt the rules of the land of lost souls? The celestial being proclaimed. Today, your soul shall be reduced to ashes, never to be reborn. As the celestial's verdict fell, Meng Ying's complexion changed drastically. She then understood that her master had forcefully broken the rules of the land of lost souls to save her, and was now facing the celestial's punishment. Master, run. Do not concern yourself with me. Despite the perilous circumstances, Suche did not flee immediately. He sensed that although this celestial being was formidable, he had yet to reach the level capable of effortlessly annihilating him. Furthermore, it appeared that the opponent was merely manifesting through divine consciousness, rather than appearing in his true form. With a burgeoning curiosity about the higher realms, Suche resolved to probe further. Even if he could not conquer, possessing a small world would allow him to retreat at any moment. Rules? Did you establish them? After conveying Bai Feng's location to Meng Ying and ensuring her safe passage 1,000 miles away, Suche boldly engaged in a contest of wills with the divine consciousness of this mysterious celestial being. System, if I were to battle him, what are my chances of victory? Within the void, the system's cold voice resonated. 50-50, your defeat is inevitable. Suche fell into contemplative silence. He mused inwardly. Can a mere thread of divine consciousness be so powerful? If my soul were fully restored and I confronted its true form, what would my odds be? With a tentative spirit, he inquired, anticipating the usual despondent reply. However, this time the system paused for a moment before responding. 46-54. You are favored with 6. The system elucidated that the laws of the heavenly way in the upper realms restrict the frequency and potency with which celestial beings may descend to the lower realms, rendering their strength less than 1/10 of its original capacity. Upon hearing this, Suche exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "If that is the case, what do I have to fear? At worst, I can revert to my true form. Let us see if he dares to pursue." With immense resolve, he declared, "One day I shall ascend to your celestial realm and demonstrate to you the true order of things." Chapter 61. The Law's Grasp. Realizing the futility of his divine soul, Suche did not hesitate to raise his middle finger in derision at his opponent, before swiftly retreating into a small world. A small world? The celestial being's divine consciousness, poised to obliterate Suche's soul, found its target had utilized spatial leap to escape into the small world. This is truly fortuitous. I had not anticipated such an unexpected gain. The self-proclaimed Hong Yin mused, determined to slay this insignificant creature for the sake of that world pearl. Upon entering the small world, Suche immediately transmitted a message to Bai, Feng, and another Suche, urging them to rendezvous with Meng Ying and remain vigilant against retaliation from the celestial being. Meanwhile, at the southern heavenly gate of the celestial realm, Hong Yin sought permission to descend to the lower realms to apprehend the transgressor. "I am Hong Yin, the guardian of the lost lands. Someone has unlawfully traversed the lost lands, and I request permission to descend and capture the criminal." The gatekeeper of the southern heavenly gate appeared quite troubled by this request, by the decree of Lord Hao Yin. "No one is allowed to descend to the lower realms without permission. I ask for your understanding, celestial official." Though the gatekeeper's words were polite, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. For an official of mere earth immortal rank to desire private action was deemed absurd by the gatekeeper. However, Hong Yin had long anticipated the situation and promptly proposed a bargaining condition: 1,000 celestial crystals. After much haggling, the final price was set at 10,000 celestial crystals, with only 1 hour of time granted. Though Hong Yin felt pained by this exorbitant expense, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it. After all, with an annual salary of merely 20 celestial crystals, this sum represented 500 years of arduous savings. If you find the price steep, you may choose not to go, but understand this: should you descend without permission and be discovered, I shall face the dire consequences of the celestial extermination platform. I am taking a significant risk by allowing you to descend. Collecting 10,000 celestial crystals is already quite a bargain. Hong Yin initially intended to depart immediately, but recalled the mortal possessing a small world. No, such an excellent opportunity must not be missed. It has been 100,000 years since a transcendent has appeared in the human realm, let alone one with a small world. If I wish to ascend to the rank of celestial immortal, I must acquire that world pearl. Very well, 10,000 celestial crystals it shall be. Once I become a celestial immortal, I need not worry about finding a worthy position. After careful consideration, Hong Yin ultimately surrendered his hard-earned 10,000 celestial crystals amassed over a millennium. "Very well, you may now descend. Remember, you have only 2 hours. Should you exceed this time, I shall close the southern heavenly gate." The guard quietly informed Hong Yin after accepting the celestial crystals. Passing through the southern heavenly gate, Hong Yin arrived at the passageway leading to the human realm. 10,000 celestial crystals. "Young man, for you, I have expended 10,000 celestial crystals. I hope that the laws you comprehend are sufficiently powerful, thus sparing me the labor of refining the world pearl. Even under the constraints of the heavenly way, with only 1/10 of my strength remaining, I can easily eradicate you outside the secret realm. There are still 10 days until the barrier of the lost lands opens. Experts from various domains gather here, awaiting the opening of the lost lands. Even the sages of hidden ancient clans have arrived, and the divine consciousness of powerful beings from forbidden lands is present as well. Such a grand spectacle has not been witnessed in 100,000 years. However, this time it is remarkably tranquil. The powerful from various sects seem to be unusually calm. How can it be quiet? The mysterious powerhouse from the Xiaoyao sect is stationed here, The sage ancestor of the illusion sound sacred land is a prime example. Indeed, the ancestor of the illusion sound sacred land has clearly resolved to follow that mysterious powerhouse, faithfully guarding the entrance to the secret realm without deviation. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Meng Ying felt anxious, worried that her master might not be able to contend with that celestial being. "Oh, I'm so worried for my master, but I cannot return lest my master be distracted by my presence." At that moment, Bai Feng and Murong Qian, following the clues provided by their master, found their way here. Its junior sister Meng Ying. Junior sister Meng Ying. Senior brother, we finally found you. The three had been separated in this lost realm for many days, and now they were reunited. Meng Ying hurriedly relayed the news of the celestial being's intent to harm her master to Bai Feng and Murong Qian, both of whom were taken aback and filled with concern. Although their master was extraordinarily powerful, he was, after all, a celestial being from the upper realm. While Bai Feng harbored worries, as the elder brother, he endeavored to maintain his composure, reassuring the guilt-ridden Meng Ying. "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself too harshly." In contrast, the youngest, Murong Qian, appeared exceedingly confident. "Our master has nothing to fear from any celestial being." She brandished her small fists and declared loudly, "Master is the strongest. I believe our master will surely triumph over that celestial being." Just as their emotions were in turmoil, a tempest of change swept through the secret realm. "Look at the sky," someone exclaimed. "Is that an apparition? Or is it a projection from the outside world?" The crowd gazed upward in unison, witnessing the majestic outline of a human face materializing in the sky. Could this be the manifestation of heavenly law? Who possesses such divine capability to elicit this phenomenon within the secret realm? Meng Ying recognized the visage, her complexion paling instantly. "It's that celestial being. Senior brother, it truly is him. But why can't we see Master S figure?" Bai Feng gently placed a hand on Meng Ying's trembling shoulder, softly reassuring her. "Do not fret, junior sister. Master will be fine. I carry the small world coordinates left by Master, as long as they remain. It signifies that Master is safe and sound." Simultaneously, at the entrance of the secret realm, Hong Yin descended from the celestial realm through a special passage. However, due to the constraints of heavenly laws, he could only manifest in the form of a. While the crowd was still speculating about the identity of this mysterious, several threads of divine consciousness suddenly flickered, swiftly retreating into the distance. "The celestial being has arrived. We must flee from here." A wave of panic surged through the crowd. Was it not said that the heavenly laws provided protection? How could a celestial being descend? Chaos and unease began to spread among the throng. These divine consciousnesses originated from various forbidden land spiritual sages who had either been in secluded cultivation or had merely sent forth a fragment of their consciousness to the lost lands. As the pinnacle beings of this world, even a mere fragment of their consciousness could sense the immense pressure emanating from the newly appeared, immediately recognizing the visitor as a celestial being from the upper realm. "Bold mortals, how dare you disrupt the rules of the lost lands? Today, I descend to this place, and you shall have no place to be buried." A resounding voice echoed throughout the Xiantian continent, while simultaneously a silhouette resembling Su Che materialized in the sky. This individual disregards the rules of the lost lands and intrudes without permission. "Today, I shall bring him to justice." Chapter 62. A net to ensnare Hong Yin quickly deduced Su Che's aura lingered near the entrance. Yet his figure was nowhere to be seen, leading him to conclude that Su Che was hiding within the small world, a celestial being. Hong Yin found it effortless to locate mortals. And soon he traced the connections to the Xiaoyao sect and the Hahuan sect through the remnants left by Su Che. When Hong Yin's appeared above the Hahuan sect, countless eyes turned towards this location. "Bring that person forth. If he dares not show himself, I shall first eradicate you insignificant insects." At that moment, the ancestor of the illusion sound sacred land stepped forth. "What business does my master have? Must I explain myself to you?" Hong Yin disdainfully remarked, casually striking down with a palm, causing the physical form of the illusory, sound ancestor to shatter instantaneously. Its soul compelled to flee. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, but the illusory sound ancestor is a formidable being of the Spirit Emperor realm. How could it be so easily obliterated with a mere swipe? Is this the power of Immortals? It is utterly terrifying. Within the grand hall of the Hawan sect, the crowd's faces turn pale. Shock etched upon their features as they gaze at the celestial figure in the sky. An immortal has indeed descended. How has our esteemed elder attracted the attention of a being from the higher realm? Daoist Chu exchanged a resigned glance with several other elders. Sectmaster, perhaps we should inform junior brother Su to conceal himself and remain out of sight, with his small world offering protection. It seems that the immortal cannot touch him, and seeks to use us as leverage to force his appearance. As long as junior brother Su remains alive, our Xiaoyao sect has hope for continuity. Daoist Chu bitterly nodded, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words. This cultivator clearly disregarded all dignity, attempting to eliminate anyone associated with Su Si at this moment. Even if Su Che were to reveal himself, he would find it difficult to escape the fate of death, and the innocent would inevitably become targets for the immortal's wrath. Better to let Su Che hide than to march together to death. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Within the small world, Su Che received a flurry of urgent messages. Junior Brother Su, do not reveal yourself. Junior Brother Su, the future of Xiaoyao sect rests upon you and Tianhua Peak. Please take care of yourself. Senior Su, that cultivator is searching for your whereabouts. You must absolutely not show yourself. Having just completed his cultivation of the law of time, elevating his understanding from 5 to 7, Su Che read through these messages, a cold smile creeping upon his face. They dare to pursue me here. Ever since learning that cultivators descending to the mortal realm suffer a significant reduction in power due to the laws of heaven, Su Che no longer feared retribution from the immortal as long as he remained in the lower realm. He was nearly invincible. However, this cultivator was evidently consumed by vengeance, perhaps coveting an item possessed by Su Che. Regardless, he resolved to confront the immortal and ascertain their relative strengths. System, what are my chances of victory if I engage him now? The system responded, under the current circumstances, you possess a 60 chance of success. After receiving confirmation, Su Che inquired further, what if I aim to eliminate him? The system replied, extremely difficult. The immortal's body is indestructible. To eradicate the immortal, one must destroy its soul. However, this confrontation will likely lead to mutual destruction. With this calculation in mind, Su Che took a step forward, departing from the small world. You have truly labored hard, tracking me from the land of lost souls to this very place. As he appeared in the skies above the Hawan sect, Su Che called out to the vast figure of Hong Yin. Look, that person from Xiaoyao sect has actually revealed himself. I heard he has reached the level of a spirit saint and possesses a small world. Why does he not hide within it, instead choosing to appear? What could he possibly intend? Is he seeking his own demise? From the crowd, whispers circulated, conveying the recent news from the Hawan sect, that Immortal has declared that if he does not show himself, he will annihilate everyone from both Xiaoyao sect and Hawan sect. Such ruthlessness! Does this Immortal have no shame, threatening a mere mortal? Alas, it is a pity for that mysterious powerhouse for Xiaoyao sect. A dignified spirit saint, yet still possessing his own small world in the sky. Hong Yin felt a surge of surprise upon witnessing Su Che's rapid appearance. Audacious! Do you not surrender at once? Hong Yin bellowed, unleashing a binding law towards Su Che. Unfazed, Su Che, empowered by the laws of his small world, found that the attack could inflict no harm upon him. Is that all you can do? It seems today, it shall be you who meets your end. Su Che laughed unabashedly, countering with an attack of the soul law, aimed directly at Hong Yin's figure, struck by Su Che's enhanced blow through the laws of his small world. Hong Yin's form trembled violently. How is this possible? He can actually harm me. How can a mere mortal wield such potent soul power? It is the soul law. Damn it, he is cultivating the soul law. Hong Yin was filled with dread, having believed his immortal body would easily crush this mortal. Yet to his astonishment, his opponent was a master of the soul law. Had Su Che practiced any other law, Hong Yin, as an immortal, would have been able to disregard all of Su Che's attacks. But facing the soul law, which directly affected his soul, coupled with the enhancement from the small world, Su Che's assault could indeed injure him. Hong Yin was consumed by fury. What a humiliation it was for an immortal to be wounded by a mortal. Fool, you are courting death. I shall show you the true disparity between immortals and mortals. In his rage, Hong Yin communicated with the heavens, summoning the resonance of the heavenly laws of the lower realm with his immortal status. In an instant, dark clouds gathered over the entire Xintiandi continent. Lightning crackled, and the celestial figure in the sky became grotesquely distorted. Today, I shall leave you ants with nowhere to escape. The Demon Extermination Formation. Hong Yin unleashed his strongest technique, now constrained, enveloping the entire Xintiandi continent. Under this overwhelming pressure, all beings felt an inescapable dread. Immortal, show mercy. We have never disrespected you. Please spare us. We beseech you, Immortal, show us grace. We have no ties to him, nor to Xiaoyao sect at that moment. The various powerful entities at the entrance of the land of lost souls felt unprecedented panic. The Immortal had been thoroughly provoked. His intent was clear, to eradicate all beings across the Xintiandi continent. No wonder the spirit saints had fled without hesitation upon the Immortal's arrival. They had clearly anticipated this. They had only wished to observe the battle and witness the Immortal's power, yet they never imagined they would become part of this calamity. Now, it was too late to escape. In the center of the formation, Su Che stood resolute against the wind, the power of the small world's laws swirling around him. Hong Yin's attacks posed no threat to him. Yet, he hesitated. Chapter 63. The True Immortal. The system had just informed him that to obliterate this immortal soul would require expending at least 80 of the power of his small world. This would severely damage his own soul, as he was intricately linked with the small world. After a moment, Su Che opened his eyes, having made his decision. This immortal, with a narrow mind, views us mere mortals as ants. If I do not eliminate him in one fell swoop, he will likely retaliate with even greater impunity. Those who walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet if I do not rid myself of him today. Feng and the others will be in danger in the land of lost souls. Resolute, Su Che no longer hesitated, charging toward the colossal figure of Hong Yin. Look, he is actually taking the initiative to attack. He wishes to challenge the immortal with his mortal body. Alas, such courage is beyond our reach. Yet, all this is futile. How could a mere mortal possibly triumph over an immortal? In the secret realm, Bai Feng looked up at the immense image in the sky, his eyes filled with anxiety. Within the light and shadow, a figure both familiar and beloved faced the immortal's manifestation. Master, no! Wailing, Meng Ying was inconsolable. While Mu Rongqian, witnessing the immortal's destructive methods against the Xintiandi continent, grew increasingly worried for her master. Bai Feng clenched his fists, regretting his insufficient cultivation, unable to lend aid to his master. Under the watchful eyes of countless beings, Su Che confronted the immortal's manifestation in the air. Are you ready to meet your doom? As he contemplated the imminent acquisition of the precious world pearl. Hong Yin's heart raced with anticipation, his gaze towards Su Che brimming with fervor. Yet, Su Che coldly retorted, do you think that as a mere earth immortal, you can act with impunity in this lower realm? With a flick of his finger, Su Che transformed it into a sword, the power of the small world's laws converging like a tidal wave to his fingertip. This strike encapsulated an astonishing 80 of the small world's law power, equivalent to the combined strength of 80,000 drops of creation essence. This technique was named Extermination of Immortals. Arrogant fool! Hong Yin roared in fury. How dare a mortal be so audacious? But before his words could finish, Su Che's finger had transformed into an intangible yet overwhelming sword of law, cleaving toward Hong Yin. Harnessing the full power of the small world's laws, Su Che's law of time was greatly enhanced, instantaneously freezing the space and time surrounding Hong Yin. Hong Yin's words were abruptly cut off, his eyes filled with terror. How can this be? How could a mortal possess such immense power? He attempted to flee, but found the flow of time completely sealed around him. Helplessly watching as the sword of law descended, as Hong Yin's soul was torn apart by the sword of law, his manifestation crumbled, marking the fall of this once Earth immortal. The fall of the celestial being reverberated through the fabric of the heavens, echoing with mournful cries across the expanse of the cosmos. At that moment, countless powerful figures turned their gaze toward the Xiantian continent, bearing witness to the unfolding events. The saintess of the Hahuan sect sat in place, unable to find tranquility, her eyes fixed on the figure in the sky, reflecting. To defy the heavens and challenge the immortals with a mortal body is an unprecedented feat, one that shall never be replicated. Surrounding strong beings likewise fixated on Su Che, their silence punctuated only by their astonishment at his prowess. Had the celestial truly fallen? Indeed, the heavens trembled and the world mourned. Was he truly just a mortal? This elder's sword shattered the ancient legend of the invincibility of celestial beings. Who dares claim that all beings are but ants before the immortals? Under the strike of the immortal execution sword, the celestial too becomes but an ant. At this moment, Su Che felt his soul waning in strength to vanquish Hong Yin. He had nearly exhausted the resources of his small world, bringing it to the brink of collapse. System, ding, congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the Earth immortal. Would you like to absorb the opponent's law fruit? There are items to be claimed. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Che immediately gathered his spirits and declared absorb. System, ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring the fire law fruit one that you may choose to absorb it directly or bestow it upon another. Su Che accepted the law fruit, but did not utilize it immediately. The flame decision, cultivated by Feng Er, was inherently of the fire attribute. This fire law fruit was most fitting for him. After all, I can directly share my apprentice's comprehension of the law. I must swiftly return to my small world to heal. The depletion of this vast law power may take an indeterminate time to replenish. This time, the defeat of Hong Yin had nearly rendered Su Che's small world inoperative, and the absolute domain it relied upon was virtually ineffective. Now, even a slightly powerful sage could easily deal with him. Thus he resolved to retreat into his small world until his strength was restored before re-emerging in the Lost Land. Bai Feng and his companions bore witness to their master's monumental feat of slaying an immortal. Their excitement overwhelming. Master has triumphed. That detestable celestial has been vanquished by our master. How extraordinary our master is. At that moment, Mu Rongqian noticed an anomaly. Master is injured. Bai Feng and Meng Ying were taken aback, their expressions turning tense. Meng Ying queried, but Master seemed quite at ease just now. He resolved the battle with a single strike. Mu Rongqian shook her head. When Master departed earlier, I sensed his silhouette appeared incredibly fatigued. Just then, Su Che's voice resonated within the hearts of his three disciples. Feng Er, Qian Er, Meng Ying, my disciples, I have expended a tremendous amount of law power this time, and require time to recuperate. Henceforth, I shall rest within my small world. During this period, you must exercise caution in the Lost Land. Feng Er, this fire law fruit is for you. Take it and comprehend its essence to Su Che, whose physical condition was deteriorating. Hastily entered seclusion to heal after imparting the essence of the fire law to Bai Feng. Brother, Master appears gravely injured, a voice whispered. Bai Feng silently nodded. Master had only briefly addressed them before retreating to recover, clearly indicating his dire state. After all, Master is a true immortal. His victory over the enemy undoubtedly came at a significant cost, Meng Ying murmured. Let us venture once more to the Hall of Laws. The aura of treasures there is remarkably potent. Surely, numerous treasures await us. Someone proposed, recalling Master's words about needing items infused with law power. And the Lost Land is indeed a prime location to gather such treasures. Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, brother, time is of the essence. Let us proceed immediately, lest the good items be snatched away by others. With Bai Feng's command, the three plunged once more into the subterranean passage. This time, White Feng was well acquainted with the path. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the courtyard of the giant tree. Meng Ying furrowed her brow with concern. Brother, why is there such a heavy stench of blood here? Mu Rongqian concurred. Yes, brother, it seems a fierce battle has transpired here. Bai Feng smiled reassuringly. Fear not. These individuals attempted to ambush me, but were ensnared and eliminated by this giant tree. He then waved at the tree. Hey, old friend, do you remember me? I have come to visit you again. Understanding the tree's sentience, he addressed it. These two are my junior sisters. Please allow us passage without interference. Observing Bai Feng conversing with a tree left Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying bewildered. Brother, how can you converse with a tree? Can it truly comprehend your words? At that moment, the previously motionless branches began to sway gently, then slowly retracted, clearing a path for them. Wow, brother, it really granted us passage. You truly are remarkable. It actually listens to you. Under Bai Feng's lead, the trio traversed the path cleared by the giant tree. Arriving at a fork in the road, the odor you sensed earlier was indeed caused by this tree. However, it is inherently timid and refrained from attacking me after I scorched it with my mystical fire. As they continued onward, Mu Rongqian suddenly pointed upward and exclaimed, Brother, look! Bai Feng and Meng Ying followed her gaze, spotting a wooden sign inscribed with large characters. Treasure hunting starts here. Goodness, the designers of this palace have quite the sense of humor. The three could not help but express their astonishment. Bai Feng fixated on the arrow on the sign, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt that this entire scenario resembled a game set by the celestial beings of the upper realms, though their intentions remained inscrutable. Bai Feng harbored no illusions that those lofty immortals genuinely wished to bestow treasures upon them mere mortals. After all, prior experiences had taught him that immortals were rarely benevolent. Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying, however, harbored no such reservations. With an arrow directing their path, much trouble was alleviated. Brother, since there is a signpost, let us hasten inside. Yes, brother, we need only be wary of traps. Bai Feng nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall lead the way. You two follow closely. Just as Bai Feng prepared to proceed in accordance with the arrow's direction, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from within. Someone has arrived before us. Meng Ying's cleverness sparked, prompting Bai Feng to quicken his pace. Along the way, they encountered several forks, but each bore guiding signs. After navigating several twists and turns, they vaguely heard voices conversing. Approaching cautiously, they discovered a half-open stone door. We should enter. Bai Feng stepped in first, followed closely by Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying. Brother, it seems there is no one here, Meng Ying whispered. Bai Feng, wielding the blazing flame measuring stick, maintained a vigilant stance. He probed deeper with his spiritual sense. A chilling voice echoed. Kakik, after 100,000 years, newcomers have arrived again. Simultaneously, over 100 ethereal figures materialized from the darkness. Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian were startled, retreating to Bai Feng's side, anxiously inquiring, Brother, are these beings human or ghost? Bai Feng solemnly demanded. Who are you? What is this place? And what do you mean by newcomers? At that moment, a translucent figure slowly spoke. What is this place? Ha! Are you not here to seek treasures? The treasures are right within. The figure emerged from the shadows, revealing a pallid face. Do you see that? That is the time law fruit you seek. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng and his companions instinctively looked up, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Indeed, a fruit radiating law power appeared within their sight. However, beneath this time law fruit lay a shroud of chaotic mist. Meng Ying was the first to reveal her delight, quietly transmitting to Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian. Brother, Master is also cultivating the time law. This time law fruit must be of immense significance to him. We must secure it. Yet Bai Feng did not share Meng Ying's optimism, but he scrutinized the multitude of ethereal figures in the darkness. His brow furrowed. If the time law fruit is present here, why have they not taken it? At this moment, Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying also sensed something amiss, gazing perplexly at the figures that resembled neither human nor ghost. Indeed, brother, with so many individuals present, why has no one claimed the time law fruit? It appears that obtaining this fruit will not be an easy task. Suddenly, a figure resembling a middle-aged man erupted in laughter. Since you have arrived here, accept your fate. Do not entertain thoughts of acquiring the time law fruit. You cannot escape, but fret not. With so many people here, you shall not feel lonely. You may not recognize everyone yet, but in a few thousand years, you will become just like us. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng was left astounded. A few thousand years. Are you not among those who have entered the lost land this time? The middle-aged figure replied with a smile. Haha, what do you think? In the past 100,000 years, aside from the three of you, no one else has ventured in. In this peculiar place, prolonged exposure causes one's physical form to gradually dissipate, leaving only the soul, caught in a limbo of existence, unable to cultivate or escape. As his words deepened, the middle-aged man grew increasingly agitated, nearly roaring in his despair, clearly driven to the brink of madness after countless years of confinement in this place. Bai Feng, taken aback, asked gravely, "Is there truly no way to leave this place? You have all tried for years, yet no one has succeeded?" The middle-aged man scoffed, gesturing towards the fruit of the time law above. "Leave? There is a way. If you can traverse that layer of chaotic mist and absorb that time law fruit, you can depart." Bai Feng and his companions exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Is it really that simple? The middle-aged man seemed momentarily bewildered. Should they not feel despair? Why then did their faces display eagerness? Simple. Are you out of your minds? If breaking through that layer of chaotic mist were so easy, would we have been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years? Our treasures and spiritual artifacts have been devoured by that mist, and we cannot even breach a corner of it. That mist can even absorb our spiritual treasures, growing ever more powerful. Do not be deceived by its gossamer appearance. Without imperial-grade power, one cannot stir it in the slightest. Imperial weapons, how many exist in the lower realms? Who would bring such precious items here? Therefore, this place is akin to an unsolvable cage. Once you enter, you can never escape. Chapter 65. A qualitative leap. Ignoring the middle-aged man's furious outburst, Bai Feng quietly communicated with the spirit within the burning heaven flame. Xiaohei, can you break through that mist? Do not call me Xiaohei. It is possible, but it may prove somewhat challenging with my strength alone. That if other imperial weapons were to strike together, it would be much easier. Hearing this, Bai Feng felt a slight relief. Imperial weapons? Their group had an abundance of them. Each wielded one, exuding immense power. Bai Feng turned to his younger sisters to shatter this chaotic mist. It is best for two imperial weapons to strike in concert. Who is willing to join me? Meng Ying eagerly exclaimed, I'll do it. Senior brother, my wind thunder seal can both attack and defend, and it can protect us in times of peril. Very well. Meng Ying, let us proceed together. Bai Feng drew forth the burning heaven flame, while Meng Ying raised her wind thunder seal, casting the time law to accelerate both herself and Bai Feng. As the two imperial weapons unleashed their might simultaneously, the entire space resonated with imperial power. Those hidden shadows, mere remnants of souls, were shaken to the brink of dissolution by this force, fleeing from Bai Feng and his companions. The joint assault of the burning heaven flame and wind thunder seal shattered the chaotic membrane in an instant. Bai Feng swiftly seized the time law fruit, descending to the ground alongside Meng Ying. Splendid, senior brother. Hurry and present this fruit to Master. Holding the time law fruit, Bai Feng nodded with delight. Yes, with this fruit, Master S injuries should recover much more swiftly, without regard for the hundreds of gazes upon him. He directly placed the time law fruit into Su Che's small world. Within, Su Che was utilizing the time law to accelerate his cultivation of the soul law, desperately needing to replenish the power of laws within his small world. The fruit Bai Feng brought was perfectly timed. Bai Feng carefully stowed away the precious fruit and solemnly addressed his disciples. Children, the restrictions of the Lost Land will be lifted tomorrow at that time. Experts from all corners of the world will converge here. You must exercise utmost caution. Not only will there be heroes from various factions, but also many powerful beings from beyond the realms will make their appearance. Yes, Master, his disciples replied in unison. We will act with prudence. In the days that followed, Bai Feng led his two sisters in a thorough exploration of the Lost Land, hoping to uncover more treasures imbued with the power of laws. As the gates of the Lost Land opened, countless formidable practitioners rushed in, including many at the saint level, transforming this enigmatic place into a cauldron of peril. During this time, Bai Feng seized the opportunity to completely absorb the fire law fruit bestowed by his master, gaining a preliminary mastery of the fire law, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. Now, as the eldest brother, Bai Feng wielded the burning heaven flame. Having comprehended the fire law, thus possessing formidable physical attack power. Murong Qian held a life sword comparable to imperial weapons, proficient in the law of death, wielding immense soul attack capabilities, while Meng Ying possessed the dual-purpose imperial weapon Wind Thunder Seal, understanding the time law, capable of providing explosive speed enhancements for the trio in critical moments, compensating for the team's survival shortcomings. That it can be said that with their combined strength, they had adequate confidence to confront even the mightiest beings of the Saint Realm. One day, after an extensive search, the trio sensed an exceptionally potent aura of treasure. Following this sensation, they arrived before a massive black castle, its structure resembling a slumbering behemoth, with its arched entrance exuding an ominous air. "Senior brother, look," Murong Qian pointed at the large characters carved upon the castle gate, reading aloud, "Paradise of Death. The treasures within must be extraordinary. Let us venture inside." Bai Feng waved his hand, leading his sisters into the mysterious castle. As they crossed the threshold, the once rich aura of treasure vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling atmosphere of death. Feeling the oppressive weight, Bai Feng instinctively tightened his grip on the burning heaven flame. "Senior brother, why has the aura of treasure disappeared?" Murong Qian inquired. "It feels so eerie and cold here." I could see that moment. A mechanical voice echoed above them. "Welcome to the Paradise of Death, a reminder to all trial takers. Here lies the treasures you desire. But you may also lose your life. The Paradise of Death opens for a month at a time. During this period, no one can leave. For every opponent or beast you defeat who is at a higher cultivation level than you will earn a point of death credits. After a month, if your death credits are fewer than 3 points, you will be eradicated. In the Paradise of Death, the higher your death credits, the more powerful the treasures you can obtain. Furthermore, the individual with the highest credits will receive a mysterious grand prize. Now, brave trial takers, it is time to commence your life and death test." Upon hearing these rules, Bai Feng revealed a confident smile. That it seems that defeating opponents of a higher realm will increase one's death credits. He mused softly. "This may pose a challenge for others, but for us 3 siblings, battling across realms is merely routine." Though they were all at the initial stage of the Spirit Saint realm, they had already comprehended the power of laws, and each possessed an imperial weapon. Thus, even when facing enemies at the mid to late stages of the Spirit Saint realm, or even the Incarnation stage, they showed no fear. Suddenly, one of the younger sisters anxiously alerted, "Senior brother, I've noticed that divine sense cannot be used here." Bai Feng attempted to deploy his divine sense and confirmed her observation. He said gravely, "We must exercise greater caution. There may be beasts at the saint level lurking around. Without the aid of divine sense, encountering an ambush would be exceedingly perilous." I could see that moment. Several other trial takers passed by them. When these individuals realized that Bai Feng and his companions were merely at the initial stage of the Spirit Saint realm, a glimmer of greed flashed in their eyes. 2 middle-aged cultivators at the peak of the Spirit Saint realm exchanged malicious glances, scheming on how to divide these 3 ripe targets. However, Bai Feng and his companions were undeterred. Once the others concluded their discussion, Bai Feng coldly stated, "Have you made your decision? If not, we can leisurely discuss it in hell." Before his words had fully settled, the burning heaven flame in his hand, empowered by the fire law, struck decisively, instantly piercing through the middle-aged cultivator who had proposed attacking them. Following that, with the aid of Meng Ying's time, law acceleration, Bai Feng moved with ghostly swiftness, swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 adversaries. This the extent of your skills, daring to strike at us?" Bai Feng jeered. Possessing the unparalleled imperial weapon burning heaven flame and the fire law, he demonstrated overwhelming strength against foes of equal cultivation who lacked defensive imperial weapons. Before Meng Ying's time law, the enemies could not even hope to escape. Chapter 66. A foreboding crisis. Thus, Bai Feng effortlessly dispatched the 3 formidable foes, earning the admiration of the onlookers. Creak! The trio approached a row of humble dwellings, and Bai Feng casually pushed open a wooden door. Hiss! Suddenly, a slender shadow darted out, charging straight at Bai Feng, who stood at the threshold. However, Bai Feng was already well prepared, as flames blazed fiercely atop the burning heaven flame ruler. Standing nearby, Meng Ying immediately cast a time-slowing spell upon the dark figure. Although her comprehension of the laws of time had not yet reached the level of halting time entirely, it was sufficient to reduce the speed of this small creature to nearly a standstill. Following this, Baifeng swiftly swung the ruler down, cleaving the shadow into two segments that fell to the ground. "Senior brother, it's just a little snake." Mu Rongqian curiously prodded the now severed snake with her sword hilt. Confirming its demise, it appeared to be merely a small serpent at the initial stage of the spiritual saint realm. In contrast to the ease exhibited by the two junior sisters, a thread of concern surged within Baifeng. The speed of this black snake was astonishing, even at the initial stage of the spiritual saint realm. If its cultivation were to increase further, evading a surprise attack at such velocity would likely be impossible. Junior sisters, we must not let our guard down. This death paradise is indeed a perilous place, truly bizarre. Although the small black snake that Baifeng had slain was only at the initial stage of the spiritual saint realm and did not contribute to their death points. He was not worried about the acquisition of points for the three of them in this death paradise. Rife with ferocious beasts and cultivators, their strength would easily secure them sufficient death points. Upon entering the wooden cabin, the interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a faintly flickering torch. Strangely, a partially open door was concealed deep within the room. Baifeng approached to investigate. A chilling and malevolent aura suddenly surged toward him. Instinctively, Baifeng leaned back to evade the attack, while Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying simultaneously struck at the dark creature. However, a powerful soul attack, imbued with the force of the laws, struck them, leaving both in a daze. Reacting swiftly, Baifeng hurriedly pulled the two into his embrace and unleashed a torrent of flames with a burning heaven flame ruler, carrying his unconscious junior sisters out of the wooden hut. With a resounding crash, Baifeng forcefully shut the wooden door, only to hear a tremendous noise from within. In that critical moment, Baifeng finally discerned the true form of the shadow. It turned out to be a massive black snake. Could be seeking vengeance for the little snake I previously killed. The most terrifying aspect was that this black serpent possessed the strength of the holy realm. Fortunately, this ferocious beast was not particularly intelligent, and its methods of attack were rather singular. Otherwise, we would have likely faced grave peril due to our inadvertent actions. Luckily, the wooden cabin seemed to possess some kind of sealing effect against the beast inside. No matter how violently the creature slammed against the door, it remained unyielding. Just as Baifeng was preparing to find a safe place for the two unconscious junior sisters to recuperate, several wanderers discovered them. "Look, isn't that the young cultivator who single-handedly defeated 3 fully realized spiritual saints at the entrance?" One of them exclaimed, have broken through to the spiritual saint realm at such a young age. His background must be extraordinary. Perhaps he possesses rare treasures. Seizing this moment when he is injured is the perfect opportunity to strike. His two companions appear gravely wounded and unconscious. We could benefit from this situation. The speaker, named Wang San, was an elder from a common holy land at the early stage of the spiritual master realm. Another elder of similar cultivation nodded in agreement, saying, "This opportunity must not be missed. We cannot allow him to use his treasures. Let us act directly." Baifeng maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. The two locked their gazes on him and conspired in the shadows. He sensed the impending danger. Faced with the encirclement of 2 experts at the spiritual master realm and burdened with 2 unconscious junior sisters, Baifeng dared not confront them head-on and decisively turned to push open the wooden door. "You want to play with me? Then come on," Baifeng thought resolutely, bringing Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian back into the wooden cabin. Naturally, the 2 early-stage spiritual masters were unwilling to let such a prime target escape and unhesitatingly pursued him inside. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that Baifeng had concealed himself behind the wooden door. In this death paradise, divine sense could not be deployed. Everything relied solely on visual observation. Baifeng held his breath, hiding behind the door, completely unnoticed as the 2 rushed in. It was not until they heard a commotion behind them that they realized something was amiss. But by then, Baifeng had already led his 2 junior sisters to escape the wooden cabin, closing the door behind them. Go and contend with the holy realm black serpent." Soon after, anguished cries emanated from within the cabin. Their vitality proved surprisingly resilient, as they were not immediately slain, indicating their considerable life preservation abilities. After a while, as the tumult within the cabin gradually subsided, Baifeng cautiously opened a crack in the door and called out, "Are you still alive? If so, come out quickly." In the next moment, two nearly dissipated souls drifted out from the doorway. Baifeng's eyes brightened, instantly recognizing them as the two who had just attempted to hunt him down. At this juncture, their physical forms had been destroyed by the enraged Black Serpent, and to save their lives, they had been forced to expend soul power repeatedly to employ life-saving techniques, in a moment of dire urgency. Baifeng managed to grasp a thread of their lingering souls. He felt a surge of delight in his heart and swiftly tightened his grip on the fleeing souls. "Please, don't kill me." One of them wailed, "I am an elder of the Xianfeng Holy Land." The other hastily chimed in, "I am an elder of the Ironbone Holy Land. Young man, please show mercy," in response to their desperate pleas. Baifeng smiled faintly and said, "You wish to live? Then you must demonstrate some sincerity," he added. "Hand over all the treasures you possess, and I shall spare your lives." The two souls appeared hesitant. After all, they had just acquired some valuable items in the Lost Land, having worked hard to obtain them with their profound cultivation, only to have them seized by a seemingly inconspicuous young man. The elder who feared death the most quickly stated, "You must swear that as long as I give you the treasures, you will not kill me." Without hesitation, Baifeng replied, "I, Baifeng, swear that as long as you give me the treasures, I will not harm you." Consequently, one elder offered a drop of creation essence, sighing, "This is what I prepared for my most gifted disciple." The other elder, in a state of humiliation, handed over his storage ring, which contained another precious drop of creation essence. Baifeng accepted these treasures with satisfaction and then turned to the two souls, who awaited redemption, saying, "I keep my word. I will not kill you. However," he continued, "I only guarantee that I will not harm you. I never said my junior sisters would not take action." Chapter 67. Unable to escape death standing beside them, Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying had long since awakened. Upon hearing this, they nodded repeatedly. Since there were heads delivered to them, why not take advantage of the opportunity? Faced with the law-based attack from Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying, the two elders, now reduced to mere souls, had no means of resistance and could only dissipate amidst their curses. As their points increased, Baifeng and his junior sisters felt elated on the very first day in the Death Paradise. They had garnered 5 points, deciding not to rush in search of the entrance to the second layer, but to remain in the first layer to hunt for more death points. As time passed, they scoured the first layer for a full week, accumulating a total of 155 death points, most of which came from ferocious beasts, with a smaller portion obtained from defeating other cultivators. Baifeng gradually discerned that in the Death Paradise, not all ferocious beasts traveled in packs. The previous encounter with the Black Snake was merely an anomaly. The majority were solitary, making them easier to deal with. For those beasts lacking the protection of Holy Realm experts, encountering Baifeng and his junior sisters would spell certain doom. In recent days, they had slain no fewer than 100 beasts at the Spiritual Saint and Spiritual Master realms. I believe we have cleared out most of the lower-tier beasts in the first layer. It is time to proceed to the second layer. After wandering for half a day with his two junior sisters without any fruitful results, Baifeng made his decision. Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian had always followed their senior brother's lead, and the three nodded in unison, beginning their search for the entrance to the second layer. Soon, they discovered that there were multiple paths leading to the second layer, at least dozens in number. Moreover, during this time, the number of experts entering the Death Paradise seemed to be dwindling. Most of the higher-ranked individuals who had entered with them had already moved on to the second layer or higher. Thus, the three of them opted for a more secluded passage, advancing towards the second layer of the Death Paradise. The higher we ascend, the greater the dangers. We must remain vigilant, junior sisters, Baifeng cautioned. Indeed, the two replied in unison. Senior brother, I am prepared to use the laws of time to escape at any moment, after passing through the passage and enduring a brief sensation of dizziness. The three found themselves in the second layer, and no sooner had they arrived than they heard someone complain, "Here come 3 little lackeys from the Spiritual Saint realm." Following the sound, Baifeng spotted a group of over a dozen Spiritual Master realm cultivators armed with weapons standing not far away. "Hey, What are you looking at? Hurry up and scram. One of them shouted, little spiritual saints like you are of no help to our points. Don't block our way. Meng Ying assessed their strength and felt considerably more at ease. Smiling as she said, Senior brother, they seem to be planning to hunt here. Bai Feng responded with a smile. It seems they regard our realm as too lowly, merely a group of spirit masters, without even a single spirit emperor among us. Yet they dare to disdain our cultivation. This remark left the spirit masters present with ashen faces. You are courting death, one of them bellowed. Another added, these three little brats must possess quite a few treasures to have made it to the second level. Upon hearing this, the others quickly caught on. Indeed, although their cultivation is of no use to us, the treasures they carry may hold great value. Instantly, their demeanor shifted. Listen, boys, hand over your valuable items, and perhaps we shall spare your lives. Bai Feng exchanged glances with his companions, silently understanding one another as they brandished their respective weapons. Rare items? Naturally, we possess them at D.O. You wish to acquire them. Upon seeing the divine artifacts in Bai Feng's hands, the dozen or so spirit masters immediately sensed the unparalleled aura of imperial weapons. Those are imperial weapons. Quick, give them to me. Several spirit masters eagerly surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with greed. Meanwhile, some of the spirit masters stationed further back felt a shift in their expressions, a hint of unease swelling within them. How could a few early-stage spirit saints possibly possess imperial weapons? This either indicated they were concealing their true strength or had formidable backing that in either case, it suggested that these individuals were far from easy prey, and dealing with them would prove challenging for the spirit masters present. Just as a few of the more rational spirit masters sensed the impending danger and contemplated retreating, Bai Feng and his companions had already coordinated their attack. If you desire it, then brace yourselves, Bai Feng roared, activating the law of fire as the flame of heaven descended like thunder. Simultaneously, Mu Rongqian unleashed her soul law to assault the enemy's souls. Meng Ying invoked the law of time to slow the movements of the spirit masters, launching wind and thunder seals at those attempting to flee. I can't move. What is this power? This is a law attack. How could a spirit saint wield such power? In a matter of seconds, Bai Feng and his companions had defeated all the spirit masters, their death points consequently increasing by several, bringing their total score to 170 points. After confiscating their opponent's storage rings, Bai Feng, accompanied by Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian, continued their exploration towards the second level. Before long, they encountered a panic-stricken spirit master at the peak of the spirit realm. It's terrifying, he muttered to himself as he fled, evidently gripped by immense fear. Bai Feng, intrigued, approached him with Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian, directly inquiring, what has instilled such fear in you? What have you encountered? The peak spirit master initially regarded the three as mere juniors and scoffed, preparing to wave them aside. However, before he could make a move, he felt his body stiffen, as Bai Feng's flame of heaven was already poised at his neck. The law of time. Without further ado, Bai Feng pressed, speak quickly. What exactly have you encountered? The peak spirit master was overwhelmed with dread, and faced with Bai Feng's intimidation, he could only respond truthfully. It was a holy beast. In fact, 3 holy beasts appeared at once. They are currently battling 2 saints, one of whom has already met with misfortune. The other, realizing the dire situation, despite being grievously wounded, managed to escape, with the 3 holy beasts in pursuit. Bai Feng's heart stirred with interest as he pressed further. In which direction did they go? The peak spirit master, not daring to conceal anything, pointed in that direction. After some contemplation, Bai Feng resolved to lead Meng Ying and Mu Rongqian towards the indicated path. Along the way, Meng Ying curiously asked, Brother, are we going to seize an opportunity? Bai Feng shook his head. We'll adapt as the situation unfolds. Let us first assess what is happening. If a chance arises, all the better. However, if those holy beasts prove too formidable, we shall retreat immediately. Chapter 68. A fatal strike. Unlike human cultivators, ferocious beasts typically possess greater physical strength and inherently possess unique abilities. However, now that everyone had grasped the power of the laws, they could largely disregard physical defenses, allowing them to contend even against holy beasts. Moreover, The saints undoubtedly concealed numerous treasures. Their master was currently in seclusion for healing. Any opportunity to gather treasures imbued with the power of the laws must not be missed. The trio followed the direction indicated by the spirit master throughout the day, ultimately arriving at a valley. At the valley's base, they discovered a body that had been torn to shreds. From the terrifying aura, it was evident that this was the deceased saint. It appeared that the remaining saint had fled in such haste that he did not even have time to retrieve his storage ring. Baifeng utilized his supernatural powers to collect the storage ring, placing it into the small world of his master, Suche, since their cultivation was insufficient to erase the soul imprint left by the saint. This task would have to be entrusted to Suche. With his storage ring in hand, their venture had already proven worthwhile. Meng Ying and Mu Rong Qian nodded in agreement, as it was indeed a saint's storage ring, undoubtedly filled with valuable items. In the lower realms, unless an emperor appeared, saints were the strongest beings. The wealth accumulated by such powerful beings over countless years was immeasurable. Their aura headed that way. Let us continue to track them. Upon confirming the direction the three holy beasts had taken, Baifeng led his companions onward. Shortly thereafter, they heard a series of dull thuds emanating from the entrance of a natural cave. Baifeng signaled for silence and stealthily approached the source of the sound. Before long, the trio caught sight of a massive cavern, where three gigantic white-furred beasts were alternately battering a large boulder blocking the cave entrance. The fleeing saint must be hiding within that cave, someone whispered. These three colossal beasts resembled gorillas, their snowy fur gleaming, their massive forms akin to mountains, with tough skin and thick flesh. Baifeng silently assessed the strength of these three beasts. If they are all early-stage holy beasts, with the assistance of the law of time, we should be able to escape without issue, he concluded, but we must not allow them to surround us. 3 early-stage holy beasts are more than enough to tear us to shreds. If the saint within the cave could unleash a final burst of power before meeting his end, it would be ideal. Meanwhile, within the cavern, the heavenly sovereign saint's face contorted with rage and fear. How could I, a dignified heavenly sovereign saint, be cornered by a few beasts? He lamented, "It is all due to the stability of this space. Otherwise, I would have already torn through the void to escape." Outside, the beasts relentlessly assaulted the boulder, which was gradually loosening, on the verge of being shattered completely. The heavenly sovereign saint's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn those white-furred beasts! Today, I shall fight to the death with you." With that, he summoned his life spirit treasure, an 8th-grade spiritual treasure feather fan, and sprayed a mouthful of blood, forcibly activating its peak power. Just as the boulder was finally pushed aside and a beast charged into the cavern, the heavenly sovereign saint bellowed, "Beast, die!" With a resolve to perish, he waved the feather fan, unleashing a violent storm that pierced through the beast. "You white-furred beast shall accompany me to the grave." Ignoring the wounded beast, he seized a moment of his greatest power to launch a suicidal attack on the remaining 2 not far away. Baifeng and his companions, concealed in the shadows, witnessed the spectacle with astonishment. "Brother, that old man is truly courageous," Mu Rong Qian whispered. Baifeng patted her head. "This is what they call a desperate foe is most dangerous. A corner dog will jump over the wall, let alone a powerful being of the holy realm. When they no longer regard their lives and retaliate with all their might, that is the most perilous moment." Within the cavern, after slaying the second beast, the heavenly sovereign saint engaged in a fierce battle with the last one. This beast, evidently shaken by the fate of its companions, hesitated to attack, heightening the saint's sense of urgency. His state of bloodline eruption could not last long. Once his power waned, it would spell his doom. Yet if he could eliminate or repel the 3 ferocious beasts before that happened, there might still be a glimmer of hope. "Brother, should we intervene?" Meng Ying urged, seeing that the 2 beasts had already sustained heavy injuries, and the last one was also wounded from the saint's frenzied assault. Mu Rong Qian chimed in, "Yes, brother. That old man is on the verge of collapse. Now is the perfect moment for us to act." Baifeng grasped the hands of his eager disciples, silently instructing, "Be patient. That saint can hold on for a while longer. Let us wait until he further weakens the beast before we make our move." At that moment, Su Che's voice suddenly resonated in the minds of the trio. Disciples, treasures are hidden within the ferocious beasts. Wait just a little longer. The strength of the beasts lies in their physical form, which can withstand most elemental law attacks, but they are powerless against the laws of time and death. Yes, soon as Meng Ying unleashed the power of time, Qian Er could initiate her attack. Master, the two exclaimed in unison. Understood, Master. Huh. You shall all perish, the celestial sage roared, emitting a beastly growl as he struck fiercely at the vital point of the last ferocious beast. The beast howled in agony, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble, its white fur torn apart to reveal blood-red flesh. A sight most horrifying at this moment. The celestial sage had completely lost his sanity, engaging in a brutal melee with the beast. Bai Feng sensed the energy fluctuations capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Each strike contained the power of the laws. I end battles of this realm. Victory largely depended on the strength of one's understanding of the laws, the depth of comprehension, and the superiority of one's weaponry. They are nearing their end. Junior sisters, prepare to take action. As the celestial sage's momentum waned and his life force swiftly dissipated, the last ferocious beast was left on the brink of death. Its eyes filled with terror as it gazed upon the frenzied human. Attack, Bai Feng commanded softly, and Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying immediately launched their lethal strike. Meng Ying first utilized the power of time to slow the beast's movements. Then Mu Rongqian wielded her innate sword. A massive beam of sword light formed from the laws of death, cleaved towards the beast. The injured beast attempted to flee, only to find time seemingly frozen, ultimately succumbing beneath Mu Rongqian's sword light. Simultaneously, Bai Feng also wielded the fiery heaven flame to deliver a final blow to the dying celestial sage. Even a sage, at the brink of death, could exhibit such formidable power. Alas, your vitality has been exhausted. Let me escort you on your final journey. The powerless celestial sage was easily defeated. Senior brother, look, there truly are treasures within the beast. Chapter 69, a notable improvement upon hearing the news. Bai Feng swiftly collected the celestial sage's storage ring and hurried over to investigate. To his astonishment, there was a drop of blood radiating an intense power of the laws. Despite scrutinizing it for quite some time, Bai Feng could not ascertain the precise use of this drop of blood, yet he decided to place it into a specially designated precious vial for storing spiritual liquids. Perhaps I should present it to Master for his insight on its true purpose. Bai Feng contemplated that in the small world. Su Che received the precious vial sent by his disciples and opened it for inspection. Out of curiosity, he directly inquired to the system about this drop of blood. The system explained, "This is the holy blood only possessed by ferocious beasts of the Saint Realm, and only a few can condense it." The system further elaborated, "Absorbing this holy blood can enhance one's comprehension of the laws and accelerate cultivation speed." Su Che nodded in understanding. It was indeed a rare treasure meant to elevate one's grasp of the laws. However, it holds little relevance for me. It is more fitting for Feng Er and the others to utilize. After all, he could indirectly enhance his own understanding of the laws by sharing it with his disciples. Ultimately, Su Che decided to let Meng Ying attempt this drop of holy blood, although Meng Ying possessed a natural affinity for the laws of time. Her progress had been slow due to the stringent cultivation conditions, particularly the high demands on her soul's strength. This drop of holy blood could assist her in making significant advancement. Meng Ying, this holy blood will aid you in enhancing your comprehension of the laws. Take it and consume it, Su Che instructed. This type of holy blood is immensely beneficial for you. Remember to gather more whenever you encounter Saint Realm ferocious beasts in the future. Meng Ying joyfully accepted the holy blood, preparing to consume it immediately, but suddenly thought of her master's injuries and curiously asked, "Master, why don't you use it?" Su Che smiled and replied, "My injuries are not severe. I merely need time to recover my law power." Seeing that her master seemed to have made a notable recovery, Meng Ying hesitated no longer and, under the protection of Bai Feng and Mu Rongqian, consumed the holy blood point 3 days later. Meng Ying had fully absorbed the holy blood. Her understanding of the laws of time increased by 5, and her cultivation soared to the peak of the spirit saint realm. Simultaneously, Through sharing comprehension with Meng Ying, Suche elevated his own understanding of the laws of time to 10, and under the influence of 10,000 times the heavenly way, his cultivation broke through to the initial stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. The system promptly notified Suche, "Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm, unlocking the Heavenly Mechanism Exchange function." "What is the Heavenly Mechanism Exchange?" Suche asked in confusion. The system explained, "The host can exchange any valuable item for Heavenly Mechanism points, which can then be used to obtain desired information." The system added, "Please note that the host's permission to exchange information is influenced by the current realm." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest sparked in Suche's eyes. "So, as long as I have enough Heavenly Mechanism points, I can acquire any information I desire?" The system responded, "Theoretically, yes." "Wonderful. System, convert all those miscellaneous items from my warehouse obtained through sign-ins into Heavenly Mechanism points. These items are of no use to me anymore." "Exchange them all," the system replied. Exchange completed. Shortly thereafter, the system prompted, "Heavenly Mechanism points increased by 360. Only 360 points? Is the value of all my sign-in treasures over the years worth merely this?" Suche widened his eyes, having expected a greater return. "Could it be that the items I previously acquired lack sufficient value? By the way, how many points can a drop of creation spiritual liquid be exchanged for?" As he was still unclear about the exchange standards, Suche used the creation spiritual liquid as a reference for his inquiry. The system answered, "Master, a drop of creation spiritual liquid can be exchanged for 100 Heavenly Mechanism points." "I see. It appears that only items containing the power of the laws hold significant value." With over 300 Heavenly Mechanism points in hand, Suche began to ponder what information he should exchange for first. "Exchange for information regarding the upper realm." System, "Please provide specific questions." Suche continued, "The origin of the Lost Lands." System, "Do you require detailed information or a brief summary?" The system explained, "Detailed information requires 100,000 Heavenly Mechanism points, while a brief summary only needs 100 points. 100,000. That's exorbitantly expensive. Then I will settle for a brief summary," the system confirmed. "Understood, consuming 100 Heavenly Mechanism points to exchange for a brief summary." The system informed, "The Lost Lands were originally a high-level secret realm created by a celestial-level powerhouse in the upper realm, intended to select talented individuals from the lower realms to participate in the plane war." Just as Suche was intently listening, the system's narration abruptly ceased, and he inquired in astonishment, "Is that all?" The system replied, "Yes. Did you take a cut from my fee, providing such scan information for 100 Heavenly Mechanism points?" The system, "This question only requires 10 Heavenly Mechanism points. Would you like to exchange again?" Suche was left speechless. All right, I see how this works. Plane war. Is it possible that this world contains more than just one immortal realm or upper realm? However, considering the current strength of himself and his disciples, having just stepped into the Saint realm, these matters seem distant. The most pressing concern now is to enhance both his own and his disciples' strength. With 260 remaining Heavenly Mechanism points, Suche decided to convert them all into information regarding the Lost Lands, hoping to assist his disciples in obtaining more treasures within. Feng Er and the others are currently in the Death Paradise. System, tell me how many Heavenly Mechanism points are required to obtain detailed information about the Death Paradise. I wish for comprehensive data, preferably with a map. The system responded, Master, the detailed map and guide for the Death Paradise are ready. Requiring only 260 Heavenly Mechanism points. Suche queried. Coincidentally, that's the exact number. This can't be a price you set yourself, can it? He increasingly suspected that this so-called system might be profiting from the exchanges. But faced with the system's silence, he could only accept it resignedly. Very well. Let us proceed with the exchange, the system announced. Congratulations, Master, on successfully exchanging for the detailed guide to the Death Paradise. As the system's notification faded, a jade slip materialized in Suche's hand that he swiftly scanned it with his divine sense, nodding in satisfaction, and transmitted the jade slip to Bai Feng through the small world. At that moment, on the second layer of the Death Paradise, Bai Feng received the jade slip sent by his master, his face brimming with excitement. Junior sisters, come quickly. This was just sent to us by Master. Master is truly omnipotent. He even managed to acquire the detailed map of the Death Paradise. Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying were astonished upon hearing this, eagerly examining the contents within the jade slip. Wow, Master is incredibly thoughtful. Chapter 70. The unopened treasure chamber not only does it mark the location of each layer's passages, the distribution and strength of the ferocious beasts, but also points out treasure locations and the points required to unlock them. The trio meticulously studied the information contained within the jade slip, and a bold plan began to take root in their minds. With this map, we can thoroughly explore layer by layer. We must scour the Death Paradise to repay Master for his assistance. United in their resolve, the three immediately set forth to take action. Bai Feng, consulting the map, noted that the second level housed over 1,000 ferocious beasts. The three most formidable Holy Realm beasts had already been vanquished, leaving more than 600 mid-level divine beasts available to accrue points. After careful selection, they chose over 300 scattered and manageable beasts for extermination. In the ensuing 3 days, guided by the map, the trio successfully hunted a total of 328 beasts, ranging from mid-level divine to Spirit Emperor realm, garnering a cumulative score of 400 points. Brother, we have nearly dealt with all the beasts we can handle on the second level. Where shall we go next? Brother, the map indicates there is only one unopened treasure chamber left on the second level. Inside, there is merely a drop of creation spirit liquid, which can be exchanged for 100 points of death points. Let us hurry there. Bai Feng nodded in agreement, and the three swiftly flew towards the treasure chamber. With the map in hand, they adeptly avoided all hazardous areas, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Before long, they reached their destination, paid the 100 death points, and successfully obtained a drop of creation spirit liquid. Having acquired the creation spirit liquid, let us proceed to the third level. The higher we ascend, the more treasures await. However, the required death points will also increase, so we must devise a way to accumulate more points. Upon reaching the third level, Bai Feng once again consulted the jade slip in his possession. There were 2 treasure chambers in total, one of which had already been opened. The remaining chamber required 500 death points for entry and was rumored to contain a quasi-immortal artifact. Wow, a quasi-immortal artifact. Although we 3 possess imperial weapons, this is our first encounter with such legendary artifacts said to exist only in the upper realms. Bai Feng meticulously read the description within the jade slip and elucidated. A quasi-immortal artifact is the byproduct of a failed attempt to forge an immortal artifact. It possesses half the power of an immortal artifact and can slightly enhance the power of law attacks. This is precisely what distinguishes an immortal artifact from the top-tier imperial weapons of the lower realm. No matter how powerful an imperial weapon may be, it cannot augment the power of the laws. Only an immortal artifact can achieve that. Furthermore, immortal artifacts can be embedded with treasures that correspond to specific law powers to enhance their effects, and some defensive immortal artifacts can even withstand law attacks. That Mu Rongqian gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, immortal artifacts. I wonder if Master possesses one. Meanwhile, Su Che, who had been silently observing his 3 disciples from a secluded retreat in the small world, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing Mu Rongqian's words. It seems I must reach the immortal realm before such rewards become available. Bai Feng decisively resolved to procure the quasi-immortal artifact before seeking to earn more death points. Junior sisters, let us go retrieve the quasi-immortal artifact. To preempt any possibility of others snatching it away, there are certainly other formidable individuals within this death paradise who possess sufficient points for exchange. Mu Rongqian and Meng Ying nodded in agreement, clearly eager for the coveted quasi-immortal artifact. Let us set forth. Following the map's guidance, the trio swiftly advanced towards the final treasure chamber. However, upon arrival, they discovered a mid-aged cultivator at the Spirit Emperor realm guarding the entrance. Upon noticing the 3 of them, who were merely at the Spirit Saint level, the cultivator's initially tense expression relaxed immediately. Oh, what brings these little spirit saints to the 3rd level? I must say, your luck is surprisingly good to have reached this level alive. However, this is not a place for you to meddle if you possess enough points to face the challenges of this death paradise. It would be wise to find a safe corner and wait for it all to conclude. Bai Feng exchanged glances with his companions, silently speculating. He seems to be waiting for someone, but we are unaware of the strength of his companions. The mid-aged man was merely at the initial stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. If they could launch a surprise attack, they might have a chance to subdue him. However, should his companions suddenly appear, facing two Spirit Emperor realm experts would render their situation extremely perilous. Brother, should we make our move? Meng Ying, having consumed holy blood, had significantly enhanced her understanding of the laws, particularly the power of time laws that I will attract his attention first. Junior sisters, wait for my signal to act. After Suche spoke, he approached the treasure chamber. Senior, we discovered a mysterious liquid from the corpse of a holy beast on the second level, but we cannot discern its purpose. Could you assist us in identifying it? Bai Feng inquired. Upon hearing Bai Feng mention the holy beast corpse and mysterious liquid, the mid-aged cultivator immediately became intrigued. Oh, show it to me at once. This mid-aged cultivator, having lived for over 10,000 years, was well-versed in lore and could not help but recall the legendary holy blood documented in ancient texts. 500 years prior, he had comprehended the Thunder Law and entered the Holy Realm. Yet his progress in law cultivation had been exceedingly slow, and he had only reached level 3, if this drop truly was holy blood. His law cultivation speed could potentially increase tenfold. With that thought, the mid-aged cultivator's murderous intention sparked. Initially dismissive of dealing with these young individuals, he now believed they might possess a treasure of great value. To ensure that this information remained undisclosed, he even decided not to inform the elder and his direct disciples who were stationed here and out collecting death points. Very well, Senior, please take a look. Bai Feng slowly approached the mid-aged cultivator, who was entirely unguarded. Just as Bai Feng was within 10 meters of him, Suche drew forth not a treasure, but a massive black ruler. The Burning Heaven Flame Ruler. As the Burning Heaven Flame Ruler unleashed its astonishing power, the mid-aged cultivator realized he was facing an imperial weapon. Simultaneously, Mu Rongxian and the self-assured and extraordinarily powerful ancestor of creation wasted no time. Boldly venturing deep into the beast's lair, following the trail of Bai Feng and his companions, observing a fearsome beast resembling a small mountain, soundly asleep not far away, Bai Feng conceived a cunning plan. Junior sister, I shall provoke that esteemed elder. Please enhance my speed with your temporal acceleration. Meng Ying nodded in agreement, her gaze revealing an understanding of her senior brother's sly intentions. Thus, Bai Feng soared into the air, calling out to the ancestor of creation, Hey, esteemed elder, are you seeking trouble with me? Who dares to be so impudent? The ancestor of creation dismissed Bai Feng, a mere spirit saint, with a flick of his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning, believing him to be doomed. In his estimation, a lowly spirit saint could not possibly withstand his might. However, under the influence of Meng Ying's time-altering powers, Bai Feng's speed became astonishingly swift, effortlessly evading the ancestor's attack. Subsequently, the bolt of lightning struck the slumbering beast instead. With a thunderous roar, the beast awoke, enraged by the sudden assault. Witnessing this, Bai Feng felt a surge of triumph. It worked. Junior sister, let us retreat. Allow the esteemed elder to battle it out with these beasts. Well prepared, Meng Ying swiftly applied temporal acceleration to the trio, and they hastily fled into the distance. Long ago, Hong Yin had been the guardian of the lost land. After descending to the mortal realm without permission, he vanished without a trace as the eldest brother of the family. Hong De, possessing golden immortal level cultivation, informed his siblings through a jade slip, the newly appointed guardian. Hong Yi had utilized the resources of the Heavenly Mechanism sect to uncover Hong Yin's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Hong Yin had been slain by a mortal. Hong De speculated that the perpetrator might be a reincarnated celestial being and thus tasked Hong Yi with uncovering the individual's identity. According to Hong Yin's prior revelations, someone had breached the rules of the Lost Land and forcibly entered to rescue a disciple. More astonishingly, this individual possessed their own miniature world. Yet, Hong Yi never anticipated his defeat at the hands of a potential reincarnation of a former golden immortal. Given that Hong Yin's previous unauthorized ascent had drawn the attention of the Immortal Court's enforcement team, Hong Yi had to proceed with utmost caution to avoid transgressing heavenly laws. Consequently, he resolved to dispatch his two disciples, Chung Feng and Chung Feng, to the Lost Land on a covert mission, to locate and identify the murderer of their third master. Hong Yi provided them with a tracking talisman crafted by the Heavenly Mechanism sect, capable of sensing the target's aura, activating in proximity to the target or those closely related to them. Additionally, he bestowed upon them 2 quasi-immortal artifacts for protection, although not genuine immortal artifacts, considering their rarity. Even Hong Yi possessed only a single rudimentary immortal artifact. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and his companions had just evaded the pursuit of the ancestor of creation and entered the 4th level of the Paradise of Death. The new regulations here made battles increasingly brutal. Defeating an opponent allowed one to seize all their death points. Faced with this development, Bai Feng considered it a potential opportunity, for despite being spirit saints, they possessed the capability to triumph over early-stage saint-level adversaries. Bai Feng also mentioned the quasi-mortal artifact, the Haotian Mirror, gifted by their master, a defensive treasure capable of rebounding attacks, particularly effective against foes below the immortal realm. Given their current spiritual strength, utilizing this artifact proved somewhat taxing, prompting Bai Feng to suggest they take turns using it to better restore their spiritual energy. Let us begin by clearing the outskirts of the 4th level, eliminating those beasts to accumulate death points. Remember, the more precious the treasure, the higher the points required. With that, Bai Feng led Meng Ying and Murong Qian into action, targeting beasts below the Spirit Emperor realm. During their endeavors, they occasionally encountered attacks from other cultivators, swiftly collecting their death points as well. After 2 days, the trio amassed 560 death points, most astonishingly acquired through defeating other cultivators as they approached the core area of the 4th level. They noticed a significant reduction in the number of beasts around them. Senior brother, look, the beasts seem to have diminished considerably. We've repeatedly found areas previously marked with beasts now completely vacant. Bai Feng sensed something amiss. Speculating, perhaps someone has preemptively cleared these beasts. But their speed is astonishing. He continued on several occasions. We arrived only to find the beasts recently slain, seemingly by the same individual. Bai Feng added, do they possess a map? These beasts are so scattered, yet they have been eradicated so swiftly. Just as the trio felt disheartened by repeatedly being outpaced, several hundred miles ahead, Cheng Feng and Cheng Feng had just completed a wave of beast extermination, accruing 700 death points. The strength of those entering the Lost Land is truly weak. Cheng Feng lamented, we've only encountered 2 Spirit Emperor-level opponents. The rest are hardly worth mentioning. Hearing his junior brother's grievance, Cheng Feng reminded him not to forget their primary mission. At that moment, Cheng Feng suddenly noticed a reaction from the tracking talisman at his waist. The talisman is activated. The person our master sent us to find has appeared. In this direction, let us hurry. It seemed the individual's aura was not particularly strong, likely belonging to their disciple. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and his companions pressed deeper into the 4th level. Suddenly, a chill enveloped them, and Bai Feng felt a powerful coldness rising from beneath his feet, swiftly encasing his body in ice. Instantly, the Haotian mirror on him emitted a beam of light toward the distance. Flee! At least a late-stage Spirit Emperor expert. Bai Feng shouted to Meng Ying and Murong Qian before losing consciousness. Not far away, Cheng Feng, preparing to launch another attack, suddenly felt a familiar icy force enveloping him. Damn it! How could my ice law backfire on me? Cheng Feng grimaced, halting his tracks to assist Cheng Feng in dispelling the sudden icy power. Warning, this is bad. They might possess defensive quasi-mortal artifacts. They can also rebound attacks. Witnessing their senior brother Bai Feng frozen into an ice sculpture, Meng Ying and Murong Qian's faces turned pale. That we must get senior brother out of here. Let us head directly to the 5th level, she exclaimed, activating her time acceleration skill while she and Murong Qian rushed to drag Bai Feng toward the passage leading to the 5th level. During their escape, the two communicated through their thoughts to Su Che in their small world. Master, senior brother has been frozen into an ice block. Someone is pursuing us. Su Che had already sensed the peril his 3 disciples faced. After expending the creation spirit liquid they had obtained, worth 100 heavenly mechanism points, he learned from the small world system that these enemies were targeting him. They're quite persistent, he mused, with a thought. Su Che utilized the connection of the small world to cast the puppet control technique on the pursuing Cheng Feng. Unfortunately, his small world's law power had yet to recover. Otherwise, controlling a late-stage Spirit Emperor would require no more than 90 of his spiritual power. Before controlling Chang Feng, Su Che first released his hold on the illusory Sound Ancestor. Considering that the illusory Sound Ancestor was merely at the early Spirit Emperor stage, and his mastery of multiple law powers would easily suppress the opponent. Moreover, the illusory Sound Ancestor had previously witnessed Su Che's formidable strength, making betrayal unthinkable, even after the control was lifted. However, once Su Che seized control of Chang Feng, he commanded him to eliminate Chang Feng. But Chang Feng quickly sensed the anomaly and fled. Subsequently, Su Che harnessed the small world's law power to rescue the frozen Bai Feng, instructing them to deal with Chang Feng while acquiring over 500 death points from him. Later, Bai Feng curiously asked, "Master, since he is a late-stage Spirit Emperor, why not keep him a scout for us?" Su Che explained, "I am still in recovery. Controlling him would deplete a significant amount of my spiritual power, hindering my recuperation. Due to Chang Feng's ownership of the quasi-immortal artifact, Bai Feng and the others were unable to utilize it. Su Che temporarily lacked the energy to erase the spiritual imprint on it, opting instead to let the system absorb it, converting it to 500 heavenly mechanism points. This reinforced Su Che's awareness of the urgency to enhance his strength, as he understood that their adversaries would not easily relent against him and his disciples. After accumulating enough points, Bai Feng and his companions resolved to venture toward the unopened treasure vault of the 5th level. However, upon entering the palace leading to the vault, a chilling aura assailed them. "There is danger. Retreat swiftly." In a state of profound alarm, Bai Feng witnessed as Meng Ying instantaneously activated her time acceleration ability, causing the trio to retreat with lightning speed, swiftly distancing themselves by over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. At the moment they exited the palace, a fearsome beast resembling a human, yet radiating terror, appeared at the entrance. It stood upright like a human, but possessed 2 heads and 4 arms. With a scaly tail trailing behind it, a venerable elder, at the initial stage of the Spirit Emperor realm, who had just escaped the palace, was tragically impaled through the chest by the beast's razor-sharp tail. As his spirit was on the verge of departing, before he could evade, the beast opened its maw and consumed him whole. Subsequently, this dreadful creature began to gnaw at the elder's lifeless body, a satisfied expression crossing its face amidst the sanguine scent. After feasting, it cast a greedy glance at the trio of Bai Feng, yet chose not to pursue, instead returning to the Grand Hall. It became evident that this beast possessed a certain level of intelligence, recognizing that remaining within the Grand Hall would ensure a continuous supply of sustenance. The trio halted only upon confirming their safety. Exhaling a collective sigh of relief. "That was close," Murong Qian exclaimed, cupping her face in her hands, still shaken by the encounter. "That humanoid beast possesses at least the strength of a late-stage Holy Realm being." But soon, her countenance fell into despondency. "However, to reach the treasure chamber, we must pass through that palace, and the route to the 6th level lies that way, as well. Su Che proposed, "Let's not rush. We shall wait nearby until the beast is lured away by others. Then we can use time acceleration to dash past." According to the map provided by Su Che, it was evident that such a powerful beast was not originally from this palace, suggesting it had arrived from elsewhere. Since it was not its territory, it likely would not linger for long. 2 days later, Chang Feng arrived at the 5th level, adopting an air of extreme caution, intent solely on reaping benefits in this maze-like realm without taking unnecessary risks. As he approached the palace housing the treasure chamber, he sensed the presence of the beast. How could there be a late-stage Holy Realm beast here? Chang Feng pondered. Nevertheless, slaying it might yield a drop of holy blood, which could fetch a good price. Armed with a quasi-mortal weapon, he felt an overwhelming confidence to AT this juncture. Bai Feng and his companions were concealed at a distance, observing the unfolding events. It is the one who pursued us. He has arrived as well. Bai Feng squinted, conjecturing he should be capable of dealing with that beast, especially since Master mentioned he possesses another quasi-immortal artifact. They resolved to wait for an opportune moment amidst the clash between the two. The instant Chang Feng stepped into the palace, he was met with the fierce thrust of a tail. Hard and scaled. "You fool! You seek your own demise." Chung Feng roared, immediately summoning his quasi-mortal sword and striking fiercely at the beast's tail. With a resounding clang and sparks flying, he was astonished to find that his sword could not sever the beast's tail. What? This tail is astonishingly resilient. Chung Feng paused momentarily, then redoubled his effort, swinging the sword again. This time, the blade finally penetrated the beast's tail, but only a third of the way through, failing to sever it completely. The humanoid beast let out a pained howl, dark blood streaming down Chung Feng's sword. Injured and enraged, the beast launched a ferocious assault with its robust arms. Chung Feng defended with his sword while attempting to freeze the beast using the ice law, only to discover that the effect was limited, merely slowing its movements. This is dire. It seems the beast's body possesses some immunity to law-based attacks. After a fierce skirmish, Chung Feng discerned a weakness in the beast's abdomen. Seizing the opportunity presented by the beast's slowed movements, he swiftly plunged his sword into its belly, twisting before withdrawing it, pulling forth repugnant entrails that, witness my swordsmanship, Chung Feng exclaimed triumphantly, having identified the key to victory. Just a few more exchanges would suffice to vanquish the beast entirely. However, just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, the previously wounded beast began to pound its chest and roar, followed by the emergence of another equally formidable beast outside the palace. Faced with this unexpected ally, Chung Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to flee. Yet the previously injured beast had already anticipated his escape route. Blocking his path, the newly arrived beast swung its tail, the sharp tip piercing Chung Feng's back and commencing the extraction of his blood. Although Spirit Emperor Realm cultivators can regenerate even when their physical forms are destroyed, significant blood loss would impair their strength. Chung Feng, filled with rage, declared, "Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you?" Confronted by the assault of two powerful beasts, he resolved to hold nothing back. Retrieving a purple orb radiating a sense of annihilation from his storage ring, "That you force my hand to use this disposable immortal treasure. Perish." As Chung Feng activated the purple orb, a wave of overwhelming destructive power surged forth in the form of a shockwave. The once blood-red eyes of the two beasts filled with terror as their bodies were obliterated in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, the forms of the two late-stage Holy Realm beasts were completely reduced to nothingness. In the air, a drop of blood glowing with an extraordinary light materialized. It was the fabled Holy Blood. Chung Feng, witnessing the actualization of holy blood from the two beasts, felt a surge of excitement. Momentarily forgetting the precious immortal treasure he had just expended, and laughed heartily as he prepared to collect the drop of holy blood. Yet at that moment, a figure swiftly approached. "Itsu." Chung Feng recognized by Feng at a glance, his heart sinking as he prepared to flee, only to be ensnared by Su Che's puppet control technique, which locked his soul and placed a Feng eliminate him. Upon Su Che's command, Bai Feng swiftly struck down the ensnared Chung Feng, allowing Su Che to feel a moment of relief. The EXE, speaking of which, the ancestor of illusions, is quite extraordinary. Although Su Che has liberated himself from the control of his soul, the ancestor has not departed. Rather, he is wholeheartedly intent on recognizing Su Che as his master. Due to his preoccupation with healing, Su Che has yet to address this matter. It appears that the time has come to seize this opportunity. A thought flickered through his mind, and Su Che instantly teleported from his small world to the Hahuan sect. Sensing Su Che's aura, the ancestor of Hahuan sect and the holy master of Xixia hurriedly arrived to welcome him. Senior, have you just emerged from seclusion?" Su Che nodded slightly in response to the greetings of the two elders from Hahuan sect. "Yes, I am here today to seek the ancestor of illusions." Just then, a swift azure light approached, accompanied by the excited voice of an elderly man. Master, is there a task you wish for me to undertake?" Observing the ancestor of illusion's eagerness, Su Che's demeanor softened slightly. "I hope you can assist me in entering the Lost Land to collect the remains of ferocious beasts above the Saint Realm." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of illusions readily agreed. "Certainly. I shall head to the Lost Land to hunt ferocious beasts for you." "Wait," Su Che called out, rummaging through the system's repository for a moment before finally producing a tome of Imperial-level cultivation methods and two top-tier wind-based Imperial artifacts. This tome and these two imperial artifacts shall be your rewards for this mission. Did I recall that you cultivate the principles of wind, correct? These will suit you perfectly upon receiving the cultivation method and imperial artifacts. The ancestor of illusion's eyes widened in exhilaration, his face alight with joy. For him, possessing a saint-level cultivation method was already a pinnacle. Achieving perfection in the saint realm was no small feat yet now. With this imperial-level method, stepping into the legendary spiritual saint realm was no longer a mere dream. Even more thrilling were the two imperial artifacts, an offensive wind-based sword and a defensive wind-based shield. These were rewards Su Che had recently acquired from his sign-ins, while previous items had been converted into heavenly mechanism points. Thank you for your generous gifts, Master. The ancestor of illusions expressed his heartfelt gratitude, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Grasping the two imperial artifacts, he felt a surge of confidence regarding the task ahead, despite being only at the early stages of the saint realm. With these two artifacts in hand, he was confident that he could easily contend even with ferocious beasts at the mid-stage of the saint realm. Let us set off. I will establish spatial coordinates on you. Should any situation arise, you can contact me at any time. Observing the scene, the ancestor of Ahuan's sect and the holy master of Xixia felt an amalgamation of envy and jealousy. Each of these items, if presented, could shake the world of cultivators in the lower realm, yet Senior Su had so generously bestowed them upon the ancestor of illusions. However, they quickly reconsidered. Senior Su was immensely powerful, dismissing even celestial beings. So such rewards might not hold significant value to him. Upon returning to his small world, Su Che pondered. Hong, Yi, and the formidable Hong have begun to take notice of my existence. From information he acquired through exchanges, Su Che learned that the so-called celestial realm was, in fact, a product of the split from the Tiangshuan realm, which had been unified with the lower realm a millennium ago. Due to a defeat in a dimensional war, the spiritual energy had drastically diminished, and the top-tier powerhouses, in a bid to protect their remaining strength, divided the Tiangshuan realm into the lower realm and the celestial realm. Although not all individuals in the celestial realm are celestial beings, it is populated by mortals and low-tier cultivators. Alongside numerous celestial sections, the distinction lies in the presence of a celestial court that governs all celestial sections. The reason why celestial beings like Hong Yin have their eyes fixed on Su Che's small world, even willing to defy heavenly rules to confront him, is precisely because his small world is a complete and independent realm. Unlike those secretive spaces, a small world is self-contained, possessing its own unique system of laws. Once these laws are sufficiently perfected and powerful, they can even give rise to a unique heavenly Tao. Within this world that belongs to him, Su Che reigns as the Tao that governs all, omnipotent. Hong, Yi, and Hong to have each attained the realms of Celestial Immortal and Golden Immortal, levels that are beyond my current capacity to match. Su Che mused, recognizing that instead of evading, it would be wiser to take the initiative. Perhaps delving deeper into the celestial realm is the best course of action. With this thought, a plan gradually took shape in Su Che's mind. However, before proceeding, he needed to negotiate with the system. System, manifest yourself, Su Che called out. Master, I am here, the system replied. Su Che scoffed coldly. Do not think I am unaware of your continuous profit from my commissions. The last time I exchanged information about the Death Paradise and the likes of Chung Feng, you merely quoted me based on how many heavenly mechanism points I possessed. What a coincidence that is. The system felt somewhat embarrassed. Well, Master, allow me to explain. No need for explanations. Su Che interrupted. Let's put the past behind us, but now I wish to establish a rule. Henceforth, half of the heavenly mechanism points earned must be shared with me. The system protested. That is unacceptable, Master. That is far too exploitative. The commissions I take are not even that substantial. Hearing the system admit to its profit-taking, Su Che's anger flared. Ha! You finally admit it. At least 30%, and not a fraction less. After a round of bargaining, both parties settled on an agreement of 10%. Fine, 10% it is, Su Che acquiesced, though he still suspected that the system profited more than that. However, this exceeded his expectations, that he knew that once his strength grew sufficiently formidable, there would come a day of reckoning. This 10% will directly convert into an enhancement of my cultivation level. Correct? Suche inquired. Absolutely, the system affirmed. After reaching an accord, Suche utilized the guiding talisman obtained from Chung Feng to locate the coordinates leading to the celestial realm and established an entry point for his small world in a relatively quiet area. He intended to leverage the spatial overlapping effect of his small world to create a scaled-down version of an absolute domain within the celestial realm. Alas, my small world has expanded to several thousand kilometers. Yet it can only project a small domain of mere tens of meters within the celestial realm. Suche frowned. The system explained, "This is because your realm is not yet sufficiently elevated, and the laws of the celestial realm are far more potent. Your current small world can only encompass such a limited area within the celestial realm that Suche shook his head in resignation. Very well. Let it be small that, if worse comes to worst, I want to venture out. As long as I remain within my small world, I am invincible, am I not?" The system responded, "Theoretically, yes, that as long as your small world is not destroyed. You are invulnerable within its confines," that Suche queried, perplexed. "Theoretically, is there a power in the celestial realm that can obliterate my small world?" Chapter 75, An Awakening of Shock. The system answered, "Not in the celestial realm. But there may exist such powers in higher dimensions." Understanding this, Suche resolved to act with caution. After making all necessary preparations, he checked on the status of his 3 disciples through the coordinates linked to Baifeng. Baifeng and her 2 junior sisters had already entered the 7th level of the Death Paradise, successfully evading the formidable, ferocious beasts thanks to the map he provided, and were busy collecting various treasures. They won't be able to extricate themselves from the lost land in the short term, but asked their master, "I shall venture into the celestial realm first to scout the way upon arriving in the celestial realm via the coordinates." Suche found himself within a city. Looking around, he noticed that most of the inhabitants were mortals, not vastly different from the towns in the lower realm. Suche assessed the actual range of his small world, confirming it to be merely a few dozen meters in diameter. Subsequently, he extricated his small building from his small world, erasing its original name and inscribing the characters Qitian Pavilion. He also pinned a phrase on the door curtain, "Enter this pavilion, and the secrets of heaven can be discerned." The entire structure lay within his small world. Any individual stepping into this range would effectively enter Suche's domain. Dressed in white, Suche, handsome and poised, leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, sipping tea, now awaiting his first customer. After half a day passed, although many passers-by had taken notice of the newly appeared pavilion, most merely cast a curious glance before moving on. Occasionally, a few cultivators would stroll by, and upon seeing the slogan on the door curtain, could not help but scoff, dismissing it as yet another wild fox, Zen claiming to unveil the secrets of heaven. The city where Suche found himself was named Yaoguang City, situated on the edge of the northern domain's Jinju, a rather inconspicuous little town. The entire celestial realm is divided into 4 domains: east, south, west, and north, with the ancient wilderness being the most powerful and home to the celestial court, while the northern domain is relatively weaker. Unfazed by the taunts of the passers-by, Suche remained patient, knowing that it was merely the first day of business. The following morning, 2 young women were preparing to leave the city and pass by a structure named Qitian Pavilion. One of the girls, strikingly beautiful and around 16 years of age, possessed delicate features, her lively eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. "Master, we have been out for nearly 3 months, traversing almost the entire Jinju. Yet we have not even caught a glimpse of the 9 nethergrass. Does this wondrous herb truly exist? Are the people from Lingdan's sect deceiving us?" The girl furrowed her brows, fatigue evident on her face. Standing beside her, a graceful woman regarded as master gently reproached, "Linger, have you complained about fatigue so many times in just 3 months? The prescription was given to me by a dear friend of many years. She would not deceive me, and no matter how difficult it may be to find, we must locate the 9 nethergrass. Only in this manner can the affliction of your revered master be cured." At that moment, Zhao Linger suddenly noticed the unique little building by the roadside, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Qitian Pavilion! Master, look! It states that entering this pavilion will grant insights into the mysteries of heaven. Why don't we step inside and see if the owner of Chi Tian Pavilion truly possesses such capabilities? Insights into the mysteries of heaven. The beautiful woman scoffed dismissively, considering the owner of Chi Tian Pavilion to be nothing more than a charlatan. However, given the relentless journey over the past few months, Zhao Linger genuinely required a moment of respite. Master, shall we enter for a cup of tea before continuing our travels? Reluctantly, the beautiful woman acquiesced, leading Zhao Linger into Chi Tian Pavilion. Out of concern for her disciple, she deemed it reasonable to pause briefly, at least to allow Linger a moment's rest. The instant they stepped into Chi Tian Pavilion, Su Che sensed their arrival. Through his omniscient gaze, he instantly grasped all pertinent information about the two. Su Che reclined leisurely in his rocking chair. He merely gestured towards the nearby tea table, showing no inclination to rise and greet them. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Feel free to pour your own tea. Miss Zhao, yes, you had traveled from afar. Your encounter here is indeed fortuitous. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. I offer a 10% discount. Humph, a typical ruse of the wandering world. Yimei coldly chuckled, preparing to mock him, but suddenly sensed something amiss. How does he know our surnames? Could he possibly recognize me? Yimei pondered, yet no recollection of this person surfaced in her mind. She was certain she had never encountered him before. Surprised, she cautiously shielded Zhao Linger, who was about to pour tea, and inquired, "How do you know us?" Su Che calmly pointed to the slogan on the door curtain and replied, "Upon arriving here, everything becomes clear. There's nothing I do not know." How absurd! Do you think I would fall for your tricks? Yimei's expression hardened, utterly disbelieving Su Che's boast. With that, she grasped Zhao Linger and prepared to leave, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Su Che, who remained seated in his rocking chair. From the very beginning, she had sensed an impenetrable depth to Su Che's strength, akin to staring into an unfathomable abyss. Her probing yielded no results. Simultaneously, Yimei began gathering her magical energy, ready to retaliate at the slightest movement from Su Che. However, in that very moment, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her. She found herself unable to channel her energy. Worse still, she could not even gather the most fundamental power of the laws. Who on earth are you? Yimei felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. The power to seal her energy and even her laws likely surpassed that of her master. Surely, her master, Zheng Qingqiu, one of the 6 elders of the Liuli Palace and a formidable celestial being, could not achieve such a feat. Could this person before her be of the golden immortal rank? Yet, how could a golden immortal appear in such a remote little town? Just as Yimei's thoughts spiraled, hesitant to act rashly, Su Che seemed to sense the opportune moment, adjusting his robe and standing up with composure. Do not be alarmed. I am merely a merchant. You are the first guests welcomed by Chi Tian Pavilion, and in celebration, all goods are offered at a 20% discount. It appears you are particularly interested in the Jiuyu grass. Su Che exuded a demeanor of calm assurance, as if he held dominion over all matters of the world. His words left Yimei and Zhao Linger once again in shock. How does he know we are searching for Jiuyu grass? We have not disclosed a single detail regarding it since entering Chi Tian Pavilion. Yet he seems to know our intentions with uncanny precision. Could he truly be a recluse of extraordinary wisdom? At this moment, the quick-witted Zhao Linger was the first to recover from her astonishment, her bright eyes blinking as she asked, "Senior, do you know where we might find Jiuyu grass?" Beside her, Yimei's breath quickened, her gaze revealing an eager anticipation. Chapter 76. Filled with bitterness at this juncture, she dared not harbor any further disdain, respectfully bowing as she said, "Senior, we are indeed in search of Jiuyu grass. If you possess information regarding its whereabouts, please do share. We are willing to offer an appropriate reward." Su Che smiled faintly. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. The rules here are simple. As long as you provide a suitable price, I can offer you the answers you seek. If you desire information about Jiuyu grass, then trade a treasure in exchange. Having said this, Su Che inquired within his mind, how many points of heavenly secrets are required to exchange for clues about Jiuyu grass? The system responded, 200 points. Upon learning the cost, Su Che devised a plan. patiently awaiting the duo to present their treasures. After a brief moment, instead of retrieving anything from their storage rings, they offered him a gleaming long sword. "Please take a look, Senior. This blood sword is a treasure I obtained from a secret realm, worthy of being called a quasi-immortal weapon." In her determination to heal her master, Yume unhesitatingly offered the quasi-immortal weapon she had risked her life to retrieve from the secret realm. Would this sword suffice to procure the information about Jiuyu grass? Suche raised an eyebrow, a spark of excitement igniting within him. He inwardly marveled at the wealth of treasures in the celestial realm. In lower realms, an imperial weapon would be a rare gem. Who would have thought he could acquire a quasi-immortal weapon so swiftly in the celestial realm? Consulting the system once more, what is the value of this somewhat damaged quasi-immortal sword? The system replied, despite its damage, it is valued at 400 points of heavenly secrets. What a profitable transaction! Suche felt a surge of joy within. Such a simple trade could yield double the points of heavenly secrets. Truly a windfall. Despite the turmoil within, he maintained an air of composure, accepting the blood sword without a second glance, depositing it into his own small world. System, convert this quasi-immortal weapon into points of heavenly secrets, and investigate the precise location of Jiuyu grass. As the system's prompt resounded, the conversion completed, leaving him with 200 points of heavenly secrets. Immediately, information regarding Jiuyu grass surfaced in Suche's mind. Under the watchful and eager gazes of Yimei and Zhao Linga, Suche slowly spoke. Jiuyu grass, a third-grade celestial treasure, possesses formidable soul-repairing properties. The nearest specimen is located 60,000 miles southwest of the Golden State in the northern domain, guarded by a mid-level spirit beast. Having said this, Suche took a gentle sip of tea, contemplating how to further explore potential clientele. Upon hearing the precise location of Jiuyu grass, Yimei initially felt elated, but her expression quickly dimmed upon learning that it was protected by a mid-level spirit beast. She was merely at the initial stage of Spirit Saint, having lost her only support. The quasi-mortal weapon, facing such a powerful foe, seemed almost hopeless. How could she possibly obtain Jiuyu grass? Bitterness filled Yimei's heart. Just as she felt an overwhelming sense of dejection, Suche's voice rang out once more. The beast is a dragon-patterned giant python that has just recently broken through. It will shed its skin in 3 days, at which time it will be most vulnerable. You may seize the opportunity to defeat it and claim the Jiuyu grass. That's why Yimei's emotions soared like a roller coaster. Tears streaming down her face with excitement, and she promptly knelt before Suche. "That I shall forever remember your guidance, Senior." In her eyes, Suche appeared increasingly benevolent, truly the greatest benefactor in the world. Not only did he reveal the location of Jiuyu grass, but he also provided a method to defeat the guardian beast. Reflecting on her previous sorrow over losing the quasi-immortal weapon that had accompanied her for many years, she now felt that it was all worth it. Suche smiled slightly and waved his sleeve, a gentle breeze lifting in truth, the information regarding the beast was obtained alongside the location of Jiuyu grass. He had merely paused for a sip of water upon feeling thirsty. With the precise information now acquired, you may prepare to set off immediately. Senior, the journey ahead is long. May I leave Linger here to await my return? Suche nodded in agreement. Of course, I find myself a bit lonely alone. Having someone for company would be quite pleasant. The depth of your wisdom is truly unfathomable, your knowledge vast, and your heart generous. You are indeed a transcendent being. Yume could not help but express her admiration. Upon learning she could remain in Qitian Pavilion, Zhao Linger was overjoyed. Hope for her master's cure had emerged, and she need not continue her frantic search. Most importantly, she could stay beside the senior, and if she could receive some guidance, that would be even better. After Yi Mei departed Qitian Pavilion, she was astonished to discover that the restrictions on her had vanished completely. The wisdom of the senior is truly immeasurable. Gazing at the 3 grand characters of Qitian Pavilion, Yi Mei activated her escape light, flying towards the direction indicated by Suche. Within Qitian Pavilion, the astute Zhao Linger took the initiative to brew another cup of tea for Suche, respectfully handing it to him. "Senior, how should I address you?" Zhao Linger asked, her bright eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Suche, Observing her obedient demeanor, Su Che was reminded of the 3 disciples he had encountered in the Lost Land. "I am Su Che. You may call me Senior Su." "All right, Senior Su. Do you believe Master can confront that giant snake?" Su Che nodded. "The information I provide will not be erroneous, as long as she follows my method. There shall be no issues." Subsequently, he gestured towards his leg, requesting assistance with a casual plea. Thousands of miles away in the endless mountains, you may reach the location described by Su Che within half a day. She employed her divine sense to swiftly survey the situation within dozens of miles around her. Indeed, the aura of a spirit saint ferocious beast. Soon, you may follow the aura to a nearby site where a colossal python, adorned with dragon patterns and stretching several dozen zhong, came in and reviewed that it was indeed a dragon-patterned python in the mid-stage of Spirit Saint. Truly, the Elder is a remarkable being, filled with joy. You may realize that since the Elder had foretold the appearance of the dragon-patterned python, the 9 nethergrass must be in the vicinity. She cautiously concealed her aura, striving not to disturb the dragon-patterned python, and began her meticulous search. Before long, beneath the rocky cliff behind the python, she discovered traces of the 9 nethergrass, its emerald green color, consisting of 9 leaves surrounded by a chilling aura, confirmed it to be the 9 nethergrass. Yume was overjoyed, never expecting this task to proceed so smoothly. All thanks to the Elder's guidance. The Elder truly spoke no falsehood upon entering the Chitian Pavilion. Even the secrets of the heavens could be foretold. However, Yume had no intention of acting rashly. As the dragon-patterned python was nearby, guarding its territory, she decided to remain hidden and wait for 3 days, until the python shed its skin and entered a weakened state, before seizing the 9 nethergrass. Ever since hearing Su Che's words, she had unwavering faith in his abilities, believing that what he said would surely come to pass. 3 fleeting days later, Yume abruptly opened her eyes from meditation, her gaze locking onto the coiled, dragon-patterned python in the distance. Chapter 77. Oblivious to danger, the massive python was seen entwined around a gigantic stone pillar, continuously rubbing against it, as a translucent old skin gradually peeled away from its body. The Elder's words proved to be true. Yume marveled inwardly. This was indeed the perfect opportunity, recognizing that this was the python's most vulnerable moment. Yume acted without hesitation, her mind focused as a blade of icy energy shot forth from her fingertips. The sword energy elongated with the wind, aimed directly at the python in the midst of its shedding. Although the python sensed danger and attempted to twist its massive body to escape, its movements were exceedingly sluggish due to being halfway through the shedding process, rendering it incapable of evading Yume's attack. The icy sword energy struck the python's body, freezing its motions instantly, frost flowers rapidly crystallizing on its scales and spreading throughout its form. Yume's aim was not to slay the python. Although it was currently weak, as a mid-stage, spirit, saint ferocious beast, it was beyond her capability to kill it swiftly. Thus, her plan was to utilize the laws of ice to temporarily immobilize the python, seizing the precious 9 nethergrass in the process. Seeing her strategy succeed, with the python successfully frozen, a satisfied smile graced Yume's face. She gracefully leaped to the rock beneath which the 9 nethergrass grew, swiftly gathering the herbs into her possession. With her prize secured, Yume felt a sense of relief wash over her. You have not inscribed anything upon your door. If responding to the collective sentiments of those around him. Su Che felt a surge of inspiration, and in his hand appeared a new door curtain. With a gentle wave, the fresh curtain adorned the entrance of Chitian Pavilion. However, this time, a few additional words were inscribed upon it. Provocateurs. Perish. Yume silently observed this scene from the sidelines, her respect for the Elder's methods growing even more profound. Domineering. Yet, in her eyes, the Elder remained a paragon of virtue, not only aiding her in acquiring the 9 nethergrass, but also effortlessly dispatching the dragon-patterned giant python that pursued her. Elder, I must return to the sect. My master's illness cannot be delayed any longer. Yume cautiously bid farewell to Su Che, occasionally glancing up to gauge his expression. Go ahead, should you require anything in the future. Do not hesitate to seek me out. Certainly, Elder. Linger. We shall return home. Yi Mei grasped Zhao Linger's hand, and after expressing her gratitude to Su Che once more, departed from Qiqian Pavilion. Before leaving, Zhao Linger cast a lingering glance at Su Che. As if she wished to remain, she felt that her cultivation speed had significantly accelerated during her days at Qiqian Pavilion. Elder, I shall come back to visit you. Zhao Linger's sentiments were not mere illusions. The area where Qiqian Pavilion was situated was, in fact, a projection of Su Che's miniature world, where the spiritual energy was far more abundant than in Jinzhou, coupled with a constant infusion of power from a Jinmu. This place had become a sanctuary for cultivation. After the two guests had departed, Su Che summoned the system. System, how far can I elevate my cultivation with the 200 heavenly mechanism points I earned this time? Master, you require an additional 300 points to ascend to the next minor realm. Su Che was taken aback, realizing that, currently at the mid-stage of the sacred realm, he would need a total of 500 heavenly mechanism points to advance a single minor realm. With the elevation of his realm, the requisite points were increasingly demanding. However, he found solace in the fact that, with the 10,000-fold heavenly Tao, Fenger would experience a significant boost in cultivation speed after enduring the trials of the Lost Land, consequently elevating his own prowess. Thus, there was little cause for concern regarding the speed of his realm advancement. I shall hold on to these points for now. I will elevate my cultivation once I have amassed enough. With this plan in mind, Su Che reclined back into his chair, savoring a moment of tranquility. The feeling of growing stronger without the need for cultivation was truly delightful. However, the heavenly mechanism points provided by clients at the sacred realm were still too meager. He needed to devise a strategy to attract some significant clients. And so, 2 days passed in serene quietude. One afternoon, as Su Che basked in the sun, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the skies of Yaoguang City. Accompanied by the resounding thunder, a mighty dragon's roar pierced the heavens, revealing a golden dragon spiraling above the city. The dragon cast its gaze upon Qiqian Pavilion, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, it descended before the pavilion, transforming into an elderly man clad in golden robes. The cultivators of Yaoguang City, upon hearing the commotion, rushed to the scene, and when they recognized the elder, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It is a member of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Why has the North Sea Dragon Palace come to our Yaoguang City? I recall just a few days ago, a dragon-patterned giant python was slain by the master of Qiqian Pavilion. Right, that dragon-patterned giant python undoubtedly belonged to the North Sea Dragon Palace. We are in deep trouble now. Indeed, the North Sea Dragon Palace is one of the most formidable forces in the northern region. I wonder if the master of Qiqian Pavilion can withstand this. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, the elder in golden robes let out a cold snort, unleashing a potent sound wave that instantaneously felled several of the gossiping onlookers. The remaining cultivators turned pale, paralyzed with fear as they silently acknowledged the North Sea Dragon Palace's domineering reputation. Nearby, the patrolling city guards witnessed the scene with horror and hurriedly raced to report to the city lord. At that moment, the elder in golden robes bellowed, "Which fool dares to slay a member of my North Sea Dragon clan?" It turned out that the dragon-patterned giant python was his subordinate, possessing a trace of true dragon bloodline. Just as the elder prepared to enter Qiqian Pavilion, the city lord of Fengshan arrived at the scene, his face adorned with a smile as he greeted. "Esteemed elder of the North Sea Dragon clan, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Please forgive my oversight." However, the elder in golden robes showed no appreciation for the city lord's warm reception, coldly retorting, "Get lost. Speak further, and I shall slay you too." The city lord's smile instantly froze, and he awkwardly replied, "Elder, though Yaoguang City may be modest, it is under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court. I hope you can show me some leniency. Should you have any matters, please let me handle them on your behalf." The lord of Yaoguang City had initially intended to disregard such trivialities. Yet as the ruler of a city and a figure with a position in the Celestial Court, how could he simply allow a member of the Dragon Clan to act with impunity within his territory? However, his response was met with a resounding slap across the face. The elder in golden robes withdrew his hand, casting a chilling glare at him, reprimanding, "You dare to speak in my presence, you insignificant spirit saint?" He continued, "Do you still wish to use the Celestial Court to suppress me?" This is the northern region, not the ancient wilderness. After all, he was merely a practitioner at the late stage of the Spirit Saint realm, while the other party was a true dragon who had achieved the celestial immortal realm. The disparity between them was akin to heaven and earth at that moment. The city lord felt not only humiliated, but also a swell of resentment towards Chitian Pavilion. Damn that Chitian Pavilion! I have yet to begin taxing you, and you have already brought me such immense trouble. He nearly contemplated relinquishing everything, thinking that death would be a release. The surrounding cultivators were equally filled with trepidation, as their most respected city lord appeared so insignificant before the elder. It seemed that Chitian Pavilion was inescapably facing calamity this time. The elder in golden robes paid no further heed to the city lord and his companions, striding directly towards Chitian Pavilion. Upon stepping inside, he felt an otherworldly aura, as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Indeed, there is some depth here. No wonder they could slay that useless snake. Despite sensing the peculiarity of Chitian Pavilion, he did not dwell on it excessively. Suche was reclining in his chair, perusing an ancient tome, and upon noticing Suche's leisurely demeanor, the elder in golden robes seethed with anger. How could one remain so composed after having slain his subordinate? This was a blatant affront to the entire dragon clan of the northern region. Enraged, the elder began to condense a breath of dragon essence. Yet, amid all this, Suche remained unfazed, having grasped every bit of information about the elder the moment he stepped into Chitian Pavilion. Chapter 79. The corresponding price in a realm of profound tranquility. Ao Shurian, the ninth elder of the North Sea Dragon Palace, who had lived for 900,000 years, was plotting his revenge against the dragon-patterned giant python slayer with his initial strength in the celestial immortal realm. When Suche's gaze first fell upon Ao Shurian, an indescribable feeling surged within him, as if all secrets were being ruthlessly unveiled in that instant. Outside Chitian Pavilion, the city lord of Yaoguang led numerous pairs of eyes. Fixated on every movement within that, Ao Shurian attempted to shake off the discomfort in his mind, but Suche's words pierced through like a cold arrow. "Did you slay that useless snake?" Suche pointed at the newly hung door curtain, which read, "Provocateurs perish." Upon speaking, his gaze bore profound significance. Lingering upon Ao Shurian, in that moment, a tempest of disbelief surged within Ao Shurian as he stared at Suche in astonishment. "Provocateurs perish? Is this a warning directed at me?" In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "What audacity! You dare to slay my subordinate. Today, you shall pay your blood debts in kind." As he spoke, he released a wave of murderous intent, preparing to unleash the dragon essence he had been gathering for some time. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ao Shurian's expression suddenly froze, as the dragon essence he had conjured vanished without a trace. Even worse, he realized that he could not muster a single shred of magical power. Meanwhile, Suche stood there, an enigmatic smile gracing his features as he observed the unfolding drama at that moment. Ao Shurian looked at Suche with eyes full of fear and reverence, coming to the realization that the other's power far exceeded his expectations, faced with someone capable of silently restraining his powers. Ao Shurian's aged body began to tremble, and the once surging killing intent dissipated into thin air. Aware that he might not return from this encounter, Ao Shurian was drenched in cold sweat. Forcing a smile as he softly said, "Esteemed elder, this is a misunderstanding. I was merely passing through." In that instant, the arrogance he once possessed had completely vanished, leaving only the hope to escape with his life from Suche's grasp. In a moment of desperate clarity, Ao Shurian swiftly retrieved from his storage ring a meticulously crafted dragon scale armor, presenting it respectfully before Suche. "Esteemed elder, this is a small gift I have prepared. Please accept it," he said earnestly. This dragon scale armor, refined from his own dragon scales over the course of 10,000 years, was a top-tier defensive celestial artifact, worth its weight in gold. Without hesitation, he offered it up to preserve his life, that a first-grade defensive celestial artifact. Suche murmured softly, while discreetly activating his system. System, how many heavenly mechanism points can this be exchanged for, given that defensive celestial artifacts are relatively rare? It could be exchanged for 1,500 heavenly mechanism points. The system replied that Su Chain nodded in satisfaction, accepting the dragon scale armor and directly storing it in his miniature world, though he did not immediately allow the system to absorb it. Having obtained 1,500 heavenly mechanism points without effort, Su Che felt a surge of joy. You are somewhat perceptive. I shall not pursue the matter further today. Upon hearing these words, Ao Shrien felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing his head, and then rose to his feet, hastily making his way towards the exit of Chitian Pavilion. I am grateful to the elder for sparing my life. I shall take my leave. Wait. Just as Ao Shrien was about to step out of Chitian Pavilion, Su Che suddenly called out to him. Ao Shrien's body stiffened, and his heart raced anew. Slowly, he turned around. Mustering the courage to ask, "May I inquire if the elder has further instructions?" The reason Su Che stopped him was not to make things difficult, but rather because he had perceived a potential major client. "Since you have come to my Chitian Pavilion, it is a matter of fate. Given that you just gifted me a first-grade immortal artifact, I can offer you some guidance." Su Che continued. "You have been stuck at the initial stage of the celestial immortal realm for nearly 1,000 years. Haven to you, your lifespan is now less than 500 years. If you wish to break through before your life force runs out, it is nearly impossible. Are you truly willing to fade away like this?" Upon hearing this, Ao Shrien's heart was shaken profoundly. Each word struck deeply within him. After over 90,000 years of cultivation to reach the celestial immortal realm, how could he resign himself to such a fate? Yet, limited by his own aptitude, advancing further seemed almost a luxury. "Elder, how do you know all this?" Ao Shrien was astounded. This sensation was different from the previous shock he felt from Su Che's strength. He could genuinely sense that Su Che saw through him entirely. "Do not forget where this place is. I am omniscient." Su Che reminded him like that moment. Ao Shrien suddenly recalled the words on the curtain he had seen upon entering Chitian Pavilion. "Enter this pavilion, and the heavenly mysteries can be discerned." Could this elder truly possess the ability to know all and reach the heavens? Do you aspire to break through to the mid-stage, late stage of the celestial immortal realm, or even reach the golden immortal realm? What? Ao Shrien was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with overwhelming joy. "Indeed, I, as a junior, certainly wish for that. This is the wish I have longed for." He hurriedly approached Su Che and, with a thud, knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. Since this mysterious elder spoke thus, he must possess a method to aid him in breaking through. Ao Shrien was resolute. He must seize this opportunity. Seeing the fish take the bait, Su Che leisurely said, "There is indeed a method. However, due to your advanced age, your vital energy has begun to wane, and coupled with your limited talent, ordinary methods will not suffice for you. I implore you, Elder, please point me in the right direction. I am willing to pay any price." Ao Shrien insisted, bowing deeply. Su Che's words resonated deeply within him. He understood his predicament, but could not find a way out. The reason he had nurtured that dragon-patterned giant python was that it contained a trace of true dragon bloodline and possessed outstanding talent. He dreamed of one day activating the true dragon bloodline within the giant python and then devouring it to enhance his own constitution. Yet the success rate of this method was exceedingly low, and he himself had little confidence. System: search for opportunities within the northern region that can assist Ao Shrien in enhancing his aptitude and breaking through, along with the required consumption of heavenly mystery points. The system replied. Query complete. IT continued. Based on your conditions, there are 3 options available. Option 1. The ruins of Bei Xianzuan's cave, requiring 1.5 million heavenly mystery points, which can provide specific information. Option 2. The Taishang 9-turn immortal pill, requiring 500,000 heavenly mystery points, which can exchange for the formula. Option 3. The secret realm of the purple robe dragon king, requiring 3,000 heavenly mystery points, which can grant access to the entrance. Upon hearing this, Su Che couldn't help but gasp. These options were exorbitantly priced, requiring tens of thousands to even millions of heavenly mystery points, considering that Ao Shrien seemed unable to produce such an amount. The third option would have to suffice. Now that a solution had been found, it would depend on whether Ao Shrien was willing to pay the corresponding price. Chapter 80. An unforgettable experience. Su Che looked at Ao Shiyan with profound meaning, calculating that this was the first significant business opportunity he had encountered, and he must seize it wisely. Feeling somewhat apprehensive under Su Che's gaze, Ao Shiyan cautiously asked, "Elder, have you found a solution?" "Naturally," Su Che replied, clearing his throat and adjusting his sleeves before announcing, "Qiqian Pavilion knows all. I humbly request the elder to guide me." Ao Shiyan once again bowed respectfully in request as Su Che returned to his reclining chair, gently tapping the coffee table, and began to elaborate on the specifics of the third option. Within the mysterious territory of the Purple Road Dragon King lies a dragon pearl that can enhance your aptitude and assist you in breaking through. Su Che paused momentarily, taking a sip from his teacup, his gaze fixed upon Ao Shiyan. Ao Shiyan immediately understood, stepping forward and bowing slightly to respond, "I comprehend. To gain the elder's guidance and opportunity, a corresponding price must be paid." Ao Shiyan was fully aware of this, for there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Thus, without hesitation, he retrieved a first-grade immortal artifact-level alchemy furnace from his storage ring and respectfully presented it to Su Che. "Please take a look, Elder. This alchemy furnace was obtained by me in a secret realm." As Su Che merely glanced at it, then queried through the system, "How much is this alchemy furnace worth in heavenly mystery points?" The system responded, "Master, it is valued at 1,000 heavenly mystery points. Only 1,000. It seems insufficient." As Su Che frowned slightly, indicating that this transaction was not advantageous for him. Noticing Su Che's expression, Ao Shiyan realized that his gift had not met expectations and began searching again within his storage ring. After a moment, he produced a pair of gold-scaled scissors, also classified as a first-grade immortal artifact. "Elder, please accept this." This time, the system proactively informed Su Che, "This item is valued at 1,200 heavenly mystery points." Su Che nodded inwardly, estimating the general value range of first-grade immortal artifacts. Subsequently, he accepted the gold-scaled scissors, his expression softening slightly, yet he remained silent. Seeing this, Ao Shiyan gritted his teeth, deciding to take a bold step. He directly removed his storage ring and handed it to Su Che. "This contains all my savings accumulated over tens of thousands of years. I humbly request your guidance, leveraging the power of the laws within the small world of Qiqian Pavilion." Su Che effortlessly dispelled the soul imprint on the storage ring and delved inside to inspect its contents. Ao Shiyan was astonished to discover that Su Che had almost made no evident movements while unsealing his soul, a display of strength that was genuinely awe-inspiring. After quickly browsing the items within the storage ring, Su Che noted that most were ordinary objects, with few truly valuable items. However, in a corner, he found several spiritually rich medicinal herbs and a set of dragon-scale armor identical to what Ao Shiyan had previously showcased. "So, you had these treasures hidden away, didn't you?" Su Che mused inwardly, extracting the herbs and dragon-scale armor. System, calculate the total value of these items in heavenly mystery points. As Su Che mentally tallied, the herbs and dragon-scale armor were worth a total of 2,700 heavenly mystery points, combined with the previous accumulation, reaching a total of 4,900 heavenly mystery points, netting a profit of 1,900. He returned the storage ring to Ao Shiyan, inquiring, "Adding these herbs and armor together, it should be about this amount. What do you think?" Faced with such generous terms, Ao Shiyan dared not utter a single complaint, immediately expressing his deep respect and willingness to comply with the elder's arrangements. "These are merely external possessions. Gaining the elder's guidance is what truly matters." "Very well." Su Che responded with a hearty laugh, then issued commands to the system. "Retain the dragon-scale armor. Absorb and exchange the rest. Next, assist me in acquiring the information regarding the entrance to the secret realm of the Purple Road Dragon King." The system quickly responded, absorbed, gaining 3,400 heavenly mystery points. Exchanged, consuming 3,000 heavenly mystery points. Shortly thereafter, the information regarding the entrance to the Purple Rogue Dragon King's secret realm, along with a brief map, appeared in Su Che's mind. This is all the information regarding the Purple Rogue Dragon King's secret realm, along with a complimentary brief map. "I wish you success in your breakthrough." Su Che engraved all the information onto a jade slip and tossed it to Ao Shiyin. Receiving the jade slip, Ao Shiyin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully cradled it, eager to explore its contents with his consciousness. After reading it, he let out a long sigh of relief, carefully storing the jade slip away. Then solemnly bowed 3 times to Su Che. The elder's immense kindness will be forever etched in my memory. After leaving Chichen Pavilion, Ao Shin noticed that the strange feeling that had previously plagued him had vanished, and his magical power had fully restored. He turned back for a deep gaze at Chichen Pavilion, bowing respectfully, before transforming into a golden dragon and soaring into the sky. This scene left the city lord of Fengsheng and his companions utterly dumbfounded, struggling to believe that this was the same fierce 9th elder of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Now, he was humble and polite, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what had caused Ao Shiyin to undergo such a profound transformation in less than half an hour. The city lord of Fengsheng gazed at Chichen Pavilion, filled with curiosity and questions. It seemed that this Chichen Pavilion was far from an ordinary place. He then summoned a subordinate to inquire, when did Chichen Pavilion appear in our Yaoguang city? The patrolling soldier pondered for a moment, hesitatingly responding, My lord, it appears to have suddenly emerged a few days ago. The expression on the lord of the sealed city darkened immediately, and he retorted with dissatisfaction. Appears. You bear the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the city. How can you be so negligent? Observing the lord's fury, the patrolling soldier hastily replied, Please grant me a moment, my lord. I shall investigate the origins of Chichen Pavilion at once. Foolish, the lord of the sealed city scolded sternly. That enigmatic master within Chichen Pavilion is not someone you can disturb at will. Did you not notice how even the 9th elder of the North Domain Dragon Palace treats him with utmost caution? Such a figure is not one we can provoke lightly. Now, begone. After dismissing his bewildered subordinate, the lord of the sealed city began to contemplate privately. He had not anticipated that such a formidable individual would visit his small town. It seemed he must pay a personal visit. For prudence's sake, he would prepare a generous gift beforehand. Having made his decision, the lord returned to his residence and instructed his subordinates not to disturb the esteemed elder within Chichen Pavilion lightly. Following this incident, the name Chichen Pavilion gradually spread throughout the small town. Within Chichen Pavilion, Su Che had just concluded a significant transaction, his spirits buoyed. System, there are still 600 heavenly points remaining. Use them to enhance my cultivation. The system responded, consuming 500 heavenly points, advancing to the late stage of the Saint Realm. Chapter 81. Profound and unfathomable. As the system's notification faded, a profound power surged throughout Su Che's being. His aura steadily rising as Su Che felt his internal mana bubbling with vitality, stabilizing soon after at the late stage of the Saint Realm. The system prompted once more, enhancement complete. The next upgrade requires at least 1,500 heavenly points. Su Che nodded, understanding that the required heavenly points would significantly increase with each level. Thus, he resolved to work even harder to amass resources. After enhancing his cultivation, Su Che used his small world to give 2 pieces of dragon scale armor of celestial grade to Bai Feng and the others. Fenger, these 2 pieces of dragon scale armor are newly acquired by your master. They are both defensive, celestial artifacts. Coupled with the Haotian mirror obtained previously in the Lost Land, your defensive capabilities will be greatly enhanced. In the Lost Land, Bai Feng and his companions gazed in astonishment at the dragon-scale armor gifted by their master, exclaiming, This is truly a celestial artifact. It is my first encounter with such a treasure. Has Master defeated another celestial being to claim their storage ring? Now, even though Master is yet to fully recover from his injuries, he is still concerned about procuring protective gear for us. As his disciples, we must not disappoint his expectations. Indeed. Murong Qian and Meng Ying nodded resolutely, their eyes brimming with determination. Hey, asked the elder brother. Bai Feng thoughtfully divided the 2 pieces of dragon-scale armor between his 2 junior sisters. While he continued to wield the quasi-celestial artifact, the Haotian mirror, Bai Feng had always been a commendable elder brother, prioritizing his junior sisters when it came to good fortune. With the defensive celestial artifacts bestowed by Su Che, Bai Feng and his companions felt a surge of confidence. With their current strength, they could almost look down upon others in the Lost Land, in a deep abyss canyon along the North Domain coastline. Ao Shurien, after enduring a grueling journey for half a month, finally arrived at the location of the entrance to the secret realm of the Purple Shirt Dragon King, as recorded in the Jade Slip. Above the canyon, a dense fog enveloped the area. Even the divine sense of the celestial realm powerhouse, Ao Shurien, could not penetrate the mysterious mist. He could only transform into human form and descend from the air to the cliff's edge, relying on his keen eyesight to search meticulously. After several hours, Ao Shurien returned to the cliff's summit. Exhaustion etched across his face. He had scoured the entire precipice, but found nothing. Could the information in the Jade Slip be false? The thought pierced his heart, akin to years of savings washed away. Yet soon, Shurien dismissed his doubt. No, that is impossible. The prowess of the Elder is unfathomable. He would never deceive me. Reflecting on the myriad miracles witnessed within Qitian Pavilion, his conviction deepened, and he resolved to re-evaluate every word spoken by the Elder. Suddenly, Ao Shurien recalled that the Jade Slip had mentioned a mirage formation concealing the entrance. That's right, the entrance must be hidden within this fog. He swiftly concentrated his mind, sensing the subtle changes around him, ultimately discerning anomalies within the mist. Consequently, Ao Shurien gathered his dragon breath and unleashed a strike towards the heart of the fog. In an instant, the mist churned, gradually coalescing into a vortex. Remembering the description in the Jade Slip, Ao Shurien erupted into laughter. The Elder is indeed wise. It is a great honor to receive guidance from him. Dragon King's secret realm, here I come. With a hearty laugh, Ao Shurien transformed into a golden dragon and plunged into the vortex. Upon entering the secret realm, Ao Shurien cautiously surveyed his surroundings before retrieving a Jade Slip. Following the map inscribed upon it, he made his way toward the core of the secret realm. Thankfully, with the Elder's reminder, otherwise, even if I were fortunate enough to enter this place, I would have lost my life by triggering the prohibitions. He thought, a sense of trepidation lingering, but a surge of admiration for Su Che welled up within him. Realizing the importance of following in the footsteps of strong individuals, with the assistance of this Elder, my future will shine brightly. Ao Shurien deeply felt that rather than blindly exploring, it was wiser to follow the light of the sage, since the Elder is both approachable and has simple principles. All I need to do is focus on collecting treasures to earn further guidance. With unwavering determination, he set his sights on searching for the dragon pearls left behind by the Purple Shirt Dragon King, dismissing distractions and commencing his actions. Meanwhile, within Qitian Pavilion, two beautiful women stood respectfully before Su Che. Elder, we meet again. Zhao Linger waved her hand cheerfully, a smile gracing her features that Yimei, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, first expressed her gratitude to Su Che for assisting her in locating the 9 nethergrass, which had enabled her master to recover. Elder, we have come not only to express our thanks, but also to inquire if there might be opportunities for breakthroughs available here. Su Che was already aware of their intentions, contemplating the potential price. Opportunities, well, I do have some, but your master must come personally. Upon hearing Su Che's words, Yimei nodded in understanding and swiftly returned to the sect to report. 3 days later, a lavishly decorated flying vessel made its way toward Yaoguang City. On board, 2 graceful women stood at the bow, preparing to welcome the impending significant moment. Leading the way was Yimei's master, Zheng Yunxiu, one of the 6 elders of the Lioli Palace, a formidable expert possessing celestial realm strength. Clad in white garments, Zheng Yunxiu's nearly ethereal countenance bore a perpetual hint of frost, exuding an aura that discouraged easy approach. Yimei stood beside her, pointing towards the direction of Yaoguang City, stating, Master, we shall arrive at Yaoguang City in another 6,000 miles. She continued, Qitian Pavilion is located within Yaoguang City. The esteemed master there is not only incredibly powerful, but also remarkably approachable. From Yimei's words, it was evident that she held immense admiration and trust for the master of Qitian Pavilion. Over the past few days, Zheng Yunxiu had repeatedly heard Yimei extol the virtues of this mysterious master. Yet she had maintained a cautious stance as an elder of the Lioli Palace. Zheng Yunxiu had traversed tens of thousands of years in cultivation, well-versed in discerning truth from mere hearsay. To ascertain the true strength of this master of Qitian Pavilion, she needed to witness it with her own eyes. Is the master of Qitian Pavilion truly so formidable? Zheng Yunxiu inquired. Disciple would never deceive her master. The master's strength far exceeds what I can fathom, especially his astonishing ability to divine heavenly secrets. Yimei replied. Master, you have lingered in the celestial realm for many years. The opportunity for your breakthrough may lie with him. After approximately half an hour, their luxurious flying vessel reached the skies above Yaoguang City, disregarding the city's flight prohibitions as it descended directly. Within the Lord's mansion, the Lord of the Sealed City sensed the overwhelming pressure and hurried outside to investigate. It is the flying vessel of the Lioli Palace. Upon recognizing the flag, a wave of unease washed over him. The Ice Beauty has arrived. Zheng Yunxiu, the sixth elder of the Lioli Palace. Zheng Yunxiu was renowned throughout the North Domain, famed for her cultivation of an emotionless technique, characterized by her cold demeanor and formidable strength. In the past, when Ao Xin had visited Yaoguang City, the Lord had dared to engage in conversation. However, in the presence of Zheng Yunxiu, he lacked even the courage to approach and greet her. Chapter 82. The obsession of revenge because she is a merciless powerhouse, should one inadvertently provoke her. They might face a swift execution by her sword. The opulent flying vessel made its way directly to Qitian Pavilion, and soon Zheng Yunxiu and Yimei leapt down from the vessel, transforming into two beams of light that landed before the entrance of Qitian Pavilion. Zheng Yunxiu did not enter immediately, but stood at the entrance, scrutinizing the structure carefully. Her gaze slowly swept over the pavilion, and a flicker of surprise crossed her icy eyes. This building seemed to transcend the confines of this world, existing in a realm of its own. Could it be that this master has profound knowledge of the laws of space? The laws of time and space are regarded as the two most powerful laws. The master of Qitian Pavilion, possessing mastery over these two laws, is certainly no ordinary person. In Zheng Yunxiu's gaze, a hint of seriousness revealed a profound interest in the master of Qitian Pavilion, whom she had never met before. Let us proceed, she softly uttered. Just before stepping into Qitian Pavilion, Yimei quietly cautioned. Master, though this senior appears amiable, one must not underestimate her. Concerned that her stern master might inadvertently offend the other party, she felt compelled to offer this warning. However, Zheng Yunxiu did not reply and walked directly inside. Not far away, the Lord of Yaoguang City breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two enter Qitian Pavilion. Oh, they are here to seek the master of Qitian Pavilion. That is good. As long as they are not here to cause trouble in the city, he muttered to himself, then shook his head and instructed his subordinates to closely monitor the situation at Qitian Pavilion before returning to the Lord's mansion. Upon entering Qitian Pavilion, Zheng Yunxiu felt her magical powers seemingly suppressed by some unknown force, rendering even the power of the laws undetectable. Although Yimei had forewarned her of such a phenomenon, she was still taken aback by the capabilities of the master of Qitian Pavilion. Upon seeing the esteemed guests arrive, Su Che wore his signature gentle smile, while Zhao Linger busily prepared tea beside him. Zheng Daoyu, it brings me great joy to see you, Su Che greeted warmly. Zheng Yunxiu politely responded, I have long heard of the master's illustrious name. It is indeed extraordinary to meet you today. Her gaze then fell upon Zhao Linger, and her icy demeanor softened slightly as she inquired with concern, Linger, you haven't caused any trouble for the master these past few days, have you? Standing nearby. Yimei pondered, my master is always so cold to me, but shows such concern for Linger. Is this what they call generational affection? Zhao Linger playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, not at all. I've had a wonderful time chatting with a senior, and I've even received some guidance that has allowed me to progress swiftly. With the senior's help, I've already made a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Spirit Sovereign Realm. Upon hearing this, both Yimei and Zheng Yunxiu were taken aback, filled with astonishment and envy for the fortunate girl. Zheng Yunxiu earnestly expressed, I am sincerely grateful to the master for taking care of Linger during these days. Having witnessed Su Che's miraculous abilities firsthand, Zheng Yunxiu felt a surge of confidence in her quest for opportunities. Master, I have come to seek a method for breaking through my cultivation. Might there be suitable opportunities for me here? Zhang Yunxiu, who practiced the emotionless technique, often exuded an aura of frostiness. Yet this did not imply a lack of understanding of human sentiments in truth, it was merely that the people surrounding her did not warrant her efforts to cultivate relationships. At this moment, in gratitude for Su Che's guidance of her disciple, Zhang Yunxiu cleverly produced a quasi-immortal artifact from her storage ring as a gift for Su Che, undoubtedly the best way to strengthen their bond. After all, it is said that no gift is too much when offered in good faith. Su Che casually accepted the gift. He fell into contemplation. Through the eye of all-knowing, Su Che gleaned some information about Zhang Yunxiu. She was 62, 361 years old, at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm, serving as the sixth elder of Liuli Palace. Faced with Zhang Yunxiu's heartfelt gratitude, Su Che felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had initially thought he was merely sharing a piece of free information. Yet the other party expressed a desire to follow him for a lifetime. After acquiring the clues to the cultivation technique and secret realm, Zhang Yunxiu promptly bid farewell to Su Che and set off on her journey to the purple-robed Dragon King's secret realm. For her, every moment was of paramount importance. Only by breaking through to the Immortal King realm within a 200-year time frame could she escape the impending fate of death on the flying vessel. Yi Mei cast a puzzled glance at her hurried master. Although she had roughly deduced the crisis facing her master, she could not comprehend why her master did not choose to rely on Su Che more closely. Was there truly a threat that even this senior could not resolve? Recalling her master's words about following Su Che for a lifetime, Yi Mei couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. She cleared her throat and softly inquired, "Master, what do you think of Senior Su?" Upon mentioning Su Che, a hint of softness flickered across Zhang Yunxiu's stern visage as she replied, "Senior possesses vast wisdom and an approachable demeanor. He is a figure worthy of respect." Not receiving the answer she desired, Yi Mei pressed on, asking if her master deemed Senior Su suitable as a companion. This question caused Zhang Yunxiu's cheeks to flush. As she rebuked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and focus on your cultivation." Thus, half a month later, they arrived above the abyssal rift in the northern domain. Under Su Che's guidance, Zhang Yunxiu swiftly located the position of the secret realm. "Oh, how come someone arrived before me?" she exclaimed, astonished, as she gazed at the swirling passage opened in the sea of clouds. Turning to her companion Yi Mei, she instructed, "You stay here and wait for me." With that, she soared into the vortex on her sword. Upon entering the purple-robed Dragon King's secret realm, Zhang Yunxiu quickly discerned the traces left by Ao Shurian. Comparing it with the map provided by Su Che, she noted that this individual had cleverly avoided all areas marked as dangerous. What luck he has to find such a concealed place and evade all hazards, Zhang Yunxiu mused, unaware that this person had also relied on the map held by the Lord of Qitian Pavilion to reach this location. Following the map's guidance, Zhang Yunxiu began to search for valuable resources within the secret realm. She overlooked nothing, whether it be precious herbs or items beneficial for cultivation. Gradually, she approached the core area of the secret realm. Just as she was about to harvest an exceedingly rare Millennium Spirit herb, a furious roar erupted from the palace at the center of the secret realm. "Who dares to trespass upon my domain?" At that moment, Ao Shurian had just completed his research on the relics left by the purple-robed Dragon King and was preparing to refine them. However, on the third day, he sensed a foreign aura. Someone had intruded into his secret realm. In a fit of rage, Ao Shurian unleashed his celestial immortal strength. Intending to intimidate the intruder, he did not wish to see his 3 days of effort go to waste due to distraction. Yet, responding to him was the equally formidable power of Frost Law, as Zhang Yunxiu showcased her own strength. Zhang Yunxiu advanced directly to the Grand Hall, eager to discover who had arrived first. "So it is you, a member of the Northern Domain Dragon Palace." She recognized Ao Shurian, adding, "I have no intention of robbing you while you are in distress. This secret realm is what I acquired with my utmost savings. Leave the Dragon Pearl behind and depart, and we shall owe each other nothing." Zhang Yunxiu's words rang with conviction, as this seemed entirely reasonable to her. However, Ao Shurian was not swayed. "Nonsense. When did this secret realm become your private property? The conflict between the two was poised to erupt, each harboring resolute determination and unwilling to concede that I have yet to seek trouble with you. And you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Ao Shurian's fury surged as he revealed his true dragon form, his imposing presence shaking the entire palace as if he were ready to engage in fierce combat at any moment. In the face of Ao Shurian's unyielding stance, Zhang Yunxiu tightened her grip on her long sword, remaining silent. Since words could not resolve the issue, they would have to determine their superiority through combat. Just as tensions escalated, Yimei rushed into the Grand Hall, exclaiming, "Master! Yimei, why have you come down as well?" Zhang Yunxiu inquired. "Master, I spotted the flying vessel of the third elder from the Liuli Palace. Fearing detection, I closed the secret realm passage and followed you down." Chapter 84. Not to be underestimated upon hearing that the third elder from the Liuli Palace had also arrived. Oh, Shurian's heart tightened. "How about we make a deal? In this secret realm, I will only take the dragon pearl, and all other treasures will belong to you," he proposed. His original aim had solely been the dragon pearl, and now conceding was to prevent Zhang Yunxiu from teaming up with the third elder to seize it. Otherwise, he might not even secure the dragon pearl. That why Yimei, seeing Ao Shurian's presence, exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't you say you acquired an opportunity in Qitian Pavilion? How come you are here?" Ao Shurian froze for a moment, then glared at Zhang Yunxiu in anger. "Of course, this purple Road Dragon King's secret realm is the opportunity that Senior provided me." Zhang Yunxiu and Yimei suddenly realized they had been misled by Su Che. The so-called gifted opportunity to the secret realm was, in fact, information sold to Ao Shurian. "Well, we also received our news from that senior," Yimei awkwardly clarified, hearing that they had also been directed by that senior. Ao Shurian seized the chance to offer an exit for both parties. "In that case, I will not contend with you. After obtaining the dragon pearl, I will take my leave, and you may proceed as you wish, considering his dwindling time and urgent need to refine the dragon pearl to enhance his aptitude." Ao Shurian had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Zhang Yunxiu. Seeing Ao Shurian yield a step, Zhang Yunxiu reflected that this secret realm was, after all, based on the information he had purchased. And thus she refrained from further contention, departing the Grand Hall with Yimei. 3 days later. Ao Shurian successfully refined the dragon pearl, feeling a surge of power within him as if a breakthrough was imminent. "This is a sign of impending breakthrough," he exclaimed joyfully. Having been trapped in the early stages of the celestial immortal realm for a millennium, he finally saw hope for advancement. However, just as he prepared to leave the secret realm, dark storm clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, heralding a calamity that would encompass nearly 1,000 miles. The winds howled fiercely, and thunderbolts imbued with destructive force aimed directly at Ao Shurian below. Could this be the heavenly tribulation triggered by my fusion with the dragon pearl, awakening my dragon bloodline? Ao Shurian pondered, reflecting that he had originally possessed a mere ordinary golden dragon bloodline. But after absorbing the purple Rogue Dragon King's dragon pearl, his bloodline had evolved into that of a purple-gold divine dragon. The sky rumbled with thunder, lightning coalescing into form, releasing an intimidating pressure that tore the very fabric of space. This heavenly tribulation seems far more formidable than anticipated. Just as Ao Shurian felt the power of the lightning tribulation intensifying, his excitement turned to dread when Zhang Yunxiu appeared at the exit of the secret realm, her long hair billowing in the wind. "Because I too shall face the heavenly tribulation," she declared. This revelation instantly drained Ao Shurian's face of color. Both were to confront the heavenly tribulation together. No wonder this tribulation was so ferocious. Ao Shurian chuckled bitterly. "You are dragging the old dragon down with you." With no time for sorrow, 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, targeting the two of them. Zhang Yunxiu wielded her long sword to fend off the heavenly tribulation while shouting, "This is the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, consisting of 48 thunder strikes. Each strike is stronger than the last, so be cautious." Ao Shurian forced a wry smile. "It seems I can only rely on this old body to withstand it." Zhang Yunxiu deftly deflected the first bolt of lightning. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "ISNT or Dragon Clan adept at creating dragon-scale armor?" It is said to provide astonishing defense and even mitigate the damage from heavenly tribulations. Could you lend me a set? A.O. Shurian's expression faltered. I did possess some, but in exchange for the opportunity to enter the purple-robed Dragon King's secret realm, I traded it all to the pavilion master. Upon hearing that Zhang Yunxiu had nearly exhausted her resources as well, Shurian felt a slight sense of balance and began to fully confront the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the various prominent sects in the northern domain turned their attention to the site of the tribulation, dispatching numerous disciples to investigate, causing the once tranquil northern domain to stir once more. Deep within an exquisite pavilion in the forbidden area of the Lioli Palace, two elderly men clad in azure robes were leisurely playing chess, their auras profound as the abyss. I could see that moment. The master of the Lioli Palace entered the pavilion, greeting the two elderly men and smiling. Esteemed uncles, you seem to be in high spirits. In the northern domain, the sudden emergence of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation became the focal point of discussion among many. One elder, holding a black piece, continued to gaze at the chessboard, casually inquiring, have you sensed the abrupt arrival of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the northern domain? The Lioli Palace master nodded, acknowledging that he had sensed it and had already dispatched personnel to investigate. The other elder, holding a white piece, sighed deeply. Those who can trigger the 6-9 heavenly tribulation are certainly no ordinary individuals. Could it be that the tranquility of the northern domain, which has persisted for tens of thousands of years, is about to be shattered, regardless of the changes in the outside world? With two esteemed mentors safeguarding us, our Lioli Palace will undoubtedly remain unscathed, the palace master asserted with unwavering conviction. As soon as the words left her lips, a radiant beam of light pierced the heavens, soaring directly into the interior of Lioli Palace. It appears that the young lady has returned at awe. She has actually broken through. Upon overhearing the whispers of her mentors, the palace master focused her spirit and confirmed that the radiant light was indeed Zhang Yunxiu. How could she have achieved a breakthrough so swiftly? In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yunxiu materialized within the pavilion, first bowing to the two elders before shifting her gaze to the palace master. The palace master queried directly, how did you manage to break through? She was all too aware of Zhang Yunxiu's circumstances. Without her assistance, how had she accomplished such a feat? It was merely a stroke of fortunate chance. Zhang Yunxiu replied coldly. I could see that moment. One of the elders swept his spirit over Zhang Yunxiu, detecting the lingering aura of the heavenly tribulation upon her, and could not help but exclaim, little girl, was it you who triggered the 6-9 heavenly tribulation in the northern domain? Faced with this sudden inquiry, Zhang Yunxiu neither confirmed nor denied it. Her silence only served to strengthen the elder's suspicions. They exchanged glances and pressed on. What do you mean by fortunate chance? Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from a senior, which enabled my breakthrough. The palace master regarded her with skepticism. Who is this senior? Under his complex gaze, Zhang Yunxiu appeared particularly composed. A sense of worry crept into the palace master's heart. Could it be that she has truly inherited the legendary Heartless Heavenly Tome? Yet, that is impossible, for the tome has been lost for over 100,000 years. Meanwhile, the two elders were more intrigued by the mysterious senior Zhang Yunxiu spoke of, wondering who could provide such significant guidance. Could there be an existence in the northern domain stronger than they? That senior is Su from the Qitian Pavilion in Fengsheng. When Zhang Yunxiu uttered this name, everyone present exchanged incredulous glances, clearly unfamiliar with it. Qitian Pavilion? What an audacious name. One cannot help but wonder if this individual truly lives up to such a title. Upon hearing the name Fengsheng, a flicker of disdain flashed in the palace master's eyes. In his view, it was merely an inconspicuous little place. What remarkable figures could possibly emerge from there? Chapter 85. Proceeding as planned. This woman is clearly fabricating lies, attempting to obfuscate the truth, that he scoffed. But as for the truth, I shall personally investigate and see for myself that in an ancient pavilion, Yi Jin sat quietly upon a stone platform, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. Young master, the old servant has ascertained that the one who triggered the 6-9 heavenly tribulation is none other than Zhang Yunxiu of Lioli Palace and A.O. Shurian from the Dragon Palace of the Northern Domain. A venerable servant reported respectfully, Yi Jin displayed a puzzled expression. I recall that Ao Shiyin possesses mediocre talents, and didn't Tizhong Yunxiu claim to be gravely injured and yet to recover? How could she suddenly be well and have broken through? The old servant continued to elucidate. Initially, I too was perplexed. However, after extensive investigation, I discovered that a month ago, Zheng Yunxiu sent her disciple, Yi Mei, to the Qitian Pavilion in Fengcheng. That it is said that the pavilion master excels in divining heavenly secrets, and you may acquire the information regarding the 9 nethergrass, which could heal Zheng Yunxiu's injuries from him. Subsequently, both Ao Shiyin and Zheng Yunxiu sought opportunities for breakthroughs at Qitian Pavilion. Although the specifics of their transaction remain unclear, I suspect it is intricately linked to the heavenly tribulation they instigated. Yi Jin furrowed his brow. The master of Qitian Pavilion? I have never heard of this name. It seems there are no records of him even in the northern domain, let alone the other 3 domains. An instinct told him that many recent events were connected to this enigmatic pavilion master. How intriguing. What fortunate circumstance could possibly transform a seemingly useless individual like Ao Shiyin? Yi Jin murmured to himself. Let us go and meet this pavilion master. Just as they were preparing to depart, Lu Peng reminded, Young master, about the secret realm. The master instructed. Yi Jin shot him a cold glance. A murderous intent evident, causing Lu Peng to refrain from further comments. Ultimately, they boarded a grand tiger of the heavenly immortal realm, which drew their flying chariot to soar above Fengcheng. Yi Jin was about to send someone to invite the pavilion master of Qitian Pavilion for an audience. A patrolling guard kindly advised, Young master, is this your first visit to Qitian Pavilion? That esteemed elder is known to have a rather temperamental disposition. It would be prudent for you to pay your respects in person. Hearing this, Yi Jin calmly dismounted the chariot. Since we have arrived at Qitian Pavilion, we must naturally adhere to the customs here. With that, he proceeded toward the direction of Qitian Pavilion. Yi Jin struck out with a palm. And Lu Peng, a powerhouse of the heavenly immortal realm, immediately spat blood, sent flying, and crashed heavily to the ground. Are you teaching me how to conduct myself? Yi Jin queried coldly. Young master, spare me. Lu Peng knelt in supplication. I shall not dare again. Humph. Speak further, and you may find your life in peril. Yi Jin huffed disdainfully before turning to walk toward Qitian Pavilion. Ignoring his own injuries, Lu Peng hastily bowed repeatedly before scrambling to follow. The pavilion appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet within, it revealed an extraordinary realm. The moment Yi Jin stepped into Qitian Pavilion, he immediately sensed its peculiarity. It felt as if he had entered another world, and his powers were rendered utterly ineffective here. From the northern domain, the demon clan member Yi Jin has come to pay respects to the master of Qitian Pavilion. He announced respectfully. Please, come in. A voice from within beckoned. Ling prepare tea for our guest. Coming, Zhao Ling responsible for brewing tea during this period at Qitian Pavilion, was thoroughly enjoying herself. When Yi Jin first laid eyes on Su Che, he could not help but be astonished. The rumored master of Qitian Pavilion was remarkably youthful, ethereal, and strikingly handsome. Such were Yi Jin's first impressions of Su Che. Meanwhile, Lu Peng, trailing behind him, remained unimpressed. At such a young age, what remarkable cultivation could he possibly possess? He is likely just a figure of empty reputation. Perhaps this is for the best. It may dissuade Yi Jin from pursuing those unrealistic ambitions, thus sparing them much trouble. While the two of them speculated, Su Che had already discerned everything through his omniscient gaze. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Peng before losing interest, but he felt somewhat exasperated regarding Yi Jin. First Zheng Yunxiu, and now Yi Jin. Their experiences bore striking similarities. Yi Jin, 60,220 years old, cultivation, perfected heavenly immortal realm, on the verge of breaking through, technique. Wuxian Gong, objective, to attain the status of immortal king. Slay his master, the holy king, and become the new king of the northern demon clan. This Yi Jin is even more resolute than Zheng Yunxiu. Su Che gleaned from Yi Jin's obsession that his master is none other than the holy king of the northern demon clan. From a young age, he had been adopted and meticulously trained in Wuxian Gong, even attaining the status of the demon clan's young master. All of this seemed to be a tremendous blessing. However, upon breaking through the heavenly immortal realm, Yi Jin discerned that the Wuxiang Gong harbored hidden secrets. After numerous explorations, he ultimately uncovered that all his Master's actions were driven by personal greed, waiting for Yi Jin to reach the golden immortal stage to devour him using Wuxiang Gong, thereby attaining the pinnacle of the immortal king and ascending to the realm of the supreme immortal. His attendant, Lu Peng, was in truth a monitor, ensuring that Yi Jin proceeded according to plan. But what does this have to do with me? Yi Jin replied coldly, as long as I'm compensated. That is sufficient. After comprehending Yi Jin's circumstances, Su Che directly inquired, what is it that you seek? Yi Jin swiftly cast a glance at Lu Peng and quietly requested, Senior, how can I escape this fate? He had intended to set up a soundproof barrier, but being within Qitian Pavilion rendered him unable to wield his powers, forcing him to voice his innermost thoughts. He had already resolved to eliminate Lu Peng after exiting to prevent any exposure of his intentions. At that moment, Lu Peng was taken aback, realizing that Yi Jin was aware of the truth and understood that he might not let him leave Fengshan alive. Su Che disregarded their psychological battle and straightforwardly stated, there are methods to escape your fate. The crux lies in whether you are willing to pay the price. Yi Jin indicated that he had saved some resources over the years, subsequently presenting his storage ring for Su Che's inspection. Upon examination, Su Che marveled at the wealth contained therein, dozens of first-grade immortal chi and tens of thousands of immortal crystals. Indeed, the young master of the demon clan was affluent through the system. Su Che offered 3 options. Complete version of Wuxiang Gong, 700,000 Heavenly Secrets points. The Tomb of the Heavenly Fox Demon Sovereign, 2 million Heavenly Secrets points. And the method to unlock the Yao Qi of the Western Queen Mother in Buzhou Mountain, 800,000 Heavenly Secrets points. Considering the financial implications, Su Che advised Yi Jin to opt for completing the technique or seeking the Yao Qi in Buzhou Mountain, for the former would suffice for cultivation to the Immortal King realm, while the latter could purify impurities within his body, activate his bloodline, and significantly enhance his cultivation speed. Why Yi Jin fell into contemplation. Each of these 3 opportunities was enticing, yet he understood that his financial capacity could only accommodate one, particularly the chance related to the Heavenly Fox Demon Sovereign, which he could not achieve even at the cost of his entire fortune. Before Yi Jin could make a decision, Lu Peng had already impatiently stepped forward. Young master, he exclaimed, this person must be deceiving you. Even if there truly exists a legacy from the Demon Lord, how could he possibly know its whereabouts? He merely seeks to swindle your wealth. If needed, you may seek assistance from the Holy King. Chapter 86. Preparing to devour all, Su Che found Lu Peng excessively talkative and with a gentle flick of his sleeve, confined Lu Peng to a secret chamber. At last, tranquility returned. What are your thoughts? Su Che inquired, why Yi Jin's complexion instantly turned pale. A being from the celestial realm was thus dealt with by this elder. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish for him to calm down temporarily. Once the transaction is complete, he shall naturally be released. Su Che clarified that, I see now. Your methods are indeed remarkable. Elder, Yi Jin expressed with genuine admiration. Elder, I have made my decision. I wish to obtain the method to unlock the Yao Pool. Yi Jin declared resolutely. Excellent. Su Che elegantly waved his sleeve, collecting all the celestial artifacts and crystals from Yi Jin's storage ring. This bounty was quite satisfactory, yielding a modest profit. Su Che murmured to himself before addressing the system. Exchange for the method to unlock the Yao Pool. The system responded. Exchange successful. With practiced ease, Su Che inscribed the method for unlocking the Yao Pool on a jade slip and tossed it to Yi Jin. That I wish you good fortune. He said, Thank you, Elder. If I return safely, I shall never forget this great kindness. Yi Jin grasped the jade slip tightly. It was the key to altering his destiny. After bidding farewell to Su Che, Yi Jin exited the Qitian Pavilion and retrieved his flying apparatus, casually looping a rope around Lu Peng. Young master, what did the Lord of Qitian Pavilion bestow upon you that makes you appear so confident? Lu Peng inquired curiously. You need not know, Yi Jin replied, observing Lu Peng's silence on the matter. During their journey, Lu Peng attempted to discreetly send a message to the Holy King using the jade slip. but soon realized that it could not be dispatched. Yi Jin cast a cold smile at Lu Peng, planning to send a warning. Are we, young master? I do not comprehend your meaning. Lu Peng responded, a hint of panic flashing across his face. Do you not think you should question your own actions? Yi Jin said meaningfully, your master sent you to me precisely to monitor my every move. Young master. A trace of alarm flickered in Lu Peng's expression, yet he quickly concealed it, maintaining his respectful demeanor as he held the flying carriage. I have endured for tens of thousands of years. And today, thanks to the assistance of the Lord of Chi-Tian Pavilion, I see a glimmer of hope to escape my master. You know why I did not evade you today? Because the dead cannot speak, Yi Jin coldly stated, fixing his gaze on Lu Peng. Upon hearing this, Lu Peng felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Yi Jin intended to eliminate him entirely. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal tiger, violently breaking free from his constraints, attempting to employ a secret technique to flee the scene. Now you wish to escape? Yi Jin scoffed. It is too late. Yi Jin remained still, simply observing as Lu Peng crashed around within the confines of the barrier he had set. Before long, the giant tiger was battered and bleeding profusely. This space had been heavily sealed by Yi Jin. Not even a mosquito could escape. Young master, I am a servant of the Holy King, sent to serve you. You cannot kill me. Lu Peng shouted hoarsely, if I die, the Holy King will not let this matter rest. At this, Yi Jin burst into laughter. Haha, you think I am unaware that you are your master's spy. I am precisely here to eliminate you. With that, Yi Jin casually waved his right hand, and an invisible blade materialized in the air. Die. Yi Jin, you little wretch, the Holy King will surely not spare you. Lu Peng bellowed, cursing until his final moment. After slaying Lu Peng, Yi Jin heard the curse, and, with another stroke of his sword, obliterated Lu Peng's lingering soul. Thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I might have almost forgotten. I shall ensure you have no chance to be a ghost. Having dealt with Lu Peng, Yi Jin discarded the flying carriage and soared alone towards the unyielding mountain. Master, your time is running short. Our next meeting shall be your day of reckoning. Meanwhile, within the holy palace of the Northern Demon Clan, the Holy King sat upon his throne, clutching several shattered soul jade pieces, his eyes glinting with an insatiable ferocity, as if ready to devour everything in sight. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The Holy King repeated the word thrice. I am eager to see what abilities you possess. A hint of amusement glimmered in his gaze. Truly, my good disciple, you have concealed your strength for tens of thousands of years, and now intend to challenge your master. Come forth. The Holy King roared towards the hall entrance. A middle-aged man, having reached the celestial realm, stepped into the grand hall and bowed respectfully. I am here to await your orders. Investigate the recent movements of the young master. I wish to know where he has been, whom he has met, and what he has done. That I require all details. Be swift. I grant you half a month. The middle-aged man replied resolutely, understood, after his subordinate departed. The Holy King sighed deeply and resumed his seat upon the throne. An ominous premonition lingered in his heart. His once easily manageable disciple, Yi Jin, had suddenly turned against him and slain the person he had dispatched. All of this signified that Yi Jin was no longer under his control. Simultaneously, outside the sealed Chi-Tian Pavilion, the master of Liuli Palace, Murong Feng, had stealthily lurked for an entire day. But he sensed that this structure was unusual, seemingly an independent realm. Due to his cautious nature, he refrained from taking action until he discerned the other's stance. At that moment, 3 beams of light streaked across the sky, heading towards Chi-Tian Pavilion. Zhang Yunxiu, accompanied by 2 elder ancestors from Liuli Palace, dressed in blue and white garments, arrived at Chi-Tian Pavilion under Zhang Yunxiu's lead. Yunxiu, do you believe that the Lord of Chi-Tian Pavilion is merely engaged in commerce? I wonder if what we possess can be exchanged for what we need. The elder in white expressed his concerns. Zhang Yunxiu chuckled lightly. The 2 elders need not worry. The pavilion master has always been fair and reasonable in pricing. Let us discuss this further inside. As the 3 prepared to enter Chi-Tian Pavilion, they suddenly detected a familiar aura. Murong Feng, what brings you here? The white-haired elder inquired with surprise. the master of Lioli Palace. Burdened with numerous affairs. How do you find time to be here? Coughing slightly, Murong Feng appeared somewhat embarrassed. Why have the two uncles come? I have just arrived, intending to pay a visit to this newly ascendant pavilion master. Since that is the case, let us enter together. Indeed, Murong Feng replied, steeling himself to follow them into Chi Tian Pavilion. Within Chi Tian Pavilion, Su Che's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he smiled, to think so many have come at once. It seems a grand deal is about to unfold in a mysterious celestial mountain. Several extraordinary figures resided. The Blue Taoist, aged 190,056 years, had attained the late stage of the golden immortal realm. As one of the ancestors of Lioli Palace, he harbored a grand ambition to break through to the immortal king level and lead Lioli Palace to become the preeminent immortal sect in the northern region. The White Taoist, nearly the same age, 189,968 years, was also at the late stage of the golden immortal realm. As an ancestor of Lioli Palace, his goals aligned with those of the Blue Taoist, to ascend to the position of immortal king and elevate Lioli Palace's reputation. Chapter 87. Within reach, Murong Feng, though only 86,230 years old, was still considered a senior in the cultivation world. He currently served as the palace master of Lioli Palace, having reached the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. Recently, he planned to test the strength of the pavilion master of Chi Tian Pavilion and investigate the secrets Zheng Yunxiu had obtained from it this moment. Gazing at the members of Lioli Palace before him, Su Che secretly chuckled. They appeared like a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, while he was a skilled shepherd. Master Ancestor, you have arrived, Zhao Linger exclaimed upon seeing guests, hastily preparing tea, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that all present were esteemed elders. Prompting her to rush forward to attend to them. Are you the lord of Chi Tian Pavilion? The two elders directed their curious gazes towards Su Che, assessing him closely. Indeed, that is I. Please, take a seat. And you, Palace Master Murong, I presume you have been wandering outside all day and must be parched. Please join us for tea. Su Che's words left Murong Feng utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that his movements had been so thoroughly discerned by the other party. Awkwardly accepting the cup of tea handed to him by Zhao Linger, he silently sought a corner to sit down. The two elders exchanged puzzled glances with Zheng Yunxiu, as Murong Feng had just claimed to have arrived only recently, yet was now pointedly indicated to have been observing for an entire day. Although they were quite familiar with Murong Feng, even they found it challenging to perceive his presence were it not for the aura he exuded. The fact that this master of the Chi Tian Pavilion was privy to everything without even stepping outside was indeed commendable. It seemed that this Chi Tian Pavilion master was truly a remarkable individual. The two elders inwardly marveled at this. Upon noticing that everyone had finished their tea, Su Che decided it was time to address the main topic. Within the Chi Tian Pavilion, no action escapes my gaze. There is no need for further probing, he stated calmly. Zhao Linger and Zheng Yunxiu nodded in deep agreement, affirming, the senior indeed knows all. If the two elders have any inquiries, feel free to ask. To encourage the duo, Su Che generously tossed a precious spirit fruit to Zhao Linger as a reward, adding with a smile, first it was Linger and Yimei, and now it's Miss Zhang. It seems those from the Lioli Palace share a special affinity with me. Considering this bond, he decided to offer a 20% discount. This news left the two elders feeling immensely honored. Thank you, Pavilion Master. They understood that the items they wished to trade were priceless. Thus the saved 20% was no small sum. That Su Che continued by providing an overview of the northern region. The northern domain is dotted with celestial sects. Yet only 4 can truly be deemed renowned. The Lioli Palace, the Northern Dragon Palace, the Demon Race Holy Temple, and the demonic Dao Tianyan sect. Each of these sects is guarded by formidable beings at the late golden immortal stage. Whosoever first breaks through to the immortal king realm will ascend to become the foremost sect in the northern domain. Upon hearing this, everyone present became intensely focused, particularly intrigued by the prospect of breaking through to the immortal king level. Subsequently, the two elders bowed to Su Che, requesting his guidance. Though the breakthrough to the immortal king realm may seem like a distant dream for you, with my assistance, it is merely a trivial matter. However, he added with a shift in tone, the price may exceed your means. Opportunities to reach the Immortal King level would start at a minimum of 1 million points, with the inheritance of the Celestial Fox requiring 2 million. Although the two elders had mentally prepared themselves, they were still overwhelmed with excitement upon learning the specifics. Please, Pavilion Master, speak candidly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Che extended 2 fingers, indicating the need for 2 third-grade immortal artifacts. Given that second-grade artifacts were valued at approximately 100,000 points, and third-grade artifacts range from 1 million to 1,500,000, such an exchange would still yield a profit for him. Upon hearing this demand, everyone present gasped in shock. 2 third-grade immortal artifacts. It is worth noting that many cultivators of the Celestial Immortal stage still utilize first-grade artifacts. Second-grade artifacts are already quite scarce, let alone third-grade ones. The two elders, Qing Lao and Bai Lao, were momentarily stunned. As the founders of the Lioli Palace, they certainly possessed considerable wealth. However, even after over 1 million years of heritage, the Lioli Palace had managed to retain only 1 third-grade immortal artifact, which had been bequeathed by the founding ancestor. Even as the founders, they had no right to trade it. Faced with the request for 2 third-grade immortal artifacts, they found themselves utterly incapable of fulfilling it. Seeing the troubled expressions on their faces, Su Che quickly clarified, this is merely a standard for gauging value. He further explained that they could substitute with equivalent lower-grade immortal artifacts, rare materials, techniques, elixirs, or immortal crystals. After all, the system exchanged goods based on their value, not limited to specific items. Upon hearing this explanation, the two elders breathed a sigh of relief, though their brows remained furrowed. In a corner, Mu Rongfeng muttered softly, this price would likely drain the Lioli Palace of its resources. As the master of the Lioli Palace, he was acutely aware of the financial situation within. Although depleting their treasury for the sake of an immortal king would be worthwhile, as a Lioli Palace under the command of an immortal king would be on an entirely different level. Once they became the overlord of the northern domain, resources would be readily available. However, Mu Rongfeng harbored concerns. If they sacrificed everything yet failed to assist the two elders in breaking through, would it not be a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers? In such a scenario, he would become a laughingstock throughout the northern domain. After careful consideration, Qing Lao cautiously inquired, Pavilion Master, the demand for 2 third-grade immortal artifacts is indeed burdensome. Is there a slightly more affordable option? We are willing to take on greater risks. Su Che was taken aback by this request, as it was the first time he had encountered such a proposition. He quietly consulted the system, searched for opportunities that could enable a late golden immortal to break through to the Immortal King without considering risk factors. Focusing on options requiring fewer points, the system soon provided an answer. In the North Sea Delta, a peak-stage golden immortal flood dragon is on the verge of demise. There's a 20% chance to defeat it and obtain its essence blood to assist one in breaking through to the Immortal King. This information requires the price of a single third-grade immortal artifact. Su Che relayed this to the two elders, emphasizing such an opportunity does indeed exist. In the North Sea Delta, there lies a flood dragon nearing the end of its lifespan. You have a 20% chance to defeat it and acquire its essence blood, thus aiding one in ascending to the Immortal King. This information is merely the cost of a single third-grade immortal artifact. As for the success and who among you will break through, that depends on your own capabilities. Upon hearing this, Qing Lao and Bai Lao furrowed their brows. Old Bai, what are your thoughts? I believe it is worth a try. After all, it is merely a dying dragon. Can't we handle it together? Then it is settled. The two shared a mutual understanding without needing further words. After reaching a decision, they bowed to Su Che in unison, stating, Pavilion Master, we are willing to exchange. Chapter 88. The ability to calculate celestial mechanisms, they promptly produced their storage rings and voluntarily erased their spiritual imprints, presenting the rings to Su Che. Upon inspecting with his divine sense, Su Che discovered that the 2 rings contained 8 second-grade immortal artifacts and over 100 first-grade immortal artifacts. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, what extravagance! It appears that the elders of the great celestial sects are indeed affluent. Following the price of 1 million points per artifact, Su Che collected the treasures from the storage rings one by one. In total, there were 8 second-grade immortal artifacts, over 130 first-grade immortal artifacts, as well as a wealth of elixirs and spiritual plants, finally accumulating to 1 million points. Zheng Yunxiu and Zhao Ling'er watched in astonishment. Marveling at the abundance of treasures possessed by their elders, Yu Rongfeng, on the other hand, felt as if his heart were bleeding. Those treasures that ought to belong to him had now become the spoils of the Qitian Pavilion Master, and each artifact taken felt like a piece of flesh being severed from his heart. System, proceed with the exchange. The system responded. Exchange successful, totaling 1,100,000 points, with 800,000 deducted for acquiring information on the Flood Dragon. After obtaining detailed information about the peak stage Golden Immortal Flood Dragon, Su Che compiled the data into a jade slip and handed it to the 2 elders. This jade slip contained all pertinent details about the Flood Dragon, including its lair, cultivation level, special abilities, and fatal weaknesses. Qing and Bai Daoist accepted the jade slip and read it attentively, revealing satisfied smiles. The information provided by Su Che was exceedingly comprehensive, even detailing the spiritual essence the dragon had cultivated and its past injuries. With this intelligence, they could prepare more thoroughly, significantly increasing their chances of success. Everyone extolled the Qitian Pavilion Master's predictive abilities. "Thank you, Pavilion Master," they expressed sincerely once more, having effortlessly garnered 200,000 points. Su Che was in high spirits. He turned to Mu Rongfeng, who lingered in the corner, and asked Mu Rong, "Do you not wish to engage in a transaction with me? The Qitian Pavilion can provide you with all the information you require." Mu Rongfeng, with a resigned expression, declined. No need. He believed he had not yet encountered a bottleneck and did not urgently require opportunities. More importantly, he felt that the Qitian Pavilion Master's asking price was exorbitant, and the so-called discount was merely a tactic to lure the 2 elders into a snare. He would not fall for such a trap. And Yu Rongfeng murmured to himself as he stood up, preparing to leave at tea that moment. The Qing and Bai Daoists, having concluded their transaction, also bid farewell to Su Che. Intending to return to the Lioli Palace, as they approached the door, Mu Rongfeng suddenly turned around to glance at Zhao Lin, who remained beside Su Che. His gaze clearly conveyed the message. "As the palace master, I am leaving. What are you still doing here?" Zhao Ling'er, somewhat intimidated by the palace master, replied softly, "Master Ancestor, Palace Master, I wish to stay in the Qitian Pavilion to cultivate. The conditions here are far superior." Upon hearing this, Mu Rongfeng's expression darkened, and he scolded discontentedly, "Nonsense! What if your presence here disturbs the Pavilion Master's guests?" As Zhao Ling'er wore a look of grievance upon her face, Su Che stepped forward, taking it upon himself to protect her, saying, "It is of no concern. This child Ling'er is well-behaved and sensible, and I hold her in high regard. Let her stay here." Mu Rongfeng wished to voice an objection, yet after receiving a glare from the Qingbai Taoist, he was compelled to swallow his words and stormed out of the Qitian Pavilion in a huff. Upon exiting the pavilion, the 2 elderly mentors immediately delivered a sharp reprimand to Mu Rongfeng, stating, "We refrain from chastising you in front of outsiders out of respect. Why must you be so obstinate? Is it not beneficial for that girl to remain in Qitian Pavilion? She is a disciple of our Lioli Palace. As long as we maintain a good rapport with Qitian Pavilion, we need not fear that the Pavilion Master will neglect our Lioli Palace." At that moment, they noticed the murmurs of the passers-by, recognizing that their attire suggested they were from Lioli Palace. Indeed, the one who was struck is dressed most splendidly. I wonder what his status is within Lioli Palace. Mu Rongfeng clutched his head, too intimidated to retort, and as he lifted his gaze to the curious stares and pointing fingers of the onlookers, his face darkened in embarrassment. He chose to disregard the 2 elderly mentors and vanished in a flash of light. Inside Qitian Pavilion, Zhao Ling'er felt disheartened due to being reprimanded by her own palace master. Observing Su Che's silhouette, a bold idea suddenly sparked within her mind. "Senior," she called out. "What is it?" Su Che inquired. "Senior, you seem to spend all your time in the pavilion. Do you not find it dull? Why not take a stroll outside? Perhaps you could return to Lioli Palace with me. Our Lioli Palace is vast." with breathtaking scenery and an abundance of delicacies awaiting your taste. A bittersweet smile graced Su Che's lips. The celestial realm was indeed vast, and he too longed to wander its expanse. Yet alas, he dared not take a single step beyond this small world. Even though he had recently utilized the 20,000 heavenly points he painstakingly accumulated to enhance his cultivation, he had only reached the human immortal realm. Not to mention, his meager prowess would appear utterly insignificant before any skilled practitioner outside. Furthermore, due to the recent leakage of heavenly secrets, should he dare to venture beyond the confines of this small world, the laws of the celestial realm would swiftly obliterate him without a trace. Fortunately, after ascending to the human immortal realm, his small world had grown considerably stronger, even expanding its projection range to a radius of 10 miles within the celestial realm. Within this 10-mile radius, he was indeed an invincible entity. Su Che offered a slight smile, adopting an air of detachment. The world's splendor is but a fleeting illusion to me, even without stepping beyond my threshold. I can grasp the affairs of the world. Though Zhao Ling'er found his words somewhat perplexing, she perceived a profound depth within them and could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Nodding in agreement, Ling'er understands. Within the demon clan's holy palace, the holy king sat upon his throne, attentively listening to his subordinates as they reported intelligence regarding Qitian Pavilion. Your Majesty, it has been discovered that Qitian Pavilion's origins are shrouded in mystery, and it is said that its pavilion master possesses the ability to divine heavenly secrets. Not long ago, Zheng Yunxiu from Lioli Palace and Ao Shurian from the Northern Dragon Palace visited Qitian Pavilion to engage in trade with the pavilion master. Shortly thereafter, a phenomenon of the 6-9 heavenly calamity appeared in the northern region, and both Zheng Yunxiu and Ao Shurian successfully broke through. Based on our investigation, it is certain that their rapid breakthroughs were aided by the pavilion master of Qitian Pavilion. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in Hong Yu's eyes as he muttered to himself. Such a figure must not fall into the hands of the other 3 great clans. Yin Lang, at your command. Your subordinate is here, with my holy decree. Hasten to Fengsheng. Invite the pavilion master of Qitian Pavilion to be our guest at the Holy Palace, stating that I shall personally host a banquet and wish to discuss the Great Way with him. Han Yu cast forth a golden token, an emblem of his identity and a mark of the Holy Palace. Yin Lang respectfully accepted the token, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What if the pavilion master of Qitian Pavilion is unwilling to come?" Han Yu frowned, displeased. "I shall personally preside over the banquet. Who would dare refuse an invitation? Just carry out your task. In the northern region, none would dare disregard my authority." Chapter 89. A disturbing omen understood. Your subordinate shall obey. After Yin Lang departed, Hong Yu gazed intently towards the direction of the Northern Dragon Palace. He, a figure capable of divining heavenly secrets, has not appeared in the northern region for quite some time. If this individual truly possesses such abilities, my breakthrough to the Immortal King realm will be but a matter of time. Once successful, I shall undoubtedly bring the Dragon Palace under the banner of the Holy Palace. That old dragon is truly despicable. A demon is still a demon, daring to proclaim superiority as if he belongs to an ancient divine lineage. Upon receiving the Holy King's command, Yin Lang hastened towards Fengsheng, reaching the destination in merely 2 days. However, as he prepared to land in Fengsheng, he was obstructed by a barrier. Yin Lang exclaimed in surprise. This humble Fengsheng possesses such a formidable protective formation. It is worth noting that Yin Lang is a master in the celestial immortal realm, and ordinary formations could not possibly impede him. In truth, Fengsheng originally had no protective formations. The current protective array was acquired through a trade between the city lord and Su Che, and it had only recently been completed. Su Che had almost provided this formation free of charge, partly because he also resided in Fengsheng, and partly to repay the city lord for granting him a permanent tax exemption. I am an envoy of the Holy Palace. Open the formation at once. Yin Lang, blocked by the formation, expressed his displeasure and released his own pressure, causing the guards below to vomit blood in fright. Upon hearing this authoritative shout, the city lord, Shangguan Rue, felt a pang of anxiety and immediately flew towards the city gate. Esteemed friend, please be merciful. I am Shangguan Rui, the city lord of Fengcheng. I shall open the formation for you at once." Under Shangguan Rui's direction, the guards opened the formation, allowing Yin Lang to enter the city. "Humph, a mere spirit Saint Pawn dares to call me brother," Yin Lang muttered in dissatisfaction, "and in such a remote place. They're foolishly attempting to manipulate formations. What a waste of time." Ignoring Shangguan Rui's displeased expression, Yin Lang snorted coldly and flew towards Qitian Pavilion. After his departure, Shangguan Rui and his subordinates could not help but quietly complain about the arrogant Yin Lang. The demon clan is far too arrogant. Indeed, our city lord is also an official of the celestial court. How dare he humiliate us so? Upon hearing his subordinates' remarks, Shangguan Rui's expression darkened. "Cease your chatter. Be wary of attracting trouble. That individual is a celestial immortal realm powerhouse, not someone we can provoke." Simultaneously, he mentioned that there were peak golden immortal strongmen stationed within the Holy Palace, which accounted for their audacity. "I wonder if he will continue to act so arrogantly upon reaching Qitian Pavilion." At this moment, Yin Lang, the subject of discussion, had arrived before Qitian Pavilion, where he respectfully held the Holy King's decree high above his head. A resounding call shattered the serenity. "Pavilion Master of Qitian Pavilion, my Holy King requests your presence. Please accompany me. If you wish to discuss trade, then please come in," came Su Che's languid voice from within the pavilion. Yin Lang frowned slightly. The Pavilion Master of Qitian Pavilion was rather presumptuous. As an envoy of the Demon Clan's Holy Palace, carrying the Holy King's personal decree to invite him to a banquet. It was already quite disrespectful that he did not personally receive him. Yet, he merely uttered a casual invitation to enter, though filled with dissatisfaction, for the sake of the Holy King's significant matter. Yin Lang suppressed his anger and stepped into Qitian Pavilion. Yin Lang, aged 106,360 years, had achieved the early stage of the celestial immortal realm as a crucial envoy of the northern region's Demon Clan Holy Palace. His mission was to bring the Pavilion Master of Qitian Pavilion back to the Holy Palace, assisting the Holy King in breaking through to the Immortal King realm. Long before Yin Lang approached within 10 miles of Qitian Pavilion, Su Che had sensed his arrival and swiftly gathered all relevant information about him. It appears he is not here to negotiate business. An invitation to a banquet. How intriguing. Su Che reclined on a bench, while Zhao Linger busied herself with serving tea. Upon realizing that Yin Lang was not a merchant, Su Che deemed the customary etiquette of hospitality unnecessary. As soon as he entered Qitian Pavilion, Yin Lang's gaze was immediately drawn to Su Che. Observing that only the two of them were present, and that the girl was evidently attentive to the young man, Yin Lang quickly deduced Su Che's identity. The Pavilion Master truly enjoys a life of leisure, accompanied by a beautiful companion in this modest abode. It is indeed enviable. Yin Lang regarded Su Che, who showed no intention of standing, with a cold glare. Expressing his discontent, Zhao Linger let out a soft huff, her fondness for the outspoken envoy diminishing significantly. Do not misunderstand. Linger is a disciple of Liuli Palace, and our fates are intertwined, hence this cultivation here. A disciple of Liuli Palace? Cultivating in Qitian Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Yin Lang was taken aback. He had only known that Yi Mei and Zheng Yunxiu from Liuli Palace had conducted transactions with the Pavilion Master, but he had not anticipated such a close relationship between the two parties. Realizing the situation was dire, and recalling the Holy King's explicit instructions before his departure that the Pavilion Master must not fall into the hands of others, Yin Lang resolved that today, without fail, he must bring the Pavilion Master back to the Holy Palace. Recently, the esteemed master of the pavilion has gained considerable renown in the northern domain. It is rumored that not only does he possess profound cultivation, but he is also well-versed in the art of divination, knowing all things. Master of the pavilion, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit today. Su Che nodded slightly, replying, "Naturally, Qitian Pavilion is omniscient." "Ha! In that case, let's set forth without further delay," the visitor exclaimed, his impatience palpable. Yet, Su Che seemed unfazed by his urgency, savoring his tea with an enigmatic smile directed at the newcomer. Yin Lang's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "What is the meaning of your attitude? Master of the pavilion, I represent the Holy Temple, and even the leaders of the other three major forces in the Northern Domain would show me some respect. Yet the master of Chi-Tian Pavilion treats me with such disdain, igniting a flame of fury within me. What if I refuse? What will you do then? Suche set down his teacup, regarding Yin Lang with a congenial smile. Yin Lang took a bold step forward, his tone resolute. If the master of the pavilion does not recognize my standing, then I shall not be blamed for my rudeness. Oh, Lingner, enlighten him on the first rule of Chi-Tian Pavilion. Suche instructed. Zhao Lingner pointed to the characters on the curtain, her voice ringing clear. Provocateurs perish. Did you hear that, fellow Yin Lang? Do you still intend to strike here? Suche chuckled, upon seeing Suche's smile. An ominous premonition washed over Yin Lang. However, recalling the Holy King's directive and the power of the Holy Temple behind him, he quickly steeled himself. Master, as one of the four great sects of the Northern Domain, our Holy Temple's strength surpasses your imagination. I urge you to reconsider your course of action, Yin Lang warned. The Holy King personally issued a decree, sending me to invite you to a banquet. It was meant as a gesture of goodwill, yet you remain obstinate. Do not blame me for being merciless. Just as Yin Lang prepared to employ his magic to apprehend Suche, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. In the blink of an eye, Suche sealed Yin Lang's powers, rendering him an ordinary mortal, incapable of even crying for help. What have you done to me? Yin Lang gasped in terror. Chapter 90. The Fall of Yin Lang. Do you truly believe I would spare someone who seeks to harm me? Suche retorted. Zhao Ling'er sighed, unable to bear the scene before her. Yin Lang was utterly foolish. The elder had already warned him of the pavilion's rules and offered him a chance, yet he squandered it, ultimately bringing humiliation upon himself. You choose to tread the path of endless darkness instead of stepping onto the road that leads to enlightenment. Suche remarked lightly. The Holy Land, you have violated the rules of Chi-Tian Pavilion, and no one can save you. Yes, as soon as the words left his lips, with a mere thought, Yin Lang's soul was instantly erased. Subsequently, Suche struck out with a palm, sending Yin Lang's lifeless body hurtling out of the pavilion like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the street below. Outside Chi-Tian Pavilion, the sealed city lord, Shangguan Rue, and his entourage were closely monitoring the happenings within. Suddenly, a familiar corpse flew out from Chi-Tian Pavilion, eventually landing on the main thoroughfare. Isn't that Yin Lang? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the arrogant member of the Holy Temple. And one could believe he had been executed by the pavilion master so shortly after entering. His fate was entirely self-inflicted. The onlookers exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of vindication, praising the pavilion master's actions as fair and just. However, in a dim corner not far away, a shadow silently observed the unfolding events. Isn't that Yin Lang of the demon race? The shadow whispered, a celestial being has fallen without a sound. The strength of this master of Chi-Tian Pavilion is truly daunting. My sect has sent me to investigate Chi-Tian Pavilion. It appears this task will not be easy. After a moment of contemplation, the shadow resolved. I must not act recklessly. Otherwise, Yin Lang's fate will serve as a cautionary tale for me. I must first ascertain the true nature of this master. As Shangguan Rue and his party departed, this mysterious figure vanished into the night. Upon returning to the Lord's residence, Shangguan Rue solemnly warned his subordinates to exercise caution and avoid provoking the master of Chi-Tian Pavilion. Once his aides had left, a shadow silently slipped down from the beams above. What kind of power does this master of Chi-Tian Pavilion possess to warrant such careful treatment from the sealed city lord? A low voice echoed from the corner. Shangguan Rue cried out in alarm, only to quickly realize that the sound did not escape the confines of the room. A soundproof barrier had been set in place. As the shadow gradually took form, it revealed a humanoid figure, yet its face bore no discernible features, appearing exceedingly eerie. Just as Shangguan Rue was gripped by fear, the shadow spoke gently. Do not be afraid. I mean no harm. I merely wish to learn more about the master of Chi-Tian Pavilion. With that, it presented a token to Shangguan Rue as proof. Upon examining the token, Shangguan Rue let out a sigh of relief. So, it is the esteemed A.O. Ming of the Tianyin sect. This junior, Shangwan Rui, pays his respects to you, esteemed elder. The fear in Shangwan Rui's heart diminished significantly, and he understood that though the Tianyin sect belonged to the demonic path, they acted discreetly and did not indiscriminately slay innocents. A Ming reclaimed the token and directly inquired. Tian Pavilion resides within your sealed city. Asked the city lord. You ought to have some understanding of it. Shangwan Rui respectfully cupped his hands in greeting, replying candidly. That esteemed elder is exceedingly mysterious and almost never ventures out, hence my knowledge of him is quite limited. Then you must divulge everything you know. Be sure to be honest, as you command, esteemed A.O. Ming. After Shangwan Rui thoroughly recounted all his knowledge regarding Tian Pavilion, A.O. Ming's expression grew exceedingly complex. Is there truly such a reclusive master in this world? Does he only engage in transactions? Shangwan Rui explained. That elder is indeed a remarkable individual with extraordinary abilities. His thoughts naturally differ from those of ordinary folk. A.O. Ming nodded thoughtfully, seemingly in agreement with Shangwan Rui's perspective, and then casually tossed out a pill. My inquiries are complete. This spirit pill shall serve as a reward for your cooperation. As soon as he finished speaking, A.O. Ming's figure vanished from Shangwan Rui's sight. Leaving the Lord's residence, it appeared that the master of Tian Pavilion was not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as the rules of Tian Pavilion were followed, interactions would not be difficult. This visit was primarily to fulfill a mission, and now he had something to report back to the sect leader. Meanwhile, within the holy temple of the demon race in the northern domain. Holy King, we have grave news. A demon at the celestial realm rushed into the main hall, his face etched with worry, kneeling before the Holy King Hong Yu seated upon the high throne. I report to you, Holy King, that Yin Lang has fallen. Just a moment ago, I discovered that Yin Lang's life rune had shattered. Holy King Hong Yu snorted coldly, his countenance darkening instantly, and he demanded in a fierce tone. What on earth has transpired? Did Yin Lang not go to Tian Pavilion to extend an invitation? How could he possibly die so suddenly? Holy King, not long ago, I noticed Yin Lang's life rune shattered without warning. He did not even have time to send a distress signal before his soul dissipated. Holy King Hong Yu's expression turned as grave as water, his voice filled with fury as he bellowed. Who dares to harm a member of my holy temple? Summon my command. Let Yin Mo come before me. Shortly after, a robust man clad in heavy armor entered the main hall. Esteemed Holy King, your servant has arrived. Hong Yu reported coldly. Yin Lang is dead. Yin Mo was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Who did this? He continued to speculate. Could have been a master of Tian Pavilion. Does he dare to challenge our sacred hall? Hong Yu waved his hand, stating, It is still too early to determine, but I suspect this incident is related to the events of 3 days ago. Select a team immediately and head to the sealed city to uncover the truth behind Yin Lang's death. If it was indeed the master of Tian Pavilion, then eliminate him. Annihilate Tian Pavilion completely. For tens of thousands of years, we have ruled the northern domain with unquestionable authority. Who would have thought that someone would dare to lay hands on our people? Truly, they are courting death, as you command, Holy King. Outside the sealed city of Tian Pavilion, an individual named A.O. Ming made his appearance. I am A.O. Ming of the Tianyin sect, here to pay my respects to the master of Tian Pavilion. He manifested before the gates of Tian Pavilion, bowing respectfully. Zhao Linger's melodious voice emanated from within. Please come in. Upon hearing the summons, A.O. Ming took a step forward and entered the Tian Pavilion. As he crossed the threshold, the mystical energy enveloping him gradually dissipated, revealing the formidable figure of a young man, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Overview of A.O. Ming. Age, 125. 669 years cultivation. Perfected celestial immortal affiliated power. Tianyin sect objective. Under the orders of the sect master, to investigate intelligence regarding the Tian Pavilion. Chapter 91. Effortless Su Che observed A.O. Ming's information and even glimpsed into his innermost thoughts. Unable to suppress a smile. So, he is but a lovesick soul. Junior A.O. Ming pays respects to the master of Tian Pavilion. Upon seeing Su Che, Ao Ming was initially taken aback but swiftly composed himself. Bowing respectfully, Su Che's youth astonished him, as he had envisioned someone adept in celestial mechanics and predictions to resemble an ancient immortal. Linger, please serve tea to our guest. Following Su Che's command, Zhao Linger, who had just concluded her cultivation, promptly and obediently prepared a cup of hot tea for the two, presenting it with utmost respect. Senior Ao Ming, please enjoy the tea. Thank you. Mississippi Ao Ming nodded slightly in gratitude before consuming the tea in one go. Zhao Linger felt a tinge of surprise, her heart harboring a semblance of fondness for the valiant Ao Ming. Although he hailed from a demonic sect, his demeanor was poised and graceful, surpassing many from the righteous immortal sections. After finishing the tea, Ao Ming set down the cup and, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, "Might I ask, did you slay Yin Lang, Senior?" Su Che replied nonchalantly. The warning was ineffective, hence he was eliminated. Su Che's tone was calm, as if the act of slaying Yin Lang was merely a trivial matter. Yet this statement struck Ao Ming like a thunderbolt, to think a celestial immortal could so effortlessly take a life, showing no regard for the power behind a victim. The Master of Qitian Pavilion is indeed audacious. I am aware of your purpose for visiting the Qitian Pavilion, fellow Taoist Ao Ming. You have likely gathered most of the information you seek. Now, do you wish to discuss matters of fate or your future first? Su Che lightly tapped the table, smiling as he spoke. Ao Ming's heart tightened. He had not anticipated that the Master of Qitian Pavilion could read his thoughts. Recalling Su Che's mention of matters of fate, Ao Ming's face involuntarily flushed, and he hastily shook his head, attempting to dispel the distracting thoughts. Senior jest, I have come for serious business, not to inquire about matters of fate. I am here at the behest of our Tianyin sect's master to seek your guidance on the path of the immortal king. Zhao Linger, standing to the side, gasped in astonishment, realizing that the sect master of Tianyin was also preparing to break through to the immortal king realm. Achieving the immortal king realm is not overly challenging, that I possess numerous opportunities that can facilitate this breakthrough. If you're willing, I can offer much out of course. This is contingent upon your ability to pay the corresponding price. Ao Ming was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the Master of Qitian Pavilion truly possessed the means to assist others.